In a speeding vehicle, the young man suddenly wakes up in a panic, initially believing he's in a dream, but he quickly realized that this was his former body, and the scene seemed identical to one he'd experienced in the past. The vehicle was cruising along when the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, shouting a warning as a horde of orcs appeared ahead. "Monsters ahead, prepare your weapons and move out. Quickly." Those around Ugin grabbed their weapons and jumped out of the truck, while the monsters noticed them and charged. "Listen up. We don't have enough ammo, so only fire when you're sure of your shot," an older, experienced-looking man announced. But just as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, and the group looked in shock to see who had fired so soon. They then realized that the shot had been a perfect headshot on the first orc, and the shooter was none other than Kim Ugin. With the first ogre down, the remaining monsters only grew more ferocious, but Ugin remained calm and continued firing. This time 2 shots in quick succession, both hitting their mark. Thankfully, Ugin's extensive combat experience allowed him to quickly retreat. Anyone else would have been crushed by its weapon. After creating enough distance, Ugin fires again, and the 4th bullet hits its mark. He even shot it mid-air, proving Ugin's accuracy is near perfect. Only one remained, but it couldn't escape the fate of its brethren, and just like that, Ugin single-handedly wiped out a horde of orcs that the others couldn't have taken down together. Therefore, everyone wore an expression of disbelief, understandable, as they couldn't fathom Ugin taking on 5 orcs alone. As for Kim Ugin, after that brief battle, he gradually began to believe that this was more than just a dream, because the feeling was too real to be a dream. Just then, the old man approached Ugin, but instead of praising him, he berated him. "Hey, Kim Ugin, what do you think you're doing? Were you planning to let everyone die?" Ugin ignored him, still trying to process the fact that he'd been reborn, and so, Ugin, head bowed, trudged forward, and the man grew even angrier at his silence. "Hey, you, at least acknowledge when someone's talking to you. You imbecile." Ugin's strange behavior stirred up a commotion, and everyone wondered what was wrong with him today. First, he hogged the spotlight, fighting the orcs alone, and now he's sulking in the corner, constantly hitting his head. But little do they know what's going on in Ugin's head, as he himself hasn't fully accepted his regression, and Ugin is sure to carry a sky-high grudge against Lee Se-jun and Park Se-na-hai. If the heavens have granted him a second chance, he won't let those 2 wretches have their way this time. At that moment, Ugin received a notification that he had awakened as a player. Immediately, 3 professions appeared before him: Immortal Warrior, Herald of Hell, and Silent Hunter. As he recalls, this was the day he awakened in his past life, but these 3 class choices are completely different from before. Of the 3 professions before him, the one called Herald of Hell caught his attention. It's a profession that grants the power to wield poisons and curses, allowing players to create an army of shadows from fallen monsters, because it grants powers that are more preferential than other Holy Light classes. Only one player can monopolize most of these powers. In his past life, Johann Joshi, also known as the Poison King, received Hell's modification and seized all the powers, becoming the strongest player. In his past life, if Lee Se-jun was the hero, then Johann Joshi was the monster, and Wu Jin had to study this class extensively to defeat him. Little did he know, his rebirth would grant him a connection to this terrifying class, and without hesitation, Wu Jin chose it. He's made his decision. In this life, he won't be Johann Joshi, but the monster who will take revenge on all those hypocritical bastards. With the player's arrival came another concept: guilds, organizations that offered benefits to their members. At that time, the Phoenix Guild used every means to seize money and power, rising to become the 2nd-ranked guild in Korea. Through the dark image of the Phoenix Guild, the noble ideal of the Messe-a-jo Lee Se-jun Guild shines even brighter. And so, Ugin made a decision that contradicted his past self. He went to the Phoenix Guild's headquarters. The man before him placed a contract on the table, detailing the guild's conditions and promising additional compensation for each dungeon cleared. Ugin carefully read the contract. Frankly, the money wasn't enough to buy the items he needed, but he had no other choice, especially since he couldn't join the Messiah Guild. "How can I prove I'm a player? Isn't the only way to check my status window?" Ugin asked, and the man grinned wickedly, pulling something from his chest and placing it on the table. "He says these are special magic scrolls for Hell's messengers. Ugin just needs to choose one. And that's that. If he's truly a player, the man can verify it himself." Ugin eyed the items on the table, his gaze settling on the blood poison orb, the acceptance of which required the Hell's Messenger class. This skill turns a player's blood into poison, the potency increasing with the player's level and skill rank. So this is where you get these things. Ugin thought to himself, blood poison water is a complex skill, though simple on its own. Combining it with blood golem maximizes its effectiveness, making it a worthwhile combo. Ugin chose blood poison water, then decisively tore it in two. Immediately, he acquired the skill, proving himself as a player and revealing his class to the other side. And so, Ugin successfully joined the Phoenix Guild and began his dungeon-conquering journey in this life. That night, he had a dream. In that dream, Ugin saw his former comrades from his past life, when he was given the unflattering nickname Hound. But each time he raided a dungeon, he acted like a bloodthirsty hunting beast, an appearance that terrified his teammates. And that day was no exception. As his teammates discussed the unflattering nickname, Ugin's sharp voice suddenly rang out, startling them. Our hunt has begun. Prepare yourselves. Though arduous, these hunts slowly allowed Ugin to build trust in others. Unfortunately, it was just a dream. When he awoke, it was nearly dawn. Looking at his phone, Ugin remembered he had already died and been reborn once. Having returned to the past, his vile enemies are still out there, and Ugin wonders when he'll cross paths with them again. The next morning, he embarks on his first dungeon raid of this life. The meeting point is Wanmun National Park, and of the 5-person team, the other 4 members have already arrived early. Among them was a bald man named Hosob, who had 4 dungeon hunts under his belt, earning the trust of the other 3. But when would the last member arrive? Josob asked, just as the screech of tires echoed through the air. All eyes turned to the sight of a beat-up car pulling up. That newbie is on his first hunt today, and he's already the last to arrive, no sense of etiquette at all. The blond man clicked his tongue in annoyance as Ugin stepped out of the car. Indeed, he should be grateful we're even letting him join. And what is that beat-up car? Even the only woman on the team couldn't help but criticize. Looking at his gear, it's clear he's not getting the support he deserves from the guild. Even though it's his first hunt, he'll probably just be trying to stay alive. So, let's not worry about him and just go. And so, on his first hunt, Ugin was isolated by his own team, with Joseph, the leader, telling the others to ignore him as if he wasn't even there. Having grown accustomed to solitude, Ugin felt nothing as he watched the others laugh and exclude him. Before entering the dungeon, the 5-person team received basic information about the challenge ahead. It's a ranky dungeon called the Goblin Starhole, a single floor, with entry limited to level 10 and below, and completion requiring the extermination of all goblins within. Anyone have any issues, or want to back out, speak now, or forever hold your peace. Otherwise, please double-check your dimensional pouches, the supervisor said. Ugin pretended not to notice the meaningful glances from his 4 teammates, secretly sneering to himself. After all, they're just strangers, so no need to pay them any mind. He could clear this measly E-rank dungeon himself. Having prepared themselves, the 5 approached the dungeon entrance, 3 of whom were overwhelmed by its grandeur, as it was their first time attempting a conquest. And after stepping through that gate, they entered a completely different world, a silent, dense forest, where each of them was equipped with gear suited to their class. This isn't virtual reality, this is real life. Don't let your guard down, here or out there. We only have one life. Joseph, as the leader, immediately reminded his teammates. But no sooner had he spoken than Ugin broke away from the group and went off on his own. He carefully observed the surrounding trees, deducing from the traces that the number of goblins in the dungeon was far from small. Seeing Ugin's silence, Joseph took the opportunity to bully him. So, he tasked Ugin with scouting, while the 4 of them set up camp, clearly assigning him the most dangerous job. But Ugin, without hesitation, agreed. I thought he'd be hard to manage, but he's surprisingly easy to manipulate. He doesn't even realize how dangerous it is. Just blindly agreeing. What an idiot, the others grumbled. All right, let's get hunting. All the spoils are ours now. At that moment, Joseph drew his sword, his true goal to send Ugin away so he wouldn't have to share the spoils. Of course, Ugin wasn't foolish enough not to notice. But coincidentally, this suited him just fine, as he didn't want to be with those fools anyway. Meanwhile, at the Messia Guild headquarters, all the key members were gathering in the meeting room, because the guild had a new member that day, who was also entrusted with this mission. As the door opened, Zhang Ji-hu, a prominent member of the guild, gritted his teeth, thinking, of course, it's that unlucky bastard. Pleased to meet you. I'm Suzuki Eiji, the newcomer said. I see a lot of familiar faces, so I probably don't need to introduce myself. His voice dripped with arrogance, impressing even Lee Sejun, who complimented his presence. Pleased to meet you. I'm Lee Sejun. What will I be doing from now on? AG retorted, his attitude causing Jung Ji-hoo to slam the table in anger. This punk really, try speaking rudely to the boss one more time. Despite the threat, AG remained unfazed, merely glancing sideways at Ji-hoo with a lazy disinterest. This only fueled his anger, as he couldn't understand why his boss would bring such an arrogant person here, especially when there were so many other prominent figures besides Lee Sejun, like Noda Hajiro, known as the archery god, or Tsukahara Ken, the sword god, but they've all been silent until now, except for Jiang Ji-hoo, who can't control his emotions. But the angrier he gets, the more arrogant EG becomes. What? Are you angry? Do my words and actions bother you? Or is it about the size difference from before? Are you still holding on to that? What did you say? Punk Jiang Ji-hoo roared. That's it. You've come to the right place today. Those around them could only sigh, knowing Ji-hoo was back to his old tricks, bullying the new guy. But Suzuki AG was no pushover. But just as the two sides were about to clash, Sejun, having lost all patience, spoke up. Enough. Stop it. Jiang Ji-hoo turned to meet the icy gaze of his guild leader, his anger instantly dissolving into an invisible fear. Though unwilling, Ji-hoo reluctantly sat down, secretly plotting to teach this arrogant upstart a lesson. That's enough, the elder he said, resuming the meeting. If we're only investigating the location of the materials, as I mentioned before, so, 3 days. Before she could finish her sentence, AG replied decisively. Lee Sejun nodded. 3 days wasn't bad. What exactly they're planning for those 3 days will be revealed later. Now, back to the Goblin Dungeon, where Ujin has just separated from his teammates. In his past life, he'd heard details about this. And after surveying the area, Ujin realized what he'd heard was true. While scouting, a sense of irony washes over Ujin, and he now sees how ridiculous it all was. Whether it was reconnaissance or combat, Suzuki AG taught him everything. He thought it was for his sake, but it was all for the Misaya Guild. Ujin had followed the ruthless killer for a long time, eventually becoming a loyal hunting dog for the Misaya Guild. But little did they know, that training would become a blade turned against them. Ujin had just finished surveying a tree and jumped to the ground. As his feet touched the ground, something whizzed past him. Ujin dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding it. Monsters have appeared, 3 highly aggressive goblins. Ujin quickly opens his inventory and retrieves a dagger. His blood began to boil. These goblins were quite similar to the ones in the 7th level dungeon he frequented not long ago. Now, they're just subjects for him to test his newly learned blood poison skill. Ujin then cut his palm with the dagger, and fresh blood immediately flowed out. As the 3 goblins attacked, he used the blood-soaked dagger to parry their blows. Ujin could easily kill them with his weapon, but he chose to stab the goblin's arm to test his skill, and immediately received a notification that it was poisoned. The goblin, now enraged by Ujin's blade, turned and attacked again, much to Ujin's disappointment. Even with the blood poisoning, the goblin's still so strong. Seems that skill isn't very effective, probably because his level is still quite low. Apparently, 1 wasn't enough, as the goblin's comrades quickly rushed in to assist. Ujin, out of patience, spins his dagger and throws it, striking an approaching goblin square in the forehead, felling it before its bewildered brethren. In reality, the goblin battle pattern is clear. They're not hard to deal with, but the longer it takes, the more they'll swarm, and then things get a little dicey. Seeing the goblins swarming in, Ujin switched tactics, ditching his daggers for a spinning top. When the goblin chief's spinning top took effect, the goblins were terrified, and Ujin was pleased. Preparing in advance was the right choice, he muttered. Meanwhile, the 4 fools who pushed Ujin away were ambushed by the goblins, each one ferocious, and the 3 inexperienced ones were thrown into a panic. Only Joseph, the most capable fighter, stepped up to face the goblins' initial attack, appearing as a hero to the 3 novices. What are you doing? Don't be afraid of these low-level goblins. Joseph is big. Come on. Focus. There's no need to fear these goblins. In reality, he was incredibly tense, but to maintain his heroic image, Joseph could only reassure himself that he was determined and had prepared this longsword, and that the goblins were just walking meat sacks that weren't too dangerous. But disaster struck the bald man when his longsword somehow became stuck in the goblin he had just slain, and he couldn't pull it out. Joseph quickly panicked, unable to pull the sword free despite his efforts. as the goblins began their second wave of attacks, and this time, Joseph's luck with the weaklings ran out. After taking a direct hit from the goblin and falling, he realized these low-level monsters showed no mercy to players. Joseph's bald head is bleeding profusely. The pain is excruciating. His body feels like it's being crushed by a boulder, and his eyes are welling up. But seeing the goblins charge again, Joseph's survival instincts kicked in, urging him to flee while desperately calling for help. Help. Someone. Please, don't just stand there. You idiots, do something. Faced with this situation, the three noob players, though terrified, had no choice but to charge forward, because Joseph had fallen, and if they did nothing, they would all be doomed. In contrast to their desperate struggle, Eugene effortlessly faced 7 goblins and many more. With each strike, his staff felled several goblins, and though some tried to flee, Eugene showed no mercy. His staff lashed out, faster than the goblins could flee, ensnaring them in its coils with a sharp tug. Eugene ended the monster's life. Then, he received a notification that a messenger from hell was taking an interest in him, and he received a new title, Noteworthy. The bar was lower than he thought. Eugene smiled, satisfied that killing a familiar goblin was enough to attract the attention of a messenger from hell. Thinking about the others who entered the dungeon with him, Eugene began to lament. Only fools swing around heavy swords. This club is enough for goblins. Wasting time here is just plain stupid. Eugene knew the others were struggling, and he was right. Working together, the 4 managed to temporarily resolve the crisis, but all were injured to varying degrees and in a very heavy mood. Hey, that newbie. I wonder how he's doing. One of them suddenly spoke, clearly asking about Eugene. If he hasn't returned with information, he's surely dead. Joseph replied, further eroding the rookie's trust in him. They began blaming Joseph for sending Eugene away, arguing that 5 working together would have changed things. Joseph wouldn't back down, and the 2 sides began to argue fiercely. The argument was cut short by a sudden, loud shriek, and instinctively, they all jumped up, back to back, weapons at the ready. The sound clearly came from the goblins, and they feared another attack. The sound did come from the goblins, but they weren't attacking Joseph's group. They were screaming as Eugene slaughtered them. His monster hunting is truly effortless, constantly attracting the attention of Hell's messengers. And this time, he's even gained a new skill called Skeleton Brigade. Eugene quickly opened his inventory, surprised to have acquired this skill so soon. In his past life, this was the deadly army considered the right hand of Johann Schwartz, the Poison King, one of the man's key skills. But on the other hand, this skill also has a fatal flaw that Eugene can exploit to defeat him. The user can only use monsters they've personally slain to create undead soldiers, a fatal limitation. Even so, Eugene is confident that with time, he can master this skill. And so, Eugene tears the fragment in 2, successfully learning the skeleton soldier skill. Since it's a newly acquired skill, he can only summon 1 soldier for now. But Eugene only needs it to divert the enemy's attention, making the hunt much easier. And just like that, he quickly conjured a living goblin. To be honest, watching it materialize before him like that, he felt a little sentimental. But looking closely, Eugene was quite pleased with the goblin's hateful glare. Beneath a clear blue sky and drifting clouds, amidst a mountain covered in lush greenery, the sound of cold steel rings out. Kim Eugene leaned against a tree, quietly observing the scene before him, stroking his chin with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It wasn't quite what he'd hoped for, Kim Eugene muttered, realizing his power was too low to do much more. The fairy mist turned its head slightly at those words, its movements still clumsy but full of life, and in its deep, dark eye sockets, a faint light flickered, like the first sign of a soul. He approached, his hand reaching out to rest on its head, thinking he finally had a weapon to use as his main force. But then, Kim Eugene's eyes froze, remembering something else. The scene before him was shocking, players strung up like toys. Thoughts raced through Kim Eugene's mind. Every monster, from goblins to dragons, was a threat to humanity, and there was no reason to show them mercy just because he was a new player. The 2 quickly made their way to the goblin's lair, as he thought to himself, there's no reason to show these monsters any mercy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the sky was black, and darkness engulfed the forest as a group rested silently by a small fire, their corner of the silent woods lit by Sang's weak singing. A large wound marked Joseph's forehead, blood still dripping down as he cursed. Damn those goblin bastards. Nearby, Sungmi rubbed her shoes and sobbed in fear as Min So anxiously asked, Joseph. What do we do now? He lowered his head, his voice low. It seems we were too careless. He gritted his teeth, resolutely stating, "We can't die like this." Joseph frowned, his voice strained. "They're just goblins. After all." Suddenly, he stood up, yelling furiously. "We can't die here in disgrace." Mincio gasped, speechless with shock, wiping away tears as she fixed her gaze forward. Ha-Jin was stunned, cold sweat trickling down his cheek as he called out in confusion. "Joseph. Hyung." He roared back, annoyed. "What's wrong with everyone? It's tough. But we can do this." He pointed at Joseph, stammering. "No. Not that." He raised an eyebrow, his eyes following the boy's finger. "What do you mean?" Minso panicked, his voice trembling. Above your head," Joseph asked curiously. "What are you talking about? What's on my head?" Then, above him, the words Lever Cup appeared, shining brilliantly. Joseph couldn't believe his eyes. "Lever Cup, this isn't the time for a match. So, how could this be? The only way lever increases while I'm still is." He tried to remain calm, saying stiffly, "It must be a member of the team fighting." Joseph was stunned, his voice full of surprise. "So, that newbie is still alive." At this moment, Kim Gujin holds a torch, its flickering light illuminating the dark cave, while the defeated goblin guards lie scattered at his feet. Now that the cave entrance is sealed with wood, Kim Gujin says nonchalantly, "The most effective way to kill goblins. In my experience." A smug look crosses his face as Kim Gujin drops the torch, saying this is just the beginning. He jams the wood in front of the cave entrance, and in an instant, flames erupt, the crimson light engulfing the entrance as the two calmly wait outside, their shadows stretching across the ground. The smell of smoke permeated every corner of the cave, and a goblin sniffed the air, eyes flashing with alarm. They turned towards the cave entrance in a panic, their bodies tense with fear, and trembled at the sight of the thick black smoke billowing in, their eyes wide with terror. Soon, the air in the cave was depleted, and some goblins clutched their throats, gasping for breath in agony. They collapsed, writhing on the ground in agony, one desperately pointing towards the cave entrance, signaling for help. In that moment, the goblins snapped awake, and without hesitation, they bolted toward the cave entrance, each step fueled by sheer desperation. Outside, the fire still raged, but suddenly, the wood shifted, accompanied by loud thuds, and Kim Gyu-jin stared intently at the blaze. Soon, enraged Demonkin faces emerged from the gaps, struggling to survive. Their vengeful screams echoed, eyes burning with a savage desire to tear him apart as he stood silently, a slight smile playing on his lips. Savoring the fruits of his labor, Kim Gyu-jin spoke with a sardonic tone. "I guess I'm settling the funeral debts of the players who died at your hands all at once." Huh. In the raging inferno, countless desperate hands reach out, trembling for the life that's just beyond their grasp. In an instant, everything was engulfed in flames, leaving behind crackling sounds and the acrid smell of burning flesh. The fire raged, illuminating every corner of the forest. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. "The emissary of hell is very pleased with your cruelty." Very quickly, the demons were burned to ashes. He frowned, his eyes fixed on the ashes before him. Kim Gujin scoffed softly. How strange. He clenched his sword tighter, thinking he'd at least get to see it once he got this far. Disappointed, Kim Gujin turned away, annoyed that she was hiding elsewhere. As the Yang Yojung turned away, a soft sound echoed, and the ground beneath the rubble slowly crumbled, as if something was awakening below. Hearing the noise, it whipped around, and in an instant, the ground exploded as a massive demon emerged from the earth. The enraged goblin glared, dust and debris falling upon it, its breath hot with fury. He immediately turned back, lashing his whip fiercely. Fortunate indeed, because this place was gradually becoming boring. Kim Gujin gritted his teeth. "I'm so grateful you appeared from under my feet." At this moment, the giant, enraged goblin, filled with bloodlust, is the goblin boss. He continues, "Many rookies have lost their lives in this dungeon." Kim Gujin continues, "It's all because of this goblin." He quickly casts a spell, channeling his power, his eyes dimming. For the rookies, meeting a goblin champion. In a goblin dungeon, facing one is like meeting death itself, but with a flick of his wrist. Kim Gujin's resolve ignites, but in a flash, the light vanished, revealing the sword in his hand, and he vowed that from now on, There would be no more victims. The frost spirit slowly turned its head, its cold eyes fixed on the sword, its slender feet slowly stepping forward, emitting a strange, grating sound in the silent space. The frost demon's actions immediately caught Kim Gujin's attention, and he exclaimed in surprise that it was waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, the skeletal soldier froze, its body stiffening as it slowly turned its head, a cold light flashing in its eyes. Kim Gujin said with interest, a slight smirk on his face, "Look at it. Its senses have changed." He leaned back against a tree, calmly observing. Amidst the tense atmosphere, he calmly awaits the impending battle, as the demonic Danjian hisses furiously, its eyes glowing with fierce, murderous intent. In that instant, the skeletal soldier pushed off the ground, leaping towards its enemy with surprising speed, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Danjian lunges, claws bared, roaring a challenge as it circles behind its foe, spinning and kicking up a cloud of dust. A decisive strike cleaves through, and Danjian's paw draws blood. As he dealt with the man, a thought sparked in his mind. Kim Gujin recalled the battle with the giant dragon, its entire body ablaze in a sea of red fire, each burst of flame raging as if to incinerate the surrounding space. The man cried out in terror, "How can we possibly defeat it?" He proposed attacking its legs to unbalance it, giving them a chance to win. He frowned, his eyes burning with steely resolve, ready to face the danger ahead, as Kim Gujin hesitated for a moment before leaping into the air, his sword aimed at the dragon's leg. His attacks were relentless, tearing into the dragon's legs, as its terrifying roars echoed through the air, strengthening Kim Gujin's resolve. That movement, I'm sure of it. Dan Jin collapses to his knees in pain, his wooden staff digging into the ground for support. The frost elves relentlessly attacked, repeating the same moves, darting behind their opponent, then swiftly lunging upward. He was stunned, thinking, this fighting style. Instantly, an imp's sword pierces Dan Jin's head, ending him, leaving Kim Gujin in shock. It's just like him, he mused. He knew the frost soldiers would inherit some of his combat skills and magical power, but Kim Gujin excitedly thought to himself, he didn't know they could copy his fighting style. He excitedly recounts how, before returning to the past, he had used every weapon in the world, and even in View Messiah, no one could beat him one-on-one. Kim Gujin's next words stunned the skeleton soldiers. "But I like it," he muttered. "Perhaps my plans will have to change." With a chime, a system window appeared before Kim Gujin, its flickering light startling him. He quickly opened the notification, exclaiming in surprise, "This is..." At that moment, it displayed the words, "Lord of the Dark World. Congratulations on completing a hidden achievement. You have received a legendary skill as a gift." Kim Gujin couldn't believe his eyes. A legendary rank. He was overjoyed, never expecting to receive it here. Cut to a watchtower, where a man shouts in alarm that the dungeon has been cleared. Hanzik leaps up, slamming his hand on the table, eyes wide. What? Before he could process it, he quickly opened the door and rushed outside. Everything before Hanzik seemed to freeze as players slowly emerged from the gate. Filling him with shock, the players had truly returned. Hanzik was stunned, cold sweat pouring down his face. Danjian had actually been cleared. In a single day. An impossible feat. The players were being examined by medical staff, and he rushed toward them, exclaiming that everyone had returned safely. Not seeing the figure he hoped for, Hanzik falters, his eyes darting around the crowd as he scratches his head, his voice a mix of confusion and worry. Why are there only 4 people? Where's Kim Gujin? Silence fell as everyone averted their gaze, their faces heavy with unspoken thoughts. And Hanzik, adjusting his glasses, choked out. So it was Kim Gujin after all. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. His heart skipped a beat, and hope flickered within him. Someone was emerging. As the figure slowly emerged, the crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. Kim Gujin stepped out from the shimmering gate, hands in his pockets, his expression strangely calm. Hanzik was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "Mr. Kim Gujin." Kim Gujin strode past without a single glance, and Hanzik hurriedly followed. "Wait, Mr. Kim Gujin." Joseph was stunned. He's alive. That bastard. How the hell did he clear the dungeon alone? Seeing Hanzik trying to talk to him, he was consumed by jealousy. Joseph's face darkened. How could this be? One thought consumed him. Who is he? In the days that followed, the news was filled with stories of a continuous negative global economic growth rate for 4 years, and the EU proposed a 30% increase in compensation for players who cleared dungeons. In the US, a special act for players is passed, exempting them from 10% of income tax. Are the players' demands really being met one by one? On the giant screen in the city center, the host's voice echoed through the bustling streets. As players around the world grew ever more ambitious, analysis showed that only players could close the dungeons, leading to their demands for special privileges. Yet, amidst all this, the Messiah Guild of Korea made no demands after clearing the 5th floor dungeon. On the news, the host proclaims that Lee Se-jun has saved the world again. As the Messiah Guild becomes the first to conquer a 5-story dungeon, he continued. After conquering the 5-floor dungeon, the Harsung Group, which backs the Messiah Guild, also saw a surge in its stock price. Meanwhile, Joseph hung up, gritting his teeth and swearing. Damn it. Those Messiah bastards. He slammed his phone on the table, ranting. All the news is about them, it's driving me crazy. Joseph bitterly laments that they're now being called money-grubbing trash, to which Hosung replies with a faint smile, saying not to worry about it. As it's nothing new, he asked curiously. Forgetting to ask about the dungeon this time, he snapped. Annoyed. Don't even mention Kim Gugin. That newbie almost got us all killed, Hosung asked. Surprised. What happened? Joseph lamented, pointing to his head wrapped in bandages. You see this, all thanks to that psycho. He paused, flustered. So, that rumor. It's true, he groaned and confirmed with annoyance. That's right. Claiming to be a new player, he went after the 7 love charms. Joseph continued, saying he had to jump in to save him. And this is what happened to him, Hosung exclaimed in shock. What if that's the case? You should report him to the association and demand punishment. He shook his head, sighing. Fine. I'll just consider it bad luck. He must have done it for the money. He was agitated. Even if he was desperate, he can't just do that. I can't let it go. I have to spread the word so that Punk can't pull that crap anywhere else. Meanwhile, in the quiet house, Kim Gujin's eyes were fixed on a photo hanging on the wall. He stroked his chin, pondering that, unlike in the past, he couldn't rush to meet that Lee Se-jun. Kim Gujin set his sights. He needed to be strong enough before drawing his attention. Otherwise, he stared silently at the wall covered in photos and information. Papers overlapping, red threads connecting them like a tangled web. Kim Gujin tears down a piece of paper, deciding to start where their connection ends. The scene shifts to a towering building as a shocked voice echoes. A hunter's dungeon core. Secretary Nam hesitated, his voice full of worry. Could it be, because of the recent rumors in the association? You're overworking yourself to salvage your image. Gujin was taken aback. Rumors, I'm not really aware of that. I just really need the money. Chairman Lee stares intently at the figure before him, his gaze piercing, as if trying to see through him all for money. He advised sternly, Kim Gujin, life is precious. Money is good, but shouldn't you protect your life first? Chairman Lai offered that, if he needed it urgently, he could borrow from the association's reserve fund, but Kim Gujin waved his hand, refusing, saying he didn't need it and to just arrange a time for him. I know what I'm doing. They're probably spreading nasty rumors about me again. But that's fine. Hunting alone is best for me. After Kim Gujin left, Secretary Nam quickly reported that the rumors about Kim Gujin seemed to be true. He crossed his arms, gazing at the city, and mused that despite the rumors, Gujin seemed unaware of them. But what's the status of the dungeon Gujin intends to enter? He continued. After a specialized team was wiped out, no one has signed up in the past month. Chairman Lai replays the recording, asking who the specialized team was, and Secretary Nam awkwardly replies that they were promising members of Park Young-won's faction. Wondering what they should do, he scoffed. Even Park Young-won's promising subordinates couldn't handle this dungeon. Yet he wants to go in alone. He declared that this newbie's fate is sealed with death. Sensing someone talking about him, he immediately turns around, President Lai's voice echoing in his mind, but without proof. He decides to first save the appropriate support. Kim Gujin scoffs. If you want to kill a hero, first. At that moment, his phone screen displays the name Park Young-won, and Kim Gujin coldly concedes that he must join forces with the enemy. He drives off, soon arriving in Chuncheon. As Kim Gujin gets out of the car, a man rushes up to him. You're Kim Gujin. Right. Hanjan, drenched in sweat and full of doubt, wondered if he really came alone. Seeing his silence, he sneered inwardly, thinking his money-grubbing personality must be why he has no teammates. Then, Hanjan quickly led the way, urging him to immediately enter the dungeon. This way, He glanced at the man beside him, muttering under his breath. Crazy bastard. Is he really going in alone? Whatever. Not my problem. Sink or swim. The space gate slowly opened. Brilliant light spilling forth, illuminating the dark dungeon within. Kim Gujin stepped inside, and the gate immediately shut behind him. Just then, a system window appeared. Brain Hunter Dungeon. Floor 1. Difficulty. Rangse. Maximum 3 entrance. Entry requirement level 13 or below. Completion requirement. Eliminate the Brain Hunter. He thought to himself, with his current level, it's clear he can't attack this alone. Kim Gujin quickly drew his sword, his body tense with alertness. But if he could use the orc as a sacrifice to perform the skeletal soldier skill, things would be different. In an instant, an ogre appeared, attacking him with lightning speed. Kim Gujin frowned, his eyes flashing with cold determination in the face of danger. As the ogre's club came down, he swiftly slipped past its body, dodging with precision. Kim Gujin spun his hand against the ground, using the momentum to rise gracefully. He swung his sword, the blade emitting sharp flashes of light as it sliced through the air toward his enemy. But the result was not what he expected, and the sight before him stunned him. Kim Gujin realized with concern that even a normal ogre had very thick skin, leaving nothing more than scratches. He looked at the club it had just slammed down, where the ground was shattered into pieces. Kim Gujin thought to himself that if that was all its power, one blow would be enough to finish it off. All he had to do was deal with this thing and summon the skeletal soldiers. Filled with hope, he realized clearing this dungeon alone might not be impossible. Kim Gujin immediately charged forward, the space around him seeming to slow down due to his incredible speed. The ogre's eyes widened as it strained to grab its opponent. Sensing the moment, it slammed its hand into the ground, sending rocks flying and dust swirling. A rock suddenly grazes his face, drawing blood, and Kim Gujin quickly circles behind the ogre, advancing step by step toward his enemy. He quickly closes in, his eyes burning with determination. Kim Gujin aims for the wound he inflicted earlier. Striking the same spot with his blade, he attacked relentlessly, sharp bursts of light erupting around his feet. It all happened too fast for him to react. He could only stand there and take it. A moment later, Kim Gujin landed softly, his steps firm on the ground, his aura imposing. It roared in agony, its entire body convulsing as its eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening. In an instant, crimson blood gushed out, staining the surrounding space red as he turned and walked towards the beast, now crippled and collapsed. It remembers you, its eyes burning with hatred as it stares at the figure before it. Kim Gujin raises his sword, grinning. It's not so scary anymore, is it? A precise strike pierces his body. Blood spills across the ground. He collapses, eyes wide in death, and the system announces the summoning of a skeletal soldier. A clear morning dawns. Sunlight bathes the high-rises adorned with vibrant signs. Power lines crisscross the sky, and the bustling city awakens to a lively new day. Inside the office, two men are chatting. Xe Chan, clicking his tongue in admiration, a talent. Truly a talent. Legina, suspicious, wondered what Zichan had been so engrossed in, and hoped he wasn't about to bring back some strange business venture from who knows where. A smile creeps across his face, a soft chuckle escaping his lips, laced with amusement and calculation. Seichan throws the papers onto the table, pushing them forward. If you're curious, take a look at this. The moment he saw the words, he gasped, his eyes widening in shock, and Legina exclaimed in alarm, asking what it was. He couldn't believe his eyes. A newly awakened player had single-handedly cleared the first dungeon. He spoke, his voice full of interest. I hear he's already entered the second dungeon, and this time, he's all alone from the start. Isn't this a slap in the face to the newly awakened and audacious Otkin? Legina was stunned, pointing at the documents. Chief, how can you say that? I had such a hard time at first. Does he really believe this anonymous report? He continued, saying that while the chairman wasn't usually like this, he seemed rather naive in this instance. Just then, Jisoo arrived with water, his commanding tone making Legina flinch. Is there a problem with my report? He turned around, his face pale with terror. Legina quickly defended herself. This report was drafted by Secretary Lee. No wonder it's so perfect. Where did you find this rare information? She slammed the tray of water on the table, the water sloshing out, and said coldly, That's my job. Taking a sip of his coffee, Zijin knew that if Secretary Lee gathered the information, it was 100% trustworthy. Before he could finish, his eyes fell on the coffee packets in the tray. If we can't trust Secretary Lee, who can we trust? Zi-chan roars in frustration. I can't believe it. I told you I don't like instant coffee. So don't buy it. Jisoo calmly enjoys her coffee, ignoring his outburst as she slowly opens her eyes. Her face serene and unreadable. Jisoo spoke frankly. This coffee was brought to the Phoenix Society meeting last week, and this report is made from recycled paper. He immediately changed his tune, gulping down the coffee, praising its light sweetness, saying instant coffee is the only way to go. An aura of generosity seemed to emanate from him as he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Indeed. Who else can you trust in this world, if not Secretary Lee? Gina? Lee openly scoffs, sighing inwardly at his stinginess and slyness, his eyes fixed on the figure before him, silently assessing. So even at this age? Before long, the coffee cup was empty, leaving only a crumpled paper cup on the table. Suddenly remembering, he asks Secretary Lai about the progress of acquiring dungeons. She immediately reported that some newer dungeons had appeared, but the prices were still too high, so she was still looking into it. Hearing this, he was surprised. Dungeon acquisitions. Gina Lee wondered, Chairman, aren't there still dungeons we bought before? His eyes lit up, as if presented with a huge opportunity. What are you saying? You'll have to enter the dungeon soon, whether you like it or not. He loudly protests. What? How can this be? I just got out of the dungeon yesterday. I need a break. Xe-chan waves his hand, acting profound. Too much rest makes a person lazy, and those who suddenly stop working will only feel more pain. Xe-chan is just thinking of you. Lee. Gina grinds her teeth. What? Jisoo picks up a cup of coffee, the hot steam rising and fading into the air with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the orcs roared menacingly, their eyes burning with bloodlust. They rush madly towards the skeletal soldiers, and with a single swing of the staff, their bone armor shatters, scattering pieces across the ground. Kim Gujin swiftly cleared the area, sitting atop the corpses, his eyes fixed on the bone fragments below, lamenting, my soldiers are too weak because my skill level is too low. Kim Gujin quickly jumped down, but as his hand touched the corpse of an orc, he remembered a lesson Johann Jobs, the Poison King, had drilled into him in his past life. In that instant, magic surged in Kim Gujin's hand, snaking into the monster's body, and a strange light radiated out, bewildering the orcs. Moments later, the system announced the summoning of a skeletal soldier, and from the ogre's corpse, flesh tore open as a spectral hand burst forth. They snapped at each other like a hunting machine being activated. Soon, the figure of the skeletal soldier appeared in all its glory, black magic energy rising around it, swirling into cold mists. Hearing this, the evil orcs, with their empty eyes, were unaware that death was imminent, ready to claim them. In an instant, agonizing screams echoed throughout the dark dungeon as the system notifications appeared one after another. You have leveled up, all your stats have increased, and the blood poison skill has been upgraded to level 2. Kim Gujin was disappointed, sighing, is that all? Leveling up this little in the dungeon is rather inefficient. Now, to quickly deal with these basic orcs and start searching for the orc hunter, he pondered, his mind full of questions. Kim Gujin stares intently at the dungeon map he just drew, thinking that the Brain Eater would be the leader controlling everything. He frowned, muttering to himself, but perhaps it's just blending in with the orcs. Now, all that's left is... Suddenly, the skeleton soldier bowed, eyes fixed on the drawing on the ground, startling Kim Gujin. He wondered, seeing its intense gaze. What do you see in this? Kim Gujin scratched his head, puzzled, thinking, could it be? He figured he had a rough idea of where the hunter ant was. Kim Gujin stood up, calculating that, if it was there, no creature would be suitable as a sacrifice, except for the skeleton soldiers. He tapped the wooden stick against its head, declaring that this was the one. Then, the two turned and left, searching for the special orc in this rotten pit, knowing they needed to come up with a new plan. The fierce battle and scent of blood quickly attracted crows, and seeing its fallen comrades, the ogre leader gritted its teeth, eyes burning with rage. A guttural roar erupts from its throat, scattering the crows, as the goblin leader clutches its comrade's head and drags it across the ground. The force of the pull widened the goblin's facial wound, splattering blood across its face and leaving a crimson trail on the ground, as red as its hateful eyes. In the damp darkness of the dungeon, The ogre leader sat silently amidst the corpses of his fallen comrades. It would tear into the still warm flesh, chewing ravenously as Kim Gugin watched from behind the rocks. Holding his breath, his eyes narrowed, fixed on the moving shadow before him. As Kim Gugin tightened his grip on the bow, he knew the dungeon boss had superior physical abilities compared to normal monsters. Attacking recklessly would be foolish. He told himself that if he could just land a poisoned arrow on it. Kim Gugin nodded, signaling the sea soldiers to attack. Without hesitation, it quickly left its hiding place, advancing towards the enemy, and the goblin leader immediately turned its head at the sound. It sniffed the air, its mouth opened wide to reveal sharp teeth, and it roared menacingly. In the blink of an eye, the orc leader grabbed his club and charged forward. The sea spirit soldier gripped his sword tightly and charged like a storm. He swung his sword swiftly, his face full of murderous intent, as the goblin leader blocked the blow. The sound of weapons clashing echoing loudly. Its eyes burned red, glaring at the enemy. Suddenly, the goblin leader bit down hard on the skeletal soldier's shoulder. It thrashes, trying to escape the enemy's sharp teeth, while Yang joins the fray. Convinced that its bloodshot eyes prove it's a cannibalistic brain hunter, Kim Guji takes aim, his mind racing, searching for any place to strike other than its tough hide. The arrow flies from his hand, guided by his thoughts. Its only weakness, a lightning bolt aimed at the enemy. Now, the goblin leader realizes, but it's too late, there's no chance to dodge. Helpless, it watched the arrow hurtle towards it, and in an instant, it pierced the brain's eye, sending it crashing backwards. The brain commander quickly bent his knees, struggling to keep his balance as his feet slid across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then stopped, his eyes fixed forward with a chilling gaze. It frantically reached up, grabbing the arrow in its face, and in a flash, yanked it out and tossed it to the ground. The brain leader seethed, panting, and glared at his enemy with hatred. Then, a system notification appeared. He had been poisoned by blood toxin. He frowned, realizing the poison spreads faster through weaknesses. Kim Gujin smirked, his eyes full of triumph and mockery. His attitude only fueled the fire, igniting an even greater rage within the orc. The system then displayed a message due to the bloodwater poison. The orc's stamina was continuously decreasing. The toxin quickly seeps into his blood, leaving the brain leader dizzy and drained. Seeing him fall, Kim Gujin remarks that the killing power of the level 2 blood poison isn't all that great. He continued, noting that it was quite useful at this level. As the brain leader reeled, the coastal skull raised his sword, and Kim Gujin coldly declared that this was the end. In an instant, the blood-soaked blade fell, and the brain hunter collapsed, breathing his last. Immediately, system notifications blared. You have defeated the brain hunter, cleared the dungeon, and leveled up. You may return in 1 hour. He nudges the pile of bones on the ground, muttering, "It devoured everything. People and orcs alike. I wonder if there's anyone from Park Young-won's faction in this mess." With that kick, the scattered bones spread, clattering like echoes of the dead. And suddenly, Kim Gujin's eyes fell upon something. This, before him, a stark skeleton, its ribs cleaved and jutting out like a chilling warning of death. Gujin reached out, certain that these wounds weren't caused by an orc. He observed carefully, thinking to himself that it looked like the victim was slashed from behind, the work of someone used to killing in dungeons. Kim Gujin wondered if the killing was planned or impulsive. But if it was Park Young-won's faction from the Phoenix Society, it could be someone who kills purely for money and items. He sighed. Time was running out in this dungeon. Where could he find a trace of him? A bright moonbeam pierces the dungeon's darkness, a guiding light igniting hope in Kim Gujin. Anything is good enough as a pretext to approach Park Young-won. Suddenly, a strange light flickered on the cliff face ahead, flickering in the darkness of the dungeon, shielding his eyes from the bright light. Kim Gujin quickly approached to investigate, discovering a cave. Kim Gujin crouches down, carefully observing the interior. The cave entrance is barely wide enough for one person. Before him, a skeleton sits hunched in the corner, still clutching its sword. He realized that this man's sword was clean, and his body wasn't as damaged as the others. It seemed. Seeing the crude markings on the cave walls, Kim Gujin was even more convinced that he had abandoned his comrades to be eaten, fleeing here alone to await his death. Seeing the emblem on the skeleton's clothes, he felt a surge of contempt. Those capable of such despicable acts were indeed members of the Phoenix Society. Kim Gujin sneers, especially considering this man was supposedly a promising member of the Northern Yongwon sect. Thoughts raced through his mind, no better grave for this man than here. Suddenly, a book fell from the skeleton's body. Kim Gu-jin paused, wondering what it was. Without hesitation, he picks it up and quickly opens the book. A diary. He flips through the pages, muttering that there doesn't seem to be any worthwhile information. Suddenly, Kim Gu-jin's eyes landed on a page, and he exclaimed in surprise, "This is the blacklist of the Northern Young Alliance." Kim Gu-jin closed the book, his voice filled with excitement. "Finding this is lucky. I can use it effectively." Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his ear. "Hell's emissary. Congratulations on your outstanding achievement. You have been granted a decree, a legendary skill." Upon hearing this, Gu-jin exclaimed in surprise. "A legendary skill." A smirk crept across his face. "So, this is what I earned here." He fixed his gaze on the paper in his hand, which read, "Eye of Anubis. Requirement Hell Messenger. Skill level 1 or higher. Effect, can see the memories of the dead." As he read the last line, Gu-jin smirked, reading aloud, "Can see the memories of the dead." He tore the paper into shreds, remarking that he never had such luck in his past life. As the paper was completely destroyed, the system's voice began to ring out. "Notice, you have acquired the Eye of Anubis and unlocked the Hell's Successor achievement." Gu-jin approached Eon-gyu's skeleton, lamenting, as he carefully raised his hands to touch the skull. "The dead tell no tales." Then, Gu-jin gently touched Eon-gyu's dry skull, slowly pulling it closer. But then, Gu-jin suddenly became excited, his eyes glowing with a strange light, as if the past was now behind him. The magic within Gu-jin's eyes began to gather, quickly twisting into a fierce vortex, as all the magic deep within his eyes slowly poured out. Then, the system issued another notification. "You have unlocked the Eye of Anubis." Immediately, Gu-jin's mana surged uncontrollably, flowing directly into Eon-gyu's eye socket. Then, everything around them was swallowed by the blinding light emanating from their eyes. All of Eon-gyu's memories flash before his eyes, as desperate screams echo in his ears. "Those brain-dead bastards." Amidst the chaos, one man cried out, hoping for Eon-gyu's help. Faced with his teammates' cries for help, Eon-gyu didn't just refuse to assist. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. Damn it. Without hesitation, Eon-gyu abandoned his teammates to their near-death fate, fleeing without a second glance. The cowardly Eon-gyu tucked tail and ran, finally finding a small cave to hide in. Eon-gyu clutched his head in terror. He couldn't die here. Human trafficking was illegal, and fragmented images of his brutal past flashed before his eyes. In the end, Eon-gyu descended into madness, laughing maniacally as he screamed that the man would one day become the Phoenix Guild's master. Soon, only one memory remained of Eon-gyu, a man with piercing red eyes, casually sitting on a throne. As he screamed the man's name, Bak Eon-wan. At this moment, Gugin saw through all of Eon-gyu's dark memories, and the black magic was quickly absorbed by his eyes. Gugin gritted his teeth, absorbing all of his memories, enduring the intense pain surging through his eyes. Having absorbed Eon-gyu's magic and memories, and with the skull now useless, Gugin mercilessly crushed it into the ground, clutching his head in pain, as if unaccustomed to seeing the memories of the dead. Gugin gasped, realizing, "This is the memories of the dead." Gugin stared calmly at the skull at his feet, thinking that seeing another's past was not pleasant, and it seemed to consume more magic than he thought. Satisfaction is evident on Gujin's face as he wipes the sweat from his brow and silently calculates. The preparations are complete. If I approach him with the information from his past and the list I picked up, no matter how cautious he is, it won't be a problem. Cut to a grand building against a clear blue sky, where a bloodied hand suddenly appears, clenched into a tight, powerful fist. Looking down, a gaunt man lay prone, as if enduring terrible pain. Eon-wan's voice echoed, "You let another player attack that dungeon." The bodyguard beat the man's face to a pulp as he desperately tried to explain. I was wrong. I'll take care of that brat to be safe." Eon-wan indifferently replies, "How will you handle it? Even a newbie soloed the dungeon, and you couldn't do anything." "How?" He immediately turned to Secretary Kim, who was standing next to him. "Anything else to add?" Secretary Kim, hearing Eon-wan mention her name. Secretary Kim immediately understood his intention. She quickly bowed her head in apology. "I'm sorry. I'll take care of it immediately." Eon-wan calmly continued reading the newspaper, which detailed the discovery of a new A-rank, one-floor dungeon. He desperately cried out, "Wait. Please don't kill me, just give me one more chance, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Ion Wan silently reads the newspaper. An A-rank dungeons arena is open to 150 players. After a brief struggle, the guards slammed the door shut, dragging the man outside to face his fate. Ion Wan slowly turned the page, the headline immediately catching his attention. Ion Wan is surprised to hear that a level 20 rookie cleared an A-rank dungeon alone in Korea. Not a big deal. But still, he must be pretty strong. Ion Wan was curious, but it seemed this person had a bad reputation within the association, to which Secretary Kim nodded in agreement. Yes. She then carefully recounted all the events that had transpired, explaining in detail how he alienated his teammates in his first dungeon, and rumors that he hoarded all the spoils for himself, but this hasn't been verified yet. Ion Wan speculates based on the information he just heard. In truth, putting aside the suspicions, with his reputation in the guild, it'll be hard for him to succeed, and he can't just keep acting alone forever. The ring of a phone cuts through their conversation, and he coldly answers, "Speak," as a voice echoes from the other end. "A man named Kim Gujin is here to see you." Ion Wan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Look at this. He's walking right into the lion's den. This kid is interesting. Cut to a serious voice during the A+ tier dungeon bidding. Our Phoenix Society has been allotted all 20 dungeons. This arrangement should be relatively agreeable to all the guilds. But he carefully reported the situation he had compiled. Currently, the 3 factions, including Park Ion Wan's, are locked in a fierce battle of wits to compete for those 20 dungeons. The secretary helplessly presented the problem that had been plaguing him for days. Even if each faction received 6 dungeons, there would still be 2 left over, and no agreement on who should get them. The chairman slowly spoke, saying that with 3 factions, there were only 2 dungeons left over. A headache indeed. The secretary nodded slightly, looking troubled. Yes. And that's why we haven't reached an agreement yet. The secretary adjusted his glasses and analyzed the situation seriously. That's because Dungeon A+ has a high chance of yielding valuable items, and being a single-floor dungeon increases those odds even further. The chairman sighed wearily, propping his chin with both hands. No one's willing to budge. Each one overestimates their own abilities, daring to presume what lies within those dungeons. The chairman was quickly cornered, unable to find a solution, and loosened his tie in frustration, saying it was a real headache. He wondered if there wasn't a single unaffiliated individual willing to enter those 2 dungeons, to which the secretary replied, "No, not yet." The chairman knew this was to be expected, leaning back in his chair as he nonchalantly said, "Of course, who would dare, going in without any affiliation, who knows what could happen in those dungeons?" Just as he was at a loss, an unexpected alarm rang out. "It's a call from Park Young-won." Upon hearing the name, the secretary's face darkened. Park Young-won. Things are already chaotic enough. What could he want? The chairman slowly answered the phone. "Hello," but his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, unable to hide his surprise. The chairman stood up abruptly and carefully inquired, "Kim Gujin, what do you mean?" The secretary was taken aback by the name, Kim Gujin, but maintained his composure and replied, "I understand. I'll be in touch." The secretary couldn't help but ask, "Chairman, what's going on?" After seeing him finish the call, the chairman calmly recounted Youngwon's proposition to give Kim Gujin one of the 2 remaining dungeons without the other factions knowing. The chairman carefully analyzed that Kim Gujin had a bad reputation and always acted alone, adding that the other factions didn't pay much attention to him. The secretary's curiosity was evident. Had Kim Gujin joined Park Young-won's faction, he sighed and replied that there was no way to know, and that he might just be using him for this dungeon as a pawn. He pushed up his glasses and slowly voiced his thoughts. What about the other dungeon? If so, the factions will fight fiercely to get the remaining dungeon. The chairman, ever the planner, calmly explained that giving Kim Gujin 1 dungeon would cause Park Young-won's faction to withdraw from the competition, leaving them to work with the remaining 2 factions. The chairman calmly sits, hand to his chin, a brilliant strategist who even prepared a move with Kim Gujin. He has many unanswered questions now, and he may be keeping score, planning to demand a suitable return later. But who is Kim Gujin, and what is his connection to Park Young-won? Cut to Secretary Kim, puzzled by Young-won's decision master. "How could you just accept Kim Gujin's proposal like that?" Young-won replied frankly. "He brought that, and suddenly made a proposal. So I found it interesting. Plus, there was no one else available. And most of all," he said with a sly grin, "once we've used them, we can just discard them like pawns." Can't we? Time rewinds to an hour earlier. As Gujin meets with Young Won, a book in hand, he slowly picked it up, glanced at it, and then turned to ask, "Do you even know what this is?" Gujin calmly replied that he'd read it to understand it, prompting Gujin to tilt his head, asking if he was there to be paid to keep it a secret. He lowered his head, a smirk playing on his lips. With this, Yang Won's face suddenly darkens as he glares at Gujin, his eyes filled with icy rage. "Do you think you can threaten me?" As the two guards behind him prepared to attack, Gujin quickly explained, "I'm not here to threaten you, but to make a proposal." Gujin states plainly that the A+ dungeon is a hot topic, and he wants to raid it, causing Young Won to pause. So, he quickly regained his composure, and Young Won burst out laughing, holding up his notebook and pointing it at Gujin, calling him ridiculous. After a hearty laugh, Young Won suddenly turned serious, carefully inquiring, "Do you even know what that dungeon is like?" Gujin scratched his head, nonchalantly answering, "Yes, I know. They're the dungeons that most domestic guilds, including Phoenix and Merkaya, fiercely compete for, even beyond the designated ones." Young Won confirms, "Knowing this, you still want to jump into that battlefield." Then, he slams his notebook on the table, declaring, "You must be crazy." Young Won smirked, nodding in agreement. "Very well. I'll grant your request. But I have a proposition of my own." Cut to Kyungbu University, where Gujin attends a lecture by an expert analyzing the dungeon situation. He projected a data table onto the large screen behind him, then gestured emphatically, saying that according to the dungeon report, there are at least 1,000 orcs in this dungeon. Detailed information is displayed on the screen. The Orc Boss Group. Type A+. Floor 1. Orc Boss. Attack conditions: Hunt 1,000 orcs and the Orc Boss. Entry requirement below level 20. Maximum of 150 entrants. Quest reward: eliminate all 1,000 orcs and hunt the Orc Boss. Gujin bowed his head, lost in thought. Standing in the corner, he recalls what happened. The number of survivors from the attack before he returned to the past was, he stood silently, leaning against the wall, trying to remember. Though he couldn't recall the exact number. About 7 people, more than half the players, had died. Gujin strokes his chin, analyzing the players chosen for this mission were all elite soldiers from their respective regions. So it's unlikely that monster battles alone would result in over half of them dying. He stares intently at the expert giving the presentation, unable to ignore the case due to lack of evidence. Gujin's expression turned serious. He was sure of his deduction no matter the situation. It was highly likely that some of the players had resorted to murder, because it was a perfect chance to reduce the competition and steal items. Gujin quietly left the meeting room and this vault. He distinctly remembered the most valuable reward, Roadhog's Fang, given to the one who defeated the brain monster boss. Gujin also remembered who received the reward. It went to the Messiah Guild, who contributed the most, and he vividly recalled Jun's smug face as he accepted it. Now that Gujin recalls his expression, he senses something was off. He was oblivious then, but now realizes how forced it all seemed. Perhaps that scoundrel was already corrupt back then. He gently pushed the door open and slowly stepped outside. Gujin walked alone down the hallway, piecing together the anomalies he had uncovered. Even if Lee Se-jun was behind it, the Messiah Association might not have been directly involved. Gujin narrowed his eyes, straining to uncover the truth. They might have planted spies in other guilds. If he were to guess their next move based on his memories, Gujin slowly walked away, already having an answer in his mind. Perhaps. Cut to a scene of players gathering in groups in the middle of the district. Surrounded by flashing lights, a voice cuts through the noise, and the players begin to enter the dungeon. The players are surrounded by adoring fans, cheering and snapping photos as they prepare to enter the dungeon. In total, 4 guilds are participating in this game, each choosing a symbolic color to represent them. First, we have the Messiah Guild, all clad in elegant white suits. Next is the Phoenix Society, whose members don red suits to represent their power and prestige. Next is the third group, the Lai Ong, who chose a yellow suit combined with a black shirt inside, creating a fierce aura like a lion raising its head. Finally, the School Guild, donning black suits and matching masks, further emphasizing their members' mystique. Amidst the chaos, Gujin silently trailed behind the 4 guilds, becoming the last to enter the dungeon. Then, he slowly removed his hood, a sinister smile spreading across Gujin's face. "The fangs of Roadhog that you want to claim, I will snatch them from you." Soon, all the players had entered the dungeon, and a flash of light enveloped the forest, shrouded in darkness. Having entered the dungeon, two members suddenly became separated from their party. The girl looked around, confused, and asked, "Where's our party?" The guy sighed and tilted his head. "It's hard to find them in this crowd." Suddenly, Wrong shouted, "Messiah, line up in front," and as soon as he did, all the Messiah members snapped into formation, drawing the eyes of the other players. A player from another guild, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "Messiah really is something. Look how quickly they formed ranks. Amazing." A man behind him retorted, "Spare me the pointless praise." Han slowly drew his sword and stepped forward, sneering, even with a head start. "It won't matter. There are at least 1,000 orcs." Han points in another direction, shouting, "There's one over there," just as the others look around in confusion. Footsteps break the tense silence. Rage fearlessly charged towards the ogre, directly shielding everyone. Trash glances at the ogre and commands the others, "Messiah, let's take it down. Protect me." Suddenly, a system notification chimed. A warrior's skill activated, and the beast was provoked. At that moment, the shield in Rake's hand emitted a powerful sonic wave, drawing the monster's attention. Hearing the loud noise, it warns Rock to turn around as the orc goes berserk, raising its fist to strike. Trash quickly uses his large shield to block the attack, using all his strength to hold it firm. Bracing against the beast's powerful blow, Trash's expression suddenly shifts, surprise flashing in his eyes. Then a smirk. He glares at the orc, a coldness in his gaze, and scoffs. "Is that all?" Elena watches from the sidelines, her eyes and hands suddenly glowing with an eerie light as she chants an incantation. Suddenly, countless massive vines erupt from the ground, binding the ogre's hands and neck. As the system announces that the beast has been restrained by the knowledge holder's skill, Elena continued chanting, the light emanating from her growing stronger. As the vines around the orc's neck tightened, the rock thrashes violently, clutching at the vines constricting its neck. Its eyes filled with despair as it cries out in agony. Its pained cries tore through the silent air as a surge of power suddenly rebounded towards the other members. The force shifted from the air to the ground, churning the earth beneath the players' feet, throwing them into confusion. What was that? An earthquake? A man stepped forward, pointing towards the forest, explaining that it wasn't an earthquake, but something in the woods. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze in the direction he was pointing. Everyone was terrified, holding their breath, gripping their swords, ready to fight at any moment. Suddenly, over a dozen giant ogres charged out of the forest, one of them immediately targeting a Phoenix Guild member. He calmly drew his sword and slashed, drawing a torrent of crimson blood as his blade neatly severed the hawk's arm. The other players surged forward to fight. The ogres went berserk, charging at the players like a swarm of arrows. Chaos erupted as humans and crazed monsters clashed in a brutal melee. The Messiah Guild, however, used magic to control the orcs from afar, while the other players fought with increasing fervor, their minds growing ever more excited. Seeing the orcs controlled by the Messiah Guild, all the remaining players gripped their swords and charged in. This was the moment. A rallying cry echoed across the battlefield as the players charged forward. Unbeknownst to everyone, Gujin stood alone on a large branch nearby, carefully observing everything. It was true. No one noticed his absence. Gujin smirked, thinking it was time to make his move. He watched the battle from above, figuring he wasn't too far from the other players. He moved quickly, intent on finding the Yak boss, calculating the conditions for clearing the stage as he sped along. Eliminate all 1,000 OC and the OC boss, to minimize casualties. The guilds will first reduce the number of orcs. As Kim Gujin knew, the search for the orc boss wouldn't officially begin until all 1,000 orcs were defeated. A sly smile crept across his face. That was the time limit to achieve the fame of the orc boss. Meanwhile, in the Ox's hideout, one of them kneels in the great hall before their leader, who stares intently at the guilty party with piercing eyes. As blood trickled from the condemned orc's mouth, a massive axe was raised. Then, with a sickening thud, its head was severed, rolling before the terrified eyes of the other orcs. Just then, the orc boss slammed his hand on the armrest, stood up, and grabbed his axe. Then, with a roar, he was answered by the howls of his orc subordinates. After Latosi's warning, the goblin subordinates returned to the battlefield, a sight that impressed even Kim Gujin, who was observing from a hidden corner, dealing with goblins, trying to retreat from battle. was indeed effective. Now his eyes turned to the orc boss. It's stronger than he thought. But still, a feeling of triumph washes over him. It's fortunate he caught it, spurring its subordinates into battle. Seeing the massive Lotto seek alone on its throne, Kim Gyu-jin realizes his chance has come. While the others are busy fighting head-on, with a joyful smile, he planned his attack, knowing the boss Ok was currently alone, back on Junki's side of the battlefield. After wiping out a squad of orcs, the guild members proudly declared that orcs were nothing to fear, and they should just keep pushing forward. Unlike them, Junki seriously considers that the number seems less than expected, suggesting they must have a main force. When suddenly, a figure appears beside him. It was Henry, quickly reporting what he'd scouted. A large number of orcs are advancing this way. Junki asked, "About how many?" Henry somberly estimates around 900 to 1,000, seemingly their entire force, confirming Junki's initial thoughts. End this today. To face the main force, we need to reorganize. But his enthusiasm is met with the displeasure of the other guilds. "Hey, who do you think you're ordering around?" From the crowd, Ronan of the Liang Guild steps forward, declaring they are no one's pawns and that the Liang Guild will attack as they see fit. Despite this, Junki tries to persuade the stubborn group, explaining that a large number of orcs are advancing towards them, and while competition between gangs is important, if they don't join forces, they could all die in this dungeon. But Ronan wouldn't listen, sneering. "What? Not confident enough? If you're so scared," he said, looking around with disdain, "you shouldn't have come here in the first place." With that, he led his Liang Guild members forward, prompting Henry to lament their madness. To save time, he orders them to find a safe place to rest and prepare for the next fight. Meanwhile, Kim Guggen's skeleton soldiers have been summoned, and he and his 2 skeleton soldier subordinates are preparing to fight Lot Ok 3-on-1. Suddenly, faced with 3 fools, unafraid of death, Lot Ok was momentarily confused, but he rose to his feet, ready to fight with all his might. Kim Guggen and his subordinates quickly prepare to fight Lot Ok, and the 2 bone soldiers charge forward. Without hesitation, Lot Ok uses his skill, activating his fangs. Just as the 2 skeletal soldiers were about to reach Lot Ok, it suddenly glared at them, then mercilessly cleaved 1 in 2, shocking Kim Guggen into disbelief. Back to Lot Ok, who's charging furiously at the remaining skeleton soldier, which roars back fearlessly. Suddenly, Lot Ok swung his axe at the skeleton soldier, but unfortunately, it skillfully dodged the blow. But with sharp eyes that captured every moment, Lot Ok easily cleaved the skeleton soldier in 2. This situation made Kim Guggen realize the 2 bone soldier couldn't hold out as long as he thought. He decides to use the arrow in his hand, aiming it at Lot Ok, knowing he only has 1 chance. He had to seize this moment, while the last remaining soldier distracted it. The moment Lot Ok swung its axe at the soldier, Kim Guggen fired his arrow. Lot Ok sensed the incoming danger and, impossibly, managed to dodge it. This was unexpected for Kim Guggen. It dodged the arrow. This monster is far stronger than the story suggested. Now, the skeleton soldier approached Lot Ok's leg and swung its sword. But instead of injuring Lot Ok, the sword shattered. Before Kim Guggen's astonished and horrified eyes, Lot Ok swung his axe and brought it down on the skeleton soldier. A muffled sound rang out, and the soldier's mist scattered as far as where Kim Guggen stood. Seeing Lot Ok's health bar before him, he could only think that this was going to be difficult. At this point, he had no choice but to revise his plan. Seeing the fang on Lot Ok's neck, Kim Guggen hesitated to attack. Facing the Orc King's fang head-on was near impossible, and so, he quickly decided to retreat in order to advance, as retreat was the better option with his dwindling magic. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. But something strange happened. Lot Ok didn't give chase. Suddenly, Lot Ok stirred, making Kim Guggen think. He changed his mind. But no. Seeing Lot Ok's slow movements, he realized, so, chasing cowards burns a lot of calories. This pleased him slightly. Perhaps the A-Wing was different. But that was fine, he could escape without worry. As he sped away, he confidently declared, "When you see me again, you'll regret letting me go." As Kim Guggen fled, his figure was spotted by members of a certain gang hiding in the shadows. Ronan mistakenly believes Kim Guggen is part of another gang, lamenting that the Lion Guild wasn't the only one abstaining from the fight. Just then, Ronan's close subordinate speculated that maybe he found the brainwashed leader before they did. Ronan pondered, saying perhaps, but maybe not. Furthermore, he scoffed. There's no way to know if he found the boss or not. So trust no one until you see it with your own eyes. Though not strong himself, his greed is immense. The item dropped from the A-rank dungeon cluster must belong to the Lion Guild at any cost. Suddenly, Ronan's subordinate began acting strangely, then unexpectedly collapsed along with the other members of the Liang Guild. This situation leaves Ronan stunned and scrambling. As he cries out in alarm, "What is going on?" he tensed up, thinking, "What the hell is this? I've never heard of a monster that isn't an orc appearing here. No. Maybe." Suddenly, red eyes emerged from the darkness, staring intently at Ronan, filling him with dread as he realized these weren't monsters. But he still yelled out, "Who are you? Show yourself. You think you can just run away?" The fate of those kinds of people is heaven. While at the same time, a cave is lit by fire. Kim Goo-jin safely reunited with the other guild members, glancing around to make sure no one noticed him. Relieved. Looks like no one's paying attention to me. Ron. But seeing their gloomy faces, he wondered, what's with this atmosphere? It's like walking into a funeral. His eyes then noticed the many mushroom corpses that had formed, making him wonder how so many had died on the first day. Kim Goo-jin's face is now filled with curiosity, as he doesn't understand what has happened. Something's not right. Only elites get in here, and they're all geared up. Did the guild start fighting sooner than I thought? Suddenly, an argument erupts. "Hey, why do you guys look so ragged? You're not looking so hot yourself." "Yes, we are." A worried guild member of the Pixiu Guild asked if their guild was still doing well, and if there was any news about the other guilds. A member of an unknown guild spoke up, saying that from what they'd heard, the Lion Guild had suffered the most losses. A group went into the forest to scavenge, but they disappeared as well. Members of the guilds began to whisper amongst themselves it wasn't just one or two missing. Could they have been mangled beyond recognition? After all, those snails do eat people. They spoke of not wanting to be eaten by snails, only to be scolded by the captain. Dying is one thing, but I don't want to be monster food. Don't say things like that, it's bad luck. Yes. Sorry. Senior, sitting before the burning fire. A member's voice rang out. Still, it's all too strange. One member wondered, if things were normal, wouldn't there be corpses or people who escaped but died from their injuries? The man next to him agreed, hoping that someone among the missing had survived. Kim Goo-jin remained silent, listening to glean information, but decided survival came first. After all, what good is loot when you're dead? The information they shared left him bewildered. This was an A-rank dungeon, so anything was possible. But so many parties wiped out in a single day. Something wasn't right. The thought of another hidden enemy lurking out there unsettles him. Something's definitely fishy, and our plans could fail if our overall strength diminishes. Tomorrow will be busy. The sun is up, and the orc army marches on, their numbers overwhelming. This horrifies the guild members. So many orcs. Amidst the cries of anguish and curses, the monsters kept coming. Focus. You fool. Guild armies clashed with the horde of orcs, as one of the beasts roared deafeningly. And so, the fierce battle began. Its commotion, catching Kim Goo-gin's attention, it seems it has begun. However, he's more concerned with finding something to deal with the orc lord. This is the real problem. I can't land a critical hit on the orc leader with what I have. Moreover, he realized from yesterday's battle that using skeletal warriors as bait wouldn't work either. They're too fragile. Suddenly, he remembered something. Could his skeletal warriors fire arrows? He summoned one to find out. Moments later, Kim Goo-gin approached Lot Ok, marveling at how casually he sat upon his throne. You look pretty comfortable today, so I've decided to make you uncomfortable. Let's go for round 2. As usual, Orc Lord activates his skill, Orc King's Fangs, its power amplified. A resounding boom echoed as it leaped towards Kim Goo-gin, but just as it was about to strike, something flew in its direction. This startled it, but it quickly raised its axe to block. The arrow fell to the ground after hitting the iron axe, and Lot Ok glared angrily at the archer. The attacker was none other than a bone soldier, and enraged by the sneak attack, Lot Orc hurled a boulder at him. Luckily, the 2 bone spears quickly dodged, firing arrows as they moved, but Lot Hawk managed to block them all. While it was busy dealing with the bone spirits, Kim Goo-gin had somehow gotten right above it. So, the skeletal warriors knew how to use bows and arrows. A triumphant smile spread across his face. The plan was working. Kim Goo-gin leaped into the air, and it was only as he was about to land on Lot Orc's head that the creature sensed danger. But it's too late now. As Kim Goo-gin strikes Lot Ok from above, severing the king's fang around its neck, which falls to the ground. Kim Gugin quickly snatched up the treasure he'd been longing for, and its power began to flow into him. He obtained the Orc Chieftain's Fang. At the same time, Lot OC's various powers began to plummet. Physical damage, defense, and agility all decreased. Suddenly, Lot Ok stumbled, and luckily, Kim Gugin narrowly dodged a shower of debris. The reason the ogre suddenly stumbled was a poisoned arrow in its leg. The ogre boss had been hit with blood poison. The culprits were Kim Gugin's 2 skeleton soldiers, and the situation fills him with satisfaction. He's got its fang. And the attack worked. The system provides additional information about the Orc's Fang item grade. Legendary. Required level. Level 1 or higher. This is the Orc's Fang. The Lot Ok Fang possesses immense power when equipped. Physical damage plus 30. Attack power plus 5%. Physical defense plus 5. And plus 10% damage when attacking Ox. Now, knowing the item's effects, Kim Gugin wastes no time in equipping it, and the system immediately confirms. You have equipped the Fang of Lot Orc. A triumphant smile spreads across his face as he equips the weapon, gently stroking his blood-soaked sword, and declares, "Time to cut off your head." Meanwhile, the Lot Orc was busy fighting madly with the 2 bone soldiers, one of whom took the opportunity to focus and fire an arrow at it. Enraged, the Orc roars, flailing wildly to swat away the incoming arrows. Suddenly, a look of confusion fills its eyes. An arrow has struck its abdomen, and the system announces that the Orc boss has been poisoned. Suddenly, a figure flashes by. Kim Gugin has appeared right behind the brain monster. The boss, enraged at the sight of him, lunged forward, but he easily dodged and leapt onto its arm. He hung in the air, somersaulting as he gripped the sword's hilt with one hand and slammed the other against the pommel. Swiftly, he plunged the sword into the ogre's arm, and a system notification appeared, indicating the boss had been poisoned. Realizing he'd been tricked again, the Orc glared at him with resentment. Before it could react, Kim Gugin cleaved its axe in 2, a smile spreading across his face. The axe flies toward a skeleton soldier, seemingly part of Kim Gugin's plan. It seems the skeleton soldier didn't evade, but instead flew forward, ready to fight, quickly catching the axe. At first, it looked at the axe with a puzzled expression, but then suddenly threw away the bow in its hand. The skeleton soldier seemed thrilled with his new weapon, pleasing Kim Gugin, who declared it perfect for taking his life. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone had safely landed on a high branch, looking around in confusion, wondering, what was that sound? Orcs don't usually sound like that. After some thought, he decides to head towards the sound, realizing someone is fighting the brain boss nearby. Discovering someone else was already fighting, the boss angered him, and he thought, damn it, who is it I need to find out and report back to the guild? He sped up, and as he emerged from the dense forest, he landed on a distant rock. Stunned by the sight before him, he discovers Kim Gugin and 2 skeletal soldiers toying with the boss. 2 skeletons, 1 player. Seeing only 1 player confused him, and he strained his eyes to find another, but there was no one else around. Seeing only Kim Gugin, he was surprised and confused. Was he challenging the boss alone? How could that be? This frightened him, and he knew he had to report this to his guild immediately. So he turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, Kim Gugin had been aware of his presence all along. As he sprinted back to his guild, an arrow suddenly pierced his back. This startled him, and he cried out, "An arrow!" But no matter what, he could no longer run and collapsed to the ground. Blindsided, he frantically looks around, wondering what's happening and who's responsible. He remembered Kim Gugin and panicked, thinking, no way. Have I been discovered? Is it him? Did he stop me from reporting that he's fighting the boss orc? Suddenly, a halo of light appears beside him, catching his eye, and a figure emerges from within. It's none other than a member of the school society. Gazing at the unfortunate man with a piercing look, the man is horrified. Recognizing the attacker as a member of the school, before he's swiftly dealt with, the school member stood callously over the man's lifeless body, his soul now departed and beyond recovery. After killing the man, the school member carefully crossed his name off the list and inventoried the remaining targets. 5 left. He looked at the list of people he had fixed and lamented. Why bother racking my brains when I could be PKing instead? Suddenly, another school member calls out from the trees, reminding him, listen up, newbie. Half of that guy's loot belongs to me, so don't forget to split it fairly. The young man below wearily replies, got it. Don't worry. Then suddenly asks, by the way, Are you really going to kill that guy from before? The school's high-ranking member replied bluntly. He's not on the list. But if I get the chance, I still want to kill him and take his stuff. The school member worried that he could take on the leader's brain alone. So he probably doesn't need monsters. But is it too dangerous? However, the high-ranking member insisted that even if the orc was repaired, it would be weakened, making him an easy target. With that said, the man left, telling the other to finish up and follow, to which the young man muttered that there was nothing left to do. He picked up the body of the man he'd just killed and decided to dump it, figuring the ogres would take care of it. At that moment, Kim Gugin emerged from behind a large tree, having eavesdropped and observed the school guild's every move. Back at Ao's battlefield with the guild members, they've wiped out the ogres, which were 100 times their size. Han looks at the scene before him, pleased, thinking the progress is faster than he expected. Just then, one of the subordinates spoke up, saying that, at this rate, they could clear the dungeon early. Han excitedly agreed, adding that they no longer needed to get close, and should instead gradually retreat behind the formation when possible. A statement that confused his subordinate. A smug thought crossed Han's mind. The small fry are about to be wiped out. So, tomorrow, everyone starts hunting the goblin leader. He smugly ordered. Prepare for the main event. At that moment, a system screen suddenly appeared before the player's eyes, startling Han as well. A red message appeared. You have defeated the brain leader. Han couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "What?" The others were equally shocked, exclaiming, "What the hell? Someone tell me I'm seeing things. Who was that no-name?" Junkie was stunned by the notification, wondering how it was possible with the main forces of the guilds gathered here. Beside him, Henry wondered, "Leader, what's going on? Does this mean the Lion Guild members who left earlier succeeded?" Junkie shook his head. "I won't mention it again." His eyes filled with doubt, thinking the Lion Guild was all talk. While at Lord Ock's location, his axe was now stained crimson. Gugin successfully used his own weapon against him, sending Lord Ock to his grave with his own axe. And in that moment, Kim Gugin received a notification he had leveled up and earned the achievement, Ock Leader Hunter. As a reward, he receives a list of skills, and curious to see what he's gotten, he checks them out, hoping for something useful. As soon as he saw his new skill, his eyes widened in surprise. An unexpected skill had been bestowed upon him, the Death Note, an E-rank skill, a book containing the power of Osiris. It can store 5 under monsters, and the souls of the dead sealed within gain the power of Osiris, an increase of 5% to all abilities. Reading the skill's description, Kim Gugin was reminded of another skill he possessed, but there was one key difference. So, it's like a bag, but for my monsters, and they get a little power boost when they're inside. To test its power, he decides to strike while the iron is hot, quickly sealing the 2 bone vessels into the Death Note. The book's power swirls, drawing the 2 bone fiends in, forcing Kim Gugin to grit his teeth and hold on tight. A deafening explosion erupts, thunder roars, and dust fills the air, leaving Kim Gugin in awe of the spectacle. Seeing the words two-horned orc written in the book, he felt a little satisfied. From now on, he doesn't have to kill the first one, he can just enter the dungeon and summon soldiers right away. A triumphant smile spreads across his face. The two-bone warrior's greatest weakness is now a thing of the past. Meanwhile, in the forest, a group of people are moving faster than ever before. So, that's Han's guild. His subordinates, confused by his headlong rush toward the two-core, asked, "Leader, where are you going?" The two-core leader has already been defeated. Annoyed by their questions, he turns back and yells, "Do you think I don't know that?" But his close subordinate is still confused, asking, "Then why?" So, Han reluctantly revealed why he had to rush back to where the ogre was. "You idiot. At least go and see the situation so you can report back. You think Park Young-won will spare you if you tell him that." Upon hearing that name, Park Young-won, the subordinates were filled with fear and anger, and they rushed towards the location. Meanwhile, the school guild never expected things to move so quickly. Damn it. Their leader fell so fast. So, the leader decides to change the plan. Ignore the assassin who soloed the boss, and deal with the targets on the list first. One of them wondered, "What about the new recruit left to clean up?" The white-haired member sighed. "I told him to follow after he was done. I'll have to make it up to him after this." The leader reminds them of their duty. If exposed, their superiors would face consequences, something they must avoid at all costs. And in the worst case, be prepared to self-terminate. Given the situation, He had to quickly urge his men onward. Time was short, but they still had to act with utmost secrecy. Just then, he suddenly sensed something. Wait, someone's coming. Looking back, they saw the new recruit running for his life, leaving them all confused. The answer comes swiftly as two bone soldiers chase after the new school gang member. The white-haired man quickly recognizes them, bone warriors. He inwardly despairs. The newbie is running straight towards the school gang's gathering spot. This infuriates the white-haired soldier. You idiot, what do you think you're doing? Leading them here. He frantically asks the leader for guidance, saying that they've been exposed because of the rookie. With discovery imminent, the leader quickly strategized, wondering if the newcomer's attack meant he knew something. If they waste any more time, other gangs will come, and they'll all be done for. Even if they have to abort the mission, they have to kill him and cover their tracks. As he pondered, the rookie suddenly drew a sword. The moment the leader turned to ask if everyone was ready, the rookie mercilessly sent them all to their graves. The white-haired man fell to the ground with a fatal wound, and the others weren't far behind. The school guild was decimated, leaving only the leader and the rookie. This shocks him, and he wonders, what the hell, a traitor? Suddenly, the new recruit removes his mask, revealing himself to be none other than Kim Gujin. Seeing his arrogant face, the leader was shocked and exclaimed, "This guy is..." Rewind a few minutes. Kim Gujin stared menacingly at the school guild rookie. He seems to have realized why the number of players has decreased, so these guys are the reason only half the players returned alive. After sifting through the school rookie's memories, he was disappointed not to find what he needed. There was no information about the Salvation Society. Kim Gujin then turned his gaze to the one the school rookie had lured, quickly realizing that in his past life, the guy was just listed as missing. No questions asked. He quickly stripped the new school recruit of his clothes, put them on, and decided it was time to meet the Skull Mask leader. He intended to seek the information he needed. But first, he had to deal with this imbecile. If luck is on my side, I might find information about the Skull and Salvation Societies. But first, I'll take care of this leader. Back in reality, the leader glared at Kim Gujin with malice and confusion, wondering who this bastard was and where he came from. The school members stared at the approaching bone soldiers with terrified eyes, screaming for them to get away. Meanwhile, Kim Gujin was pleased to see them all assembled. Looks like I got lucky. All the guys from the recruits' memories are here. While the two bone soldiers deal with the school gang members, Kim Gujin suppresses their leader. No more playing cat and mouse. The bone soldier roars and raises his axe. The school members panicked at the sight, screaming, no, but their pleas were useless, as their fates were already sealed. The school gang leader is terrified by Kim Gujin's ruthlessness. This bastard doesn't hesitate to kill, meaning it's not his first time. Despite his fear, he blusters, saying he doesn't know who Kim Gujin is, but he won't get anything out of him. Knowing he couldn't win, he decided to gamble everything better to die than become a burden to his leader. Without hesitation, the leader drew his sword and ended his own life, a shocking act of self-destruction that stunned Kim Gujin. Regaining his composure, he scoffed, fierce, but ultimately useless. Looking at the skull leader's corpse, he suddenly felt something was off. Shouldn't he be thanking him? Since he just proved he knew a lot of valuable information. To save time, Kim Gujin uses his skill, activating the Eye of Anubis, revealing memories of a house, the sound of water trickling, and someone speaking. This global shift will be an opportunity for the Japanese Empire to take a great leap forward. The voice came from a hidden room within the house. We will cooperate with the Salvation Society to build an organization to expand our influence. The two men seriously discussed their plans. Yim Song-jun, go to Korea, join the Hwado Association, and serve our nation. In a hidden room, an unidentifiable man persuades another, saying, if they can seize the dungeons and artifacts of both Japan and Korea, he promises Yim Song-jun that they will build an empire more powerful than ever before the Yamato Empire. Now, two men unexpectedly appear at the door, introduced by the mysterious man as those who will guide Yim Song-jun. The angels of Japan will help us build Yamato. Yim Song-jun was stunned, stammering, and at a loss for words. Completely shocked by the two figures who had just entered, he quickly bowed and greeted them, honored to meet them both, secretly marveling at the fact that he was meeting the leaders of swordsmanship and archery here. Back in the school leader's memory, he asks his subordinate about a man they need to eliminate. When the A-rank dungeon appears, what kind of person is he? He then learned that a Korean dungeon broker, though useless, was hindering Japanese brokers and had to be dealt with at all costs. And then a name is mentioned. Apparently there's a slick broker in Korea named Oh Se-chan. After confirming the necessary information, Kim Gujin unceremoniously dropped the school leader's corpse to the ground, expressing his disdain. I hoped it wasn't true, but it seems I was wrong. Disgusting. Ken, filled with rage and resentment, even in the darkest moments, we trusted and fought together. The familiar images of Noda, Hajiro, and Sukahara Ken surfaced in his mind, the leader of swordsmanship, the leader of archery, even those two. In his past life, before his return, Kim Gugin remembers conquering many dungeons with them. He had always looked up to them, wanting to be like them, always at the forefront, saving the world. To him, they were mentors, not just teachers, but also a source of emotional support, his most trusted comrades, worthy of entrusting his life to. He always trusted them, no matter what. But now everything has changed, even in the fiercest battles. He always believed. Then, Kim Gugin realized that they, too, were on Lee Si-jun's side, and so, he resolves to ruin their plans, refusing to let them do as they please, this time their next target. Onsachani. He muttered to himself that if Onsachani, a dungeon broker, was assassinated and put on the priority assassination list, he must have been very talented. It seems he's about to deduce something. If we haven't heard of him since, the assassination must have been successful. How would Lee Si-jun benefit from Zamato replacing him? And so, he decides to investigate. For if he's still on the hit list, assassins will come calling, like moths to a flame. Perhaps he can find a way to weaken them. Furthermore, he plans to kill two birds with one stone. And since I'm also a broker looking for a dungeon, it's a win-win situation. Now that we're done here, let's prepare to leave the dungeon. Back in the real world, several people are talking in a car. Senior. Is it always this quiet around the gate? The senior found the question ridiculous and replied with some dissatisfaction. Monsters can't come out of the gate, so of course it's quiet. But once the dungeon's cleared, this place will be a madhouse. So rest up while you can. The senior player bluntly replies that it's not a matter of reason, but rather players fighting each other for items. This revelation shocks the younger player. They'll fight each other, the senior player wearily explains. Aside from the Salvation Squad, everyone will try to get as many items as possible, and worry about the consequences later. Now get some sleep, it'll be a while before we rest again. Suddenly, the junior points and stammers. Senior. That. Annoyed by his subordinate's chatter, the senior player snapped. Damn it. You're so annoying. Meanwhile, the junior player stammered, still in shock. The gate. The senior hunter looked in the direction the junior pointed, and they both saw Kim Gujin emerge, covered in blood, causing them to scream. It's a player. Doctors immediately appeared, eager to treat Kim Gujin. An A+ dungeon had been conquered. Tend to the wounded first. The noise irritated Kim Gujin. The players were emerging, and he needed reinforcements. Fast. Meanwhile, two gangs were preparing to fight each other for unknown reasons. Senior, there's a fight over there. Damn. How is this worse than last time? In the days that followed, news of that day was plastered all over the press news. Politics, economics, society, world news, 31 dead. And no one from the Skull Guild survived. Everyone's dead. The Daily News asks. Who defeated Boss Oxy? The dungeon reward vanished, and conflict erupted between guild members. News that enraged one man to the point of tearing up the paper. Why? Oh. G. Gritted his teeth. How could we not find the bastard who defeated Boss Ox? The newspaper headline read, Who defeated Boss Orc? An angry voice echoed. You expect me to believe this? The Li Ong Guild members kneel in a row on the ground as Ronan, their representative, looks up and makes a promise. We apologize. Sir, this all happened so suddenly. I can't guarantee it won't happen again. Why? Oh. G. Lowered his head, squinted, and asked how they planned to compensate him for his time, money, and disappointment. He slams his hands on the table, his words laced with threat. This isn't a charity giving you chance after chance. Why? Oh. G. Gritted his teeth, issuing an ultimatum. Bring me 5 times the investment within a week. When I give you an opportunity, you better seize it for your own good. From inside the mansion, a panicked voice cried out. 5 times. You want 5 times the amount. After Ronan's group left. Why? Oh. G. Turned to Kim Gugin and asked if he was being treated at the hospital, to which Secretary Kim quickly replied that they claimed he was injured in the dungeon this time. Why? Oh. G. Frowned at the answer, turning away. Indeed. None of them are useful. Injured in a first-floor dungeon, Secretary Kim hesitated, denying it. That injury, it wasn't caused by monsters in the dungeon. Why? Oh. Gee. Slowly turns his gaze to her. So, you're saying he was attacked by players from other guilds, is that information accurate? Secretary Kim begins to analyze the situation, saying that, while she could investigate the truth, she thinks it's better to trust him. Why? Oh. Gee. Stood up, slipped a hand into his pocket, and headed for the door. All right. Let's go to the hospital. That guy wouldn't be dumb enough to spread it around, would he? Secretary Kim followed him, replying, Yes. I've told him to keep quiet. Elsewhere, in a hospital, a voice instructed, Kim Gujin, focus on recovering. Namsang stood in the hallway, bowed to the person in the hospital room, and said to contact the association if he remembered anything. He turned and walked away, scratching his head, letting out a long sigh. This is a problem. How can I report this when he remembers nothing? He reached the elevator, the screen above displaying a downward arrow and the number 4. Namsang looked up, wondering why the North Youngwon faction would want Kim Gujin involved after something like this. As he stepped into the elevator, the doors of the adjacent one opened, and Youngwon emerged with Secretary Kim, catching Namsang's attention. The two of them arrived at a hospital room, and before Secretary Kim opened the door, Youngwon shared his assessment, judging by the behavior of the man who just passed by. Kim Gujin probably knows how to keep his mouth shut. The door to the room creaks open, drawing Kim Gujin's attention. Youngwon enters and asks, Long time no see. How are you feeling? Gujin didn't answer, only thinking to himself, So. They've come as clear. White droplets fell from the IV bag. Sitting in his hospital bed, Kim Gujin recounts. There's almost no information on the school society, but what I've heard is suspicious. He recalled what he had seen. I've confirmed they were involved in the Boss Rock raid. Kim Gujin glanced aside and continued. Being wiped out means another force stole the item. Details of a past battle flashed through his mind. Kim Gujin added that the last thing he saw was that they used the stealth of the silent hunter. Youngwon, sitting beside the bed, speculated. If it's stealth magic, I know it well. It can completely conceal the user, making it very effective. So they really were just luring players to Boss Rock. Kim Gujin lowered his head, his eyes darkening. Yes. If it weren't for the blood poison, I might have died there. If my attacker hadn't intentionally been poisoned by my blood, I might be... Youngwon, hearing this, remarked that I was lucky. At least the school are gone, so no one else knows what you saw. Kim Gujin asked him if their Phoenix Society hadn't gained anything, even though he had to be careful for a while longer. Youngwon frowned, gritting his teeth. Thinking about it just makes me mad at those school bastards. This whole thing was just a loss. He stroked his chin, secretly plotting. I can't let this go. Even if it's just to recoup the losses, I have to expose school. I got less from Kim Gujin than I thought. Youngwon slams his hands on the armrests, demanding. I know what you want. Kim Gujin feigns ignorance, asking. What do I want? What do you mean? Youngwon rises from his seat, telling him to drop the innocent act. He turns, stating with certainty, You must have been watching the players because of the Tan deal, and you're telling me this for a reason. Kim Gujin paused, then stated his request. In that case, I want to find someone. Youngwon, puzzled, asked, Someone, who are you looking for? Kim Gujin countered, asking if he knew of a broker named Onsei Chan, rumored to be highly skilled, but beyond his own limited connections. Youngwon repeats the name. Onsei Chan, how do you know him? Then he relents. Never mind. If he calls, just answer it. He and Secretary Kim turned to leave, when he suddenly spoke with a hidden meaning. He's an arrogant client selector. But you have to admit he's capable. Youngwon stopped in his tracks, casting a warning glance at the figure on the bed. And one last thing. This is just hypothetical, but you absolutely must keep this a secret. If word gets out, you're the only one in danger. Kim Gujin glanced up at the figure in the doorway and replied, Yes, I understand. The door slammed shut as Youngwon and Secretary Kim departed. He even left a promise. All right. I'll see you later. Kim Gujin simply bowed his head in silence. His feet hit the floor as he slipped into his slippers, thinking, So far, everything is going according to plan. They don't suspect a thing. North Youngwon knows nothing of the connection between the school society and the Messiah Society. Standing at the window, Kim Gujin muses that digging for information in that direction will draw Book Yongwan's attention to either Lee Sejun, the Divine Palace, or the sword. A satisfied smile crept across his face. Little did Book Yongwan know the wounds he inflicted would keep him busy for a while. While Book Yongwan and Lee Sejun are busy with their schemes, I can focus on developing my own strength. A black car speeds down the road, its headlights cutting through the darkness. As a voice echoes from within, even though the school association is so large, it doesn't have a business group backing it. Then there's only one possibility. Yongwan sat in the back, staring at his phone. Realizing that taking domestic products abroad would amplify their investment, he studies the red arrows on the map. Devising a plan, we need to investigate the black market connected to foreign countries. There, we can meet the merchants who deal with them. Yongwan looked out the car window, realizing this would involve companies cut from the same cloth as them. Kim Gugin leaves the hospital, reaching into his pocket, wondering if he'll be contacted soon, but not yet. Just then, his phone rang, and Kim Gugin thought to himself, perfect timing. He held the phone to his ear, and a voice came through. I've heard you want to make a deal with me. Kim Gugin realized it was Oh Se-chan, and replied, yes, I want to find dungeons. Se-chan stated that he needed to know Kim Gugin's abilities before making a decision, but refused to elaborate, saying he would send a detailed message. Then, the call was abruptly ended, and Kim Gugin received a message. The message read, clear out the Kobans. 1 floor. Dungeon difficulty C+. Maximum of 4 players. Entry requirement. Below level 28. Dataro break condition. Exterminate 100 kobolds. The dungeon's location P River. In Sansal District. Zhaogyang City. Gyeonggi Province. Kim Gugin confirms the details. They really let him pick the client, even though it's just a low-level C-rank dungeon. Using it as a test could really help me out. Meanwhile, in a bustling city district, a towering building displayed a multitude of colorful signs. Inside the room, Lazina pointed at the phone, curiously asking, Huang, who's the poor soul this time? The man sitting across from her replied, just another prospective client. Yongwan introduced him and gave me his number. Lazina sighed, closing her eyes. Huyen. What happened last time? Why are you doing this again? What if this person is after your life? Xe-chan confidently declares that even a truckload of mediocre fighters couldn't pose a threat. As Lazina leans back, reminding him with concern, besides, if he's working for Dr. Yongwan, he'd be even more ruthless. Hyung. Xe-chan refutes his guess, saying that if he were working for Dr. Yongwan, he would have made the deal himself. He walks to his desk and pulls open the bottom drawer, saying that if he can't pass the test, it won't matter anyway. If he wants to kill me, he just needs to be good enough. Xe-chan drops his phone into the pile, a thrilled smile spreading across his face. Because, if he's that capable, the phone clatters down among a pile of others as his voice echoes. Someone who can clear all the dungeons and end this game, that's what we need. Lazina's face lights up as she playfully points to herself. Hyung. How could you say that? It stings. If there's anyone like that, it's me. Xe-chan bluntly states that she's still lacking, causing Lazina to exclaim in disbelief. What about me? Hyung, he said, I'm only good at surviving. So taking on a dungeon alone is too much. Xe-chan smirks, saying he's already tested her with the dungeon, so they'll see how it goes. Lazina shakes her head, questioning if that isn't a bit much. Xe-chan stated plainly that it wasn't mandatory, so if she lacked confidence, she'd likely give up. Lazina clasped her hands behind her head, closed her eyes, and sighed. Hyung really has no business sense, but does he forget how quickly I burn energy? I'm starving, she says, prompting Xe-chan to retort. You just ordered a ton of food. What nonsense are you spouting now? Meanwhile, a pale yellow car slowly approached a massive pit, inside of which was a dungeon gate. Kim Gugin calmly steps out of the car, shutting the door behind him. He surveys the scene, wondering, a kobold dungeon. Doesn't he want to make money? He's making it too hard for the average player with such a massive dungeon. As he slid down into the pit, he thought to himself, it's only difficult for those who don't know how to deal with kobolds. Nearby, through a pair of binoculars, Jisoo reports, I'm near the dungeon at the Bow River. Yushan. Lowering her binoculars, she glances at her phone and informs the person on the other end that Kim Gugin is approaching the dungeon. Meanwhile, Jisoo's voice came through the phone's speaker to the two in the room. I'm starting the countdown. Xe-chan looked up, startled. What, he's already there? He picked up the phone from the table and asked the person on the other end. Such a hasty person. What preparations has he made? Jisoo replied that he didn't seem to be carrying anything special. And Xe-chan gritted his teeth, wondering if he was reckless or just plain stupid. Legina looked up and asked if he wasn't just a madman after all. But Xe-chan simply grunted in response. Legina scoffed, but then mused that perhaps he needed no preparation, for he was simply too confident. Xe-chan replied, maybe, but secretly thought, what if that confidence isn't just hot air? In a Japanese-style restaurant, someone laments that the Salvation Society still doesn't grasp the situation. Are they really all that impressive? In a room, a voice echoes, don't say that. Calm down. The Salvation Society's golden goose. He waves his hand dismissively, saying it's hard to predict what will happen in a dungeon because there are too many variables. It would be a shame to return empty-handed. But at least there weren't too many losses. The man sitting across from him repeated, not much, Noda Hajiro asked sternly. 5 of my disciples are dead. And you say the losses aren't great? Kim was taken aback by his attitude, stammering, no, that's not what I meant. Tsukahara Ken, who had been silent beside Noda Hajiro, finally spoke. Lee Se-jun probably already knows about our connection to the Skull Guild, which is why he gave us priority on the A-rank dungeon. Kim Da-hoon awkwardly cursed under his breath, realizing he misspoke. As Tsukahara Ken continued to speak, of course, it's impossible to predict what will happen in a dungeon. He frowned, asking if they expected him to believe their brains could outsmart them. Da-hoon's face betrayed his shock at their declaration this could not be easily dismissed. Immediately, he slammed his hands on the floor, bowing respectfully to them both. I am deeply sorry. I should have thought more carefully before speaking. Please, give me more time, and I will investigate the port thoroughly. Tsukahara Ken smirked, grabbing a bottle from the table. No need. We've already started our own investigation. Don't be so tense. Have a drink. Kim Deok-hoon's eyes widened as he realized something in Tsukahara Ken's words, and he raised his glass as Tsukahara Ken poured and explained. Even after all this, we're still allies with the Salvation Society. I just want you to see how offended we are. The glass overflowed, spilling wine onto the table. Tsukahara Ken glanced at the table, saying that allies could resolve any conflict with a few drinks. He suddenly asks an insinuating question about whether everything can be forgiven, and Kim Da-hoon's hand holding the glass begins to tremble, causing the wine inside to ripple. Noda Hijiro left the room first, followed by Tsukahara Ken, who left behind the words, of course, if we're still comrades. Kim Da-hoon, still holding his glass, dazedly replied, yes, that's right. As the door slammed shut, alone in the room, Kim Deok-hoon gritted his teeth, realizing he'd underestimated the leaders of Kyudo and Kendo, and now he needed a plan. A black car was already waiting in front of the restaurant, and Noda Hijiro asked the person on the other end of the phone, did you take care of it? What about Feta's losses? Listening to the report, he replied, okay, I understand. Once in the car, Tsukahara Ken turned to his companion and asked, is it as we suspected? Noda Hijiro crossed his arms and admitted, yes, it wasn't any of the assassins on the list, meaning it wasn't someone with known, exceptional skills. He recounted that the next target would be the Phoenix Society, leaving only them. Tsukahara Ken pondered, and Noda Hijiro added that if the culprit wasn't on the assassination list, then he belonged to an unknown faction, deliberately hiding his power for some purpose. Elsewhere, under a dark blue sky near the Kobo dungeon, Bum-Pum speculated that they'd have a few days of peace since players had entered the dungeon. Zeum, sitting on the sofa, asked him, what are you talking about? He went in there alone. He confidently predicted, I've never seen a player come out of there sane. He'll be consumed soon, and the gate will reopen. Zeum barely gets a few words out when a blinding light erupts from the pit behind him, shooting straight into the sky. Bum-Pum points, saying he predicted it perfectly. But Zeum turns back, bewildered, saying that's not it. The light from the pit gradually fades, and he stares at the scene before him. It signifies the dungeon's conquest. Bum-Pum cries out in disbelief. What you mean? Zeum raises his binoculars with lightning speed, realizing that dungeon couldn't be cleared even with the maximum number of people, as Bum-Pum tugs at him, calling out, Hyung. Zeum lowered his binoculars, annoyed, and asked, what are you doing? We need to find out where the Awakened is. Bum-Pum gasped, pointing. No. I think I found him. He pointed to a yellow car speeding down the road. There, as Zeum watched the car disappear into the distance, he cried out in despair, we're done for. In a city building plastered with signs, a booming voice echoes. Zeke, you're telling me you lost him? Sechan angrily rants into his communicator, saying they should eat their fill since they've been paid, and not to use their connection to him as an excuse for shoddy work. Across the desk, Jisoo calmly calls out to the ranting Sechan, tilting her head to reveal her missing ears. Sechan retorted, annoyed, letting Jisoo know that she hadn't paid them yet. She stood up from her chair and asked him if he hadn't told them they were his hometown friends. Sechan asks, confused, but we agreed to pay them. Jisoo confirms, no, they just came to help. Sechan crosses his arms, confirming one last time. Really? Jisoo looks at him. Yes. Instead, the foreman will treat them to drinks. Sechan shrugs, making up an excuse to avoid it, saying it's a shame because he's giving up drinking from today. Jisoo slung her bag over her shoulder and headed for the door, saying that, if it was Kim Gujin, he had nothing to worry about. Now, Sechan is curious, where did Andy go? Secretary Lee didn't answer, only saying that he'd be in touch soon if he intended to work with them. Sechan watched the departing figure, remarking on their cold demeanor. He flashes back to Jisoo clutching her backpack, sitting alone on the ground. Around this time last year, when he first met her, Legina returned with a pile of things from outside, asking what was wrong with Secretary Lee, saying she told her to eat something before leaving, but she just ignored her. Sechan sat down, closed his eyes, and said to just let her be. She probably had somewhere to go today. A second later, he glanced at Legina, adding that Kim Gujin cleared the dungeon in half a day, showing great promise. But when he saw the pile of stuff he was holding, he flew into a rage, cursing. How much money have you given to that convenience store? Legina continued to munch on her food, unfazed. Come on, boss. Don't make that face. Sechan ordered you to return it to them, or you're dead meat. Don't take away my precious snacks, Legina pleaded. Meanwhile, Kim Gujin's yellow car travels down a road with signs, and inside, he sits in the driver's seat, propping his head up with one hand, furrowing his brow in thought. Earlier, after conquering the dungeon, Kim Gujin climbed out of the pit and headed towards his yellow car. Arriving at his car, he notices a walkie-talkie and a note on the hood, raising his brow as he picks them up, wondering what this is all about. Back in reality, he reached for the object on the passenger seat, a walkie-talkie. So, they want to play games. Huh. The note read, if you return from the dungeon, contact us with this walkie-talkie. Work hours are 9 a.m. sharp. Kim Gujin remarked. This guy's pretty good. The red car was back in its parking spot in the basement, its headlights flashing brightly. Inside the car, Kim Gi-hun gripped the steering wheel, sweat beading on his face, cursing. Damn it. I can't just show my face to the boss like this. A figure flashed in his mind, and he wondered if he really had to ask Jiang Ji-hun for help. The phone in the glove compartment vibrated, its screen lighting up, accompanying the ringing. Kim Gi-hun held the phone to his hand and asked, This is Kim Gi-hun. What is it, suddenly? He shouted. Skull Guild who? The red car sped out of the parking garage as Kim Gi-hun said into the phone. Understood. I'll be right there. Meanwhile, at a bar, Young Won orders. Handle this quietly. As always, no need for explanations. Right. Across from him, Jung-hun replied. Yes, I know. Have you spoken with the person I need to protect? Young-won answered. Not yet. But now that we've discussed it, I will soon. Hearing this, Jung-hun decides to explain the situation to his subordinates. A plan Young-won agrees with. All right. All I need to do is keep him alive and get him out of there. I'll take care of the rest. Unbeknownst to them, a silent observer had been watching from the second floor for quite some time. Kim Ji-hun stared down below, wondering, what is Book Young-won planning? And how much does he know about the Skull Guild? Suddenly, a man approached from behind, asking, I wonder too. Young-won may have connections, but to know about the Skull Syndicate, Jong-man smirked, questioning his motives. He claimed he needed to know more about the Skull Association for his work, but he also said some strange things. Earlier, in a private room, Jong-man met with Young-won, who slammed the table and declared that even for Book Young-won, sharing information about the Skull Guild would be difficult. Young-won, sitting across from him, replied, You're being more cautious than usual. Very well. With a confident smirk, he asked, What if I told you I knew the secret of the Skull's deaths in that A-rank dungeon? Back in reality, Kim Ji-hun was incredulous, asking to confirm what he'd heard. He really said that. Sweat pouring down his face. He thought, if that's true, this is beyond what I can handle, and I'll be in trouble if I report it to the boss. So, Kim Jae-hun turned and looked down at the lower level. Who was that talking to Park Young-won? Do Mang crosses his arms? Introducing the man who has done a lot of business with Park Young-won in Huneong, and then glances down at him. He's a mercenary type, not tied to any one group, and willing to do anything for the right price. Meanwhile, in the lower seating area of Huneong, they bowed in unison as Park Young-won departed. Meanwhile, upstairs, Kim Jae-hun thanks the man beside him for cooperating with the Salvation Society and sharing this information. Jong-man calmly replies that the Salvation Society owes him a debt. Finally, Kim Jae-hun simply lowered his head, his face grim, and remained silent. Below, Jong-hun Neong returned to his seat. Just then, Kim Jae-hun approached him with an invitation. Let's talk. Jong-hun Neong looked up, realizing him Kim Jae-hun of the Savior Association. Kim Jae-hun sat down on the bench opposite him, interlacing his fingers. I don't know what you've heard from Park Young-won, but I have an offer for you, he said seriously. A job involving cooperation with the Guwon Association. Jong-hun Neong smiled, feigning ignorance, and asked, what are you talking about? Can you be more specific? Kim Jae-hun's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Are you really not understanding that I'm offering you an extremely profitable deal? This is going to take a while. Elsewhere, a black car stopped behind the white line at a red light, and Secretary Kim updated Young-won in the back seat. I've secured a public dungeon as you requested, but your methods seem different this time. Wouldn't it complicate things if you interfered directly? Young-won propped his head with one hand, staring at his phone screen, ignoring her. The Skull mercenaries have to act. Since I've stirred things up so much, and it'll probably be hasty and disorganized. Seeing Kim Gujin's name appear on his phone, he asks if the stage is set for the main actor. Now that the location and supporting cast are ready, back at the bar, Kim Jae-hun sat alone at a table near the entrance, biting his nails and wondering, what exactly is that bastard Young-won planning? Kim Jae-hun recalls what Jang Hun-young said. If he needed 5 people, including me, to protect him, he must be important. So it's him. He noticed the information Kim Gu-jin, level 16, phone X on his phone. Kim Jae-hun's mind was filled with doubt. He was on the list to enter the A+ dungeon, but there's no way he could stand up to the Skull Guild's veterans alone. This bait is so obvious. I don't know if I should take it. The next morning, a yellow car parked in front of a mansion's fence. Kim Gu-jin spoke into the radio from inside the car. I guess I passed the test. Right. The voice on the other end confirmed. Yes. Even faster than I thought. You were hiding your true abilities, weren't you? Without waiting for a response, he continued. Never mind. It's not that I doubted you or anything. Just personal curiosity. Kim Gu-jin explained. I only showed my abilities because you asked me to. The voice on the radio crackled. Understood. Anyway, you said you wanted to buy a dungeon. Right. I've put a list of dungeons I found in Locker 19 at Yusan Station. Take a look. And if you need anything, contact me. Understood. But I have some business to attend to, so I'll contact you in a few days. Xe-chan replied. All right. I'll be waiting. Legina sat suspiciously, wondering if her boss was really going to do business with him, and if his hunches had ever been right. Xe-chan smiled, turning to him, and retorted. Has your intuition ever been right, and isn't brokering a living made on risk? Over at Kim Gu-jin's, he lowered his head, looking extremely worried. You've caught Young-won. I find this a bit dangerous. You're asking me to be bait. Young-won admitted frankly. You understand correctly. Han leans his head, propping his arm on the chair, and says he doesn't know how their conversations turned into rumors, but it's only a matter of time before the Skull Association hears the rumors. Gu must be getting scared. But I couldn't care less. Kim Gu-jin lowered his head in silence as Young-won's voice echoed. Are you just going to sit there and wait to die? He reached out his hand, enticing him, saying, I've personally hired an elite team for you. So how about trusting me and going into the dungeon with them? Kim Gu-jin looks up at Young-won, asking, but isn't this still gambling with my life? Is there a reason we absolutely have to do this? Han gives a reason, saying he owes them a personal favor and can't rest easy until he repays it. Finally, Kim Gu-jin made his request. I understand. If that's the case, then there's no other way. But I want to raise. Young-won smiled triumphantly, thinking, he took the bait. Kim Gu-jin smirked knowingly, and Young-won snapped his fingers, signaling to someone behind him. No problem. Secretary Kim approaches, placing a brown paper on the table, explaining that they've prepared something for Kim Gu-jin. Young-won then asks if his survival rate would be higher if he were stronger. Kim Gu-jin glanced at the paper. Secretary Kim had slid over, realizing it was a skill seal. Time passed, and as he left the mansion, Kim Gu-jin pondered, feeling a sense of guilt. Before I returned, Dr. Young-won met with the Zamatu faction, and he gazed at the building with a sigh. Following the path of a degenerate traitor was a timely decision, but it doesn't matter anymore. Kim Gu-jin pulled the paper he'd received earlier from his leather pouch. Surprised that he'd been given this, he had less than he thought. Inside a stone cave, constant groans echoed through the space. How did we get so pathetic? At this rate, will we even pay off our debts before we die? Han, the leader, annoyed by the complaints, turned and shouted, "Shut your mouths and keep moving." He crossed his arms, reminding the others that the bastard, Bak Young-won, had gone easy on them, to which the first underling retorted that it was still too much. The second underling chimed in, equally disgruntled, "It's not our fault. And how are we supposed to know who it is? How much longer do we have to rot in this dungeon?" Han scoffed and turned away. Continuing forward, "I don't know either. If you have the energy, go kill some monsters." In the unnoticed darkness of the cave, a monster with razor-sharp teeth watches their every move. That evening, a train rumbled across the bridge above. As a car idled below, where a group of people had gathered, the man held the phone tightly to his ear, replying, "It's all prepared. Yes, I'll do it." He hung up the phone, the screen displaying the caller ID as Uncle Young-won. Young-won glanced at the man before him, asking if their only task was to deliver Kim Gu-jin, to which the man confirmed. Young-won smirked, glancing at the pile of money. "This seems a little light. Considering we're losing a valuable client, a little extra compensation would be appropriate." Kim Ja-hun assured him that he'd receive a substantial bonus upon completion, and that he could even find him new clients if he wished. Young-won makes another request. He wants to form a contract with the Salvation Society instead, and if he can do that, he won't need any extra compensation. Kim Ja-hun refused, saying he couldn't make decisions about the Salvation Society's interests alone. Young-won simply replied, "Understood." A moment later, Kim Ja-hun left in his red car. As Young-won's group bowed respectfully, Gata stands up straight, exclaiming that they've struck gold and will be rich after this, while a comrade behind him mutters that he didn't think there were people like this in the Salvation Society. Young-won smiled, saying that he's only human. Not everyone is Lee Se-hun. Gata turns and declares to the others that it's none of their concern. They just need to seize this opportunity and get paid. Elsewhere, the light fades, and a group emerges, declaring in the echoing space that the dungeon has been conquered. The man in the black suit rushed to the three figures emerging from the light as a voice cried out that all Skull Guild members had survived. Secretary Nam gasped as the Skull Guild members brushed past him, wondering, what happened to the Phoenix Guild members? Are they all dead? He was stunned, muttering to himself. They were all elite members from Pak Young-won's faction. Moments later, Secretary Nam seemed to snap out of it, turning back and calling out, "Sorry. Please wait a moment." He asked the Skull Guild members if they knew what happened to his guildmates. Secretary Nam pleaded with them sincerely. "At least tell me what happened, so I can inform their families. Please." The Skull Merchant's Hongjae paused. He pulled down his mask, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Oh, those guys, I chopped them into pieces so small, you wouldn't even recognize them." With that, Hongjae got into the car, and the black vehicle sped away. Matsumoto, in the car, reminds him over the phone not to forget the leader's orders, be careful and keep it quiet. Hongjae scoffed in reply, "I know already," as Matsumoto held the phone to his ear, saying, "This is Matsumoto. We just finished up, but why is there more?" On the other end of the line, Kim Ja-hun urgently commanded, "I've found the target. He'll be entering the dungeon at dawn. Get here now." Matsumoto's excited voice crackled from the screen. "And why should we listen to you?" Kim Ja-hun, threatening him, "There's no time. What will you tell the leader if we miss this chance?" Matsumoto reluctantly agreed. "Fine. We'll discuss the details there." He hung up, and a message arrived on his phone just a second later. The message detailed a goblin soldier dungeon. Floor 2. Difficulty D+. Maximum 10 people. Entry requirement below level 29. Completion requirement, eliminate all goblin soldiers. Meanwhile, at a luxurious villa, Lee Hongwan stood with his hands on his hips in front of a large window, deep in thought. So, there's a foreign faction in Korea. This will be a good opportunity as long as I use the Skull Guild correctly. He ran his hand through his hair, muttering that he'd always thought it was a waste of his talents to only operate in Korea. Lee Hongwan glanced at his gold watch, thinking that even if the plan fails and Kim Gujin dies, at least he'll have intel on the Skull Guild. Now, the time is almost here. Meanwhile, at a black tent, many people were waiting, and Kim Gujin silently observed them from a distance. Jong-hun is the first to spot him, waving him over. "Rookie, over here." He extends a hand, introducing himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Jong-hun." Kim Gujin nodded, introducing himself. "My name is Kim Gujin." Jong-hun greeted him warmly. "All right. Let's do our best to finish this tunnel." There was supposed to be another team, but it looks like they're running late. Just as he finished speaking, a white car sped up behind Kim Gujin, kicking up dust. "They're here," Jong-hun said with a smile. Emerging from the car were 4 members of the Skull Guild, masked in black, exuding an aura of mystery as Kim Gujin eyed them warily. He suddenly asks, "Excuse me, where is the restroom?" Jong-hun, hearing the question, offers, "The restroom, I was just about to go. Let me show you the way." A blue sign hangs on the wall, marked with the word toilet and a male symbol. Jong-hun leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and asked if he was the one they were supposed to escort. But Kim Gujin didn't answer, instead asking if they were the team Park Young-won had mentioned. Jong-hun straightens up, saying it's almost time, and they should talk more on the way. "As we move forward, those who come later won't know we're together, so we shouldn't be seen entering the dungeon together." Kim Gujin asks if he has to go alone, but Jong-hun assures him not to worry. They won't be far, and someone will secretly follow him. Gata continued, explaining that an ambush was likely at Wall 2, and fighting right away would make clearing the dungeon difficult. While Kim Gujin walked beside him, head down, lost in thought, Jong-hun reassures him with unwavering confidence, telling him to trust them and venture inside. He glanced at Gata and replied, "All right. I'll do as you say." Jong-hun grinned. "Good. You go in first. It'll look suspicious if we all go together." Without another word, Kim Gujin followed Gata's instructions and turned to enter the tent alone. Behind him, Jong-hun watched him go, a glint of cunning in his eyes, thinking, "This is more promising than I thought." Within the forest, massive trees grow close together, sunlight piercing through the gaps to illuminate the ground. In the clearing, the group split into 2 sides, Jong-hun and his men on the right, and the Skull Guild members on the left. A notification appears to reach the next floor. Kill the lone goblins to avoid the larger packs. Someone comments that the first floor seems more exploration-based. Jong-hun sternly instructs the remaining team members to split up and search individually, as the completion requirements aren't too difficult. Then, Gata points at Kim Gujin, saying that since he's alone, they'll send someone with him. Gingguk volunteers himself, and Jong-hun immediately agrees. "All right, Gingguk." Gata loudly ordered the others to hurry and secure the goblin as quickly as possible, then head to the second floor. Finally, the 2 groups split off, leaving only Kim Gujin and Gingguk behind. Before leaving, Jong-hun glanced back and gave a subtle nod, a signal that Kim Gujin returned in kind. He then glanced at the Skull mercenary group, thinking that the battle would begin on the second floor. Denma Chumoto closed his eyes and asked inquisitively, "Why not just take out Kim Gujin now? What if he dies and everything goes wrong?" Jae-hun simply explained that the men he hired would keep him safe. "There's no problem. A snag is when things don't go according to plan, and Kim Gujin escapes." Matsumoto then asks, his gaze probing, if he doesn't trust their abilities, which is why he's here. Jae-hun calmly denied it, saying there was no need to be so sensitive. That wasn't what he meant, while Gata silently added in his head that he was only there to clean up Jong-hun's mess after it was all over. Meanwhile, Jong-hun sits under a tree and asks his subordinate, "What is Kim Gujin up to?" "He's hunting brains and looks pretty good doing it." Chum-headed says, "He's using poison blood to pick them off one by one." Jong-hun stroked his chin, pondering. "Poisonous blood. Huh. Anything else, Chumhead?" Unable to understand, asked, "Why are you so worried?" Even Baldy seemed displeased. "You don't think we can handle one guy?" Jong-hun asks the 2 men. "No. It's because it's too easy that I'm suspicious." As he pushed himself up, he analyzed. Book Yeon-won and Kim Jae-hun aren't the type to throw money around so easily. Is Gingguk still following him? Someone asks. Yes. Why are you planning to go to him? Jong-hoon plots a scheme, believing that traveling together will earn their target's trust, making capture easy when he's off guard. Jong-hoon's group slowly ventured into the deep forest, passing scattered white bones. The henchmen turned to search, thinking he was just here. But where did he go? Jong-hoon made a guess. If he ran, there must be tracks. He scanned the surroundings, following the scent of blood, certain it was here. But where was Gingguk? Before them, several hyena corpses lay scattered on the ground. Jong-hoon spoke. Something happened here. He stared ahead, sensing something's not right. His subordinate, looking horrified, pointed and shouted, "Boss!" Over there, in the distance, Gingguk lay motionless in a pool of blood. Near him, Kim Gu-jin lay unconscious, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. Jong-hoon barks orders, telling his men to check on Gingguk first, while the others secure the perimeter as Minsik tends to Gingguk. The underlings immediately scattered to secure the area, while Kim Minsik rushed to Gingguk's side. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide with shock, as Gingguk, still unconscious, gasped, blood gushing from his mouth. Kim Minsik, drenched in sweat, cries out that things are not good. The neck wound is severe. Gingguk's eyes fluttered open, and he coughed violently as Kim Minsik barked, "Stay still, I can't stop the bleeding if you keep moving." Gingguk trembles, weakly raising his arm and pointing. Kim Minsik follows his finger to where Kim Gugin lies. Sweat poured from Kim Minsik's face as he said, "Remember your promise. We're not handing him over to Kim Gi-hun. We'll settle that later. Focus on survival first. We'll deal with everything else later." Standing at a distance, Jong-hoon anxiously turned back, asking, "What's wrong? What happened to Gingguk?" As Kim Minsik heals him with magic, he replies, "He's in critical condition. At this rate, he's a goner. Boss." Jong-hoon gritted his teeth. Wondering what had happened, they were on the same side. So a sneak attack was impossible. Wait, he suddenly recalled Kim Gi-hoon's words. This involves the Salvation Society. So be careful and make sure no one finds out. Jong-hoon realizes with a start he was planning to silence us all. Meanwhile, Kim Minsik emitted a burst of light, frantically shouting, "No more sleep spells. Man, Gingguk's losing too much blood." He announced that only my healing magic wouldn't work. Kim Minsik trailed off as a bone spirit appeared behind him. Sensing something, he turned to look, and the moment Kim Minsik's eyes met, the bone spirit's, it swung its arm down. A second later, dark red blood erupted from his body, splattering Kim Minsik's hands. The bald man, ecstatic at the sight, roared. Kim Minsik, while Jong-hoon, stunned, analyzed. They injured Gingguk to take out our healer first. They targeted the heller first, meaning they're experienced gamblers. He glanced at the shaved head. I think Kim Gi-hun tricked us. I should have been more careful of that suspicious request. Suddenly, a horde of bone soldiers emerged, surrounding the three of them. Meanwhile, on the Skull Mercenary clan's side, Kim Minsik reminded the others not to overdo it and conserve their strength. Hong Gi-dep steps close to a spirit orb, boasting that they know he's handsome, so they keep rushing at him. Kim Sik waved his hand dismissively. Nah. It's probably your awful stench. Next time, lay off the cologne before entering the dungeon. Okay. Hong Ji-so raised his arm, sniffing himself as he retorted, "What do you mean? Do you know how much I spent on this cologne?" Kim Sik calmly pointed behind him. "How many times have I told you? You idiot. These monsters have amazing senses. Look, your fan is rushing over again." A horde of dire monkeys charges from behind, but Hong Ji stands firm, confidently asking, "What's wrong with a warm welcome?" The spirit orb opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, saliva dripping slightly, but before it could bite, a hand reached out and grabbed its neck. Hongji grabs the spirit orb's neck with one hand, its leg with the other, and lifts its entire body up, his eyes narrow, flashing with a red light of murderous intent. Hongji swung his arms, tearing the hyena's body in two, as another lunged forward with its claws. As its claws came down, a fist shot up from below. Hongji landed a punch on the spirit monkey, its head exploding in a shower of blood. The spirit creature's body collapses completely before him, and Hongji, his face splattered with blood, glances to the side. There, a spirit orb stared intently, mouth agape, while elsewhere, sunlight pierced the towering trees, dappling the forest floor. Blood trickles from Huni's lips as he grits his teeth, spitting out each word, "You bastard. Why did you betray me?" Kim Gujin looks down at him. Me says betrayal, about to meet your ancestors and still not being honest. Kyung often said he was no longer surprised by players who only used their given powers for personal gain. But Mi's greed had crossed the line this time. Kim Gujin asked him, "You once said that everyone's value is different. Right?" Jong-hoon Aeong cursed under his breath. "So what?" Back in the past. A lamp cast a pale yellow light as a voice echoed through the room. "Why are there Salvation Society members here? What's so special about Kim Gujin?" Both Park Young-won and Kim Jae-hoon were interested in him. Jong-hoon Aeong smirked, explaining that he wanted to keep Kim Gujin alive, to ask him something. A subordinate in a cap felt indignant. If they weren't dealt with, their boss wouldn't be able to enjoy the hunt. Jong-hoon Aeong pulled down his sleeve, showing them the lined tattoo on his arm, saying, "You mean this, maybe next time. We're short on prey." The bald lackey excitedly pointed to a spot on Gata's arm. "You've fixed quite a few, haven't you? This one's from those 3 who begged us to save their lives last time." "Right." He excitedly says that the more requests like this, the better. Fixing up 3 kids earned them more than clearing a dungeon. Jong-hoon smiles wickedly, saying not all lives are worth the same, everything has a different value. Gata and his men turned to leave, his final words echoing, "We only kill if the price is right." Unnoticed in the rows, Kim Gujin heard everything, and back in reality, a sword appears in his hand. Now he's curious, unable to escape. Jong-hoon Aeong could only look up as Kim Gujin mercilessly struck, asking how much his life was worth. As he turned to leave, Jong-hoon's head fell to the ground. How much was it worth? That night, in a dark forest, Kim Gujin recalls speaking to the goblin. "So it's hiding in the same place as when I came to this dungeon in my past life," he coldly stated. "Let's head to the next floor." Kim Gujin added, "We shouldn't keep our skull comrades waiting." He then slays the goblin, and a system notification appears: "You have cleared the first floor of the dungeon." Suddenly, a pillar of light shoots into the sky, catching Jaehoon's group's attention. As the others exclaim, "The first floor is cleared, how is that possible?" Jaehoon turns back, thinking, Honey was supposed to signal if he found the goblin. Matsumoto asks suspiciously, "This wasn't your plan, was it?" He muses that the first floor was completed unexpectedly, and it seems they've moved on to the second floor to ambush them. The group rushes towards the pillar of light as Jaehoon frowns, thinking, "Damn it. Did they figure out my elimination plan, to be betrayed first?" Of all things, Kim Gujin stood before a colossal gate, gently touching it before pushing it open. Light from the other side flooding his face. The system displays, transporting to the second floor. Cut to a company building, where Secretary Kim speaks up unexpectedly. Items. Most players buy a lot when preparing to enter a dungeon. Eon Won, sitting in his chair, asks, "Is there a problem?" Secretary Kim reads the report. "He bought a large number of test tubes, which I found odd." She said she knows blood, bodily fluids, skin, and monster parts are worth a lot. But there's nothing of value in the dungeon he's going to. So she's reporting it to you. Eon-won frowned, saying, "Buying collection tools while using his life as bait. What is Kim Gujin thinking?" Meanwhile, in the forest, Jihoon's group slowly approached the gate. Matsumoto says they've likely reached the second level first and are lying in wait. So we should be prepared. Hongjae patted Jihoon's shoulder, saying they finally get to have some fun thanks to someone, and they should show Long some gratitude. But inwardly, he was annoyed, thinking about that bastard in Hunyang. "You'll pay for embarrassing me." The entire gang grips their swords and slowly enters the gate. The system announces they're being transported to the second floor, as the gate emits a blinding light. But deep within the lake, a monster with eyes shut suddenly opens them wide, a fiery red. As if awakened, Ma Jungmo looked surprised. "What, I thought they'd rush us as soon as we appeared. But I guess not." Hongjae stepped forward and cut the rope at his feet. "Did we scare them all away?" Sensing danger, Han paused for a moment as a barrage of arrows flew towards them, which Hongjae deflected with his bare hands. The arrows shatter, releasing blood everywhere, splattering the others. Hongjae stares at the blood on his hand, asking what it is. Blood. They stared at the blood on the ground, asking each other what kind of dog this was. With test tubes attached to the arrows, one of them picked up an arrow, wondering to himself, not understanding at all, that it was a perfect opportunity to attack. Hongjae complains about the stench, as Kim Woo-jin appears, apologizing for the smell, saying he thought this level of stench would suit him. Hongjae shouts, demanding to know where Jung-han is, and accuses Kim Woo-jin of betraying them. While Jaehoon calls out to Kim Woo-jin, Kim Woo-jin frowned, thinking, as expected, this guy still thinks I'm in cahoots with the Hoonyeong. He sneers, asking what I mean by leading the charge, knowing I'll fix up Jung Hoon-hyung and his crew after this. But I didn't expect you to follow us all the way here. Kim Jae-hoon of the Salvation Society. Kim Woo-jin said, never mind that. This isn't the time for idle chatter. Machimoto quickly sensed something was wrong with the lake behind him. Something was headed his way. A colossal divine bird emerges, targeting a blonde member of the group, and swiftly decapitates him. Hong Jae stared in disbelief. While Jaehoon was horrified by what had just happened, a divine bird strides ashore. The unfortunate man still clutched in its beak. As Machimoto turns to Gu-jin and screams, "You dog! What have you done?" He picks up a vial of blood, saying the red stuff coursing through you all came from that goblin. Gu-jin smirks, saying it's also the favorite snack of the divine bird soldiers. And since he went to the trouble of preparing so much sauce, they'll naturally become a feast for the birds. Machimoto roared, cursing him as a bastard, and charged furiously at Gu-jin. Hong Jae turned to him. Machimoto, hey, don't leave us behind. Machimoto immediately raised his sword to attack Gu-jin, who blocked the blow. He yelled, I'll gouge out your eyes and shove them up your ass. He taunted, keep running your mouth. Suddenly, Gu-jin noticed something. Looking at the pattern on Machimoto's sword, he realizes it's the swordmaster's blade. Gu-jin stares him down, saying that he thought Mai was just a regular soldier, but he's actually the sword leader's disciple. Machimoto is shocked and asks, what? He stammered. How did you? Jaehoon frantically looked around. Where's the honeycomb team? Kim Woo-jin isn't the problem. He stood there, pondering, even with only 4 of us left, we can still clear this dungeon. But Hong Jae blocked the god warrior's gaping maw with his axe and roared, what the hell are you doing? Kim Jaehoon, he shouts, asking for help. As Jaehoon frowns, thinking about how honey appears just as their forces are scattered, the godly warrior stood tall before them. Jaehoon thought, the ones who will die are us. The clash of swords echoed with a chilling sound as Machimoto asked suspiciously, how did you know? Gu-jin retorts that he was just guessing, but it seems he guessed right. Machimoto flies into a rage and slashes at Gu-jin. Well, you raised your sword to block so easy to anger. I must admit, I have a knack for getting under people's skin. He probably thinks I'm no match for him in swordsmanship, but he's dead wrong. Gu-jin suddenly bit his lip as Machimoto drew his sword back, ready to strike. He slashes his sword, forcing Gu-jin to jump back to evade. Machimoto glares at him. Gu-jin then spits a mouthful of blood, which lands squarely on Machimoto's face. Sensing danger, he retreated, cursing under his breath. Machimoto wiped the blood from his face, spitting out insults, you lowlife. Spitting blood on my face. A notification appears you have been poisoned. Stamina continuously decreasing. He grits his teeth, thinking, I have to kill you. To you dog. This is it. Machimoto twirls his sword, raising it high as immense power gathers within the blade. Gu-jin was surprised. Remembering Jun and Ken's stories of the Butcher of Azure Light's special skills, Machimoto pointed his sword to the ground, then unleashed a sweeping strike towards Gu-jin. The system announced, Light Slash. The Light Butcher's skill is targeting you. He focused intently to block the blow, but Machimoto's strike left a cloud of dust in its wake. He was faltering, exhausted. He still couldn't fully control it. The burden was too great. Machimoto gripped his sword tightly, realizing he should have taken him alive. Suddenly, Gu-jin was right behind him. He turned in shock, thinking it was impossible for him to have dodged that. Gu-jin unleashes a flurry of attacks on Machimoto, who can't believe that an unknown could evade his full power blow. His eyes widened as he coughed up blood, and Machimoto recalled his past, when he was practicing his swordsmanship on bundles of straw. Exhausted, Machimoto collapses, realizing he could only use his master's technique once with his current abilities. As Ken approaches, declaring he's finally learned it, he said that, but the dog still shouldn't use it in actual combat. His hands are already trembling after using it just once. Ken points at him, saying that high damage means a huge drain on stamina and a massive burden on the body if he uses it in a real fight and the opponent knows that weakness. He's done for. Machimoto seemed to want to argue, but Ken had foreseen this, saying that there would be those who wouldn't fall after the full power blow, and when Dog was exhausted after the attack, Gu-jin swung his sword, slicing Machimoto in two. Ken's words echoing in his mind, "The dog will die." Matsumoto finally falls, uttering that he has met his match. As Hongjae cries out, and the divine warrior seizes the opening, striking him head-on, Hongjae slams into a tree, the force of the blow so great that he coughs up blood. Jahoon thought to himself, "They call me a disciple of the sword master. But why are they all so useless? Besides, none of the Hundiong have shown up yet, so I don't have a chance to shine." Finally, Jahoon decided to call a truce, saying they didn't need to fight to the death. He told Woojin that it would be better to call a truce and focus on clearing the dungeon. Otherwise they'd all become monster chow. Woojin retorted that he shouldn't worry about him. He panicked, blurting out. What Woojin retorted that with them gone, he'd be even more free to clear the dungeon. Jahoon is shocked, wondering what that is, as an ethereal hand emerges from the ground. An entire skeleton army slowly emerges. The system announces the Bone Warrior's summoning, and Woojin scoffs, asking why he should trust him after he just called for his demise. Jahoon's eyes widened as he stared at him. Poisonous blood and now necromancy. Why wasn't any of this in the report? A towering figure loomed behind him, and the divine lizard opened its massive jaws. It lunges, but Jahoon narrowly dodges the attack, only for the bone wyvern to reposition behind him. Jahoon covered his face, bracing for the end, but the divine beast couldn't attack. Jahoon opened his eyes in shock as Hongja charged at the lizard's tail with his kite, yelling, "Guardian dog of the Salvation Society, you have time to beg for alms, but not to escape." The divine warrior seizes the chance to escape, constricting Hongjae with its tail until he's within its grasp. It glares intently at him, unafraid. He shouts back, "Let me go. You stinking lizard, your stench is making me sick." The divine lizard tightened its tail, while Jahoon just stood there. Thinking he'd be saved by faith and hope, he looked up at it, calculating. Damn it. What to do? How to escape this situation? Jahoon grits his teeth, realizing he can't defeat the lizard, and makes a cowardly decision. Retreat is the best option. Jahoon turned to flee, deciding to play the hero in hiding until the dungeon was cleared. He turns around, buying time to plan his next move. Survival is the top priority. He can't die here for nothing. As he fled, he sensed something. Jahoon turned back, thinking. Something just brushed past. A skeleton swordsman pierces the lizard man's neck, and he gasps as a skeletal spirit appears. The system announcing the lizard man warrior is infected with blood poison. Jahoon stared in disbelief, wondering how a skeleton could move like that, almost as skilled as a high-ranking player. The skeleton soldiers quickly regroup around the lizard man, and what's more, there are 5 of them, not just one. Wait. If Kim Woojin is this strong, he realizes that Woojin must have altered the dungeon's mechanics, which explains why they haven't appeared yet. The sacred beast opened its sharp jaws, revealing the mystery of why the Skull Guild members died in that A-rank dungeon. The beast's tail rose high, and the truth was revealed. Jahoon sweats, knowing he must escape and report back at all costs. But why the lizard man warrior is hot on his heels? Why is it ignoring the skeletons to chase him? A skeleton steps in, slashing at the lizard warrior's legs with its sword. It stares wide-eyed at the skeletal soldiers. And then, the lizard warrior collapses. The system announces that due to the poison blood effect, the lizard god warrior's power is continuously decreasing. Jahoon cheers, thinking it's defeated. But the lizard god warrior slowly rises. It cast its sharp gaze upon him, and Jahoon thought in horror, "It's still not down. What is it made of?" And then, the lizard looked at Jahoon, sending shivers down his spine. He thinks in a panic, "No way. Why is it only targeting me?" As if the skeleton soldiers are completely invisible. Jahoon scrambled away as the skeleton soldiers attacked the lizard, while Gujin casually watched, as if he'd lured the lizard out to make the battle easier. He looked at the man and said, "You probably don't understand what's happening yet." Gujin casually added, "When people are still relying on levels and items to conquer dungeons." He recalls a memory from the past. My Sen holding a handful of mud. She complains, annoyed. "Why do I have to smear this stuff on myself?" Jordan replied that he wasn't sure of the details, but he'd heard that the fallen god warriors had very poor eyesight. He pointed to his eyes playfully, saying that they obviously had to disguise themselves and take advantage of that. Jordan called out, "I was right. Wasn't I?" "Ha Kim Gujin," Gujin smiled back. "Not really." Back in the present, Gujin wondered, "I wonder if they're okay." The god warrior reached out to grab Jahoon, who thought he couldn't keep running like this. Gujin stood before Jahoon, and, for some reason, the divine warrior seemed to only target players. He sprinted toward him, Jehun aiming for Gujin, he couldn't take this alone. He looked at him with contempt as a skeleton stepped in to block Jehun. He leaped into the air. Jehun swung his sword wildly. You think a skeleton can stop me? He leaps over the skeleton. But Jehun's eyes widen in surprise. There's another one. A second skeleton ambushes him. And Jehun falls to the ground. His eyes widened as he looked down. And the mask he'd been wearing shattered. The skeleton stepped aside after striking. And he collapsed to the ground. Utterly paralyzed. The lizard man soldiers gave chase. And one slammed into him head first, sending him flying as Gujin watched. His face impassive, Jehun crawled on the ground, cursing his leg, and turned his head in horror toward the lizard. Luckily for him, the skeleton soldiers stabbed the lizard and brought it down before it could finish Jehun. He thought gleefully that they had killed it. And he was safe. Gujin calmly approaches, thanking him for distracting the lizard. He coldly states that it's time to clean up. Jehun hesitates, asking what he means by cleaning up. Suddenly, he screamed, begging him to stop. To negotiate, what did he want? Just to be released from this dungeon. Gujin pointed behind him, saying, If you want to be saved, ask the one behind you. Not me. Jehun turned around, exclaiming, What? The lizard warrior is still alive and well. And Gujin says, You must be curious why it's only targeting you. He points to its eyes and says, Those eyes function like a thermal scope. Clearly, in the lizard's eyes, Jehun's living body emits heat, so it has no interest in the cold skeletons. He stared in horror as the lizard leaped onto him. News outlets reported the discovery of a new A+2 level dungeon, and articles flooded the internet. World news. The dungeon's boss is a horned viper. Newsflash: the monster everyone in the world was playing against has given up. The rattlesnake dungeon the Cane Guild has already given up. On TV, an anchor delivers a special announcement from the Phoenix Guild. Breaking news: the Phoenix Guild refuses to participate in the new dungeon. In the guild leader's living room, Secretary Kim and Eon Wan watched the news. She muttered, lamenting the terrible timing of this news. Just as they planned to conquer a 6th-floor dungeon, Secretary Kim scrolled through the news on her tablet, saying the public's opinion of the Phoenix Guild has plummeted, just as she predicted. The public is throwing stones at the guild, acting like rats fleeing a monster, and abandoning the new dungeon. So much for their heroic pronouncements. Cowards. I knew it. The Phoenix Guild is terrified. Now the only ones we can trust are the Salvationists. Eon Wan frowned, saying, What good is listening to these complainers? We need to focus on that 6th floor. The TV continued the news broadcast. Breaking news. The Salvation Association announced they would need more time. An official statement from the association. Breaking news. The Salvation Society is postponing their dungeon entry. Or rather, an emergency announcement. As this is a matter of great importance, we will attempt the dungeon conquest after a period of thorough preparation. Online, the public clamors with comments like, We can only trust the Messiah Guild. Comment 11. The goddess Park Shin-hye has spoken. Comments poured in. If you're Korean, support the Savior Guild, and I'll wait. We're counting on you. Savior Guild. Comment 12. Elsewhere. Seok scans the comments online. So even the Salvation Society is postponing their involvement. Gina ate her noodles as she spoke. Of course, it's not called the Serpent of Death for nothing. France, the US, Japan. It's been 2 years since it first appeared, and there's still no significant information about it. He excitedly adds that no player has ever survived hunting it. When that thing appears, the dungeon's difficulty level is just for show, and it's appeared in our country, and there's still no information about it. He pondered. The people blindly trusting the Salvation Society. But could their announcement truly be without ulterior motives? Suddenly, Cheon realizes something and continues browsing online. Wait. Could it be? He smirks. Look at these bastards. He asked the man across from him what he thought would happen if all the guilds simply delayed entering the dungeon. Gina looked up, replying that the fearless will gather, but they won't stand a chance. He chewed his noodles and said that after a while, the government would want to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible, and other countries would open their dungeons as well. Xi-Tran continued scrolling, then said that, simply put, they'll be raiding dungeons on a large scale, and if someone appears at that moment and defeats the serpent, Gina replied that he would be extremely famous. Or wait, are you saying that the Salvation Society is intentionally stalling for a reason? Ziorin cautiously says he isn't sure, but given their level, and then he shows him the tablet with the Salvation Association's data analysis. Delaying the dungeon sweep is definitely for a reason, and the longer it's left, As people's fear grows, so does the number of items in the dungeon, and whoever can defeat the Thorntail will gain both wealth and fame. The system announces that he has earned the title of Lizard Warrior Hunter, and will receive skill rewards and level up. The skeletal soldier stabs the lizard warrior, finally bringing it down. The system announces that the poison blood skill has been upgraded. The skeletal warrior summoning skill has been upgraded, and the messenger of hell has granted you a portion of their power. Gujin approached the lizard man, noting that the battle was much easier thanks to the lack of body heat from the bone soldiers, but he realized he was now involved with the Salvationists. Gujin saw his reflection in the basilisk warrior's eyes, knowing his freedom would soon be limited, and glanced at a nearby skeleton. Gujin picked up Machimoto's sword, thinking he'd deal with whatever came next. The system displays information: a sword forged from armored tortoiseshell. Rank unique. Level requirement 20 or higher. Extremely difficult to destroy. Effect: physical damage 109. Strength increased when equipped. Level requirement 20. 20% increased damage with each strike. He frowned at the sword, once belonging to a master swordsman. Its effects weren't bad at all. Gujin handed the sword to a skeleton, who respectfully accepted it. It's yours now. He walks past the skeleton, who contemplates the sword in its hand, the blade reflecting its hollow eyes. Gujin approaches Machimoto, saying, "Now then, let's talk." The system announces the activation of the Eye of Anubis skill. In the real world, a pillar of light shoots into the sky, and a guard shouts that the dungeon has been conquered. An employee rushes over, asking what about the others. Gujin, hands in his pockets, replies that everyone except him is dead. The frantic employee presses, What do you mean? Can you be more specific? I need to write a detailed report for the association. Just write that the divine warrior was much stronger than anticipated." "Excuse me," he called out loudly. "Mr. Kim Gojin." He stepped through the rooftop door and took out his phone to talk. "Yes. I handled it as you instructed. As Park Young-won predicted, one of those targeting me wielded a unique sword that once belonged to the leader of the Way of the Sword." Gujin continued. "As you know, the leader of the Way of the Sword was a core member of the Salvation Society and the head of the Yamato School. The Yamato School of Japan. Surely that's the main base of the Skull Association." He glanced to the side. Gujin looked at the TV in the room and said, "Besides that, I couldn't find out anything else. But if you give me some time to investigate further, there may be new information." "Okay, I'll be in touch." He opened the door and left. Gujin's eyes still glued to the TV, the back of which had indeed been bugged. Gujin casually strolled onto the rooftop, hands in his pockets, then turned back to the door with a smirk. Not long before, Machimoto had met with a man from the association at a cafe. "Filming me, don't you trust me?" the man quickly replied. "No. Of course not. We're just being cautious, because you'll be in contact with someone the association has their eye on." He said, "I've installed it behind the TV. I'm just giving you a heads up." Machimoto pulled up his mask and replied, "Okay." Gujin smirked, thinking that the skull bastards were about to dig their own graves. Wondering how they would deal with Park Young-won, the phone in his jacket pocket vibrated. It was Park Young-won speak of the devil. He tells him that he's heard the news, that everyone but him is dead, and asks what he has to offer in return for his luck. Gujin replied that he couldn't find any important information because he was focused on staying alive, but he might know where the Skull Association's real headquarters are. He got into his car, and Young-won excitedly replied, "No. Come to my house tomorrow. I want to hear all the details." Gojin agreed. "Okay. See you tomorrow." Gujin starts his car. His destination, Yushan Station. Locker number 19. He sighs, remarking on how cautious this blanket sleeper is. Gujin opened the locker, realizing he was likely a target himself, then looked down at the contents: a list of dungeons. He hoped this list wouldn't disappoint him. Gujin took the documents to his car to read. Never expecting this level of detail, he wears a look of utter surprise. No wonder even the Salvation Society shunned him. Gujin turned the pages, reading and pondering, impressed by both the quantity and quality. Recalling information from dungeons he'd explored back in the Salvation Society, he realizes something. So, that's where the rain came from. He's not being hunted down for no reason. Suddenly, Gujin noticed something. It was a page detailing the albino deer god's proof. The proof of the white serpent god. Floor 2. Difficulty A. Maximum of 8 people. Entry requirements: between level 30. Completion condition: collect the mark of the albino god. Completion reward. Some skills. Titles. Gujin couldn't help but admire him. He didn't expect him to have this, he pondered. There wasn't much information about the albino god's trial, and even he hadn't found its origin or any information. Gujin mused, wondering what was inside, suddenly clenching his hair. He realizes he must find out on his own. Reaching for the walkie-talkie, he knows this is something only Lee Sejun knows. A clue to bring him closer to the truth. Gujin stared at the radio. Determination, hardening his gaze, he would conquer this dungeon, no matter the cost. The walkie-talkie crackled to life on the other end, and Yonguan listened as Gujin spoke into it. Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me? This is Kim Gujin. He dissolved into a sinister smile. Kim Gujin. Finally our first deal. In the morning, Gujin drove to the guild headquarters as promised, where Yonguan, reading a newspaper, questioned him. So, you're saying the Hunyan and Skull factions are taking each other out? Gujin replies. Yes. There's a pretty strong one among the Skull Guild members. He explained that, based on their swordsmanship and equipment, they were definitely connected to Japan. Yonguan nodded, saying that Japan also had several factions with considerable influence. He slammed the newspaper on the table and said, once we're done with this dungeon, I'll have to look into this. The newspaper reports that North Yonguan of the Phoenix Society is attacking the 6th floor dungeon. Can the Phoenix Society conquer the 6th floor dungeon? The Prime Minister held a discussion with North Yonguan. With his arms crossed, he told Gujin that after surviving twice while the Skull Guild was wiped out, they'd be watching him closely. Yonguan tells him to refrain from acting alone until he returns. And Secretary Kim reports, after glancing at her tablet, that the money has been transferred to Kim Gujin's account. Yonguan tells him that's his compensation, and says he'll contact him after dealing with the dungeon. Gujin bowed his head in thanks, then left headquarters and headed to his car. A triumphant smile spreading across his face as he imagined Park Yonguan's return from the dungeon. He recalls the bug behind the TV. Now those bastards know Park Yonguan is backing him. They'll focus on him, not Gujin. Gujin got into his car, thinking, let's see how Park Yonguan reacts after crawling out of that hole. Reaching for the radio, he thought. Everything's ready now, except that warning about not acting alone, in what appears to be a warehouse. Inside a container designed as a living space. Jisoo is on the phone, reporting. Preparations are complete. Sir. But I don't know if Kim Gujin will. She turns to the person next to her at the table. Do you agree with this? Xe-chan replies on the other end of the line. Don't worry. If there's a problem, I'll talk to him. Gujin approaches the container as Jisoo confirms. Yes. Understood. He reaches for the door, but stops, hearing voices inside. Jisoo tells the other person in the room that Lee Jinna told them to get ready, but he retorts, annoyed, that she should call him sir in public. He even said, how many times have I told you I don't like being called Mr. Lee Jinna? It sounds like AX. What if someone thinks I'm that? Hearing the name, Gujin thought, Lee Jinna, of the Phoenix Guild. Could it really be him? He pushed the door open and stepped inside, finding Jinna and Jisoo already there. Gujin glanced at her. Jisoo matter-of-factly states that a supervisor will accompany him since he chose a dungeon unsuitable for his level. She presents the contract, instructing him to sign if he agrees. You can ask me anything you need clarified. Gujin looks at the person sitting across from him, thinking, Lee Jinna is immortal, players can't be killed. He thought to himself, when I was a hound for the Salvation Society, he escaped me twice. A third chance never came, and now he's involved with those damn wagons. Gujin sat down and said, this is the first I've heard about needing a supervisor. But to sum it up, I have to go into the dungeon with this Lee Jinna. Right. Jinna glared at him, annoyed. Hey. My heard me talking to Secretary Lee A. Gujin retorted. My apologies. Would you prefer to be called, hey? He was hit where it hurt, and snapped back. You think this is funny? My heard everything. You jerk, you dare look down on me, Gujin eyed him, thinking. Still as hot-headed as ever. Then he spoke up. Okay. Forget that. Can I talk to the foreman? Jisoo pointed to the walkie-talkie, saying he could use it. And Gujin picked it up, asking if anyone could hear him. Xe-chan responded on the other end. Yes. What is it? Don't you like the supervisor who's about to go with you? Gujin replied. That's not it. He voiced his concerns. What if the supervisor died in the dungeon? He couldn't know what would happen inside. Gujin frowned, thinking, is this guy threatening me? Xe-chan burst out laughing, telling him not to worry, that he was more than capable of protecting himself. Gujin frowned and replied seriously. Understood. Just then, Gina appeared beside him. He roughly snatched the walkie-talkie from Gujin, and Gina began her lament to Z-chan. Boss, I think our new client is crazy. If the dungeon doesn't meet his expectations, can I just take care of him? He flares up. Are you out of your mind? I told you to eat moderately in the office? Gina retorts that a bowl of udon isn't enough. She needs 10,000 calories a day. Quit your nagging and buy some cooking oil from Etude. A liter has 9,000 calories. Now, turn off your radio. You're wasting the battery. Gisu scratched his chin, cutting everyone off. So, we're decided. I'll lead the way to the dungeon entrance. Gujin replied. Yes. Please. The group left the room, and Gina immediately laid down the law, don't try anything funny. He retorted, annoyed, saying he wouldn't tolerate anyone with ulterior motives in the dungeon. Of course, no one has ever escaped him, Gujin thought, based on what he knew in his past life. He wasn't lying. He smirked. Never expecting to meet the immortal Lee Gina here, his luck just keeps getting better and better. He'll be extremely useful. Gisu looked out the window, talking on the phone. Yes. They just left. But are you sure it's okay? She worried if my Lee Gina wouldn't return. With a solemn tone, Jie declares that Kim Gujin will be considered an enemy as well, and in the forest. A pillar of light erupts. A system notification appears. Attention. To advance to the next level. Eliminate 111 demon wolves. Gina, still in her armor, gestures and says to Gujin, you had your fun teasing me, didn't you? Now I'm going to do my best. No matter what. He looked incredibly pleased, thinking, 111 demon wolves. Let's see how. My handle's that. I'll just sit here, sip my tea, and wait for Mai to beg for my help again. And so, Gina sat down on a rock by the tree, saying, begin. Gujin just stared at him, speechless. Gina opened his inventory and casually pulled out a snack, already pitying Mai. Can't do it alone. Huh. He took a bite and said, well, I am a benevolent man. With unwavering confidence, Gina said, kneel and beg for my forgiveness if you want my help. And maybe, just maybe, I'll decide to lend a hand. Gujin silently watches Gina, thinking that perhaps he received the blessing of the river Styx. Only those who accept a mighty gladiator as their guardian deity can obtain that legendary skill. Gujin realizes that even with a severed head or pierced heart, the man is immortal and cannot be killed. He ignored Gina's boasting and turned to leave, perhaps thinking himself incredibly lucky to have an immortal body. But he hasn't met me yet. The system announces the skeletal warrior's summoning, and Gina suddenly stops eating, looking utterly surprised. A skeleton appears and bows respectfully before him. Gujin glances back with a smirk. I'll show you that immortality is just a joke. A ferocious roar echoes as the skeleton swiftly defeats a wolf with its katana. Gina remarked confidently that Ku was a good fighter, asking what his name was. Bone. He replied that he used to wonder, but now he understood. Before them lay a pile of wolf corpses, all slain by the skeleton alone, Gina declared. This was why he could raid dungeons solo. He finally had to take the matter seriously, still finding it hard to believe despite witnessing it firsthand. Gina recalled the skeleton's massacre of the wolves, a clunky skeleton she'd thought was a burden. Yet it wielded a sword like a pro. Not only that, the higher his level, the more skeletons he can summon. He glanced at Gujin, realizing that becoming this guy's enemy would be extremely dangerous. As Gina watched him walk away, she couldn't help but think, just as the boss predicted, he's no ordinary person. He scratched his chin, thinking, I need to report this to the boss as soon as I get out of here. Gujin turned back and asked, how was it? Startled, Gina quickly replied, not bad at all. Looks like you don't need my help. He closed his eyes and said, I'll report the results to Sei-chan after this is over here. Gujin replied, okay. Gina's eyes widened as she exclaimed, easy. He stood up and asked, did I hear that right? Did you just disrespect me? A dark energy emerges behind him, quickly noticed by Gina, and the system announces the summoning of bone warriors. An entire legion of skeletal soldiers appears. Surrounding her, he smirks, asking, these cute skeletons seem a bit on edge. What did you do? Gina is surprised, wondering how there are 5 skeletons. Gujin scratched her chin, mocking him. What was that you said earlier, that you'd sit back and watch if I didn't beg you to take down the flag? Gina chuckled, scratching her head. Why do you say that? I was just kidding. He replied, of course. I was just joking earlier. It's my fault. I didn't mean to test you. Gina slowly approaches him, then suddenly lunges forward. That's right. I told you. Gina tries to kick Gu-jin. My bad. You bastard, he says. As Gu-jin smirks at him, Gu-jin quickly grabs Gina and throws him to the ground. As light shines down on the forest, Gina, lying on the ground, looks up and exclaims, Huh. Gu-jin stares him down, saying he targeted the summoner instead of the skeletons. A good effort. Gina quickly sits up, as if he'd foreseen everything. This bastard has been hiding his personal skills until now. What was his purpose in approaching us? Was it me? Or the vice captain? He sneered, saying, I don't care what you want. You won't get anything from me. I keep secrets well. Unafraid, Gu-jin orders his men to surround him, or so he thinks, as he frantically yells, You dog. Let me down. The bone soldiers all point their swords at him, and Gina is frozen in place, unable to move. Finally, Gu-jin decided to tie Gina to a tree, much to his annoyance. As he yelled, Let me down, Gu-jin looked up at him from the ground as Gina raged. How long have you had me up here? He flailed and shouted. Give me food, food. Are you trying to starve me to death? Gu-jin then cut the rope with his sword, sending Gina plummeting to the ground, who immediately said, All right. Give me a chance. Get ready, Gina asked, confused. What Gu-jin replied. I've shown you my abilities. Now it's your turn, he asked, bewildered. What are you suddenly talking about? Gu-jin coldly stated that he would use him as bait so his sea-bone soldiers could strike, and then he would be freed. But Gina stubbornly retorted that he wouldn't do as he was told. Gu-jin tightens the rope binding him. Oh, you don't want to? Then how about another round up there? Gina fumes, thinking, this bastard is insane. Against his will, he reluctantly agrees, saying, You're right. I have no objections. After all, I'm a top-tier tanker. Everyone, get to work. Gina lures the wolves, and I'll punch them to death. But more wolves are coming. They're swarming Gina. He punched and cursed. Why are there so many? Before long, the entire pack of wolves, nearly dozens of them, pounced on Gina. He can only raise his hands in desperation as a wolf lunges at Gina, but it catches a scent, turns, and faces a skeleton ready to strike. The skeleton raised its hook high, and the skeleton soldiers sliced through the wolves. One slammed into a tree, another was sent tumbling. Gina unleashes a burst of power, sending the wolves that pinned him flying. Gu-jin, watching from the sidelines, scratches his chin, observing the wolves being dealt with one by one. Gina was also fiercely punching the wolves, his fists covered in their blood, panting as he stood amidst the scattered corpses. Gina, catching his breath, glanced to the side as the system notified him that he had leveled up. Looking up, he saw Gu-jin standing casually on a high branch. He stares intently at Gina, remarking that he's not quite as good as he was in his previous life, but not too far off. He figures he'll be very useful soon. The howls of wolves echoed through the forest as Gu-jin leaped from the tree and wiped himself off, while Gina, utterly exhausted, was swarmed by another wave of wolves. Gina glares at Gu-jin, furious that he won't let him rest for a moment. Then, Gina kicks a wolf to death, while another is sliced to ribbons by a skeleton soldier. The other bone soldiers slashed at the wolves, while Gina, exhausted, panted heavily, wiping the blood from his face. Suddenly, a wolf gnaws at his leg, causing Gina to sigh in frustration. What's this? There's still one left. With that, he kicked the wolf away. It released his leg and tumbled towards a nearby skeleton. Hey bonehead, here's one for you. As if understanding, the bone pot eliminates the wolf, triggering the announcement, the first level is complete. With that done, Gina crouches down to talk to the skeleton, telling it that they're being overworked because of the wrong master. He glared at the goblin leaning against the tree, saying, Unlike some people, you guys are working way too hard. He raised his hand and said, So, give me 5. The skeleton stared at him with its hollow eyes, then turned and walked away, leaving Gina utterly humiliated. He roared. How dare a mere skeleton ignore him? Gina reached for its head, but the bone spirit dodged. He's furious, saying, Auntie, you're dodging me, besides ambushing me. What else can you do? Come on, let's settle this once and for all. Gu-jin watched him carefully from a distance, noting how different he was from what she remembered in her past life. He thought, a powerful being fighting the Salvation Society head-on with an immortal body. Lee Gina was one of the strongest beings he had to acknowledge. In reality, Gina is arguing with the bone soldiers. You really won't let me touch you. Gujin recalls his past life, his fighting style of harming himself to take down his opponent, maximizing his immortal body. The girl muses that even she hesitates to approach him because of his self-destructive fighting style. But looking at him now, there's no trace of that past malice. Something must have changed him. I have no memories of Osachan from my past life, but it seems the two were extremely close. Perhaps Osachan's death awakened the Lee Gina of the past. Gujin concludes that if Osachan had survived, the Salvation Society would likely have strayed from its previous course, and then he stopped. Continuing to observe Gina, who glanced back at him. He wasn't sure of the man's intentions, but Gina recalled what had just happened. He always brought just enough so that even if she was overwhelmed, she wouldn't die, he thought. It couldn't be a coincidence that the next wave always arrived just as he recovered. This isn't just monster and dungeon analysis, it's the understanding of every detail of every problem. This isn't just the ability of a high-level player. Gina narrows her eyes, reluctant to admit it, but he surpasses her in every way. Gujin approached Gina, praising her efforts and suggesting they descend to the second floor. Surprising her with the claim that it would be easier than where they were, a notification appears teleporting to the second floor. As usual, a pillar of light pierces the sky. Gina sighs. I'm tired enough to die. He calls out to Gujin, saying he's been working like a dog all day and deserves a break. While Gujin pulls 4 tubes of blood from the closet, Gina wondered what it was, as it didn't look like medicine. And Gujin asked if she was confident in her running speed. Confused, Gina asked what he was talking about. Without a moment's hesitation, Gujin smashes the tubes of blood on the ground. Gina looks around in confusion, asking what he's doing. He smirked, saying they better start running for their lives. A howl echoed in the distance, and Gina immediately turned to look behind her. An albino Risa rises from the ground, its eyes glowing and jaws snapping in his direction. Gina says angrily, I haven't even had a chance to relax yet. In the real world, Se-chan reads a newspaper, noting things are about to get busy. As the headline reads, South Korean government approves foreign guilds' participation in A-rank dungeons with spiked tails. He muttered, even though I foresaw this happening if the Salvation Society withdrew. Still, Se-chan looked up at Jisoo and asked, how long is the list of foreign societies participating? Holding her tea, she replies that they gathered the information this morning and are comparing and analyzing it. He replied that there was still time before Gina returned, but to hurry things along, prompting Jisoo to ask if something had happened to Gina. Back in the ruined tomb, with rocks flying everywhere, Gina was running for his life, thinking to himself, the Rizaz thunders after him, and he wonders why he's the only one being chased, while skeletal soldiers follow behind. Hacking at the Rizaz with swords, Gina glanced back, realizing he was just bait this time. He slowed to a stop, then turned to face the colossal Rizaz. Gina gritted his teeth in frustration, wondering how this was any better. He vowed to beat Guggen to a pulp if he ever got out of there. The Rizaz tries to bite him, but Gina blocks its jaws, while Guggen leisurely observes from a high branch, letting out a puzzled sound. Dust fills the air as Gina braces herself, struggling against the Rizaz with all her might. Gina smirks, telling him not to drag this out. As a skeleton soldier with a sword rushes towards Rizaz from behind, he smirked, saying, let's end this. As the skeletal soldier, with the sword, prepared to strike the Rizaz, and it lands a precise blow on the monster. The system announces albino Rizaz is infected with hemolysis. Seizing the opportunity, the other bone soldiers leaped forward, stabbing their swords into the beast, and a notification appeared. The blood poison had reached its maximum level. Gina observed the skeleton soldiers, thinking they were like elite troops, each meticulously trained. Normally, Kilaiton repair soldiers, bribed by others, are only used to attack or stall for time. But the system announces that albino Rizaz's stamina is constantly decreasing due to hemolysis. The monster writhes in pain, lashing out with its tail, but the bone soldiers easily evade each blow. Rizaz stared intently at a skeleton soldier, its red eyes wide. But despite them standing right in front of it, Rizaz looked away. Gina wondered in surprise. What, it can't see them? So it's only chasing me. He looked up at Gujin in the tree. What magic did Kim Ujin use? He remembered his words run away quickly. Gina's eyes widened. He knew it all along. Rizaz immediately landed a painful blow, so powerful it made Gina's eyes widen, before throwing him into a tree, shattering it in two. Gujin watched as Gina and the tree crashed to the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Amidst the smoke, Gina quickly rises, gritting his teeth against the pain, hand pressed to his side where he was struck. The system announces that the Styx River Blessing skill has been activated. Gina stands tall, wiping blood from his mouth, as Gujin smirks, knowing the injuries will soon heal. He slowly approached Rizaz, who was drooling at the sight of him. Gina gritted his teeth, cursing the wasted calories, and began to cast a spell on his hands. Gina then summons 2 gauntlets to punch his enemies, immediately rushing forward. He draws his right hand back, putting all his power into this punch. Gina then punched the Rizaz, its eyes widening as it looked at him. The punch made the Rizaz dizzy, and it fell to its knees. The skeletons immediately pursue, one latching right onto Rizaz. Gina is horrified, thinking they see him as nothing, just like their master. The bone soldiers stabbed Rizaz in both sides of his hip, causing him to scream out in agony. The system announces that hemolysis has spread throughout albino Rizaz's body, as a third bone soldier leaps into the air, striking the Rizaz's head. The skeleton soldiers deliver the final blow, piercing the monster's head, and the albino Rizaz falls. Defeated, Gina sighs in relief as the system announces that she has leveled up. With that done, Gujin leaps from the tree as the system announces the albino Rizaz Hunter achievement. The reward is Caterlock, and the skill Hemolysis has increased by 1 rank. The skeletal disease skill has ranked up, and the emissary of the dark world admires your ruthlessness. The emissary of the dark world will bestow upon you a portion of their power. Notification: 50 ghouls eliminated. Level increased. Ghoul Hunter achievement acquired. Still not enough to gain the attention of the dark world's representative. He looks up. Now, we begin with a system notification. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe to the channel for more updates. Please subscribe to the channel for more updates. Subscribe to the channel for notifications. Subscribe to the channel for notifications. Subscribe to the channel for notifications. He looks up. Now, we begin with a system announcement. Please subscribe to the channel for notifications. Subscribe to the channel for updates. Subscribe to the channel for updates. Subscribe to the channel for notifications. 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 Kim Woo-jin. It's all over. Let's get out of here, Gina urged him, wondering if there was anything else. But Woo-jin quietly said that there was still one very important thing to do. Woo-jin quietly says there's still one important thing left to do. As he touches Ryuzan, he runs his hand along Ryuzan's body, measuring it. Woo-jin says, "About this big." Huh. He then slashed horizontally with his sword, leaving a gash across Ryuzan's body. Woo-jin slices it open and reaches inside, finally obtaining what he sought. He pulled out a brightly glowing egg. "You have discovered the albino divine egg. You have cleared the dungeon." Woo-jin held it in his hand, lost in thought. The Salvation Society hid whatever's inside this egg so well. Now I finally have a chance to find out what it is. Gina suddenly spoke up, now remembering that the condition to clear this dungeon was to find an item. Right. Wasn't the condition to clear this dungeon to find an item? He frowned, having forgotten after being tossed around all day. And what do you intend to do with that thing? Woo-jin uses the hilt of his sword to smash the egg. Gina exclaimed in surprise. So rough, you don't even know what it's for. And you already smashed it. The egg package falls to the ground, and something glows inside. The egg package falls to the ground, and something glows inside. The egg fell to the ground, and something inside glowed. Woo-jin wondered if it was a skill scroll. He crumpled the paper and gritted his teeth. Curious. Gina asked, "What the hell is that?" Inside the egg was a skill scroll. Woo-jin glared at it, cursing under his breath. The paper detailed the power of Apophis. Its requirements: Messenger of Hell, level 1 or higher, with the effect of resisting all toxins. Woo-jin wondered, how could that guy's skill be here? He thought of the Poison King. The Poison King, who toyed with all kinds of poisons, yet was never harmed by them, thanks to the power of Apophis. Woo-jin recalled his crimes. A villain who shamelessly stole what he wanted from others and then brutally poisoned them to death. He recalled a time when the Poison King's brutality peaked, and the Salvation Society vowed to punish him. Woo-jin remembered that many members of the Salvation Society, including himself, joined the subjugation team, but too many fell in that campaign. He thought of one person, Poison King, the Poison King, who played with all kinds of poisons, yet was never harmed by them thanks to the power of Apophis. He thought of one person, Poison King. The Poison King, who played with all kinds of poisons, yet was never harmed by them thanks to the power of Apophis. He thought of one man, the Poison King, a man who toyed with all kinds of poisons, yet was never harmed by them, thanks to the power of Apophis. Woojin remembers his crimes, a cruel villain who stole what he wanted and brutally poisoned his victims. He recalls the past, when the Poison Monarch's brutality peaked, and the Salvation Association vowed to bring him to justice. Woojin remembers that many Salvation members, including himself, joined the subjugation squad, but too many fell in that campaign. His eyes widen as he thinks. Even now, he clearly remembers each comrade who died from that bastard's poison, the albino god egg. He knows nothing more than that the Salvation Association once possessed it. Woojin stares at the egg, thinking, I couldn't have acquired this skill anywhere else, and there's no way the Poison King could have mixed it in. He frowned. The only remaining answer was that the Salvation Society gave it to the Poison King, turning him into a villain so they could become saviors. Gritting his teeth, he wanted to tear the skill, scroll to shreds. Lee Sejun, the man who showed him that his comrades' sacrifices were just stepping stones for him. Woojin decisively tears up the scroll, declaring that the days of others being used as stepping stones are over. System notification. You have received the power of Apophis, allowing you to resist all types of toxins. Woojin thought of one person, Lee Sejun. I will make you pay with my own hands. His face was filled with rage. Gina nervously glanced at Woojin, wondering why his mood had suddenly changed. He was the only one benefiting. After all, after a moment, he spoke. Let's get out of here. Gina looked at him, utterly bewildered. I really don't understand him anymore. They teleport back to the Tenor Corporation room. Gina eagerly reached for the bag on the table, expecting a treat from the thoughtful Sejun, but to his dismay, it contained only 2 bottles of water and a phone. Gina, frustrated, yells, You stingy old man. What is this? 2 bottles of water. What am I supposed to do with that? Elsewhere, Sejun scratched his ear, glancing at the radio on the table, wondering who was talking about him. Sejun smirks, impressed by Woojin's speed. He picks up the radio and says, Even if it wasn't a difficult dungeon, you cleared it in under 3 days. Anyway, how does it feel? Woojin replies, Not bad. More importantly, what's going on outside? Sejun moves his hand to the computer mouse and clicks a few times. He opened the news sites and replied that there was still no news about Park Young-won's forces entering the 6th floor dungeon. However, it's been announced that the Great Old Ones and the Vanguard Front, 2 of the world's 5 largest guilds, have decided to form an alliance. Sejun also mentioned that a dragon hunter caught a golden dragon in a 5th-level dungeon. Woojin pondered. A golden dragon when the first one appeared. People only cared about its hide. Its hide is incredibly tough and heat-resistant, and they expect that armor made from it will open new horizons for players. He thought about it, but it was the golden dragon's fluids, not its hide, that changed history. At first, no one knew its true potential, but by chance, its ability to remove seals and curses was discovered. Woojin recalls Sejun stabbing him with his sword, the very same sword that was unsealed using the golden dragon's fluids. He muses that its value is beyond expectation, and he must acquire it before someone discovers its true potential. Sejun speaks through the radio, saying that's the only big news from the last few days, and asks if he needs to know anything else. Woojin replied that it was enough. The man continued, saying he would get the details from the supervisor, and that there was a dedicated phone there for contacting them. He picked up the phone, and Sejun instructed, It's much safer since it can't be eavesdropped on. And Jin-A, don't go anywhere else. Head straight back to the office. Hearing his name, he bristles, asking for a little leeway, wondering whose fault it is he's being treated like a gopher and then released. Sejun retorts, saying that as his boss, he'll reward him with a bowl of rice, so he should get his butt back here immediately. Jin-A then stood up, snatched the radio from Woojin, and said, All you do is point fingers. 1 bowl isn't enough, make it 10. He left the room, and Jin-A glared at Woojin, thinking, Please don't tell me I'm stuck with this jerk for the foreseeable future. Woojin returned the glare as Jin-A slammed the door in frustration. The next morning, at the office, Jin-A slumped on the sofa, lamenting that she hadn't had enough sleep. Why are you making me work so hard first thing in the morning? I already submitted the report yesterday. He held the documents in his hand and said, I called you because of that report. We need to speed up the plan. He placed the documents on the table. Read this. Jin-A complained. What's so important that I can't even eat breakfast? He was suddenly shocked, pale, and clutching the document in his hands. He stammered. "Are you kidding me? You want me to go in there alone?" The document states Sand Rattlesnake. Floor Level 2. Difficulty Rank A+. Capacity 99. Entry Requirements. Below Level 35. Completion Condition: eliminate the asp viper. Completion reward unknown. Additional information: a total of 58 Koreans and 41 foreigners have confirmed their participation. Annoyed, Xe Chan says, "Why are you yelling? No one said you had to go alone. Of course you'll go with someone capable." Jin-A scratched her chin, asking, "Relatively capable? Huh. An A-rank dragon hunter? Or a special agent? Don't tell me it's Lee Se-jun. But he's too high level to enter a 2-story dungeon. Who else is pro enough besides you but under level 35, Xe Chan said smugly. How could you forget Kim Woo-jin? Jin-A broke out in a sweat. Kim Woo-jin, I don't want to go with that psycho again. He throws a fit. I told you yesterday. Besides his skills, he's definitely crazy. There has to be some camaraderie. But that guy has personality issues. He even used me as bait for the monsters. Jin-A says with her eyes closed that she'd rather starve than work with him again. As Xe Chan reaches into his bag, thinking he'd be grateful if she did, he then pulled out a voice recorder. Playing back Jin-A's words, the kind of teammate she needed was someone who wouldn't get in the way during a fight. Her voice resolute. She declares she doesn't care about personality or whether monsters invade people for personal reasons. No. So, ability is the most important thing. If you find someone like that, bring them here. But there's no way he's stronger than me. Hearing that, the guy turned pale. Wait. Boss. Xe Chan smirked. Does the name ring a bell? Jin-A rubbed her head in frustration, complaining that he even had the time to record it and keep it until now. How underhanded. He put away the recorder and said that he'd signed them both up. 2 big pieces of bait. Jin-A panics, asking if he's already registered, and then questions what he means by bait, staring at him with suspicion. That night, at the ocean outskirts ruins, Gu Jin was polishing his sword, running his hand along the blade. Gu Jin then took out his sword and wiped the blade with a cloth, noting the damage and deciding it needed proper storage before turning to his briefcase and snapping it open. Gu Jin wondered. Xe Chan. Is there anyone else like him? Who are these schools trying to kill? I want to meet them. Early morning. At the office, Jin-A asks Xe Chan if Hyung Nim has any room left in that monster's dungeon, now that the government has opened its doors to foreign dignitaries. Meanwhile, Jisoo approached them with a briefcase as Xe Chan confidently stated that he and his secretary had everything prepared. Jin-A wonders if getting a spot for her and Kim Woo-jin will be difficult, given the priority for foreign awakeners, and asks if Hyung spent money this time. The door to the room creaks open, and Xe Chan, looking towards it, asks if they really had to spend money. He asked Jisoo if she just got back and if everything was handled, to which she presented the briefcase. Yes. I've finalized the dungeon agreement with Russia and delivered the items you requested to Kim Woo-jin. Jin-A exclaimed in surprise. Russia. Jisoo calmly replied, the mask you ordered has also been made. Jae-chan smirked. Good. You've done well. Social media reports. Audio comics. Sports. Weather. Society. Politics. 41 foreign players confirmed to participate. News. 99 players recruited. A world first. Can they clear the new dungeon? In Nonson's Sin Pang Ri, a sign outside a meeting room reads, Rio Mokos of Russia. As Jin-A irritably squeezes her mask, cursing the damn thing, he lamented how inconvenient this was for eating and drinking. Jin-A picks up a piece of bread, glances at her companion, and asks, Kim Woo-jin, or rather, Isaac, are you okay? Are you stuffing your face because you're nervous? Jin-A chewed and said, anxious. I've never known the meaning of the word. As Isaac, Woo-jin quietly took a bite of his pastry and said, I guess so. My legs are shaking. How can this bastard be so calm when he's never been in a dungeon like this before? Speaking as passiva, Jin-A asked if he was nervous, saying she'd asked around. So why was he so tense? He replied that, of course he was nervous. Jin-A reassured him, telling him not to worry and to just trust her. Woo-jin stared at the screen, thinking he couldn't believe this had fallen into his hands. With tears in her eyes, Jin-A tells him not to forget to buy her meat after all this. Since they're fighting as a team, he warned him not to pull any strange stunts like last time. Understood. Isaac reads the item's stats on the screen. Picture Reaper Mask. Legendary item. Usable from level 1. This is the Picture Reaper's Mask. allowing you to contact and effectively control the undead monster you are attuned to. When used, magic power increases by 10%, and magic recovery also increases by 10%. He's impressed that Sei-chan has this. The night before, Woojin received a call from Sei-chan. "I heard all about your dungeon performance. Would you like to join the Needle Snake dungeon raid?" He replied, "We'll see. It seems dangerous to just jump in." Sei-chan burst out laughing. "So you don't want to go in so easily." "I knew it. I heard you controlled skeletal spirits pretty well." Back in reality, Woojin pondered. The king of the undefeated, coveted even by Johann Josh. Yet he couldn't obtain what was now in Woojin's grasp. He pondered, never having seen what the man used, and unsure of its power. But then, Legina interrupts. "Hey. Kim Gu, I mean. Ajax, are you even listening to me?" He gives a slight smile. Clearly, the time to eliminate the messiahs has been moved up. Then, a staff member opened the door and called out, "Mokuzgai players, please prepare." He placed his hand on his knee. Together, they leave the room. Woojin, contemplating the Picture Reaper's mask, determined to test its limits on the first floor, as the dungeon system announces that to reach the next level, they must survive for 5 years. The other conquerors cried out, "What? A survival mission, damn it. The worst." Everyone was swearing, and some were groaning in despair. Gina, clad in Spasiva's armor, spoke up, "A survival mission, seemingly requiring only that we survive for the allotted time. He says that means the number of monsters will be enormous, making survival itself difficult." Gina turns to Woojin, asking what to do. But he replies that, "Test, we'll see." Gina wondered. "Test?" He shuddered, remembering being surrounded by wolves. "Not again." Gina despaired. "Is he going to make me do that again?" He sulks, saying, "Don't you remember what I said? Test again." Seriously, Woojin replies that, if they get a new item, of course they have to test its performance. And Gina claps her hands in excitement, saying that they have to test it. Woojin turns and says they should move to a quiet spot in the forest first. The system announces that a Kele soldier has been summoned, and a small skeleton appears before them. Gina cheerfully greets it. "Hi there," he excitedly exclaims. "Look, it even comes with armor." He approaches the skeleton and pokes it. "Hey, get out of the way. Are you trying to pick a fight again?" Woojin retrieves a mask from his inventory and puts it on, prompting the system to display its information. Picture Reaper's mask. Item rank legendary. Usable from level 1. This is the Picture Reaper's mask, allowing you to contact and control the undead monster you're bound to, increasing magic power by 10% and magic recovery by 10% when used. The screen displays that he's achieved the title of Picture Reaper. Woojin thinks to himself, just increasing magical power isn't bad either. This thing. Suddenly, he saw a thread running down from above, connected to the Skull Kid's head. Woojin couldn't help but wonder. A thread. That thread started from his blood and shot out from his finger. Woojin is shocked as the system announces a connection, his eyes widening. A spark flashes, and he opens his eyes to see Gina grabbing his head. Declaring she's caught him, he ruffled its head with amusement, asking, "What's wrong?" But the bone doll suddenly glared and shouted to take his hand off. In her Spasiva form, Gina is shocked to discover the Keleton soldiers can talk. The little skeleton moved awkwardly, its limbs flailing in a chaotic manner, prompting Gina to ask, "Why does it move so strangely?" After a few steps, it collapses to the ground, and he shouts, "Is it dead already then?" Gina touches it with her foot. Woojin, as Isaac, irritably says, "Hey, get your foot off," as he contemplates. Staying silent isn't as easy as I thought. In the distance, a group wondered, "Jeonjun, what's our plan? Wait here, or scout ahead and return." Jeonjun replies that, with so many monsters, they can't move carelessly. He glanced around and said, "Let's observe the situation here for a day or two. Everyone else is gathering here, so joining forces will increase our chances of survival." The group glanced at the other factions, wondering if they were thinking the same thing. Jeonjun adjusted his glasses, smugly thinking that there was no force as influential as Messiah Ariel in this dungeon. In a situation like this, it always benefits those with brains, and Ryu must convince them to make us the focus of the hunt. As night fell over the forest, Gina lunged forward with a polite punch, knocking the head clean off an orc. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "Is that all? I was so worried about this survival challenge, but it's just counting heads of these weak monsters. Seriously, I'm way stronger than this." Behind Gina, The skeleton soldier cleaves through two orcs, sending them collapsing under its blade, and Gina's face visibly falls. He clicked his tongue, watching Gujin control the skeleton soldier. Thinking that he was just a worthless monster, Gina recalls what happened just minutes before the skeleton soldier began to move erratically. Struggling to walk at first, it stumbled and fell, but soon began to run. Now, the skeleton soldier is moving with incredible agility, its movements lightning fast. Gina stares as Gujin buys fingers. Skeleton soldiers were already tough to deal with, and now he's controlling them directly. He gritted his teeth, saying, "Isn't this too unfair? The one fighting is in danger, while the other is leisurely buying things. How foolish." Suddenly, he noticed something behind him. A much larger skeleton soldier has been summoned. The system announces that a skeleton soldier has been summoned. Gina stared in disbelief at the massive creature, wondering if he could even use summoning skills in that state. Gina thought to herself, she could use her skills while connected to two skeletons, but the mana consumption would be tripled, and she wouldn't be able to use poison. Meanwhile, the small bone soldier asked how he was doing. He crossed his arms, annoyed, and said that when talking to someone, you should at least look at them. Gina clenches her fist, feeling strange that the bones are ignoring her. Does he need etiquette lessons too? Guggen is now clearly challenging her. Oh really? Gina stares ahead as Guggen removes his mask, looming behind him. So, are you satisfied now? He asks. Gina whipped around, startled. Jesus. You scared me, Guggen asked. So, how's your body now? He chuckled, waving his hand, and replied, alert enough to educate those who don't know how to be polite, not talking about you. But the monsters, Guggen replies, relieved. Good. Then let's officially begin. Gina cries out, confused. We've killed tons of monsters already. What are you talking about? Confused. He asks what officially starting means, and what the snails were for. Gina chimes in, stammering about her anemia. Then he began to groan, complaining of sudden dizziness. Suddenly, a sword was pointed at Gina. He was beyond frustrated, and Guggen joked that he heard he was anemic and was planning to give him some iron. Gina protests, saying that iron supplements shouldn't be administered by sword, but Guggen calmly replies that it's still iron entering the body. He angrily retorted, how can you say that? Guggen, controlling the bone soldier, said, you look much healthier now, so your anemia must be improving. I was planning to add some iron. He turned and walked ahead, saying there was much to prepare, and for her to follow him, driving Gina crazy as she wondered what she'd gotten herself into. Before them stood a leaf chain tree, which was then felled to the ground with a crash as Guggen and Gina worked tirelessly to cut it down. He looked at him, wondering what Kim Ugin was thinking. He came to the dungeon to chop trees, not monsters. Meanwhile, on another front, a goblin was charging forward. A group of conquerors are all chasing after it. Ron, get in the middle. Ron moves in as one of the men strikes the monster down with his sword. A veteran hunter slays several goblins. On the third day in the dungeon, at dawn, the group of conquerors are still enthusiastically hunting monsters. An old man wondered why it was so easy, saying a survival challenge shouldn't be like this. Right, Ron, standing next to him, replied that it was strange indeed, with so few monsters. He glanced around, saying this is supposed to be an A+ dungeon survival challenge, but instead of being chased, we're too comfortable. This won't do, even if it's risky. We have to explore a bit. Finally, Gujin and Gina use trees to create a barricade. The system announces that his levers have increased, and the representative of the underworld is pleased with his progress, sending logs as a reward. Gujin, in Isaac's form, holds the paper and wonders. It says, Sir Kelatan Warrior summons absorption requirements, representative of the Dark World. Levers absorbed above 20. Effect strengthens Sir Kelatan soldiers, increases the number of summonable soldiers. The higher the rank, the more effective the skill. He looks at it and smirks. Then Gujin decides to tear up the paper. The system announces he's acquired the Sir Kelatan Warrior command. Gujin stands on the fence, calling down, take it easy. Jinha, as Spasiva, asks in surprise, huh, why all of a sudden? He tapped the wooden fence and said, this spot is fine. Why do we have to move? Do you know how much effort I put into this yesterday? Gujin jumped down and said that the situation had changed, so they had to revise their plans. Jinha asked in confusion, what situation? Did some terrible monster appear? Gujin smirked, looking behind Jinha. At the glint of an orc, he approached and touched it. The system announces that Skeleton soldiers have been summoned, leaving Jinha in utter shock. He stares at the newly summoned skeletons in disbelief, exclaiming, "What?" Jinha asks. "Weren't you only able to summon 6? Gujin turns and says that was true a moment ago. Then, smirks, adding that things are different now. As a figure darts through the forest on another front, Jeonjun looked back in alarm, then ordered his teammates to change direction. "Everyone, this way." They looked around at the horde of monsters, exclaiming in surprise. "Orcs." Jeonjun turned and asked how many there were in total, then pushed up his glasses, thinking this wasn't a battle, but a massacre. Who could it be? "I thought I'd recruited all the strong ones. Did I miss someone?" Suddenly, Jinha points. "Jeonjun. Down there, we found something else." He glanced in the direction he was shown. Jeonjun followed Jin Hong, asking, "What is it now?" He was immediately taken aback by the sight before him, a massive wooden structure at the bottom of the hill. Undoubtedly the work of Gujin and Jinha. Jeonjun marveled at the maze, then leaped onto the wooden wall to observe. He and his comrades gazed down into the labyrinth, filled with heaps of monsters. He looks on in shock. A wooden maze to trap the monsters. Jeonjun looks into the distance, noticing a large number of corpses. He turned back to the maze, but it paled in comparison to what lay within. Jeonjun wondered who had devised this plan, a method unlike anything he had ever seen. Sweating profusely, he pushed up his glasses, realizing this was how they'd managed to survive so comfortably for days in a survival challenge. Meanwhile, Gina admits her miscalculation, realizing she must involve all the remaining players. Defeating them with traps is so easy. And though it's not her preference, she's fine with it, he lamented. "Why do we have to move? This is exhausting." Guggen replied, "Are we supposed to do exactly the same thing?" He patted a bone golem on the head, saying they wouldn't need it anymore, explaining that their firepower had been increased, and traps or mazes were a waste of time. Gina excitedly says that direct hunting will be faster from now on, and that's what a real fight feels like. Of course, Guggen suddenly summons a sword. Seeing this, Gina thought he was going to do something to him, and grabbed his leg, saying, "Okay, this time, I'll show you my true power." Guggen said, "Because I'm going first," Gina exclaimed in surprise. "Huh." He then summoned his gauntlets, saying he'd give it his all too, and that he couldn't stand having a clumsy guy in front of him. Whatever his plan was, later, Gina was panting for breath, reaching out and calling, "Hey. No. That thing." Gina struggled to say, "Can't we take a break?" A roly-poly skeleton scurried over to him. Gina shot at a glare, but the skeleton just shook its head, as if mocking him, and then wandered off. Gina was furious, yelling, "Get back here, are you laughing at me? Come here." But the skeleton soldier had already fled. Gina thinks to himself, "Damn it. That bastard Ugin has monstrous stamina. No. His fighting style is different from mine." Gina realizes that while she fights each monster individually, wasting energy, Ugin overwhelms them with attacks and moves on, which is far more effective. Gina stared intently ahead, while Ugin noticed his gaze, and turned back to ask, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to show me your strength?" Gina wiped away sweat, thinking, "He still remembers those words," he said. "I'm doing it now." As monsters appeared one after another, Gina wiped them out, thinking, "All right, let's finish them all at once." Ugin watches him, thinking that the Lee Gina he knows would be studying his movements. Gina relentlessly punches the monsters away as Ugin thinks. Up until now, no one has guided him in this. He watches him dodge the monsters' attacks, believing in his immortal body and running non-stop. Perhaps this fighting style isn't effective. Ugin frowned, thinking that time would be more useful than this, then suddenly smiled, realizing it had to be. Day 5, sunlight filters through the leaves, illuminating the lush forest, where the corpse of an unlucky hyena lies in a pool of blood. The system announces that there are 24 hours left until the survival quest ends. Gina, drenched in sweat, gasped as she looked at Ugin, wondering why he was going this far when the mission was just about survival. Ugin checks his system. He's leveled up, while Gina is utterly perplexed. Did the monsters steal something precious from him? The system rewards him with a level up. The messenger of hell seems pleased with your efficiency, and you receive a skill as a reward. Gina protests this labor exploitation, yelling, "Hey Kim Guggen, this is murder, not exploration. I've been punching and kicking for 8 hours straight. I'm a person, not a cow." And then he hears Guggen say, "Then take a break." Like a pardon. Gina rejoiced, his eyes sparkling. asking where they could rest. Taking a break. He ravenously devoured the food he'd brought, his mouth working non-stop, until the golem's approach made him pause slightly. Out of camaraderie, Gina offered him his food, asking if he wanted a bite, waving it enticingly. Surprisingly, the arrogant rookie actually listened and reached out his hand, leaving Gina astonished. Then he chuckled. So, the little newbie is finally opening up to me. Huh. Gina gloats. See that? Kim Gujin. That's camaraderie for you. He was even moved to tears. So touched, the bonds of camaraderie are truly beyond words. Gina asks if Gujin is hungry, but then falls silent as he sees Comrade Bonepot handing his food to Gujin. What? Feeling betrayed, he immediately questions Gujin. So you've been controlling him this whole time? Seriously, do you enjoy messing with people? Gujin smiles, saying, I just wanted to see what this camaraderie tasted like. Poor Gina looks like a young man scammed into recruitment by Gujin, and he unleashes a tirade. You sons of bitches. Making me work like a dog. And now you're eyeing my apprentice. If you're going to be this low, you'll end up bald, like that old geezer, Gujin thought to himself as he ate. Bald, is that what the car driver looks like? Suddenly, flares exploded in the sky. Gina frowned slightly. Is that a distress signal? There's so little time left. He scoffed. After all the slaughter we've done, they still can't hold on. Gujin flatly states, it's not a distress signal, prompting Gina to ask what it is then. He removed his mist mask, analyzing calmly. Because the survival limit is near. We're about to win, and they're gathering to decide the order to fight the serpent. Gina scoffed. What, they're not even sure they can win together. And now, they want to fight one by one. Unbelievable. They're too arrogant. Gujin coldly observes that he and his companion have significantly reduced the difficulty of this floor, allowing them to play around for the past 5 days. Of course they're confident. Gina wondered. What's going on? Gujin examined the new item, then said, I'll check the scroll and then we'll head over there. Gina was astonished by the item in his hand, exclaiming, Huh. That's a real golden scroll. Gujin smirked, amused. This was a skill Johann Jost often used. The scroll detailed the skill. Corpse explosion. Its conditions, Messenger of Hell, and the required level, level 30 or higher, effect if mana is transferred into a monster's corpse. It can explode at any time. The scene shifts to an open field where everyone gathers, the sky darkening as they assemble. From atop a high rock, Jongjun calls out to the crowd. Beginning his address, nearly all the survivors have gathered. So he makes his declaration. Soon, the survival mission will be complete, and will be transported to the second floor. The Alliance, including the T-Hill Guild, will hunt the Thorn Golem first. Does anyone object? Gina glanced at Gujin and whispered, Just like you said. They're crazy. Planning a total sweep. From the platform, seeing things go smoothly, Jongjun continued. Since there are no objections, I'll say this in advance, be warned. Do not interfere with our hunt. He paused, then emphasized. We will execute anyone who interferes. Gujin indifferently thought. What a threat. Gina asked. What do we do now? You have a plan. Right. Suddenly, he's shoved aside as a burly hunter rushes over, yelling, Does anyone understand what he's saying? Gina, quick to anger, gritted his teeth, thinking, Is this guy crazy? Couldn't he just speak properly? But before he could resort to physical persuasion, Gujin stopped him. Gina turned to see Gujin shaking his head, signaling him not to make a scene. Gujin signaled that he wouldn't interfere, and the troublemaker smirked, wishing him luck before turning away. Confused, Gina asks why he's picking a fight. Gujin explains that he can't take them all on alone. Gina's confused all of them. He points out the red band on his arm, explaining it identifies them as teammates, and tells him to look around. Gina follows his gaze and notices that almost everyone except them is wearing a red armband. He's trying to save face, but I already noticed, so that's why no one objected. With friend and foe now clear, Gina began to worry everyone was wearing a red armband. Wait, does that mean we can't win? But Gujin just smiled mysteriously. Do you really think so? As time runs out, the system announces to all hunters that they've completed the survival mission and are moving to the second level. In the second floor forest, the giant thornback snake moves, its tail dragging and sweeping the ground as hunters hide behind trees, awaiting their chance to strike. The wary snake looks around, sensing danger in the air, and some of the weaker hunters tremble, barely daring to breathe. The thornback snake continues its advance, its massive tail randomly striking the ground, unaware that its path leads straight into an ambush. Sensing the moment, Dawn gave the order to fire, and the team obeyed. The mages focusing their attacks on the thorned serpent from afar. Caught off guard, it thrashes and slams, causing the earth to explode. Explosions of all sizes erupted, echoing through the night as Gina and Gujin indifferently watched from the cliff. Gina couldn't help but ask if he was just going to watch. They might actually get eaten. Gujin replied emotionlessly. No, not a chance. Gina didn't understand Gujin's meaning. Why couldn't they win with those numbers? Instead of answering, he asked him, when you encounter a monster, what's the first thing you do? He crossed his arms, pondering. The first thing I'd do, I'd run up and slash them. Because I don't know what they'll do. It's hard to deal with problems if you rush in head first. Gujin nodded, then pointed to the thorny snake, saying, exactly. Like that monster over there? Meanwhile, the snake is eating fireballs to the face, and he wants to slash it. Gina's face froze for a few seconds at that. He then muttered, wouldn't it be better to take it down quickly with our strength? Gujin crossed his arms, watching the distant battlefield. Of course, it would be better if that happened, as if it were an easy task. Why hasn't anyone escaped the prison? Do they lack the strength of those who came later? Were those who failed not as strong as the rest? Seeing the serpent struck, John Jun observed the situation and prepared to give the order. Excited. Excellent. Everyone advance. The snake wasn't interested in fighting. It turned tail and ran, its massive body hurtling past the hunters. Seeing this, a team member announced that the snake was getting away. John Jun felt this hunt was too easy. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he became the first player to kill the venomous snake. The spiked serpent slithers swiftly, its massive body leaving an obvious trail, but then, its eyes widen in shock. Jagged rocks rise up ahead, blocking its path. Someone has intervened, activating the master-level skill. Destruction. Massive, jagged rocks floated high into the air, but the spiked serpent ignored them, charging straight ahead. Confident its body was harder, the rocks shatter, and the snake slithers away, unimpeded. Gina watches in disbelief. They were prepared for this. They knew the viper would escape, but Gujin sees things differently, and quietly says, it's only just beginning. Gina is shocked, saying, what? It's only just beginning. It looks like it's about to end. Gujin explains that the viper never attacks head-on, and those spikes are more than they seem. On the battlefield, Jeonjun orders the attacks to continue. Focusing on its own body, the snake raises its head, watching countless magical attacks target it. A muffled explosion echoes as the venomous spine serpent roars, and behind the archers and mages, a shadow rises. The snake's tail swung high, as if about to strike them. A mage noticed. As expected, the snake swept its tail toward the ranged attackers. The ferocious serpent observed from afar, its long and massive body allowing it to easily strike from a distance. But things don't go as planned. A loud crash makes the serpent turn its head, and the dust forces the mage to cover his face. A warrior shouts, urging everyone to regroup and continue the attack, reminding them of their duty to protect the area as the mage glances over, catching a glint of light. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers held their ground, preventing the serpent's tail from striking the main damage-dealing force. The mage steadies himself, hand trembling as he pushes off the ground, rising to his feet and running forward. Yes, it's time to end this. Ranged attacks continue to pelt the serpent's head, explosions echoing through the air. John Jun commands, it's slowing down. Formation. Get ready. The remaining members formed ranks, but to the serpent, they were mere ants gathering together. Its eyes, bloodshot like lasers, pierced through the dust, as the spiked serpent suddenly reared up, towering like an ancient tree. Seeing this, John Jun was taken aback, as the serpent had been fleeing until now. Next, something even more terrifying appears. The snake's head flares like a cobra, its sharp spines slowly pointing in all directions. John Jun quickly orders them to cease attacking and take a defensive stance. No sooner had he spoken than the snake's spines shot out, aimed directly at the hunters below. A rain of spikes fell, and the group scattered in a desperate escape, the sounds of impact echoing amidst the rising dust. The casualties unknown. The thorn serpent's body is now riddled with empty holes where its spikes once were. A truly gruesome sight. It roars ferociously, the sound waves spreading throughout the forest, forcing Gina and Guggen on the cliff to step back. Guggen is only slightly surprised, thinking the spikes were coated with deadly poison, but they were just ordinary spikes. Gina hesitated, thinking to herself that the attack was strong, but that was it. As the sound waves spread, the snake made no further move. As the dust settles, John June is revealed to be unharmed. Though his glasses are shattered, he's shaken, wondering if that was all there was to it. It takes him a moment to regain his composure. He thought the snake would have some secret weapon, but it was just a wide-range attack, and not a big deal. A soldier near the giant spike braced himself against it, but with a crack. It shattered. He reached out and snapped one off hollow, with a shell as brittle as an egg. Were these spikes really part of the venomous serpent's body? He didn't think they'd break so easily. Looking back, he realized it was hollow inside. The monstrous serpent roared, but it no longer had the thorns to threaten them. John June declares that the snake is defenseless, and they must strike before it recovers. The hunters surged forward, unafraid of the thorn serpent. And this time, melee fighters with swords and shields joined the fray. John June pushes up his glasses, thinking smugly that killing a snake is no big deal. Victory seemed assured. The warriors surged forward, but someone faltered, and a blonde-haired fighter shouted, "Hey! And you? Stop." He ran past his teammate, asking what he was doing and urging him to move. What he saw was his teammate covering his mouth, vomiting blood, and then collapsing to the ground. This anomaly left him bewildered for a few seconds, forgetting to move. In the rear, another heavy thud of armor hitting the ground. Another comrade fell backward, eyes wide, vomiting blood. The blonde-haired cleaner froze, stunned. The next second, he felt nauseous, and the system notified him that he had been poisoned by the thorn serpent. The knights behind him stopped in their tracks, realizing it was poison and yelling for everyone to fall back. One man quickly reported back, "John Jun, we've suffered heavy losses. Many paladins are out of commission." John June was stunned, muttering, "Poison." He looked at the empty thorns stuck in the ground, wondering what to do. There were no signs. Could those thorns be poisonous? The mech knights began to retreat, but John June stood his ground, a shiver running down his spine if the mech knights were collapsing so quickly. It had to be a deadly poison. Meanwhile, high in the trees, Bone Knight's eyes glowed, observing the battlefield as the group panicked, trampling each other in their escape. Their cries a chaotic mess. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Take me with you!" Gu Jin, sharing Bone Collector's vision, grimly observes the scene, whispering, "What a tragedy." Gina watched from afar, confused as to why they were fleeing. Gu Jin explained that they were retreating because of the spine serpent's poison. Hearing this, he exclaimed, "Poison? What do you mean? The thorns it shoots from its body are poisonous," Gina relentlessly speculated. "Or is there poison inside the thorns?" But he was wrong. Gu Jin explained that the wide-range attack had also damaged their rear lines, and if the thorns were poisonous, those in the back would have fallen before the vanguard. Like an eager student, Gina asks why and when everyone was poisoned. Then he recalled the serpent's roar, unleashing a wave of yin energy across the forest. Damn, he thought. The strategy was too convenient. It couldn't have been the death serpent descending. Gina, devoid of her own opinion, simply asks, "So, what do we do now?" "Join forces with the others over there." But Gu Jin stands up, saying, "No." He ominously states that now that they know the prey's origin, they must move carefully. Meanwhile, the national soldiers have dealt with a group of ferocious goblins and noticed Gu Jin's intention to approach the snake. Gina was terrified. "What, you're going over there? Are you crazy?" Gu Jin didn't turn back, simply saying, "I just need to get to that snake. You stay here and prepare for something else." Gina breathes a sigh of relief, but senses a trap. "Lucky me." "No, wait. Damn it. I didn't come here to do your bidding." Gu Jin smiled. "Oh, that's good. Well, you go on ahead. I'm not involved." Seeing how easily he dismissed him, Gina immediately changed his tune, shaking his head. "That's not what I meant. I'm willing to stay here and work hard for you. That's all." The thorn serpent remained motionless, as a gentle black wind carried colorless poison from the holes in its body, and a figure lurked behind a nearby tree. Gu Jin assessed the situation: colorless, odorless, tasteless, and invisible, making it impossible for the players to notice. The reason for the failure of the entire initial attack force was now clear. He looked at the unfortunate souls lying on the ground by the time they sensed the danger. The damage was irreversible, but he was different. Gu Jin adjusted his bone mask as the system announced the activation of Apophyse's power, granting immunity to the thorny serpent's venom and enhancing hemolysis. Seeing the final notification, he smirked. realizing Apophyse's power could even enhance hemolysis. How convenient. Suddenly, Gu Jin noticed something out of the corner of his eye, a spear lying on the ground. He sat down, opened his system, and began browsing through the items in his inventory. Gu Jin pondered. Its body is so huge. Its hide must be thick. I'll take it down piece by piece instead of head-on. He smirked. That'll be more effective. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man with a red band on his wrist punches a tree with all his might. Jun berates himself, cursing his helplessness, believing everything that happened was his fault. He asked his teammate how many people had escaped. Gu Jin, without turning, replied that she didn't know, but she'd glimpsed about 30 people while fleeing. Though everything was chaotic now, he pleaded for June to save them, hoping for survivors. But June had other plans. They would wait and gather the remaining members. He pushed up his glasses. Those who are still there are already dead. Gu Jin angrily retorted. Wait, we don't even know if the remaining numbers can attack, especially with the lack of tanks. June decisively said, let's find the bodies. We can't afford to lose manpower. Instead, we should rebuild our team and try again. Having given up on success, going back would only be feeding ourselves to the snake. June rubs his head and sighs, pointing to the remaining members. Clearly, there are still people left, affected by the snake's venom. Everyone felt ill and feverish. Junhong questioned whether abandoning their comrades was the only option. Jun clenched his fist, thinking to himself, despite the talk of re-equipping, the outcome was still clear. Fighting without tanks was like attacking without armor. But in times like these, one must think clearly. A rustling sound echoes in the distance. Startling the group, one of them wonders if it's headed their way. For safety, June orders them to quickly locate the snake, and a skilled scout immediately uses his agility to leap into a tree. With his agility and powerful legs, he found a sturdy branch to grab onto. Scanning the distance for the snake's location, the scout was immediately stunned, and seeing his silence, those below grew anxious. Demanding a report, the scout struggled to find the words. But unbelievably, a player was fighting the banded serpent. This news stunned Jun, and Jinhong was skeptical, impatiently pressing for confirmation. Is that really the case? Explain it clearly. Quickly, the scout pointed towards the snake, saying that someone was fighting it, and if they didn't believe him, they could go see for themselves. The news petrified Jun. Could someone actually be alive and breathing in that hellhole? Jinhong was stunned, asking incredulously. Really? Jun sweated, thinking. Because of that snake's poison, even getting close was impossible. To confirm, the group jumps to a higher branch to observe, and they see the snake being attacked. They all think the same thing. How is this possible? Jun quickly realizes the issue. Wait. If that's the case, the poison is already gone. If not, then why? Clenching his fist, he knew they had to act now, but everyone was exhausted. After a moment of struggle, Jun made his decision. They were going in. Jin's eyes widened. Go back there, you said that was suicide. Jun lost his patience. Can't you even report properly? The thorned serpent's poison is gone. He was eager to redeem himself, seeing this as the perfect chance to make up for his earlier mistake, and urged everyone that if they didn't work together to catch it now, they might not get another chance. On the distant battlefield, the spine serpent roared ferociously, its body constantly struck by arrows, the dull thuds echoing, yet it remained unscathed. On the contrary, the skeleton soldiers' attacks annoyed it, but the emotionless soldiers below, fearless, continued to fire arrows on Jun's command. Thanks to the skeleton soldier's distraction, he freely circled behind the snake, thinking to himself that arrows and spears truly couldn't pierce its thick skin. Unaware of the danger, the snake doesn't see Jun leaping onto its back with 2 sharp spears. Knowing the key is to avoid its skin and the venomous blood, the thorn serpent, constantly harassed by the bone soldier's arrows, was enraged, its eyes bloodshot with fury as it lunged at them with its jaws wide open. Seeing the snake wanted to engage in close combat, the 2 skeleton soldiers were immediately on guard as the thorny serpent lowered its head, opening its wide mouth to swallow the troublesome pair. However, the skeleton soldiers were agile, leaping away to avoid the snake's powerful attack. The snake lost its balance, slamming its head into the ground, kicking up dust, unaware that Gu Jin had already approached. But seizing the opportunity, he spun the spear in his hand, his eyes resolute. With a thud, Gu Jin plunged 2 sharp spears into the snake's dark holes, and the system notified him that the thorn snake had been infected with blood poison. The soul-searing pain caused the snake to immediately turn its head toward him, the culprit who had just injured it. Gujin chatted with it like an old friend. Now that you've lost your spikes and these holes have appeared, I'll stick a spear full of blood poison in them. From the holes, a faint poisonous gas emanates, but he ignores it, saying, if we were human, we'd call them pores. They must hurt a lot. Whether the snake understands or not, it opens its mouth wide to strike. Gujin smirks, realizing the snake feigned its escape and pretended to be in danger to lure people closer. The snake lunges, but he pulls out a new spear, chuckling to himself. Those players it tricked wouldn't even dream of this. Gujin raised his spear high, the ordinary thorns gone, leaving only holes. As the snake's head drew closer, he hurled the spear, which was actually spewing poison gas, straight into its eye. With a sickening thud, the snake roared in agony. Its eye wounded the system notified Gujin that the thorn serpent was now infected with blood poison, repeatedly poisoned. It writhed in agony, its body contorting, kicking up dust. His actions were futile against Gujin, who nimbly leaped through the trees. Moving onward, he taunts the creature, asking if it feels heavy compared to a snake person, and how it feels to be poisoned. Meanwhile, an ogre collapses nearby. As Spasiva, Gina watches the battlefield and complains. You told me not to stand out, but you're the one causing chaos. He gritted his teeth, indignant. And he makes me move monster corpses. Why treat talent like me so badly? At least Gujin was kind enough to leave him some bone spirits for support. But Gina couldn't swallow his anger. Gina flipped off one of the bone soldiers. But as she did, it spoke with Gujin's voice, demanding a status report. Gina flinched, quickly retracting his hand. Startled, Gujin ignored the middle finger and coldly asked if he had finished the task. Gina chuckled nervously. Of course. Almost done here. But is that snake really going to come this way? How do you know it's moving in this direction? Gujin coldly stated that there was no time to explain, and urged him to finish quickly, which infuriated Gina. No. Hey. You're making me work like a dog with no explanation. You don't care. And the bone soldier right in front of Gina is silent. Disconnected. Gujin figured that once they were ready on the other side, it was time to start, and he wiped away the ice in the forest, heading towards his target. On the battlefield with the thorny serpent, a bone golem wielding a sword clashes against the snake's body. It misses, turns its head, as if sensing something, and the bone golem's eyes flash with a lively blue light. The connection is complete. Gujin now controls the bone puppet, dropping the sword in its hand as he turns to see the gleaming spears behind him. Then, immediately grabbing the spear, Gujin controlled the bone puppet's body, brandishing the spear forward. His target, that thorny serpent in the distance. After running for his life, he leaps into the air. Gujin then maneuvers the bone puppet in a zigzag pattern through the trees. Thanks to the element of surprise, he successfully attacked the snake, plunging 2 spears into its pores. The snake writhes in pain, never expecting an attack. As a notification alerts it that it's been poisoned, the snake immediately turned to find the bone puppet connected to Gujin, but he decisively disconnected. The soulless puppet returned to find its master, Gujin, cornered. Before him now was the massive maw of the thorned serpent, but nearby, the bone vessel scrambled and leaped into action. The spirit vessel, wielding 2 poisoned spears, leaps into the air, targeting the serpent's head. And, in an instant, both spears plunge into the pores on its head. This action saved his teammates and forced the snake to bow its head as the skeleton soldier spoke with Gujin's voice. To better suit your name, Thornhide Serpent, he emphasized that he would give it a little makeover. And Gujin controlled the bone puppet to stab spears into the spiked serpent's pores, relentlessly. While the serpent could do nothing, the system announces that the thorny serpent has been poisoned, weakening its abilities. By now, the snake's head was pierced with countless spears, resembling newly sprouted thorns. But only it knew how agonizing those thorns truly were. It frantically flees, unaware that a short distance away, a bone vessel wielding a poisoned spear is watching its every move. This is the puppet Gujin is inhabiting, and he's preparing to hurl the spear. It's so big, it'll take a while for the poison to take effect. With that, he throws the spear at the serpent. Immediately, he connected to the bone vessel, latched onto the snake, and it linked up. This bone vessel's task was to catch the compressed spear, and Gujin controlled it, leaping up quickly. The frost hand wearing gloves catches the spear. Next, he takes aim and throws it, targeting a pore on the snake's body. With a sickening thud, the spear plunged in, and the system chimed with notifications the thorn serpent had been poisoned, its stamina and resistance plummeting. The intense pain made it struggle. But against such a nimble foe, the snake could only roar in frustration. It tried shaking its head violently to throw off the puppet, but they clung tightly to the spear, gripping its paws. Impossible to dislodge. And so, the snake decided to flee, no longer daring to face Gu Jin. As it ran, the bone, China, Gu Jin controlled, seized the opportunity to jump off of it, clinging to a nearby branch. He couldn't bear it any longer and fled. Gu Jin, disconnected from the spirit vessel, returning to his original form, the snake, half-blinded, fled headlong, its path strewn with the corpses of fallen demons. Little did it know, its tragedy had only just begun. As it ran, a loud explosion erupted. The corpse explosion skill of the Dark World representative had been activated. The snake's head explodes, and it struggles to lift its dazed head from the thick black smoke, shaking it to clear the haze and regain its senses. Then, the snake fled in the opposite direction. But Gu Jin, seeing its escape through the eyes of the bone bottle, smirked, knowing escape in the opposite direction was futile. Sure enough, its new escape route also had a pile of demon corpses waiting. As its head roared through the corpse pile, Gu Jin detonated them again, activating the Dark World representative's corpse explosion skill. Flames light up the sky as the system announces that the thorn serpent has been poisoned. Its resistance is weakening, and its blood is draining. Cut to an office, where a newspaper slams onto a desk, its headline screaming, "Annihilated 4th floor dungeon raid fails." With a knowing smirk, Xe Chan muses that Park Young-won's prize team is about to meet its end. How interesting. Park Young-won must be heartbroken if they fail to escape the 6th floor. He instructed Secretary Lee to rent a car and send it to the Thorn Serpent dungeon. Jisoo was taken aback. Already, they haven't even been in there for a week. Xe Chan chuckled, saying he wasn't wasting money on masks. They could coordinate and show their true strength if no one paid them any mind. Secretary Jisoo tilted her head. So, as usual, no rentals from the Liao A parking lot. Their identities are now Russian nationals. She immediately stood up, declaring they needed diplomatic vehicles ready for a quick extraction should anything go wrong. Hearing the word diplomatic, Director Cha began to sweat, secretly lamenting how much more money this would cost. So the matchmaker face called Jisoo. But wait, Secretary Lee, who goes on a diplomatic mission without a car, knowing how stingy our boss is? She answered, no, and slammed the door. Back in the dungeon, Gina stood on the cliff, observing the whole scene. Seeing the snake being forced to run in the direction Gu Jin had arranged, he wondered in astonishment if Gu Jin had predicted its escape route, using the explosion to block and corner it. Gu Jin and his skeletal soldiers surrounded the serpent, finally forcing it into position. The snake shook its head, dispelling the black smoke, its body riddled with wounds, battered. As the system announced the blood poison had spread throughout the spiked serpent, Gu Jin smirked. Though it looked strong, it was too late. Below, the skeleton soldiers continued to fire arrows into the snake. Enraged, it whips around to face the skeletons, but they relentlessly continue their assault. The enraged serpent whips around, but as it turns right, the skeleton soldiers on the left attack, startling it. Seeing them struggle, Gu Jin smirks, knowing the snake doesn't need to exert itself. The blood poison is spreading, and the longer it takes, the weaker it will become, prolonging its suffering. Meanwhile, Jeonjun led his team, rushing like the wind toward the snake. As he ran, he wondered all he'd heard were screams, and most players were clearly trapped. Jeonjun was truly curious just who was this person. As they ran, all the players in the dungeon received a notification the thorn serpent had been killed. Everyone was stunned. What, the thorn serpent is dead? One person was relieved, saying they could finally escape alive, while another wondered if the man would take the thorn serpent before leaving. Jeonjun is stunned, questioning how he could hunt that monster. He didn't see him stop. He immediately turns around and shouts, "Jeonjun, this way. Hurry." Without hesitation, he runs off, thinking he can't leave empty-handed. And Jeonjun changes his goal. He has to see the man's face. Meanwhile, Woojin receives another system notification. He's obtained the title of Apex Thorn Serpent Hunter, and a representative of the Shadow World is granting him a portion of their power. Second notification, Top-Tier Thorn Serpent Hunter Achievement. Unit Rank. Achievement Effect, all ability points plus 20. Thorn Serpent Hunter Achievement. E Rank. Achievement Effect, all ability points plus 3. Next, a skill notification. The Blood Poison Art skill has increased by 1 rank. Rewarded with a pure C-grade stone. Light shines down on Woojin, and his level increases. Finally, a personal quest for Woojin: seek out and collect the yellow dragon within the thorn serpent's body. Woojin sighs at the sight of the massive serpent before him. What a pain. Just then, Jeonjun's group arrived, only to be stopped by a figure, Gina, disguised as Spasiva, blocking their path and yelling at them in English to back off. Gina was dumbfounded, wondering why they were being blocked, as Jeonjun tried to persuade her, saying they weren't there to harm them. Gina remained silent, raising her hand to signal them to stop. No passage allowed. A member of Jeonjun's group turned to his comrades. He doesn't understand Korean. Does anyone speak English? Jeonjun cautiously raises his hands in a gesture of peace. Hey, man. I just want to take a look. He pleads his case. We're not bad people. But Gina and 3 massive bone golems responded with chilling silence, sending shivers down his spine. These were bone golems. Looking at the bone golems, Jeonjun realized that skulls wouldn't be affected by the poisonous gas, though it would have some effect on the thorn serpent. It wasn't reliable. He bit his lip, knowing the player collection had been breached. But there's no way they failed to attack the thorned snakes. There's still something he's missing. As he pondered examining the thorny serpent's limbs, a distant tremor erupted, scattering the forest birds. Jin Hong and his teammates stared in disbelief at the source of the commotion as a member of Jeonjun's team turned to his comrade. Even Gina, Gujin's comrade, couldn't help but turn her head. Behind them, the snake reared its head, its flesh dissolving to reveal a colossal skeleton. Jeonjun struggled to speak that. That's the thorn serpent. He feared the worst. Was she planning to summon the skull? But as Gina hesitated, Jeonjun dashed forward. He ducked low, evading Gina's gaze, determined to see who it was. And without hesitation, Jeonjun sprinted past her. But in the next instant, a dark figure appeared, and Gina effortlessly grabbed Jeonjun, throwing him to the ground. He was stunned by the speed and power of this Russian blonde. With a thud, Jeonjun was thrown to the ground, his body sliding across the dirt. Coming to a halt, he gritted his teeth, asking what kind of move that was, as Gina, playing the gruff Russian, repeated his threat in English, saying he'd already warned him to back off. Jeonjun couldn't break through their defenses, and Ben told everyone to come outside, realizing he recognized their faces. Meanwhile, on Gujin's side, as the snake transformed into a skeletal form, a golden orb appeared beneath its head. The golden orb, dazzling to the eye, spun in the air, radiating raw energy. Gujin, in his most enigmatic guise, smiled. Well, that saves me a lot of searching. The massive snake skeleton crumbled and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Moments later, the dust settles, revealing Gujin holding the orb. As the system announces he's become the owner of the legendary Yellow Dragon. Legendary, one more level to use. The one who carries the Yellow Dragon has magical power. Effect adds charm when using magic, and increases recovery speed by 20% when using magic. Outside the dungeon, a white car idles near the entrance. Inside the car, someone types away on a laptop, preemptively writing the headline, "Spiked Serpent Assault Failed." He remarks that it's been a week with no news. His colleague rests his head in his hands, saying that no one expected success, and the reporter agrees that it would be shocking if they had succeeded. His colleague shook his head, saying it was best to wrap things up quickly. While they were still good, they couldn't stay here forever. And as reporters, they had to let it go. Suddenly, an announcement came from outside the vehicle. The mission was a success. The reporter with the paunch immediately opened the door to hear the news. He was utterly astonished. How could this be? Before them, reporters from countless news outlets swarmed the passageway, cameras flashing incessantly, as someone shouted, "Who's in charge here?" "Is no one in charge?" Jeonjun and Jin Hong left the dungeon and searched frantically. "The Unicorn Society support team. Damn it. Where are they?" Someone responded. "Here. Over here." Jeonjun frantically ordered. "Russians. Stop all the Russians. They shot the thorn serpent. Stop them. Don't let them get away." Jin Hong recognized them, and when he saw Gujin and Gina disguised as Russians, he shouted, "There they are. They're the ones who neutralized the thorn serpent." The reporters relentlessly snapped photos and asked, "Please give us an interview. How do you feel right now?" Meanwhile, Jeonjun was swarmed by reporters, and could only shout and watch Gujin leave, yelling, "Stop them. Don't let them get away." Swarmed by the crowd, he angrily shouts, "Get out of the way, didn't you hear me?" By the time Jeonjun broke free from the crowd, The black car with its distinctive blue license plate had already carried Gu Jin and Gina away. John Jun, furious as he read the plates, realized he couldn't stop a diplomatic vehicle. Inside the car, Gina happily bounces her legs, saying that the sugar daddy has spent some money, and now she can rest comfortably on the cushion. He removed his disguise, revealing his handsome face. So, who else has appeared? They caught the giant thorny serpent, isn't that great? Seeing Gu Jin on his phone and ignoring him, he angrily asks if he shouldn't be told. After being ordered around like a dog, he completely ignored him and called someone. This is Kim Gu Jin. Yes. I just returned from the blockade. The person on the other end was Chain, sitting in front of his computer, scrolling through the news. Kim Gu Jin. Oh. No. Isaac Inavo. How does it feel to be a hero? Gu Jin retorted. Yes. What's the atmosphere like there now? Xe Chan chuckled, saying that all the media outlets were now focused on him, the thorny serpent subjugation, the thorny serpent hunt, and the question of who Isaac Inavo was. Isaac Inavo, the most talked about name, with a new skill revealed. Well, there's no harm in using his fame just once. With a new plan brewing, Xe Chan considers nurturing Isaac Inavo's value by having him operate on a larger stage. And he has a proposal if Isaac is willing. He couldn't help but think that the name would be useful for gaining entry into certain dungeons. Even so, he was going to offer a solution first, but he felt more at ease since the other man asked first. He suddenly became polite with Chairman So, saying, "Great. I'll be asking for your help more often then." The chairman shares Gu Jin's confusion, wondering why he was told all this, to which the chairman calmly replies that there's no point in hiding it from him, as he understands the relationship between him, Park Young-won, and the Skull Guild. Gu Jin thinks to himself. So he started biting at Park Young-won by eavesdropping. And by the way, Mr. Cha is no ordinary person either. The diplomatic car stops at the rest stop rendezvous point, and Gu Jin gets out. We're stopping here. Gina, annoyed, asks, now, is he putting on an act? Oh, did Mr. Che say he'd treat us to a meal for working so hard? Gina wouldn't stop talking, saying she was craving the tofu udon at the rest stop. Why are we stopping here? Gu Jin patted a beat-up car. From here on out, this will be our ride. Seeing the ancient vehicle, Gina couldn't believe it. What? His tall frame isn't suited for this car. He has to sit with his legs cramped. Gina angrily curses the car. So that's it, damn. I was wondering why he'd lend us an expensive car. He ranted and raved. But no matter how you look at it, this old car looks like it was dragged out of a junkyard. Annoyed, she complains about the dirty car, wondering who still drives such a thing. Unaware that Gu Jin, slightly offended, says it's his. Hearing that, Gina's face immediately fell. He chuckled nervously. Ha ha. In our country, a car that doesn't leak a drop of oil is naturally top-notch. So anyone who drives this car must be a smart and patriotic man. Remembering they hadn't eaten, Gu Jin recalled leaving meal money in the glove compartment, suggesting they eat if they were hungry. So Gina opened it. Inside was an envelope, and as he picked it up, his eyes gleamed with anticipation, but no. A food allowance. The sun must be rising in the west. He shakes the envelope, and only a few coins fall out. 2,501. This amount isn't enough for decent meals. Gu Jin starts the car and drives off. Typical Chable ride. Headlines break about the first thorn serpent hunter, Isaac Inavo. Who is that? Is Isaac Inavo a necromancer? Will skill branches appear? Will foreigners continue to enter Korean dungeons? Online news sites were also buzzing. News, politics, economics, society, world news. An exclusive interview with An Jung-jun, a participant in the thorn serpent hunt. And below the video are countless angry comments. That big-nosed Russian bastard took A+ rank, saying he was attacked by Asians. The jerk. Why open the gates to foreigners? This is ridiculous. I knew it. Our players are all talk and no action. If that's the case, they should hand it over to the Messiah Guild. Gisu read the comments and noticed the tone had shifted from curiosity to negativity, especially regarding An Jung-jun, whose interview was stirring up bad press. She requests permission to act, saying she'll begin now that she has his orders. The chairman nods with a smile, agreeing that they must respond. The internet explodes as global news outlets release a new, exclusive interview with Isaac Inavo. I've always admired the Messiah Association. Isaac Inavo. My idol is Lee Se-jun. I want to do what others can't. Just like the Messiah Guild. Public opinion began to shift. If Lee Se-jun is his idol, Isaac can't be all that bad. Just as I thought. We can't just listen to one side. I support Isaac. Lee Se-jun is a respectable Korean. Woojin smiles knowingly as he reads the news, acknowledging Oh Se-chan's brilliance. Isn't this just a way to sway public opinion? Having made such a statement, the Messiah Guild can't possibly sit still. He looked at his phone, lamenting their unwise move. If they weren't going to recruit him, they should have at least acted in a demonstrative way, using rhetoric. The Messiah Guild unexpectedly throws bait at someone else. Looking at the weapons before him, Woojin anticipates the Messiah Guild's reaction. Until those guys approach, he must prepare thoroughly. Suddenly, his phone alerts him to a new message, and he taps to view it. A notification pops up, breaking news. North Youngwon clears the 6th floor dungeon. Read more. Woojin smiles. It's finally here. At the press conference, Youngwon confidently faced a barrage of flashing lights as cameras clicked incessantly. Secretary Kim rushed over, whispering, "Director, there's a report." "Sir," Youngwon said softly. "If it's not urgent, leave it for later." Secretary Kim leaned in and reported, "It's urgent. Jin Haemi's team has been wiped out in the dungeon." This news wiped the smug grin off Youngwon's face, and he frowned, immediately signaling Secretary Nam to step forward. He waved goodbye to the press and left, instructing his representative to announce that the press conference was over and that North Youngwon needed to be taken to the hospital for a checkup. Youngwon's representative announced that accurate press materials would be arranged and replayed at the Firebird meeting, while he sullenly left the scene details to follow inside the car. He then got into his private car, and as it drove away, Secretary Kim reported that a few days prior, an anonymous person had sent bank statements to the office. Youngwon is puzzled. An anonymous source. Unknown origins. Can it be trusted? Secretary Kim was a little worried, unsure of the sender's intentions. But the documents weren't entirely unreliable. The investigation team had returned to the dungeon to assess the situation. Most of the team members who died from their injuries weren't attacked by monsters, and Jin Haemi's team was the only one to enter that dungeon, so it couldn't have been another guild. Hearing this, Youngwon understood the problem, snapping the tablet in his hand. So, they planted a rat in Ta-A's guard. He really got bit by the Skull Guild. As night falls at the Mishia Guild headquarters, a voice echoes in the council chambers. "What should we do about Park Youngwon?" Jin Haemi retorts, suggesting they leave him as a scapegoat for the public, adding that he seems to be acting out of line lately. The man mentioned, Sukahara Ken, replied, "Well, I'm working with the Skull Association, trying to deal with this mess." Haemi slams the table, rising to her feet. "What are you saying? This isn't the time for reckless action. Not after what happened in the Lizard Warrior dungeon." I'm just pointing at the empty seat. If you're going to handle this, do it right. Or even Kim Ja-hun will be caught in the crossfire and surely die. Are you trying to expose our relationship with the Skull Guild to the world? Ji-hoo warned. Though you may not care how things operate below, this cannot be overlooked. Tears welled in his eyes as he looked at the empty seat, lamenting that Kim Ja-hun, that incompetent kid, couldn't even die with honor. Haemi crossed her arms and concluded that the Messiah Guild could no longer cooperate with the Skull Guild. "I'm ordering you to cease all cooperative business with the Skull Guild immediately," a decision Sukahara vehemently opposes. "We can't do that. The chairman is absent, and we can't follow your arbitrary decision." Shin Haemi was unyielding, clarifying that this was matters will, whether they understood it or not. Hearing this, Sukahara gripped his sword hilt tightly, appearing unwilling but saying nothing more. Noda Hajiro narrowed his eyes at Shin Haemi, hesitant to speak, but in the end, the meeting adjourned, and the two Japanese men left together. Sukahara quietly asked, "Hajiro, what do you think? This is unacceptable." "Right." Sukahara nodded. "Yes. Perhaps it's time we parted ways with Messiah." The next day, at Ion One's home, Woojin spoke with him. "If it was Jin Haemi's team, aren't they quite capable? I didn't expect something like this to happen." Ion One frowned, saying, "To be honest, I'm looking for a business plan to profit after digging up the backers behind the skulls. Now that the story has changed, wiping them all out will be so refreshing." Hearing this, Woojin remained silent. After a moment of hesitation, he says, recalling his past life, that Park Ion One was more ambitious than anyone. 10 years from now, Park Ion One will bring items to Japan to sell and then go into exile there. Those unaware criticized Park Ion One as a foreigner, but the real reason he moved to Japan was fear of losing everything to the Messiah Guild. even if it meant turning his back on his homeland to protect his life and assets. He couldn't ignore the current situation. And Wu Jin requested to join his guard. He voiced his opinion, thinking I could be used to hunt them down. But I have no intention of being a disposable tool. Ion. One chuckled, thinking to himself, join my guard, look at this kid. He typed Xu Yingying and Kim Wu Jin's names. He didn't expect this kid to come here. Even if threatened, he'd keep them under his control to see what the kid was planning. Whatever, if he can take down the Skull Guild. His true intentions don't matter, he asks. So you're saying you'll take care of the Skull Guild for me, and in return, I have to protect you. Is that right? Wu Jin nodded. Yes. If you need me. That's what you have to do. It just so happens I have a debt to settle with the Skull Guild. Ion 1 smirks. Pleased. Thinking. Good. That's the answer I wanted to hear. With the deal done, Wu Jin left the villa, already calculating the consequences of his actions. He looked up, a knowing smile on his face. Catch Ion 1. You'll have to bear it all. Thank you very much. The next day, at Ion 1's office building, inside the office, he meets the chairman, and Secretary Nam reviews his contract, announcing that because the contract terms have been upgraded to the highest level, she will proceed with it. Hearing this, Wu Jin stood up, nodded to them both, and said, I understand. I look forward to your guidance. Then, he left the office and closed the door. Secretary Nam adjusts his glasses, wondering how Kim Wu Jin managed to join Park Ion 1's guard so quickly. After being with the company for less than half a year, he's only been here a short time, and even with my years of experience and a spotless record, it wouldn't be enough to get me into the guard. The chairman muses. I'm not sure, but it must be related to something we don't know. Park Ion 1 is never one to act without reason. On the elevator down, someone asks if they've heard the kid who betrayed his old colleagues got into Park Ion 1's guard squad. Wu Jin stood among the crowd gossiping about him. I heard it too. How did that kid get into the guard squad? I guess he was lucky enough to get a rare ability, though I'm a little jealous. Damn it. Stepping out of the elevator, the group continued their chatter. What jealousy, he's just a leech trying to survive here. Wu Jin ignored them, dialing a number with a knowing smile. Luck might be on his side. But that didn't matter. The hunt had only just begun. The phone on the table vibrated, displaying the caller ID Kim Wu Jin. Xe Chan answers. Joking. Who could it be this time? Maybe Isaac Chan himself. It must be urgent for him to call me during my busy schedule. Hearing Wu Jin's request, he frowned. What? Impersonate someone. Gina sat across from Chan, who yawned wearily, wondering what that bastard was plotting this time. He heard Chan say that it wasn't impossible. He explained that it would be difficult to manipulate those in charge of the association and the prison floor, but he would make preparations immediately. On the phone, Xe Chan shares intel he wants to use a fake ID to enter the dungeon. I guess we'll find out his intentions soon enough. Gina scratched her head, still looking sleepy. But, Appa, if you don't know the details, why help him? Don't tell me you completely trust Kim Wu Jin. Chan smirks. I don't trust people. I'm just trying to find out who his sword is pointed at. That will determine whether he's someone we should work with. Knowing his target is key, because human desires don't lie. Cut to a white car, its powerful engine roaring as it speeds down the road. Inside the car, a muscular man asks if Kim Wu Jin is tailing the Skull Guild, to which T-Sung nods in confirmation, saying it's likely. He says it seems Park Young-won is also determined to have a showdown with the Skull Guild. T-Sung countered, analyzing that most Skull Guild members were entering the dungeon today, making it a prime opportunity for both Park Young-won and Kim Wu Jin. However, we can't rule out the possibility that Kim Wu Jin will form a party and create a fake ID. Ji-Hoo muttered. I don't care about that. His only goal is to get Kim Wu Jin into the dungeon. Then, the car speeds off to its destination. Night falls on Yeongjong Island, Incheon, where faint streetlights illuminate a desolate landscape. Nearby was a registration booth, where the attendant asked his name. Wu Jin stepped forward, using his newly created fake identity. Lee Jong-hoon. The attendant began the instructions. Lee Jong-hoon. You're alone. Right, please register here. We don't have dungeon guides, so you can read this instead. He takes the instruction sheet containing dungeon information. 2 heads. Dungeon Floor 2. Dungeon Difficulty D rank. Dungeon Capacity 61 people. Entry requirement below level 40. Clearance condition eliminate the 2-headed ogre. Clearance reward none. Wu Jin was slightly surprised. Even though it's only a rank D dungeon, it can hold 61 people. And the dungeon management is sloppy. There's no better place to deceive people than here. He returned to his car, lost in thought. He had suspected as much. But this dungeon was clearly a trap to lure him out. Just then, bright headlights shone on Wu Jin, and in front of his old car were two conspicuous white vehicles, from which people emerged. Wu Jin eyed the group with curiosity, hoping to see some skilled fighters. But this guy, back in Xe-chan's office, Ji-Su receives some news and is shocked. What Jiang Ji-Hu Zhe-chan looks up, puzzled. Why is that name here? Ji-Su immediately reported. I checked the list, and I think he entered the dungeon under the alias Jiang Wun-hyo. Xe-chan asked. Is that the same Yomchong Island dungeon as Kim Woo-jin? Ji-na doesn't seem to recognize the name. And Ben asks, Jiang Ji-Hu, who's that? Xe-chan despaired, realizing one of the rookies below level 50 was a round table knight. They were in trouble. Back at the Yomchong Island parking lot, Wu Jin gets a clear look at his opponent's face, Jiang Ji-Hu. He glared at him, not expecting the Messiah Guild to send Jiang Ji-Hu so soon. Then again, he was one of the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table, a group of players who wield legendary artifacts tied to the Arthurian legends. The Round Table's knights, along with their followers, fight for the fallen government to protect those who suffer. Like the Messiah, as time passed, the knights weakened and became Park Shin-hye's guards, the Rain Curtain magic users. The originators of the Messiah Wu Jin later discovers it was all a fabricated scheme. The Round Table Knight's decline is clearly the work of the Lonely King. Surely many knights have fallen victim to him. Wu Jin analyzed that the official necklace Jiang Ji-Hu possessed must have been taken from its original owner, a knight of the Round Table, capable of such a thing. They were also the ones who remained, lost in thought. He opened his system panel. The C-rank control stone is non-transferable, and its effect improves skills from D to C rank. At first glance, it seems ordinary, but Wu Jin thinks otherwise. However, it's still a dangerous item for anyone to possess, and he doesn't need the extra power right now. The system announces that the control stone has been used to manipulate the skeleton soldiers, enhancing their summoning abilities and increasing their numbers. The effect increases with skill level, boosting the bone spirit's power by 20% and allowing the summoning of 5 additional bone spirits. Wu Jin got out of the car and closed the door, hearing the others say, "We're going into the dungeon, everyone. Prepare yourselves." A moment later, they entered the dungeon, and as usual, the quest board appeared. Eliminate 3,000 monsters to advance to the next level. A player complains. What 3,000 monsters? Another sighs. I'm terrible at this. I'd rather fight 1 or 2 strong monsters, it's much easier. Taesung glanced at Ji-Hu. 3,000 monsters. It's not dangerous, but it'll take a lot of time. Ji-Hu plunged his sword into a crack, ordering Taesung to search. Good. It'll be easier to stab Kim Woo-jin in the back and disguise him as a nobody amidst this chaos. Now, don't waste any time, find out where he is. Over there. Mr. June is pointing at the skull masks, commanding those guys. Ji-Hu turned to look. Slightly surprised. Skull masks. They're joining the dungeon with that getup. Don't they understand their situation? He saw someone pointing, sensing something was amiss. And so, the group immediately moved in that direction. Ji-Hu smirked to himself. They can't even handle things on their own. Yet they continue to stir things up, utterly useless. Then he remembered Noda Higiro and Sukahara Ken. They must have been warned not to get involved. But if they dare disobey the boss, he'll kill them after he leaves this prison. Ji-Hu instructed his comrades to ignore the Skull Association and focus on their mission to personally deal with Kim Woo-jin, no matter what. He plunged his heavy sword into the ground, his face dark with rage, and ordered them to report the moment they found him. His skill is poison blood, so don't let your guard down, and you can kill anyone who gets in your way. I'll take responsibility. In the forest, there's a faint, rapid movement. A black-haired figure darts away, and he sighs, lamenting that they have to attack the Skull Guild on the first floor. Kim Woo-jin. That bastard. We didn't agree to be this determined, did we? He flinched back, eyes wide, as Sung-ho saw skeletons fighting monsters, skeleton soldiers. It seemed one of their members was a necromancer. How cunning. He anxiously looked around, wondering where Kim Woo-jin was. But as soon as he thought it, a figure approached. Sung-ho glanced back. Sweating with anxiety, the figure was none other than Wu Jin, and Sung Ho's hand gripped his sword. Ready for battle, he swiftly draws his blade, attacking Wu Jin, the sound of steel meeting flesh, and hot blood splatters. In one swift motion, Sung Ho's weapon is knocked away, and a long gash tears through his armor. He raised his hands in surrender, weakly pleading, "Stop. Why are you suddenly doing this? There seems to be some mistake. I have nothing to do with the Skull Guild." Wu Jin points upwards. "Not involved, that man up there told me you were one of them." Hearing this, Sung Ho looks up to see a corpse swaying in the wind on a branch above him. Upon seeing his face, Sung Ho gritted his teeth, thinking, there's no way that guy would say that. They knew each other, they'd met in the bathroom, and the blonde guy had given him very detailed instructions, but the motor failed, that's why. Even if I'm in danger, you can't come in. At any cost. You must survive and report everything that happened in the dungeon to the master. Remember that. It's more important than our lives. Carrying the burden. Sung Ho struggles to shout. What are you saying? I've never seen that guy before. Why are you doing this? Wu Jin ignored his nonsense and continued to strike, felling him to the ground. As he felt his life fading away, Sung Ho remained tight-lipped. I really don't know anything. Wu Jin, with no intention of extracting information, coldly stated, "You're more trustworthy dead than alive." Meanwhile, the system announced that the Eye of Anubis had opened, and elsewhere, a bone soldier sped past a warrior. Two bone spirits wielding blades charged at Ji-Hu, who gripped his greatsword, preparing to cleave their frail frames. Little did he know, one bone pot leaped high, and the other slid low, both evading the blow. Their reactions surprised Ji-Hu. These skeletons weren't messing around. They quickly scattered, leaving him to his thoughts, evading his attacks, just a bone shard. But I've never seen one move like that. Wait. A dark shadow suddenly appears. Wu Jin swiftly moved to his feet, sword in hand, aiming a horizontal strike at Ji-Hu's legs, but he reacted too quickly. Leaping back, Wu Jin stared at him blankly, lost in thought, while Ji-Hu grinned. Having blocked his attack, Wu Jin held his sword tight, frowning slightly. This Jiang Ji-Hu was strong. Yes, but faster than he thought. Immediately, he spun his sword, easily breaking free. Wu Jin strikes down with a swift, precise, and ruthless blow, leaving only a blur in its wake. However, Wu Jin's attack didn't faze Ji-Hu, whose massive sword easily blocked the blow. As he sneered, "Is that all you've got? Pal." Ji-Hu seems displeased. "Is this all the power I can expect?" Wu Jin isn't eager to engage, retreating to a safe distance after his attack fails. He calculated that, despite his preparations, this wouldn't be easy, and even saving his strength wouldn't make it any simpler. Suddenly, the system alerts both of them that a steadfast fighter is watching their battle. Ji-Hu finds this interesting. It's been a while since he's seen an aura notification, but Wu Jin remains silent and indifferent. Then, another announcement. A representative of the underworld is taking interest in this battle. Ji-Hu plants his sword, remarking that such an announcement wouldn't be made if his opponent wasn't worth something. So you're another aura-obsessed guy. Huh, interesting. Killing you would be quite the reward. Wu Jin didn't bother to reply, frowning as he urged the duel onward, thinking, easier said than done. Meanwhile, outside, a hand grabbed a slice of delicious pizza, saying it's all just a hustle. So, let it go. Eat up. And don't worry about anything that's not special. The person across from Gina said, so it's nothing special. He ate his pizza and asked, what kind of player do you think Kim Wu Jin is? You. Speaking of him, Xe Chan frowned, clearly displeased. Why even ask? He's a much stronger player than me. Gina's pride was wounded, and he threw the half-eaten pizza into the box, saying he did have feelings, and he wouldn't eat it even if Hugh hadn't said that. Xe Chan kicks at the empty boxes under the table. Not eating, he says. After polishing off 5 pizzas, Gina retorts, indignant. I paid for it. Can't I even eat it? Is eating this much really a crime? Xe Chan waves his hand, signaling him to calm down. I get it. I get it. What are you trying to say? What kind of player is Kim Wu Jin? One who abandons his pride. Gina reveals that he's a more underhanded player than anyone she knows, leaving Xe Chan puzzled, despicable, recalling Wu Jin's tactics. Gina remarks that he's someone who absolutely never gives up in a fight, and if he doesn't have the upper hand, he absolutely won't engage. In the dungeon, black energy rises with the howling wind, and the changing environment puts Ji-Hu on alert. What is that? The dark energy takes form, and the system announces the summoning of skeleton soldiers. Wu Jin is thorough, summoning all his forces even in defeat. Countless skeletal soldiers emerge. Most notably, the two massive figures flanking Wu Jin. Jihu looks around. Those are just bone soldiers. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, how many are there? Are you saving your strength to fight me? After summoning his army, only Wu Jin charges forward to attack. Jihu focuses. Thinking this is even better, the clash of weapons rang out, as Wu Jin's small sword surprisingly held its own against Jihu's massive blade. Behind him, two massive bone soldiers began to move, and Jihu laughed. Finding this interesting, he roared, "Come at me. All of you, I'll take you on." However, the skeletons completely ignored him, attacking someone behind him instead. Jihu finally realized something was wrong and turned around. What? Taking advantage of this opening, Wu Jin retreated. Creating distance, he realized they weren't after him, but it was too late. Behind him, a scream echoed as several players were ambushed by the bone soldiers. A wounded team member named An Zhong cried out for help. "Captain, save me. If there are more skeletal soldiers, we won't be able to hold on." Enraged, Jihu cursed the useless players. Then, sneering at Wu Jin, he taunted, "Hey, dog. What's with the underhanded tricks?" Wu Jin smirked. "Underhanded, where's that dog barking from?" Wu Jin provokes him, unaware of the situation, or should I say, puppy. This enrages Jihu, who decides to use a buff. He's picked the wrong target. The system announces the activation of Wan's necklace's sun blessing skill. The necklace around Jihu's neck glows, and a powerful, warm halo envelops his body. Wu Jin smirks, thinking, finally, he's using it. Just then, several skeleton soldiers approached Jihu from behind. Without even turning, he sensed the enemy's position, and with lightning speed, he spun around, slashing out with his sword, taking out both skeleton soldiers at once. With a thud, the bone soldiers were cleaved, their bones shattered and scattered as Wu Jin maintained a safe distance. He assesses Wan's necklace, an item from the Knights of the Round Table. The skill's effect is as amazing as expected. He's seen him use it now. It's time for the next phase, and without hesitation, he orders a retreat. Wu Jin's tactics are baffling. Jihu, what retreat? And his skeletal soldiers are so obedient. They immediately fall back, freeing Jihu's teammates. As Wu Jin himself departs, Jihu watched him go. His mind racing. Was Wu Jin running away again because he thought he'd lose? But he needed to eliminate him before the other guilds cleared the dungeon. He turned back to his team, assigning them tasks he would chase after Wu Jin, and they should hunt down the bone soldiers and follow him. His teammates responded in disbelief, calling him captain. Through the dense forest, Wu Jin sped, wiping away sweat as he ran, silently mocking his opponent Jiang Jihu, unchanged as ever, still indifferent to his own men, no doubt confident in his own strength. Of course, that wouldn't help with something like Wan's necklace, an item that can maximize all of its wearer's stats, but against someone like Jihu, who doesn't even know how to properly use such a powerful item. Wu Jin clicked his tongue. What a waste. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him. Jihu was closing in. He glanced around, calculating for a moment. But even so, he couldn't ignore the stat gap between them. Jihu was supremely confident, seeing him as weak prey. No matter how far Wu Jin ran, he believed he could catch him. As he gave chase, he thought, now that I've used the sun's blessing, there's no way you can escape me. His overconfidence blinded him to the corpse at his feet, and Wu Jin seized the chance, activating the Underworld Messenger's explosion counter skill. A muffled explosion shook the earth, and a wave of intense heat washed over Jihu, catching him completely off guard. Black smoke billowed, and the shockwave spread with the sound of the blast. The explosion was so powerful that Jihu's teammates could see it from afar. An, worried, wondered what that explosion was. Taesung encourages everyone not to panic, saying their captain isn't someone who can be defeated so easily. They just need to quickly eliminate the skeleton soldiers, and then, before he could finish, an arrow struck him from behind, the force sending him staggering back as the system notified him that he was poisoned. That arrow came from a skeleton soldier. Taesung snapped the arrow and warned, don't underestimate them as mere pawns. We'll need to give it our all. Back at Jihu's explosion site, as the smoke clears, he curses. Damn it, you bastard. He looks around, angrily shouting, stop running like a coward and show yourself. Gu Jin hid behind a tree, taunting him. So what if I'm a coward? I'd clearly lose in a fight. So if you want to catch me, you'll have to run faster. With that, he turned and ran, leading Ji-hoo on, who gritted his teeth. When I catch you, I'll tear you apart with my bare hands. The chase between the two resumes. And to catch Gujin, Ji-hoo activates the Immortal Warrior's quick-step skill. His heavy body lunges forward, sword drawn to strike Gujin from behind in an instant yet. In this desperate situation, he remains calm and nonchalant. Ji-hoo thought victory was at hand, ready to finish him off. But little did he know. The ground beneath him suddenly gave way. Ji-hoo falls into a pit, a trap calculated by Gujin, who safely avoids him. And the pit is filled with the corpses of goblins. What followed was, of course, a cataclysmic explosion. Gujin waited to see the fruits of his labor, and as the dust settled, a faint figure emerged. Ji-hoo's anger flares, veins popping on his forehead, face contorted. He's had enough of this game. Gujin looked down at Ji-hoo in the pit, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Playing, you're still clueless about tactics. Did you think I was playing tag with you because I was bored? Meanwhile, Ji-hoo was losing patience, thinking irritably, is she still going on? What is she even saying? Lecturing him, he explains that exploiting weaknesses, terrain, and considering every possibility are the fundamentals of battle. Someone who only knows rage and trusts in their own strength is just an incompetent commander who endangers their comrades. These words stopped Ji-hoo in his tracks. Wait, this is... An unpleasant memory resurfaces in his mind. That's when he left the dungeon amidst whispers. Wasn't that Messiah Guild's famous assassin, Jiang Ji-hoo? Wasn't he the only survivor again? How many times has this happened? From what I know, he was clearly surrounded by monsters. At that moment, he furiously questioned the gossiping crowd. Shut your dog mouths. Who dares to speak ill of me? If you have something to say, say it to my face so I can destroy you. Suddenly, a figure with a folding fan stepped forward, showing a clear lack of sympathy for his subordinate. He tapped his fan against his head, saying Ji-hoo was brain-dead and devoid of emotion. It's obvious, especially since he planted someone at the very position I warned him was dangerous. Driven by emotion, he immediately attacked, wanting to crush Suzuki Aichi's head like an orange. Who do you think you are to ruin my life? However, Suzuki Aichi wasn't afraid. He only furrowed his brow, carefully watching Ji-hoo's movements. Immediately after, he bent over, dodging Ji-hoo's violent blow. Losing his balance, Ji-hoo falls flat on his face. Humiliated, he quickly rises, blaming others. The others in the group died because they were weak. Not my fault. Then, Suzuki Aichi affirmed, no, you killed them. Everyone knows it. He approached, staring into Ji-hoo's eyes, and spoke words that sent him into a panic. He was nothing more than an incompetent leader who endangered his comrades. The flashback ends, leaving behind lingering, resentful thoughts. That's right. He remembers now. Kim Gujin's tactics are eerily similar to Suzuki's, making this all the more unbearable. He'll kill them both himself. Suddenly, Gujin's voice cuts through Ji-hoo's thoughts and memories. It's time. Confused, Ji-hoo rises, sword in hand. What is he planning? Gujin kindly explains the trap he's laid. My elite troops don't need to be told what to do, so I didn't need to shout for a retreat. But I did. Why did I do that? Ji-hoo felt his brain was too small to comprehend Gujin's dirty tricks. Thinking, what is this? Is he doing this on purpose to lure me out? Gujin watched Ji-hoo's blank expression and sneered. Looks like you finally understand. If he wasn't mistaken, the sun's blessing was losing its effect. Instinctively, he checked his system's sun's blessing. 30 seconds remaining. Ji-hoo was confused and panicked. How did this bastard know the skill duration of this item? Trying to hide his unease, he shouts, who the hell do you think you are? Gujin sneered. You still don't know who I am. How pathetic. Fine. I'll tell you. I am. But before he could introduce himself, the system announced that the sun's blessing had ended. Ji-hoo's necklace faded and vanished as the system announced Wan's collar would go to sleep. Gujin indifferently watched the foolish Ji-hoo. The collar's effect, seemingly over. I'm grateful you're consistently goaded, you lazy fool. Ji-hoo curses in anger, but Gujin simply glances around, noting that his forces have completed their task. Suddenly, he heard a noise from behind. Gujin's skeleton soldiers had returned, surrounding Ji-hoo, who was stunned in the pit. He kindly points out that Ji-hoo was so focused on chasing him, he didn't even realize where he was. Gujin explains that this place is quite close to where they first met, because they've just been running in circles. He then informs Ji-hoo that his bone soldiers have already wiped out his henchmen, and could be here soon. He retracts the statement, patting a bone soldier beside him. Hearing this, Ji-Hoo was stunned. His subordinates wiped out. He was beyond frustrated. Never had he felt such vexation. How dare this bastard look down on him? Ji-Hoo strained, the ground beneath him cracking as he activated the Undying Warrior's quick-step skill. In a flash, he leaped from the pit, leaving a cloud of dust behind. He lunges forward, sword aimed at Gu-jin, who remains motionless, as if unable to react to Ji-Hoo's speed. But then, to Ji-Hoo's shock, his blade was stopped by a massive skeleton soldier, and he couldn't reach Gu-jin no matter what he tried. Unafraid, he taunts, "Don't get so worked up, we've only just begun." Outside the dungeon, a car speeds away, seemingly in a hurry. Gina drives, sighing wearily, wondering if he's making her do too much. Glancing at Ji-Hoo's picture on the passenger seat, he ruffled his hair, wondering why he had to check up on him. Earlier, in Director Cha's office, he asked Gina to go to the Cerberus dungeon, since he didn't want to go himself, and Gina wondered why she had to go there. Xe-chan said he wouldn't rest easy until they checked on him, and despite exploiting Gina, he seemed to trust Gu-jin's abilities. "We don't need to check anything. I bet he'll make it out and survive just fine." "Are you really worried he'll lose to Jiang Ji-Hoo after all?" Xe-chan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Actually, it's the opposite. If Jiang Ji-Hoo loses as you predict, there are a few things we need to be sure of when planning our next move," he analyzes. "And I suppose it's the same for Kim Gu-jin, being the smart guy he is. I bet he wants to know everyone's goals," Xe-chan pondered. "Much like why we created the alias Isaac Ivanov, or the connection between Park Young-won's faction and the Skull Guild, as well as." After a pause, Xe-chan continued, "The reason we keep supporting Kim Gu-jin, even knowing the Metsai Association is behind it all, is that it's just a small part of a larger plan to destroy the Metsai Association." As he spoke, he handed over an envelope of information, stating that even if Kim Gu-jin killed Jiang Ji-Hoo, it would be difficult to fully understand his true intentions. "But at the very least, I need to confirm whether he'll continue to cooperate with us in the future," which is why Gina took the documents and drove to the Cerberus dungeon. In the dungeon, dusk descends, and the atmosphere grows ominous. The ground is littered with the white bones of slain soldiers, a testament to the fierce battle that has just taken place. Exhausted, Ji-Hoo leans on his sword, panting. Damn it. The poison is slowing him down. He's gravely wounded, covered in blood, and facing a bone soldier ready to strike. There are simply too many of them. The skeleton soldier leaps, bringing its blade down with tremendous force. Ji-Hoo can hardly believe it. These are just skeleton soldiers. It's unbelievable. The blade descends, and he barely manages to block it, the aftershock causing the ground beneath him to crumble. As he struggled with the skeleton soldiers, a dark shadow brushed past him, forcing Ji-Hoo to be wary. But this only weakens him further against the skeleton soldiers, and the smaller one sneaks around and ambushes him. Ji-Hoo coughs up blood as the system announces that the poison has spread throughout his body. He bit down in pain, a sense of helplessness and resentment rising within him as Ji-Hoo swung his sword, only for the two bone soldiers to quickly evade. But then, he suddenly felt his center of gravity sink, as if falling into a pit again. However, it was just one foot stuck in the rocks. He was getting impatient. Damn it. He couldn't move his foot. Throughout the fight, Wu-jin remained aloof, merely observing as he held him off with 12 skeletal soldiers. Now there are only 2 left. It's a shame he couldn't increase their numbers with the Master Stone. Watching Ji-Hoo struggle with the last 2 bone soldiers, Wu-jin thought to himself that the poison had fully taken effect, and he didn't need to play cat and mouse any longer. Ji-Hoo, insulted, roared, "Fight me, I'm telling you to fight me." In the forest, only Ji-Hoo's cries echoed, "Fight me," instead of standing there. Time passed until, exhausted, he collapsed, still stubbornly demanding a fight. Ji-Hoo stammered, taking small steps, "I can still fight." But the poison had seeped deep into his body, and his eyes rolled back. Then, Ji-Hoo breathed his last, leaving this world in the dungeon, dying with eyes wide open in bitter resentment. The system announces that the underworld emissary laughs at your easy victory, sharing some authority with you, and your bone soldier's rank has increased. With his opponent dead, Wu-jin approached the body, opened his system, and collected Ji-Hoo's items, a valuable trophy in his hand. Wan's necklace, a legendary piece of equipment. It can be equipped from level 22 and above, and some items belong to Wan, one of the Knights of the Round Table. It holds the blessing of the sun, multiplying health, strength, and magic power by 40 when equipped. When equipped, attack increases by 10%, defense increases by 10%, endurance increases by 10%, and the Sun's Blessing skill can be used once per day. Wu Jin is quite pleased with this haul. After all, it's the first time he's ever received a Round Table Knight's equipment. He's planning something. Someone like Jiang Gihu would definitely show his face. Right, to be sure. He uses the Eye of Anubis. Some of Gihu's memories appear before Wu Jin's eyes. He was on his way somewhere when he met Suzuki Aichi, who exposed him. I guess it must have been difficult to make it this far with a brain like yours. He brushed past Gihu, his lackeys. That is, not him, and Gihu coldly retorted that he should learn to heal if he was a hunting dog. Gihu threatened. I'll let you off this time since I'm on my way to see my master. But next time I see you, I'll smash your dog mouth. Suzuki Aichi showed no fear, rather amusement, saying he would wait. Then, the scene shifts to Gujin, watching Jihu enter the round table meeting room. He bows respectfully, introducing himself. I'm Zhang Jihu, a new member of the Round Table Society. It's an honor to meet such a great hero. When he looked up, Gujin saw the face of the person in the center seat. It was Lee Se-jun. Gujin gritted his teeth, cursing him under his breath. There's that damned face. He thought to himself, if the Salvation Society finds out Jia Jiang Jihu is dead, they won't let it go easily. Gujin vowed to eliminate anyone who supported Lee Se-jun's ambition and turned their back on justice. Elsewhere, the goons lay side by side, snoring away. Hidden behind the bushes, a group of people lay in wait, one man muttering in frustration. Damn it. How much longer do we have to wait? Jin furrowed his brow, reminding them. Patience. We can't rush this two-headed dog, he continued, saying they had to wait for it to take the bait before they all jumped out to trap it, minimizing casualties. Suddenly, the system announced that the two-headed dog had been defeated. Jin stared in disbelief at the screen, stammering, "What, the dungeon's been cleared?" It was over. Kim Gyuji quickly escaped the dungeon, leisurely walking toward the parking lot, his eyes catching a familiar figure. Lee Jin-ah was already waiting there, waving his hand. "You're out," he said. Kim Gyuji wondered, "What are you doing here?" Lee Jin-ah joked that he's driving for a delivery service to make extra money, and just came to see what all the commotion was about. He held up the file in his hand, saying he had something to give him and they could talk in the car. They quickly got in and drove off, soon arriving at a secluded location. Just then, Lee Jin-ah handed over the documents, saying the boss wants us to enter a new dungeon together. He then asked curiously, "What about that guy, Jiang Jihu?" Kim Gyuji didn't answer right away, taking the documents as he thought to himself, "I've been had, so they already knew." He thought to himself, in Jiang Jihu's memories, he entered the dungeon under a false name and identity. So, Oh Se-chan must know why he requested a false identity. And yet he still accepted. Seeing the other's silence, he glanced over, annoyed, and coldly asked, "You fought him in the dungeon, didn't you? How strong is that guy, Kim Gyuji? Tell me, is he stronger than me?" "For sure," Lee Jin-ah snapped back. "Auntie, spare me the advice. Are you blind? Do I need to show you my true skills to open your eyes?" He slowly turned the pages, noting that Jiang Jihu single-handedly took down 10 bone soldiers out of the 12 surrounding him. "If you want to prove you're stronger than him," Kim Gyujin turned sharply, his voice cold. "Simple. I'll design an entry for you." Hearing this, he's terrified, sweat pouring down his face, and quickly tries to change the subject, saying that the strong should be humble and not boast. So, let's get back to the main topic. Where were we? He angrily slams the papers onto his thigh, saying the Bucheon Sandfox dungeon has had 12 raids, all of which have failed. Kim Gyujin's eyes locked onto the information. Fox Tomb Dungeon. Floor 2. Difficulty A. Capacity 40. Requirement under level 40. Objective hunt and collect fox horns. Reward. Exclusive title and skill. Lee Jin-ah muttered, glad to be spared the explanation. This time, they'd act officially. Again under the guise of Isaac, the reason for which was obvious. So, what does he want? He thought to himself. Go to the Horned Fox dungeon right after taking down Jiang Jihu. So there's only one reason. He immediately replied, "Okay, I agree. Deal." They returned to the parking lot, and he put his hands in his pockets, silently watching Kim Gyujin's car slowly disappear. A moment later, Lee Jin-ah pulled out her phone and reported, "I just came from Kim Gyujin's place. Didn't I tell you there was nothing to worry about? Someone like him would never walk into his own grave." The voice on the other end pressed, "Yes. You're the best. What about my proposal?" He said that he agreed right away and had already researched the dungeon. Xe Chan excitedly says, "That's good. And Lee Jin needs to focus and be vigilant from now on," he continued, saying that since Kim Gu-jin had accepted their offer, there was no turning back. Xe Chan thought to himself that he couldn't fully trust Kim Gu-jin, but if he wanted to fight the Salvation Society, he had to take a chance. His eyes locked onto the headline, "The Salvation Society authorized to manage the most difficult dungeons within the inner sanctum." Xe Chan realized that time was running out 2 years, 3 at most. If no organization strong enough to oppose the Salvation Society appears in that time, they won't hesitate to reveal their true colors. Soon after, Kim Gu-jin returned to his apartment. He stared at the paper in his hand. Memories of his past life flooding back, he remembered. It was after he cleared the one-horned fox dungeon. Lee Sejun's secretary stood before Kim Gu-jin, oozing arrogance. "I've been watching your performance in the dungeon. He's stronger than the rumors suggest. Want to join the Salvation Association?" Kim Gu-jin frowned, annoyed. If they want to recruit him, at least Chairman Dixon should show up. Hearing this, a man immediately stepped out of the car, saying, "I like you. We need your strength to save this world. Become my ally." Lee Sejun proposed. Asterisk, Lee Sejun. This is the first time I've met him. Suddenly, Kim Gu-jin's phone vibrated with a new message, which he quickly opened. "You have been approved to participate in the one-horned fox dungeon raid in 2 days. Show them what you've got." Kim Gu-jin was slightly surprised, a smirk creeping across his face. Just like before, the Salvation will be waiting. Kim Gu-jin smirked, thinking, "Good." He quickly opened the system, thoughts racing through his mind. "I'll be the brightest star that day." No. Isaac Ivanov will. Kim Gu-jin selected the thorn snake, thinking he needed to prepare a lot for this performance. Instantly, the item appears before him, and he continues to sink into his thoughts after all. He's already completed this once. Kim Gu-jin was thrilled, a smile playing on his lips. This would be the perfect stage for him to shine. The next day, a warm energy filled the air as the instructor announced to the players gathered at the sports arena focus, "It's almost time to enter the dungeon." A nondescript man asks if everyone is prepared, to which Lee Jin-ah enthusiastically replies that he was born ready. He arrogantly continued, "I'm the one who conquered the impossible barbed vine dungeon. This kind of dungeon is a piece of cake." But the moment he steps inside, a bone-chilling cold makes Lee Jin-ah shiver. "Well, this cake is frozen solid." In that moment, Kang Young-ji's voice echoed, "Wear your cold weather gear, especially mages and priests with low health. Stay alert and protect yourselves." She warned coldly that if they were left behind, they should fend for themselves, as no one would protect them, and to try not to become a burden to others. Kim Gu-jin stared at the figure ahead. Inwardly impressed, she seemed to have a lot of experience. Sometimes, the environment can be more dangerous than the monsters themselves. Lee Jin-ah shivered, her teeth chattering, and asked, "If I'm this cold, how cold is it here?" He urged, "Jin-ah, let's go." He wondered why the rush, but Kim Gu-jin took off without a word. Seeing this, Lee Jin-ah quickly followed, and soon, the two arrived at a deserted place, surrounded only by white snow. He said irritably, "Wouldn't it be more reasonable to stick with the Salvation Society for now, instead of splitting up in this harsh weather?" He sneered. "What's wrong? Are you too cold to function?" Annoyed, Lee Jin-ah retorted that it would be a cold day in hell. He leaned on his crutches, panting, his voice full of anger. "My nickname is Siberian Bear. This temperature is just a breeze to me. Do I look like I'm cold?" Kim Gu-jin grinned. "Good. Then you'll learn that this dungeon is even more brutal than the spiked serpent one." Hearing this, his will falters, and cold sweat pours down him. "Worse than the thorn serpent dungeon?" he asks. "Much worse." The boy replies flatly, "Just try it and see." Meanwhile, the system displays notifications. Equipped Akira Fan's necklace, you no longer feel the cold of winter. And equipped the death mask, you can now link your mind to summoned monsters. Kim Gu-jin urged, "Let's move around to warm up." Legina sighed. "Okay. But this time, remember to get me something good to eat." He continued. "So, what's the plan this time? This is a survival mission. So are you planning to build a defensive line like last time?" He quickly replies that it's not necessary, and Legina happily agrees, relieved to avoid manual labor. But just then, the system issued a notification summoning skeleton soldiers, a sight that astonished him. From the black magic, Skeletal soldiers emerge, their eyes gleaming with cold light, radiating a murderous aura. Ready to strike at any moment, Legina scoffed. Going to a ball, why are these boneheads so dressed up today? His voice continues, commenting on the extravagance of equipping skeletons with armor. But upon closer inspection, Legina realizes, wait, that's Thorn's snakeskin. He roared in fury, cursing that they were both equally skilled. Yet he hogged all the snakeskin. An idea sparked in Legina's mind. This armor is worth a fortune, and he's equipping his skeleton soldiers with it. Kim Gujin glanced at him and said coldly, my share is already with the office. Legina cursed in anguish, while at the same time, Cha Xin scratched his ear, muttering, who's talking about me? Now. Kang Yangji has also discovered that 2 people have left the group. Are they the Russians? She asks loudly. Has anyone seen Isaac Ivanov and his teammates? Kim Sun awkwardly apologized. But before he could finish, Kang Yangji snapped. What? Sorry, have you forgotten your orders? She frowned, realizing that clearing the dungeon was secondary to seeing if she could cooperate with the Russian. Isaac Ivanov. Kang Yangji left immediately, but not before reminding them to have the dungeon raid completed before her return, and to protect it well. Kim Sun quickly stopped her. Why not send the police? Why do you have to go? Kang Yangji warned me to whistle if anything happened. She needed to see their strength for herself. Meanwhile, Kim Gujin and the others are surrounded by a pack of ferocious wolves, their sharp teeth bared, drool dripping from their mouths as they eye their prey hungrily. The skeletal soldiers surge into battle, scattering the wolves, as Legina unleashes a swift attack, slamming her hand into the ground, sending paper shards flying towards them. Then, the swift bone soldiers brandished their swords, charging into battle with fierce momentum. With each strike, the wolves howled in agony as fresh blood splattered across the white snow. The scene unfolding before her eyes was shocking. What was that? Kang Yi Angji whispered. Those were bone soldiers, and they were on a completely different level than any she'd seen before. Kim Sun whispered, Captain, what do we do? Should we help? Gian Giang coldly replied, are you blind? This place has become their hunting ground. Kang Yi Angji continued, saying that helping now would only get in the way. Secretly frustrated that these guys were way out of her league, Kang Yi Angji was furious. Her fists clenched tight. No surprise he cleared the Thorn Serpent dungeon. She had to report back and recruit him at any cost. Suddenly, Kim Sun shouts that there's a signal. Kang Yi Angji turns around, her face instantly filled with panic, a long note. The signal for urgent help. Something's happened at the camp. Without hesitation, the 2 rushed off, Kim Gujin glancing quickly in the direction of the noise. At that moment, the ferocious wolves charged straight toward the camp, and someone shouted in terror that they had broken through the line. The group fought desperately, wielding their weapons wildly in the blizzard. As one cried out in despair, damn it, where are they all coming from? The other tried to reassure him. Hold on. Just hold on until the captain gets back. Meanwhile, footsteps cut through the snow, and a dark shadow appears in the sky, hurtling towards the wolves at breakneck speed. In an instant, an explosion ripped through the air, sending earth and stone flying, and smoke billowing into the sky. As the smoke clears, a familiar figure stands tall in the newly formed crater. A team member exclaims with relief, Captain, his excessive anxiety is irritating. Why bring in someone with connections? These are just first-level monsters. Shut your mouth and get back into defensive formation. Now. She immediately ordered them to fight while retreating back to the camp, and for the injured to fall back. From a nearby mountaintop, the alpha wolf howls in anguish at the sight of its pack being slaughtered. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, then more and more violently. A man suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He immediately leaped into a nearby tree to get a better look, and the sight before him left him frozen in place. Countless wolves were stampeding toward the camp from all directions. He cried out in horror. A massive wave of monsters was headed their way. Kang Yang's face paled with worry. Their team's defenses had already crumbled, and there's an even bigger wave coming from atop another peak. He watches the wolves swarm the camp like ants. Legina speaks up, saying that if they're left alone, they'll all die anyway. He's itching to get involved, his voice full of panic. Hey, don't tell me we have to go down there now. Meanwhile, Kim Gujin recalled last night's phone call. As the old man casually asked, I was a little surprised you wanted to find that skill sheet, but luckily I managed to buy one. Got it. Kim Gujin looked at the paper in his hand and replied softly, here it is. Thanks. Oh, the paper details the skill force field. It's E grade level. and its effect releasing a force field that either strengthens allies or weakens enemies, with the field's radius increasing with the skill level. A moment later, a system notification appeared. You have learned the force field skill. Kim Gujin glanced sideways and said coldly, "Just watch me and do as I do. I'm tired of explaining everything." Meanwhile, the group below was completely surrounded by the wolves. Kang Youngji's face is smeared with blood, her eyes flashing with anger. Damn it. Now I see why all 12 teams failed. I underestimated this first-level dungeon. Suddenly, amidst the wolves, a tremendous explosion erupts, smoke and fire engulfing the area. Scattering them, a figure cried out in elation. Reinforcements. But she retorted, already freezing. Huh. Who else would be in this dungeon besides us? Kang Youngji's eyes scanned the cliff face, a flicker of doubt crossing her face as she wondered. Unless, a few minutes prior, he held the corpse of a wolf in his hand, and Kim Gujin coldly flung it down without hesitation. A smirk creeps across his face as the system's voice rings out once more. Activating the Hell Messenger's sacrifice skill, explosions rocked the ground, and thick black smoke engulfed the wolves, slowly dissipating to reveal their motionless forms. Li Jin rushed forward, the wind swirling around her, and with a flick of her hand, the ground beneath her feet shot up like sharp blades towards the enemy. The core spirits also charged wildly, fighting relentlessly, as if to flatten the pack of wolves. The system announces the activation of the sun's blessing, and Kim Gujin's vine suddenly glows. It then displays more information, opening a link to a bone pot. Quickly, his body and spirit synchronized with the bone soldiers, becoming one. The system reported, using force field, linking to a bone soldier. Mana consumption greatly increased. In an instant, the bone vessels glowed, magic swirling around them, empowering them as their aura filled the sky. Black eye sockets opened, swirling with magic, emitting a chilling light that seemed to freeze the surrounding space. Li Jin Na was utterly shocked by the magical transformation of the bone constructs. His eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down as he stared in disbelief at the creatures before him, their voices rising in eerie unison. Flaunting their newfound power, Li Jin Na frowned, wondering what this strange halo was. He glanced around, then at the remaining bone soldiers, realizing they were putting on some kind of show. Thoughts raced through Li Jin Na's mind. Did that god give them too much power? The skeleton soldiers roared, their cold eyes filled with murderous intent, gripping their weapons, ready to strike at any moment. One of them slams his sword into the ground, the muffled explosion echoing like thunder, sending the wolves flying. He healed others, thinking, no way. They fight like seasoned soldiers. Kim Gujin must have some goodies he's not sharing. Kim Gujin telepathically mocked him, saying there's no need to gape like that. This is just basic group combat tactics. Instead of focusing on single target buffs, he uses force fields to turn the sun god's blessing into a wide area buff. It's far more effective in Kim Gujin's hands, as he silently observes the fierce battle below. Then, with a wave of his hand, the elite killer is sent hurtling down. Immediately, the system issued a notification the Hell Messenger's skill, Corpse Explosion, had been activated. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, bathing the sky in crimson flames. The survivors are stunned as explosions create a wall, halting the monster wave. Is this the true power of the Thorn Serpent Hunter? Seeing the situation diffused, she immediately ordered. Their attacks are disorganized. The time is now. Everyone, advance. Cut to a high-rise in a bustling city, where a voice booms. We'll make our move to save the day at the last possible moment. A sly grin spreads across his face. Exactly. They fancy themselves heroes. Would they dare turn their backs on their benefactor? Besides, the media pressure will force them to repay us handsomely. With his arms crossed, he arrogantly declares, understand, the ancients called this killing two birds with one stone. Jisoo retorts, well, it's good if it succeeds, but is that even possible? She voiced her concerns, as the Salvation Society also has many strong players at that level. For this plan to succeed, he needs power surpassing theirs. Do you really think Kim Gun-jin is that strong? Xe-chan is certain. Absolutely certain. Based on his rapid growth and the skills he's shown recently, I'm willing to go all in this time. Hearing this, Jisoo stopped typing. Surprised by his words, an all-in bet, she quickly slid her chair back. Does he really think that highly of him? He was certain. Which is why Gina and Kim Gun-jin were in the dungeon. With unwavering resolve, Jae-chun declared, We must protect their identities at all costs. To strike from the shadows is the only way. Back in the dungeon. A sharp sword pierces the wolf's body, blood splattering everywhere. As Kim Soon wearily asks, "Is that the last one?" Another team member wiped the sweat from their brow, glancing at Kim Gun-jin, saying they'd be dead if it weren't for that Russian. Yang Ji quickly approached them, extending her hand in sincere gratitude, saying that her team survived thanks to them. Seeing their silence, she awkwardly tried to recover. "If you don't speak Korean," he replied in broken tones. "Work open." Road outside. The two of them immediately turned and left, ignoring Jang Yi-sol's calls to wait. Legina whispers, "Hey, are we just leaving? What about our plan?" Kim Gun-jin calmly replies, "We just wiped out the biggest swarm, the rest are insignificant." His voice echoed, saying that staying with them would only expose them further. And now that they've seen their power, they won't dare claim this dungeon as theirs. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? He thought frantically, his face as tense as a bowstring. "Hey, wait. Don't tell me you're going to do what you did last time." But Legina was only met with cold laughter as the two continued on, exploring every corner of the dungeon. After the battle, he panted, annoyed, thinking, "Damn it. This is crazy. Teaming up with this perverted maniac." At that moment, the system announced they had leveled up, and both of them stared intently at the notification before them. Kim Gun-jin was ecstatic he'd reached level 35. Achieving his goal, the system reports that a messenger of hell has used their privilege to grant you power, increasing your poison blood skill by 1 level. He reaches out to check the skill's current power. The screen reads Venomous Blood. Skill level X. Skill effect turns your blood into poison. You can use mana to refine the toxicity and create arcane blood. Kim Gun-jin pondered. Blood poison level X and dark blood. This will make my plan go even smoother. Lee Jin-ah asked curiously. "Hey, why the long-faced cat got your tongue?" he stammered. "No. It's nothing. But before we move on to the second floor, there's something extremely important we need to do." He roars in anger. "What's this nonsense again? What is your plan, anyway?" Kim Gun-jin casually replies, "Dinner. Going to the second floor will take a lot of stamina." Lee Jin-ah is stunned. Really? Soon after, a fire blazed, and the aroma of grilled meat filled the dungeon. Lee Jin-ah grabbed a skewer, munching away. "Yeah, this is what teammates are for. Here, have a bite." He glances over, full of curiosity, and says, "There's something I've been wondering for a while now. Even with your immortal body, you can still feel pain. Right, so, in the middle of a fight, could the pain overwhelm you and make you faint?" He was about to take a big bite of meat, but that's not going to happen. "Who do you think I am, with this great man?" Lee Jin-ah. Faint in the middle of a battle. But Kim Gun-jin's next words made Lee Jin-ah freeze good. "Because if the one-horned fox pierces your gut, how long can you hold out?" he questioned. "What the hell? Did I do something to offend you?" Seeing his cold gaze, Lee Jin-ah quickly waved his hands, trembling. "Let's take it easy. No need to be so tense." In the second-level dungeon, the team members were being decimated by monsters that moved with lightning speed, blurring past them so fast that no one could clearly see their form. One man draws his bow, eyes darting around, sweat beading on his forehead. "Damn, it's too fast. How are we supposed to fight this thing?" Suddenly, the monster changed direction, charging straight toward him, and the man immediately sensed the shift. Bracing himself, in the blink of an eye, he was swallowed whole by the monster's massive maw, gone in an instant. Witnessing this, Kang Young-ji worried that they would all die like this, leaving her helpless. She gritted her teeth, her mind racing, desperately searching for a viable solution. Was there any way to stop the one-horned fox? Suddenly, footsteps echoed, stopping right beside Kang Young-ji. Startling her, she opened her eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. Legina, hiding her identity, spoke broken Russian. "Ship. Russian. Spasiba. Ship kill fox. As I. O. B." Kang Young-ji wondered if the Russian man was alone, and then realized Legina was cautiously approaching the one-horned fox, causing her to panic. "Hey. Wait. Facing them alone is suicide." All she could see were its eyes, bright and chillingly cold. Despite the warning, he calmly continues forward as the one-horned fox bares its fangs, emitting threatening growls. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, leaving only swirling snow as proof of its presence. and its razor-sharp fangs closing in on Legina. His cloak is immediately torn, and Legina is shocked by its speed. The one-horned fox darts around Legina like an arrow, its form fleeting, too fast to see, leaving only a white blur against the pristine snow. He raised his hand to block its attack, anger rising within him, just as he said. Its damage wasn't high, but it was incredibly agile. Damn it. He could only defend, with no opening to counterattack. But at the most dangerous moment, Legina stumbled. Losing his balance, his eyes rolled back as he cursed inwardly, realizing the perfect timing of her slip, and the one-horned jackal seized the opportunity. Its entire massive body slammed into Legina, the impact sending him flying backward, leaving him no time to react. Fresh blood spews from his mouth, his vision blurs, and his mind reels. In that instant, Legina recalls last night's conversation. Kim Gugin's confident expression. He thought grimly that the one-horned fox's attack wasn't the problem, but its speed was. A bone pot would shatter from a single hit, so he couldn't use it, and trapping it would take too long. Annoyed, he retorted. So you're telling me to hold it back? No wonder you were being so nice. Even stopping for dinner. He scoffed. Is it too much for you? After a moment, Legina's eyes refocused, and he reached out, grabbing the one-horned fox tightly. Caught off guard, it bolted, dragging him along as Legina gritted his teeth, trying to dig his heels into the snow. But the beast's strength was too great. In an instant, the unicorn fox dragged him across the snow, leaving a long trail as snow billowed all around. Legina quickly activates the Styx River's blessing, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it. That hurts like hell. But I've got you now. You fake fox. Legina slams its head into the snow shrine, putting all his strength into the blow, giving the one-horned fox no chance to escape. The sight before Kangyanji's eyes was horrifying. He'd used himself as a meat shield to restrain the fox, but then her heart sank. She couldn't just stand there, because holding it back would be pointless if no one delivered the final blow. Suddenly, an arrow shot out of nowhere, slicing through the air as it hurtled towards the one-horned fox. The beast immediately sensed the danger, its face filled with tension, its whole body twitching in a futile attempt to dodge. Helpless, the one-horned fox could only watch as despair flashed in its eyes, facing imminent death. In an instant, a system notification appeared. The unicorn fox had been poisoned. Only then did Kang Yangyi turn around to see Kim Gujin standing there, bow still drawn. Immediately, the bone soldiers rushed to assist, leaving her frozen in place, drenched in a cold sweat. Kang Yangyi wondered if they were truly both below level 40. The bone soldiers surrounded the one-horned fox, relentlessly slashing with their blades. She realized they were nothing compared to these monsters, a completely different level. Soon, the system displayed a report. You have successfully eliminated the one-horned fox. Outside the dungeon, the dimensional gate slowly opens, signaling that a player has completed the challenge, and reporters snap photos, curious as to who it is, whether it's Kang Yi of the Salvation Society, or Isaac, whoever it is. We have to get an interview. Suddenly, a car drove into the crowd, and someone wondered why there was a diplomatic car there, while another exclaimed that it was Isaac's car. Inside the vehicle, Kim Gugin retrieves the horn he just acquired from the storage box. He picked up his phone, dialed a number, and said, "Mr. Osei-chan, I want to issue a press release." The man agreed. "You finished sooner than I thought." "Okay. But what's the announcement for?" Kim Gugin stated to tell the media that if the Salvation Society truly needs it. He calmly continued, saying they were willing to donate the horn of the one-horned fox, causing Legina to roar in anger. "Have you been crazy long after all? The effort to get it. You want to give it away." On the other end of the line, Sei-chan nodded in praise. "I see. Good idea." Then, he snapped, "Hey, if you don't need it, give it to me." "Why give it to those Salvation freaks? Are you all crazy?" Kim Gugin reminded him to emphasize that the Salvation Society must truly need it. He immediately agreed. And soon, it was all over the internet and news. The news spread like wildfire. Isaac Evanhope stated that if the Salvation Society truly needed it, he was willing to donate his own sword. Isaac Evanhope has expressed his desire to raid dungeons with the Salvation Society, emphasizing that without him, completing the dungeons would be impossible. His eyes glued to the phone screen. He thought to himself, "These guys are efficient, the news is spreading fast." Just then, his phone vibrated. It was Isaac Evanhope calling. The next day, Kim Gugin arrived at his office, where a news report speculated about Ijack Evanhope's identity. Ijack Evanhope's name is all over the news these days. But enough about that. You've been more effective than I thought. Ijack Evanhope continues, having abandoned the monkey's head. It seems he's ceased all activities in Korea and returned to Japan. Part of me wanted to chase him down, but this result is satisfactory for now. She quickly placed a paper in front of Kim Gugin. As Ihan, one's voice continued, don't be complacent, keep training, and you'll be rewarded again if you do well. He bowed his head, staring intently at the paper before him, blood mist. A job requirement for a Hell Messenger, requiring level 40 or higher, and with the effect of creating a mist of your own blood. He sternly says that as a member of his guard, he must work hard to contribute, to which Kim Gugin immediately replies that he understands. Suddenly, a news report on TV caught Ihan One's attention. Breaking news. The Salvation Association has officially made a statement, expressing their gratitude for Isaac's sincerity, but instead of money, the Salvation Society wishes to offer a small token of gratitude for saving one of their members. He muses that clinging to such petty pride will only hurt them in the end. Won't it? He remained silent, picturing the news reports where Cha Si-hyun would speak on his behalf. If the Salvation Association truly needs it, I'm willing to donate the horn of the one-horned fox. Kim Gugin smugly thought to himself that if he remained silent, they would surely use the media to pressure him into handing over the horn. But that tactic only works on those considered enemies of the Nine Savior Association. Thoughts raced through his mind. Not only would he save their members, but he'd also show goodwill by offering them a gift. Now they definitely can't smear my name. To protect their precious hero. If they really need the horn of the one-horned fox, Kim Gugin was certain they would pay a heavy price. But just how much would depend on their sincerity. Back in reality, he picked up the paper, thinking to himself, giving me a level 40 skill book means they want me to grind. Kim Gugin asks if he can find some dungeons suitable for level 0, to which Ion Wan readily agrees, saying dungeons are no problem at all. He generously declared, contact the brokers and send me the bill. I'll take care of the rest. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he thanked the being. Meanwhile, Legina ate a pastry while watching the news, which reported that the Salvation Association wanted to send Isaac Ivanov a gift of gratitude. They are indeed a generous organization, always ready to strongly support individuals dedicated to the cause of salvation. Muttering through clenched teeth, he wondered if Gugin had known this would happen when he made his announcement. He really hit the jackpot, keeping what he had and getting a bonus from the Salvationists. Legina stuffed the rest of the pastry in her mouth, wondering what gifts they'd offer. And Xe-chan immediately replied, Golem summoning skills. He's shocked, sitting up abruptly. How did you know? The man calmly replies. They agreed beforehand before informing the media. His face lights up with excitement. Whatever the gift. Money talks. And there's no reason to refuse the golem summoning skill they're offering. Legina continues unwrapping the snack cakes. Then suddenly, he points at himself, erupting in fury. What about my share I've put in my blood? Sweat. And tears too. You know, how can I not get a single piece? He should at least get a few shares of the loot. He quickly carries several boxes of choco pies and slams them on the table. Here, this is your share. Zichan says, without a hint of sympathy, I knew you'd like it. His next words make Legina seethe. So I brought the whole stash back as a gift. He angrily pointed to the pile of pastries in the corner. This is a gift they sent because they think I'm the Russian Association's representative, not something he bought. So why would he give it to me? Where are my skills and equipment? Despite this, a box of pastries was quickly opened, and Legina ate like a ravenous beast, asking what Xe-chan had been so engrossed in. He replied flatly that it was a dungeon purchase order from Pachiongwan. He's surprised. Pachiongwan, I thought you were done with him. You used to curse him, calling him a petty man only interested in money. Why are you doing business with him again? But I thought he already had the Phoenix Guild in the palm of his hand. Why would he need to buy dungeons? His eyes remained glued to the documents in his hands as he spoke of acquiring a few dungeons to train new subordinates. How considerate, Legina wondered. New confidants. Who? Xe-chan replied. His close friend. He was stunned. Kim Gugin. Legina sneered. So, you two are plotting to take down Pachiongwan for fun. Scammers. Mr. Gianzhang fumes. Scammers, they call it business savvy. You should ask Kim Gugin to teach you about it sometime. Suddenly, he pushes a paper in front of him, saying this looks promising. Legina quickly grabbed the paper. A survival quest. Xe-chan asked, and he replied that dungeons where the sole objective is survival are quite rare. and this could be sold for a lot of money. The paper read 240 hours. 2 floors. B rank, difficulty. Capacity of 25. Entry requirement below level 40. Completion requirement of surviving 7 days on the 2nd floor. And a C rank skill reward for surviving players. Legina returned the paper, saying that surviving for 7 days in a B rank dungeon was the perfect way to level up by risking your life, leaving him stunned, wondering why he was being offered this. He was stunned, as Zehan explained. What's with the gaping mouth, you're coming too? He was speechless, the paper falling from his hand as he heard. No pain, no gain. Legina quickly negotiated. Wait. Boss. I've reconsidered. This isn't the right fit. Then, as Sechan coaxed him, he finally started to appreciate dungeons. And in the end, unable to refuse, he joined them. Legina grumbled in annoyance, cursing her fate to accompany this sickly man through another dungeon, as Kim Gugin suggested they take a leisurely stroll first. Cut to Hansung Group, South Korea's #1 financial group, who became the world's most influential company by sponsoring the Salvation Association. In CEO Park Shin-hye's office, she exclaims in shock. Jang Ji-hoo is dead, the assistant reports. Yes. He entered a dungeon to capture Kim Gugin and never returned. Park Shin-hye grits her teeth, furious. Why does he always do things like this? And Hoen's necklace? He hesitated. And I said in annoyance. It's gone. Isn't it? Find it and bring it back here at all costs. Park Shin-hye stroked her lips, lost in thought. Replacing Jang Ji-hoo wouldn't be hard. But Hoen's necklace was truly important. I thought to myself, the Skull Association's initial failures seemed insignificant. But now they're a headache. Escalating tensions between us and the Grand Swordsman and Grand Archer. Park Shin-hye sighs softly. Cracks are beginning to show in their once perfect alliance. At that moment, his hateful face appeared in her mind. Park Young-won, the source of all deceit. That bastard. If she had known things would turn out this way, she would have eliminated him early on. Park Shin-hye bit her lip, calculating that he had become too powerful, and she would have to slowly erode his strength. I'm curious about the newest member of Park Young-won's guard. What about him? The assistant asked. You mean Kim Goo-jin? He loosened his collar, almost breathless with tension. Well, we're trying our best to deal with him, but Park Young-won is heavily protecting him, so we can't get close. The assistant continued. Furthermore, he's investing heavily in skills and equipment to train Kim Goo-jin. Park Shin-hye waved her hand. Enough with the excuses. With cold indifference, she asks if they have a plan to eliminate him, and nothing more. He announced that a team had been sent to capture Kim Goo-jin, to which Park Shin-hye coldly asked who was leading it, and the manager respectfully replied that it was Suzuki. In her mind, she thought, Suzuki Aichi bears the title of Lancelot's ring, so he can be trusted. Park Shin-hye asks where they are, and he replies that they're awaiting orders in Kisong City. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, the system announces his level up to 40, and the Hell Messenger is impressed, granting him 8 more inventory slots. Kim Goo-jin is excited. Level 40. Finally, he can use the gift he received. Meanwhile, a weary Legina wipes the sweat from her face. She couldn't help but think. The more she was with Kim Goo-jin, the more she felt he was a monster, only he could level up so quickly and effortlessly. Setting traps after analyzing the terrain. Seemingly simple, yet incredibly effective. He not only knows the type of monsters and their numbers in each dungeon, but also their exact locations. He even knows the most efficient way to hunt them. He knows everything. Legina narrowed her eyes, convinced it was as if he'd experienced it all before. His eyes locked onto the paper in his hand. Now, he could escape the tiger's den unscathed. System notifications rang out one after another. You have learned the golem summoning skill. You have learned the blood mist skill. He suggests they focus on clearing the dungeon efficiently now that they've achieved their goal. But Kim Goo-jin disagreed, arguing that with their new skills, they needed to push even harder to accurately gauge their strategy. Legina, exhausted and annoyed, declared he was quitting. After some time, the two of them finally conquered the dungeon, and the gate opened once more. At this point, his legs trembled, unable to support him, and he could only drag himself away. Jisoo cried out in alarm. Legina, what's wrong? Are you okay? She rushed to his side, her voice laced with worry. Where are you hurt, Legina? Pale and lifeless. Could only manage one word. Vomit. Without a care, he coldly said he had somewhere to be. She hands Kim Goo-jin a phone, telling him he can contact her with it, and a familiar voice answers. This is Secretary Lee. What's going on? He spoke softly. It's me. Kim Gujin. He thought to himself, he's probably at Kisong. Kim Gujin continued. There's a place I want to go. The call ends quickly, and Sachan stares at the phone, wondering why Kesong, what is he planning? After the gates appeared, Korea, once isolated, was forced to open its doors for assistance. That place is Kaesong City, where entry and exit are unrestricted. And if you can clear dungeons, you can do whatever you want. So, the Kaesong Special Zone became a haven for players with criminal records, and the whole city was quickly consumed by greed. Cut to Kaesong at night. Darkness descends, and an old bus rattles down a deserted road. Kim Gugin, in disguise, feigned fear before the gunman. Sohun inquired. Hey kid. Never seen you before. New to the porter gig, pretending not to understand. He asks what a backpack is, describing it as a scarecrow that follows a mage to carry loot from dungeons. Feigning fear, Kim Gugin pushed up his glasses, cold sweat beading on his face. No, I'm not. Sohun smirked. With that innocent face? Don't even try to deny it. We all know. You don't seem like the type to hurt anyone. So what brought you here? Did you scam someone? Don't hide it. We're all in the same boat. He scoffed. You seem a little green, considering almost all of us here are criminals, murderers, or rapists. We're outlaws because we're players. Sohun continued. It's pretty convenient. Actually, with this identity, as long as you make money, you have a chance to turn things around. Being a player is awesome. But anyway, it's your turn to explain why you ended up here. He explained that he was betrayed by the person he trusted most. Han seems amused by Kim Gugin's story, saying, ouch. Betrayal. Huh. I wonder who that backstabber is, but I bet you're really burning with anger. Sohun turns to leave, telling him to call if he needs anything. His eyes now cold, reflecting his true feelings, the price of betraying the world. Han sits quietly in the corner, tapping on his phone, a sleazy smile occasionally creeping onto his lips. On screen, Sohun receives a message from his accomplice. How's it going with the cargo? The lazy Han types back. Nothing suspicious. Use 'em and lose 'em. A moment later, the car finally arrived, screeching to a halt as the driver yelled, Get out. We're here. Meanwhile, at Xe Chan's office, Lee Jina's voice echoed outside the building. Kaesun is in North Korea. He rubs his full belly, picks his teeth, and says, he's really going there. That freak only does crazy things. That place is a den of rabid dogs. What can you expect from a lawless land like that? Xe Chan stared at the receipt in his hand, his face contorted with anger. A madman, he points at his opponent, roaring. You miserable leech. You came just in time for dinner, didn't you? He raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with annoyance. Do you remember Kim Gujin mentioning something about sharing the thorny skin? Xe Chan panics and asks who. And when Kim Gujin went to Kitsong, Legina scoffs, telling him to stop acting, and that he's changing the subject because he's nervous. Xe Chan tries to appear calm, but cold sweat pours from him. Why did he have to go to Kitsong now? How inconvenient. That person is there too. He froze. Who is this person? Your face is so serious. Is there a monster even more terrifying than Kim Gujin? Xe Chan continued, saying that he was probably around level 50 now, making him virtually unbeatable. He hoped he was wrong. It was too early for those two to clash. Legina couldn't believe what she was hearing. Protesting. Come on, bro. Someone more twisted than Kim Gujin. If there was, I'd know his name. So who is he? He calmly replied. You must have heard of him, Suzuki Aichi, the Salvation Society's hound. Meanwhile, in Kaesong City, Suzuki Aichi was on the phone. Understood. I'll make preparations immediately. Li Min asked worriedly what was wrong, and Suzuki Aichi replied that the queen wanted them to take care of the next target. Gata wondered who the next target was, as a furious driver shouted from behind. Get the hell out of the way. He lowered his voice. Kim Gujin. Li Min was surprised. Kim Gujin. Sounds unfamiliar. Suzuki Aichi said sternly. She specifically told us to be vigilant, so he must be dangerous. Gata smirks, agreeing to follow orders without question. He reminds them that the new assassination order has been established, so they must quickly deal with this dilapidated mine and begin investigating him. And what about those backpacks? Kim Jun reports that the foreman says everything is fine, and we should proceed as planned. Suzuki Aichi urges. All right. Let's get ready then. Kim Gujin overheard everything, watching them silently. Suzuki, I never expected to see you again like this. If it were me from a few days ago, I would have avoided you like the plague. Thoughts raced through Kim Gujin's mind, a rabid dog, ready to destroy at the Salvation Society's command, but whose high level would eventually limit his usefulness. He thought to himself that the Salvation Society needed to train another mad dog to do their dirty work. This is the truth I later discovered. Otherwise, that bastard wouldn't have directly recruited me. Underestimating Suzuki was a grave mistake. Park Shin-hye may have already given him Lancelot's ring. If this continues, he'll become an unstoppable monster. Kim Gujin sets his sights on the task at hand. He must stop it while he still can, and enter the dungeon. Inside, the next order is to defeat the Red Orc to advance to the next floor. In another corner of the dungeon, fresh blood splattered amidst hateful screams. Hearing the scream, Suzuki Aichi exclaimed in shock. What the hell? Kim Jun cried out in fear. A newbie just killed our men and ran. He urgently asked for instructions, Captain. What do we do now? Should we pursue him? Seeing the wound on the cold corpse, Suzuki Aichi's face twisted. He killed with one decisive and precise strike to a vital point. He turned the unfortunate man's head, thinking that this was no amateur's kill. Seeing the situation grow dangerous, Suzuki Aichi immediately ordered a halt to their plans, instructing them to eliminate the remaining backpacks. The soldiers respectfully obeyed. Yes, Captain. Quickly. One man drew a sword from a chest, its blade reflecting the dim light of the dungeon, and weapons instantly appeared in the hands of others, gripped tight, ready to strike. In an instant, another man grabbed his sharp axe, the glint of steel signaling the coming battle. Immediately, they surrounded the backpackers, their footsteps echoing, eyes full of malice. So frightened, he stammered. What's going on? What do you guys want? We're just porters. We don't even have weapons. Calm down. His last words were cut short as he was hacked to pieces, and we even signed a contract. Fresh blood splattered before the horrified eyes of the remaining men, and one man frantically shouted for everyone to run. But it was all in vain as a bloodbath erupted, painting the ground crimson. The anguished screams echoed through the dungeon, mingling with the clash of weapons in a chaotic, suffocating scene. Soon, the ground was littered with corpses, blood staining everything in a horrifying spectacle. He approached Suzuki Aichi, reporting that everyone had been dealt with, and asked if they should scatter to hunt him down now. He commanded loudly, deducing that running after only targeting one person meant he wanted to play a game of guerrilla warfare. He's alone. If we split up, he'll pick us off one by one. His intentions are clear, yet you still want to play into his hands. Suzuki Aichi sets the next goal: gather more information about him first. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and he rushed toward the sound. Seeing the giant monster before him, Suzuki Aichi muttered, "A golem." He declares that his trump card is the messenger of hell. Suzuki Aichi surmises that without a sacrifice, Tessai can't be summoned, so this golem is likely just a diversion to buy time. So, he immediately ordered a change of plans. They would adapt. But first, they had to take down the golem. Instantly, the system displayed the Keeper of Wisdom's modified skill, Imprisonment. As Junsik's magic flared, vines erupted from the ground, spreading with incredible speed. The vines quickly wrapped around the golem's arms, temporarily restraining it, allowing their teammates to easily launch follow-up attacks. At Suzuki Aichi's warning, the henchmen quickly switched weapons. The golem had high resistance to light physical damage, so they all switched to heavy weapons. He shouts that they're not dangerous at all. Just aim for their legs. The underlings frantically attack the golem's legs, giving it no chance to retaliate. From his hiding place, Kim Gugin couldn't help but admire their adaptability, coordination, and knowledge of the golem's weak points. Before long, the golem's legs were shattered, and Kim Jun leaped into the air, ready to deliver the final blow. Han raised his weapon high, aiming straight for the golem's head. In an instant, a deafening explosion shattered the monster's skull, and dust billowed, obscuring everything. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out, and Junsik wondered what it was. An arrow shot from nowhere, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. In an instant, it was inches from his face, making Junsik's heart stop, but just in the nick of time. Suzuki Eiji appeared, blocking the arrow and saving him from danger. Still reeling, Junsik, pale as a ghost, stammered an apology. "I'm sorry, Captain." Irritated, the captain retorted, "Don't let your guard down just because he's solo." At that moment, Suzuki Eiji realized they were targeting the halo while the team was busy with the golem. He was incredibly intrigued. Not only was he familiar with this fighting style, but he was also extremely skilled, with the ability to attack from a distance and summon. This bastard is an A rank. Suddenly, a panicked voice startled Suzuki Eiji, who turned to see another wave of attacks coming. Seeing a swarm of dark figures approaching, Kim Jun cried out in alarm. Those are A-types. Players, where did they come from? Aren't we the only ones in this dungeon? Li Ming quickly draws his bow. I'll hold them off, set up the magic formation. Arrows tear through the air like lightning. Just then, the system's voice echoed, modifying the silent hunter's skill. Scatter. Instantly, the arrow in Li Ming's hand exploded, scattering into countless smaller arrows. Hurtling towards the dark mass ahead, they whistled through the air, tracing sharp arcs aimed directly at the encroaching darkness. But as the arrows struck, they passed right through. As if flying into empty space, the darkness didn't flinch. Letting each arrow pierce its form, Li Ming gasped in shock. They charged straight ahead instead of dodging. What was going on? The red armor of the Bone Guard glowed, emitting light amidst the thick black smoke, like an inviolable flame in the darkness. One lunges forward, closing in on him. Li Ming cries out in terror. It's a bone fiend. A sword comes down, he leans back, but not fast enough to avoid it entirely, leaving a bloody gash across Li Ming's face. He immediately jumped backward, maintaining a safe distance from the bone puppet. Li Ming wiped the blood from his face, surprised at how agile the puppet was. The battle raged on, both sides clashing fiercely, the sound of metal on metal ringing out. Kim Jun desperately fought back, cursing under his breath about how their lack of concern for injuries made them overwhelmingly powerful. He gritted his teeth in frustration, never having faced a bone warrior this skilled. Suzuki Eiji quickly cast the Holy Light Executioner's skill, Severance. The sharp swordswoman unleashed her power, cleaving the bone soldier into countless pieces. He thought to himself that the bone soldier was mimicking its master's movements. Suzuki Eiji muttered that whoever summoned these things must be powerful. The battle raged on, with neither side gaining an advantage, and he knew this couldn't continue. The sword rises again, and in an instant, the bone vessel is cleaved in two, saving Kim Jun from imminent danger. He turns back in shock. Captain, Suzuki Eiji warned them to stay focused and not underestimate the bone soldiers. Treat them like experienced players, and give it their all. He warned that they were wearing heavy armor, so aim for the gaps, to which he firmly replied, Understood, Captain. He focused his attacks on the joints of their armor, delivering a series of precise strikes to the skeleton's weak points. As his teammates followed his lead, Suzuki Eiji leaps through the chaotic dust and smoke. A cold thought forming in his mind, he can sense the player hiding somewhere on this battlefield. Before that thought could fade, Suzuki Eiji's eyes widened as he realized something. If he could eliminate the player who summoned these bone soldiers, amidst the chaos, a lone figure stood defiant. Untouched by the battle's flow, he rejoiced, thinking, I've found him. Suzuki Eiji skidded to a halt, his feet dragging across the ground, kicking up dust, before he launched himself like an arrow toward his enemy. In the blink of an eye, he stood before him, his cold eyes filled with murderous intent. A ruthless sword strike descended, the wind howling with a terrifying shriek, as if to cleave space itself. Suzuki Eiji stood tall, like a swordsman who had just finished a perfect performance. But to his surprise, there was no cry of pain. Before Suzuki Eiji, only a torn coat remained, its pieces falling to the ground, revealing a figure standing still amidst the battlefield. He froze, eyes wide, staring at the skull mask. Suzuki Eiji wondered if this man was the thorn snake hunter, Isaac Ivanov, as a pathetic bone soldier fell to the ground, skull shattered, and died. Kim Jun reports to Suzuki that only 2 bone golems remain, but then he sees Gujin as Isaac, a blond man in a skull mask. Isaac Ivanov, the thorny snake hunter. Kim Jun wondered why he, a known admirer of the Salvation Society, was here. Gujin looked around, calculating that it was time to switch to Plan B. Immediately, he leads the 2 bone golems, one large and one small, away. Suzuki Eiji frowned, sensing something amiss. Retreat. Is the ghoul trying to wear us down? He's a necromancer. We can't give him time to prepare. Kim Jun angrily questioned why they weren't chasing after him, since he'd already killed 4 of their men, but Suzuki firmly refused, saying they couldn't act rashly until they understood his shadow spirits. Kim Jun ignored the warning and charged ahead, saying he was tired of waiting. and that the enemy was clearly exhausted. Suzuki calculated that a proper pursuit would be to wait until his summons were exhausted. But he hesitated. What if summoning wasn't his trump card? He shouted. Stop. It's a trap. No sooner had he spoken than a light erupted, followed by muffled explosions from the direction Kim Jun had run Gujin's skill. The Hell Messenger's skill. Eruption. A cloud of black smoke billows towards Suzuki Aichi and his men. Liam and Junsik cover their faces, wary of the strange haze. Suzuki orders everyone to stay focused, as the limited visibility means they can't predict what will happen next. In the hazy smoke, a figure emerges. It's Kim Jun, wounded from the explosion, muttering, "Sorry. I was reckless." System notification. You have been poisoned. With internal and external injuries combined, Kim Jun coughs up a mouthful of black blood, and Suzuki Aichi, with a keen eye, notices, becoming wary. Junsik rushes over, saying, "Just wait. I'll heal you right away." However, Suzuki stopped him, saying, "Don't. His blood is completely black. It's too late." Junsik looked at him, shocked. "Captain." Kim Jun collapses, falling to the ground as dark blood seeps from every orifice. He cries out in panic, insisting he's fine and begging for healing. In a final act of desperation, Kim Jun crawled back towards his comrades, not wanting to die such a meaningless death, but his wish would go unfulfilled. For a flash of light appeared the cold glint of Suzuki's blade, sending his subordinate to the afterlife. Watching Kim Jun fall, he reviewed the information he had. There was no record of Isaac Ivanov using poison, but the fact that he used a poison so potent it could kill his men almost instantly. Suzuki Aichi wondered why he hadn't used poison from the start. When a thought suddenly struck him, could it be? Li Min's face wound began to throb, and the blood flowing from it was black, with similar symptoms appearing on other team members' minor wounds. Li Min senses something is wrong. He didn't pay attention due to the explosion. But why isn't this red mist dissipating at the same time? Suzuki receives a notification. Lancelot's ring has activated its powerful poison resistance. He roared. "It's poison. Get away from the mist." But by then, it was too late. Junsik felt dizzy, and his body swayed. It was over. He receives a notification. "You have been poisoned. Your vitality will continuously deplete due to the potent toxin." It wasn't just Junsik. All team members without poison resistance began to fall. Suzuki realizes the truth. Everyone's been poisoned. This was his true aim, using the toxic mist to break their defenses. But just then, a bone soldier ambushed him from behind. Suzuki Aichi leaned back, preparing to retaliate, but the bone soldiers ignored him. Continuing forward, he realized they weren't after him, but his men. At the same time, Suzuki foresaw what would happen next, meaning he would. Thinking this, he turned around and saw Gujin as Ajax. The clash of weapons echoed as they exchanged countless blows in an instant, before finally disengaging to a safe distance. Suddenly, a special announcement rang out, and the Saints Bureau showed interest in the fight. Suzuki was surprised by the Constellation's announcement. Similarly, on Gujin's side, the Messenger of Hell showed interest in the match, and he carefully used an item to increase his power. As expected, this guy is much smarter than that bonehead Jihu. Gujin plans to mislead him and finish him off with a single blow. If he's not careful, he'll be in trouble. Activating the Wand Necklace's skill, the Blessing of the Sun. Meanwhile, in Sichan's office, night falls, and only one floor remains lit. Jihu reports Kim Gujin's location has been pinpointed just as expected. "He's in that bunker," Sechan replies. So he really is planning to use Suzuki. The old man's guess? If he's right, then he's definitely targeting the Salvation Society. Kim Gujin would be a valuable asset, but only if he makes it back alive. Jihu awaits instructions. What should they do? Sichan says. "Secretary Lee, perhaps we should use that now." She hesitates, confirming. "You mean?" Sichan nodded, confirming the very thing she'd spent months trying to find: the power of the Pharaoh. In the dungeon, Suzuki Aichi's men lay lifeless on the ground. Gujin collapses, exhausted, as his last bone soldier is destroyed by Suzuki, who turns to him and coldly asks if he has any more tricks up his sleeve. Gujin coughed up blood, even with the sun's blessing focused on him. The power gap was still too vast. He was stronger than Gujin remembered. His body was covered in wounds, blood flowing freely, and he blamed himself for being too confident, thinking he could handle Suzuki alone. He hasn't struck yet, but instead offers praise, saying, "I'm the first to push him this far. I'll give you credit." But you must realize you've lost too much blood. This fight will end soon. The system alerts Suzuki Aichi that he's been poisoned. But a second notification appears. Lancelot's ring has activated its blood poison resistance. He looked at the ring, thinking that without it, he'd be joining his men in the afterlife. He was nearing his limit. Suzuki slowly advances, still wary any more blood loss. And he'll be the one to fall. He lunges, ready to end Gujine. But in this desperate moment, images flash through his mind. Ion Wan once warned him that because his blood was poisonous, surgery and transfusions would be nearly impossible in the event of a serious injury. So, Secretary Kim gave him something the boss had prepared this for him. Kim Gujin. Ion Wan explained that it might not be very effective once he got stronger. But until then, it could save his life. Gujini looked at the yellowed paper on the desk. This memory is his lifeline in this moment. And with eyes wide, he recalls the skill he received. Immediately, Gujin throws himself forward with all his might. His sudden action surprises Suzuki. Is he fighting like a cornered dog? Gujin, unarmed, touches Suzuki's open wound with his bare hand. The system announces the activation of the Hell Messenger's skill, blood absorption. As blood gushes from Suzuki, swirling and entering Gujine's body, the sudden blood loss shocks Suzuki Aichi, causing him to stumble backward. But both are at their limit, collapsing to the ground. Exhausted, Suzuki receives a notification he's lost too much blood, and all stats are drastically reduced. As for Gujin, his health is gradually returning. With red mana swirling around him, he recovered 5% of his vitality, and the bleeding stopped. Regaining his strength, Gujin approached him, saying, "Someone like you should be smart enough to see Lee Sejun's true nature. So, do you still intend to follow him?" He forced a smile. "Esteemed Isaac Ivanov, what's your reason for attacking us? Everyone says this world is coming to an end, but I think differently." Gujine silently listened to his nonsense with that kind of power. Players like them should rule the world. That was the truth. Completing the game was foolish, and went against reason. He wasn't interested in hearing the man's thoughts, and removed the ring from Suzuki Aichi's hand, the Ring of Lancelot, a legendary item bestowed upon Lancelot by the Lady of the Lake. It protects the wearer from all negative conditions like poison, petrification, madness, and other effects, plus 100 magic power when equipped, and resistance to all negative effects. No sooner had he lost his equipment than he received a notification. The effects of Lancelot's ring had disappeared, he was poisoned, and his earth resistance plummeted due to blood loss. Gujin reflects that truth and justice belong to the strong, accepting that he will die at Tadi's hand, as poison and blood loss take their toll on Suzuki. Finally, in the dungeon's gloomy forest, only his weakening cough remained as the system notified Gujin that the Eye of Anubis had been unlocked. The dungeon is cleared, and a figure emerges as the gate vanishes. Stepping outside were Gujin, in disguise, notices something ahead. Waiting for him were military officials and 2 army vehicles. The man handed him a walkie-talkie, saying they'd been waiting and to take it. A gleeful voice crackled over the radio. "Incredible. You took down Suzuki Aichikawa," Gujin replied flatly. "Just say it was an accident. I didn't know who he was. What's the big deal about killing a Salvation Society attack dog?" Hearing such arrogance, Seichan was momentarily at a loss for words. He paused for a moment, then said it was no problem. "But he didn't expect me to go this far. At first, he thought I was just an eccentric client. But he understood my intentions now." This time, Gujin was the one who fell silent. But he didn't need to say anything, because Seichan continued, saying that they shared a common goal. "So, how about meeting up to discuss things when he returned from Gyeotsong?" Gujin removed his glasses, listening to Seichan's proposal. This was a sensitive matter, so he suggested they meet in person. As remote contact wasn't ideal, he readily agreed, saying he had no reason to refuse, as long as it was to bring down the saviors. At the city's memorial park, with dew still clinging to the leaves, a woman approaches a cabinet of ashes. Jisoo sadly opens one of the doors. Inside the urn was the deceased's ashes, along with a photo of Jisoo from her school days. She pursed her lips, lost in thought, then silently turned and left. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black dungeon, flames erupted, illuminating a corner of the sky. Someone blew a horn, signaling a retreat to the hunters. Everyone, fall back. But amidst the chaos, one figure moved against the tide, heading straight into the inferno, a tall, imposing man, walking slowly like a terrified clown. It was Gina, his eyes filled with determination. muttering, "Spasima." The gold ring on his hand glinted as he recalled a conversation between him and Gu Jin. "So, you want me to hold on to that firefox? Are you crazy?" he scoffed back then. "What's up, Jen? You have an immortal body. What's there to fear from the heat?" Gina scoffed. "No way. I'm not scared. I just want to know if your plan is even feasible." Gu Jin reassured him, tossing him an item. "Just hold it for 5 seconds. I'll take care of the rest. And take this too." Gina instinctively catches the thrown item, and a system notification appears. "You have obtained Lesoth's ring." He held out his hand. Stunned, wondering what this gold ring was, Gu Jin instructed him to take it, just in case. Gina's mind raced, fear creeping in. "What do you mean? Are you proposing I respect your preferences?" But Gu Jin, in no mood for games, turned to leave, telling him not to come by again, and explaining that the ring was Lesoth's, capable of protecting the wearer from harmful effects, but it won't protect you from burns. Hearing that, Gina couldn't help but exclaim, "Then what good is it? But if that fox's fire can inflict adverse effects, this ring will save your life. Remember, this is an A-rank dungeon." Gina felt anxious, sweat pouring down in this dungeon. Anything could happen. Han promised to treat me to a fancy meal if I held onto the firefox for more than 5 seconds. "Don't you forget it, you mutt." Having made up his mind, Gina immediately lunges forward, yelling, "Spasima." He charges towards the firefox, and it charges towards him. The firefox missed its bite, giving Gina the chance to grab it, greeting it with a warm hug around the neck. The firefox wasn't thrilled with the hug, and roared in anger, its eyes glowing as intense flames erupted from them. The fox bursts into flames, and Gina begins to panic as the fire rapidly engulfs him, causing him to scream in agony. The system announces that the firefox's flames have placed a dark curse upon you, causing blindness. Fortunately, thanks to the spider silk Gu Jin provided, another notification appears. Lancelot's armor activates its resistance to the darkness curse. Gina grits her teeth, determined to hold on to the fox at all costs, vowing to bleed the weasel dry. The flames surge brighter than ever. Is Gina all right? Meanwhile, Gu Jin retrieves a weapon, Blood Spirit. A hell difficulty skill, level 1 or higher, is required, as well as skill proficiency, so you can craft weapons with your blood. The type of weapon you can create depends on your stats. To shorten Gina's suffering, Gu Jin leaps into action, grasping the blood chi spear and charging towards the firefox. Amidst the scorching flames, Gina gritted her teeth, clinging to the fox's neck, refusing to let go, unaware that Gu Jin had been waiting for this very moment. Outside, a newspaper is placed on a table, its front page dominated by news of the dungeon. The Japanese government approved the Salvation Society's dungeon conquest, and the Firefox A-rank dungeon now belongs to them. Xe Chan was displeased, analyzing that the Salvation Society's acquisition of Japan's national treasure, an A-rank dungeon, meant they held leverage over the Japanese government. He stroked his chin, noting that since Isaac Ivanov's appearance, the Salvation Society had become bolder, likely holding leverage over not only Japan, but also China and the US. Just then, Jesus entered the office, greeting him with a good morning. Xe Chan turned to her, and after a quick glance, noticed something was off. But today, mud and dry grass stained the secretary's usually pristine high heels. Jesus immediately sat at her desk. "I'll revise that report you mentioned yesterday right away. Just give me a moment." Xe Chan walks to his desk and picks up the desk calendar, thinking, "There's no rush, it's not even office hours yet. Take it easy." He looked at the marked date on the calendar. It was Secretary Lai's birthday, and he felt a pang of guilt for being so absorbed that he'd lost track of time. She must have just returned from that place. Xe Chan thought to himself that he had to surprise Secretary Lai for her birthday, so he smiled and said, "Secretary Lee, how about steak tonight?" Jesus looks at him, surprised. "Oh really, you're paying? Boss, did you find a discount coupon or something?" Zichan's integrity is questioned, and he's offended. That night, at the Korean International Airport, two figures emerged, pulling their luggage. Gina still lost in thought. If Kim Gu Jin hadn't given her those lenses, she might have been done for. He watched Gu Jin walk ahead, never imagining the foxfire could have such an effect. Having survived a literal trial by fire, Gina is in awe of Gu Jin, who foresaw everything and came prepared. He shuddered, recalling the system's notification. The foxfire had cast primordial darkness upon him, blinding him. Gina gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking she was close to catching up. But then she heard the man in front of her say, "Let's go our separate ways." He placed his hand on Gu Jin's shoulder, reminding him. What do you mean? Go our separate ways. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Confused, Gujin turns around, and Gina smirks. You promised that if I held the fox for more than 5 seconds, you'd treat me to a feast. Gujin doesn't deny it, that's right. But in reality, you only held on for 9 seconds. Gina is furious at Gujin's antics, exclaiming, What are you trying to cheat me for? 9 seconds might as well be 50. You liar. Gina chases after him, luggage in tow. Hey, you slippery eel. Where do you think you're going? Gujin stands firm. 9 seconds. Gina relents. All right. 9 seconds. But at least don't back out of the deal. You jerk. Ignoring Gujin, he firmly states, 9 seconds. Elsewhere, someone reads a newspaper with the headline Isaac Ivanov successfully clears the Firefox dungeon. This man was none other than Eon Wan, who marveled at Isaac Ivanov's brilliance. Admitting he initially thought he was just a washed-up clown, he asked the person opposite him what they thought, and Gujin nodded, agreeing. Just then, Secretary Kim rushed in. Chairman, I have a report. She hesitated, noticing Eon Wan was with a guest. Secretary Kim reports that Johann Jock, whom we've been trying to recruit, has joined the Salvation Society. Upon hearing this, he slams the newspaper on the table, exclaiming, The Salvation Society. Secretary Kim reports that the Salvation Society seems to be one step ahead, leveraging Johann's influence in Europe. Meanwhile, Gujin ponders Johann Jock joining the Salvation Society. Is that how it is? He recalls that they weren't supposed to cooperate for a long time yet. He wondered if killing Suzuki had sped things up, and that he needed to observe the situation and adjust his plans accordingly. Meanwhile, Eon Wan sighs in disappointment, lamenting that Johann Jock, once meant to infiltrate the Salvation Society, is now an enemy. He crossed his arms, thinking, and said they'd have to execute Plan B. Gujin suddenly spoke up, suggesting, What about that Isaac Ivanov you just mentioned? Eon Wan frowned slightly, thinking that recruiting Isaac would be great, but he had no information on him, so it wouldn't be easy. Secretary Kim shares that Isaac has been frequenting the black market, supposedly searching for the White Frost Knight skill scroll, a rare skill that Eon Wan believes will be difficult to obtain. After a moment of thought, he smirks. Realizing Isaac is searching for the White Frost Knight skill, Eon Wan grins. This might be easier than we thought. Meanwhile, Gujin smiles. His goal achieved. Night falls, and the moon hangs high above the Savior Guild's towering building. As a figure gazes at the moon, Shinhei arrives with a report. Suzuki is dead. And all of his subordinates, the figure by the window, coldly asks, Shin. He bows his head. The Kaesung factory is completely destroyed, leaving no trace. Sejun coldly masked his rage, asking who dared to challenge them. Sensing Sejun's rising anger, Shin, he replied cautiously. Intel suggests a Park Eon Wan subordinate was discovered using a false identity in Kaesung. It's far-fetched. But I believe Park Eon Wan orchestrated the attack. Sejun turned and continued. How did you handle this, Shin? He lowered her head as if she'd made a mistake. If you're asking about Park Eon Wan, hesitantly, I answered that I've already submitted a plan for retaliation. Soon, unbeknownst to Eon Wan as he signed the contract, a scheme was already in motion, and his foolish efforts against the Salvation Association would be his undoing. Changing the subject, Shin, he activated a 3D display on the table, stating there was one more issue. Pointing to the screen, he revealed they'd recruited someone to monitor Isaac. Shin, he explains that this ambitious player has expanded his influence throughout Europe. His constellation is the Herald of Hell, and his specialty is skeletal soldiers. Essentially, he can create a massive army of bone soldiers, overwhelming even the mightiest of foes. Those who witnessed his terrifying power called him the Underworld King, a figure often seen with his skeletal steed and legions of bone soldiers. Johann Josh is a cool, blonde young man, with a large burn scar over his right eye. Shin, he sat down, continuing, I've decided to work with Johann instead of the mysterious Isaac. He'll be easier to control because his ambitions and goals are so clear. Ada expressed her concern, saying that even though Isaac had told the media he was sympathetic to their group, they had lost too much because of him, so she would use Johann Josh to monitor Isaac in case the worst happened. Suddenly, Sejun approaches Ada and places a hand on her shoulder. Startling her, he gently squeezes Shin's shoulder, saying that the greater the ambition, the easier they are to control. Ada glanced at Sejun in a panic, sweat pouring down her face. In the backlight, he looked 1,000 times more terrifying than his usual polite self. He spoke ominously, calling her the queen of the underworld. He stared at Johann Josh's mugshot, saying he liked the name. Sejun then left, delivering a final warning. This was her last chance. Shin. He was devastated, as if she'd just received a death sentence. Meanwhile, Johann exits the conference center, where Secretary Kim awaits him by the car. The car sped off into the night as Johann got in, silently resting his chin on his hand in thought. Secretary Kim noticed his unusual silence. Ben asked, "Chairman, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the Pioneer deal?" He demurs. "No. The negotiations went smoothly." Johann analyzes. Those pioneers have been wanting to break into the South Korean market for a long time, but as rivals, their pride wouldn't allow them to bow to the Salvation Association just to do so. So a deal with us is their best option. Secretary Kim understood this, but seeing his tense expression, suggested sharing the burden. Cooperating with one of the world's top 5 associations would give them an advantage in controlling the growth of the Guchanho. Is something else bothering you? He tapped his fingers on the windowsill. Knowing nothing in this world is free, at least he's still a fox, always sensing when something's not right. Someone offering gifts out of the blue always has an ulterior motive. Johann stroked his chin, gazing outside, calculating that if the Vanguard Society tried to play him, he would use their own proud reputation against them. With that decided, he ordered Kim Gujin to come to headquarters tomorrow morning. The next morning, at Phoenix Guild headquarters, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Anti the Vanguard Guild." Gujin seemed displeased, saying, "So, from now on, I have to work with the Vanguard." Johann waved his finger, saying, "No, it's not working with them. It's just having them as backup, so you can farm in peace." He shared that they would enter the dungeon in 2 days, so he should prepare well. To which Gujin simply replied, "Understood." With that done, he stepped into the elevator and headed to the first floor, thinking as he left the Phoenix Guild, to restrain the Salvation Society, he has no choice but to rely on a third party. But this plan seems a bit ostentatious. There's no way that Park Shin-hee, the she-devil, didn't see through Park Young-won's plan, he muses, smiling at the striking red suit in his hand, thinking of cooperating with a massive guild. Meanwhile, within the Vanguard Guild, it's highly likely that they and the Salvation Society are already secretly colluding. Gujin pulled out his phone to call Oh Se-chan, but decided gathering more information was better than guessing. A few days later, near the gate to the dungeon, was an abandoned factory. In the waiting room, Gujin sat quietly in a corner, while other members whispered excitedly, eager to meet the Vanguard, rumored to have sent one of their strongest members. Hanbu is excited about the collaboration. With their backing, this punitive expedition is sure to be a success, and being on Park Young-won's security detail is a dream come true. Just as he finished speaking, the door clicked open, and Jamie entered the waiting room with a smile, apologizing for the long meeting and expressing his pleasure to meet them. "I'm Jamie Kim from the Pioneers legal team. Please, have a seat. I have a few announcements." He begins the meeting with Gujin's group, stating the Vanguard will do their best to ensure their safety. Flipping through the contract, adding they have a few terms and expect full cooperation. From now on, you're not allowed to enter dungeons without a Vanguard escort, and when you do, don't do anything. Han Bill stood up, hesitating, and asked, "Wait, what do you mean by do nothing?" Jamie pointed to the Phoenix Guild's cooperation agreement with the Vanguard Guild. "You must be mistaken. But the sole purpose of the contract is to ensure your safe level up. There's no clause guaranteeing your rights or freedom." He patted Han Bill's shoulder, stating that his words weren't advice, and non-compliance would be troublesome for everyone. He forcefully pushed him back down, saying to sit tight and shut up, and he'd spell it out again. "Jamie remembers you, so don't even think about causing trouble in the dungeon. Just sit tight and let us take care of you." He then asked if anyone had any objections, because he would personally inform Park Young-won that the contract would be voided due to their lack of cooperation. Seeing no objections, he smugly heads for the door. "So, we're all in agreement. We'll enter the dungeon in 30 minutes. Gugin realizes their plan. They want to control Park Young-won's people under the guise of supervision. Just then, his phone rang, and he answered it, saying, "Kim Gugin here. How can I help you?" The voice on the other end warned that their plans would have to change drastically. Holding the files, Xe Trang warns him not to enter the dungeon, revealing that the Salvation and Vanguard guilds are secretly colluding. Just as he suspected, He shares intelligence, noting the Salvation Society's recent unusual activity, but an alliance with America's largest guild is still uncertain, requiring further investigation to determine if it's just a few members or a complete takeover. Seojung suggests abandoning the dungeon, offering a safer alternative, but Gugin simply laughs, saying he underestimates him. He glanced at the disgruntled crowd and quietly told Xe Trang over the phone, "You have to enter the tiger's den to catch the cubs." The man scolded him, "You're crazy, it's too risky to walk into such an obvious trap." Gugin simply chuckled, replying that if he didn't take risks, he wouldn't be talking to him now. Besides, it wasn't the time to discuss things. For now, it was enough to know they were colluding. Unable to dissuade him, Zhejiang agrees they must make a new plan, giving Gugin an opening to make his demands. "I have two requests. First, give me all information on these vanguards immediately, or clean up the mess for me." After hearing these requests, the chairman was silent for a few seconds. Finally, he smiled and replied, "All right. If you're determined, give it your all. I'll make sure to clean everything up for you." Where they sat began to glow, and a moment later, the system announced their level up. The group paused in contemplation. Ji-hun then turned to Gujin, asking if he had leveled up again, to which he confidently replied that he had. Twice, in fact. Then, with a yawn, he says it's the third dungeon, but he still can't get used to sitting around doing nothing. He casually added that it wasn't so bad. They could earn money just by sitting around. And the raids ended quickly. At this rate, we'll be dungeon raiding with Park Young-won soon enough. Gugin knows this too. Right. I heard Park Young-won is preparing for a raid next week. Ji-hun asks in surprise if it's true, noting that there hasn't been an official announcement. But Gugin explains that even without an announcement, they've apparently started playing around with the beast-type members' graves. Hearing this, Kim Gugin thought to himself, it seems the Vanguard Guild is speeding up their dungeon raids to get ahead of Park Young-won, as their plans will be much easier to execute once Park Young-won enters the dungeon. A system notification appears, announcing the dungeon's completion. Gugin stretches, relieved. Finally, it's over. Just then, Sam Oliver approached, grumbling, "Did I say you could stand? Why are you teleporting already?" He feigns friendliness, asking what I mean. Since the dungeon conquest is complete, Ji-hoon chimes in, "That's right. We should get along. No need to be so hostile." But he retorts, "Don't get me wrong. We're not here to become brothers. Let me remind you, in a dungeon, you're not allowed to do anything without our orders." These words earned him a resentful glare from Kim Gyu-jin, while the next morning found Se-chan. "Right now, he's getting a call from you. Being forced to sit still like that must be frustrating. But Park Young-won is truly something else. He's so cautious that they don't dare make a move. However, they'll likely get their chance soon. And Park Young-won must be getting impatient. He's announcing things much earlier than I anticipated." With that, Se-chan tossed the newspaper with the headline, "Park Young-won challenges the 6th floor dungeon again," onto the table. On the other end of the line, Kim Gyu-jin spoke with resolve, saying he had no choice but to act, as laying the groundwork early was crucial. Just then, Se-chan received a report, but he continued his conversation, saying that the moment Park Young-won entered a dungeon, those guard dogs would show their true colors, and you'll handle it without me having to say anything. Kim Gyu-jin, puzzled, asked directly, "What about the information I requested?" As he reads the report, he assures him that he'll have it by tomorrow, and it'll be full of interesting information. Cut to a street where tree maintenance is underway. Cut to Kim Gyu-jin, who glares at the other person before finally speaking. "I thought Osei-chan would be the one coming today." Avoiding his question, Jisoo replies, "It's been a while. Mr. Kim." She recalls Se-chan's words, "I need to meet Kim Gyu-jin at least once." "Secretary Lee, is there something you want to say?" Jisoo cut to the chase. "I can attend tomorrow's meeting." This left him confused. "Oh, you'll go." With unwavering resolve, she replied, "Yes, this is important to me as well." So, Se-chan avoided him, and back in the present, Jisoo made up an excuse for Kim Gyu-jin, saying, "I'm sorry, but the director suddenly had an urgent matter at the last minute." She quickly rummages through her bag, pulls out a stack of documents, and tells him to take a look, assuring him the plan will proceed as intended, to which Kim Gyu-jin simply replies, "Understood." He quickly reviewed the documents, and Kim Gyu-jin thought in surprise, this isn't just information about key members of the Salvation Society, but also which guilds they're close to. At the same moment, Jisoo felt tense, so she drank some coffee to calm her nerves. A second later, Jisoo shared what she knew with Kim Gyu-jin, saying, "Based on the information we've gathered, the Salvation Society has infiltrated not only the Pioneer Society, but all 5 of the world's top societies. We must first eliminate the Salvation Society's henchmen," she says, glancing at the groundskeeper, trimming trees outside. Soon after, they chopped down the tree, and he turned to Jisoo, asking if she meant they should start by cutting off the branches first, to which she confirmed, "Exactly. That's the only way we'll see a glimmer of hope." Jisoo then hands him a file containing the reward they discussed, asking if it's enough. Kim Gugin was shocked as he opened the file. Jisoo reminded him that the information inside was priceless, containing a list of equipment used by the Salvation Society. It also included the potential spies from the top 5 guilds, along with the legendary equipment they possessed. He smiled, acknowledging that this was more than enough compensation. Kim Gugin continued reviewing the documents, his eyes falling upon the profile of Sam Oliver, wielder of Percival's spear. Kim Gugin suddenly recalled the man's detestable face, realizing Sam Oliver, the one who supervised him, was the very same who wielded the spear of Percival. And so, he decides to ask Jisoo for a favor, to pass a message to the ever-busy Oh-se-chan. Somewhat surprised, she asks. Auntie He points to Sam Oliver's picture and says, "I'd like to place the same order as before." Jisoo, hesitant, asks loudly, "The same as before? You mean?" Meanwhile, that evening at Sam Oliver's place, Do-jun calls out, "Sam, are you even listening? How many are we fixing today? What's wrong with you? You're so distracted." He quickly apologized, saying he was spacing out, and that today there was only one target, and the other 4 were up to the others. He playfully teases, "Auntie, just one. I thought you were worried you had too much to do. Lucky you," he says. "Being on your team proves you're lucky, Sam. You're a fortunate one." Sam Oliver admits it. "Yeah. I heard the other teams had to use 4 to 7 people." In that moment, Sam Oliver thought he was lucky, until Director Naomi summoned him. At the same time, he recalled his earlier conversation with Naomi, when she said while looking at the documents, "Since Park Young-won is away exploring the dungeon, let's proceed today." Sam Oliver suspected there was more to the summons, asking Naomi if that was the only reason she called him in. Naomi admitted there was, asking if he was taking good care of Percival's spear. "The Kim Gugin you're monitoring is at the top of the purge list. Other guilds have tried and failed to assassinate him many times. We didn't lend you that spear just to sit around and do nothing." Clearly, these words have angered him. Sam Oliver grits his teeth, thinking he must succeed at all costs. Too much effort has been spent to let the spear be taken back. A moment later, he loudly ordered the advance into the dungeon, and a system window appeared, announcing that they must survive for 4 days to advance to the next floor. After watching, Kim Gugin observed Sam Oliver, thinking, "Damn it. If that bastard figures something out during the survival mission and runs, we'll have to chase him for 4 days. And if he somehow survives and makes it to the 2nd floor, things will get extremely complicated. So they're planning to strike on the 1st floor. In that case, I should make my move too." Do-jun approached Sam Oliver and whispered, "Sam, when do we move?" He replied, "No need to be gentle. Let's make it quick. Split him up, and make it look like an accident." Just then, someone spoke up. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" They turned to see someone calling out to Kim Gugin, who simply stared back. Kim Gugin's gaze made Sam Oliver tense, and he finally gave the order, "Seize him." Seeing everyone's in action, Sam Oliver urged them on. "What are you waiting for? After him!" Hungu cursed in anger. "Damn it." In an instant, they were surrounded. Ji-hun was confused, wondering what was going on, but Hungu had no idea, saying, "Who knows, maybe Kim Gugin's just running scared." Aside from the slight suffocation, what could be better than this? The tension is rising again, and as they discuss, a spear-wielding figure approaches. Immediately, the figure attacks, and the others give chase, only to realize the rat has vanished. When they couldn't see him, Hungu cursed, saying they'd lost him, and the trees made it impossible to see far. Hyunjun suggested loudly that they split up to find him. He couldn't have gotten far. He turned back and scolded the other. "Are you crazy? This is a survival mission crawling with monsters. If we split up, we'll be in danger." He clicked his tongue and asked, "What do we do now?" Hungu quickly suggested. "Let's head back first. We should ask Sam." He quickly voiced his thoughts. "That bastard. Don't tell me he realized our intentions and ran off." He laughed, then said incredulously, "There's no way." After they left, Kim Woo-jin quickly jumped down from the tree, opened his system, and took out a ring, saying as he looked around, "I haven't had a chance to use this because they were guarding it so closely. But finally, I can." He recalls the previous battle, thinking about the spoils from the A+ rank dungeon's Harmony Lake. Upon equipping the Supreme Grade ring, the system provides information Supreme Grade. Legendary rarity. No level requirement. A ring with the power to help one transcend their limits. Immeasurable value. The effect all skills increase by 1 level when equipped. Equipping the ultimate ring. All skills have been raised 1 level. Blood Drain, Corpse Explosion, Blood Play, and Bone Soldier have all been upgraded, with Bone Soldier even transcending its limits. Its skill level is now S, allowing him to summon Bone Soldiers by sacrificing the essence of any monster he defeats. The S-rank skill effect allows you to conjure Bone Soldiers with the death of any monster you encounter. Kim Gugin, pleased, thought to himself, "Finally, I can summon a new type of Bone Soldier." As he reviewed the information, the pack of wolves arrived, their presence detected by Kim Gugin's keen senses. Seeing them slowly approaching, he thought to himself, "Perfect timing. I should solidify my strategy." Cut to the others, who, after searching for a while, begin to murmur. Did he run? Damn it. This is a mess. Dujun loudly asks Sam Oliver, "Hey, Sam, was the information leaked? Or is there a traitor among us? How else could this have happened?" He disagreed, arguing that if their plan had been leaked, the target would have sought help instead of running. No. If it had been leaked, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. Huang Gu, visibly stressed, asked, "What do we do now? Just wait here until he shows his face." Sam Oliver urged him to stay calm, reminding him that they must adapt to the survival mission and conserve their energy by quietly searching for their target instead of fighting monsters. "Did you kill them all?" he replied honestly. "When things don't go as planned, you have to eliminate everything before it spirals out of control. Let's move, before the monsters come for the scent of blood." As they moved, Sam Oliver muttered to himself, "Just like director Naomi said, this guy is no pushover, but no matter how I look at it, I just can't understand the current situation." Moments later, he saw the corpse of a monster on the road and wondered, a monster's corpse he hunted while running away. Sam Oliver broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the possibility. No way. Then a massive explosion erupts nearby, smoke engulfing them, and Sam Oliver realizes the truth. They were the ones being hunted. Gaknyun says they've walked into a trap and orders everyone to prepare for battle. While Dojun, after being hit, yells at Sam to heal him, he saw what was before him and, breaking into a cold sweat, wondered, "Is that a bone bottle?" Just then, another explosion rocked the area. Hungu panicked, yelling, "Do something. I can't see anything. There's too much dust," before being blasted backward, as Hungu fell with an arrow in his chest. Sam Oliver panicked, realizing they'd be wiped out before they could even fight. Enraged, he slams his staff into the ground, activating the Silent Hunter's skill Corpse Wind Barrier. Moments later, the skeleton soldier attacked, but Sam Oliver saw it coming, thinking, from behind. Having pinpointed its location, he charged into battle with the bone soldier, but was quickly forced back. Enraged that his staff was cut down, Sam Oliver threw it to the ground, glaring at the spirit and thinking, "I didn't expect to use it here." Sam Oliver quickly retrieved Percival's spear. As the system provided information, Percival's spear, rank legendary, usage requirement level 1 and above, physical damage, 255. Percival's weapon, a Knight of the Round Table. Wounds inflicted by this spear are difficult to heal. Its effects physical damage increases with level, 30% increased base damage on attacks, and increased armor penetration. Hiding behind a tree, Kim Gujin observed the situation, thinking to himself, Percival's spear, the Round Table's third legendary weapon. He knew this weapon well. Having faced another player who wielded Percival's spear, its armor penetration effect could bypass even unique grade armor. Moreover, wounds inflicted by it can't be healed for a certain period of time. Thinking this, his eyes suddenly turned serious. Kim Gujin quickly casts a spell, muttering under his breath. But moments later, Sam Oliver looks on in astonishment at the scene before him. Suddenly, all the bone soldiers retreated, leaving him confused as to why they were pulling back. A split second later, a mist beast materialized, and Sam Oliver tensed at the sight of it. And this mist monster, shaped like a wolf, is now staring intently at him. Sam Oliver couldn't even see its path, cursing inwardly. Damn. It's too fast. The bone wolf was moving at incredible speed, having no choice. He attacks relentlessly. Thinking, I thought I had the speed advantage. Even at his fastest, Sam Oliver can't seem to hurt it. Gritting his teeth, he realized he had no choice but to wait for it to come to him. Only then will it be within my attack range. With Percival's spear, one strike will be enough. After a moment, the bone soldier charged toward Sam Oliver, causing him to tense up and think. It's coming. Immediately, Sam Oliver activates the Silent Gardener's ultimate skill, Unity. He lunges toward it. Each of Sam Oliver's spear thrusts aimed at Bone Flat, but it dodges them all. This left him in disbelief, thinking, no way. It dodged. It dodged again. The more it happened, the angrier Sam Oliver became. It was just a bone soldier. But even as he thought that, he was horrified. When it suddenly lunged and bit his arm, Sam Oliver went ballistic, screaming internally. It can read my attacks. After biting him, the bone soldier tossed him into the air. Seeing that Kim Gugin had disconnected, the system responded. You have disconnected, he thought to himself. Though they have sharp fangs and claws, beast-type bone spirits are not stronger than human-type bone spirits. The human bone spirit can freely use weapons like swords, bows, and axes, thanks to its bipedal movement, something the beast form cannot do. However, conversely, the humanoid bone soldier's body structure prevents them from matching the agility of the four-legged beast form. Sam Oliver is down, but the bone creature won't release his arm. With a frustrated look, he grits his teeth, thinking, damn it, I can't die here. Even if it costs me an arm, if I can get my hands on Percival's spear, I still have a chance. Thinking this, Sam Oliver reached out to reclaim his weapon. But just then, someone arrived. Upon seeing Kim Gugin, he panicked, while Kim Gugin, picking up the spear, said that even the best spear is useless if it can't hit its target. I don't know why you targeted me. But at this point, there's no point in talking. Is there? As the crisis approached, he desperately bargained. Wait. I was just forced to follow orders. If you let me live, I'll cooperate and tell you everything I know. Besides, if you kill me, you'll become an enemy of the Vanguard. Can you handle the consequences? Kim Gugin simply chuckled at that. Meanwhile, Naomi is approached by Jamie Kim, who urgently announces a critical situation. Cosplay. Naomi bluntly asks what the urgent matter is as he rushes in, panicked, telling her she needs to see this immediately. Naomi inserts the USB, and Jamie quickly reports that all agents guarding the gate entrance have been eliminated. But the culprit's identity. Just then, a voice from the computer shouted, Stop, intercept that bastard, what are you doing? Before Naomi's eyes was a clip of two people firing their guns forward. Seconds later, Sam Oliver suddenly appears, taking out the two men in the blink of an eye. Confirming Jamie's suspicions, it is indeed Sam Oliver. She couldn't believe her eyes, screaming internally. What was happening? No. It can't be. Why would he? Was I too hard on him? Naomi then overhears. Hey, Kim Gugin. It's all done. Remember to keep your promise. Infuriating her, the man beside her added fuel to the fire, saying he never expected Sam Oliver to betray them. She didn't respond, but worriedly thought to herself, this is bad. Why did it have to be Kim Gugin? If the information Sam Oliver knows about me gets out, I'm done for. I have to eliminate them before they find out. Cut to a car parked on the side of the road. Inside the car, Lee Jin nonchalantly says there's nothing to worry about. Everything's been cleaned up. To which a satisfied Sam Oliver replies, That's good. Now that the job is done, we move on to the next step. He asks, curious, what are you planning now? You should be quiet and hide for a while. At this, he casually removes the mask, revealing that Kim Gugin has been impersonating Sam Oliver all along, and he honestly replies, Yeah, I will. In the dungeon. There's no better place to hide. Kim Gugin recounted his earlier conversation with Jisoo Jik. I said I wanted to place the same order as before, to which she replied with displeasure. Don't tell me you want to, but Kim Gugin remained firm, saying, Sam Oliver's mask. Back in the present, he excitedly grabs his phone and says, Perfect timing. There's a place to conquer in the second-level dungeon. Lee Jin, prepare yourself. He pointed at himself and shouted in disbelief. Me, why I don't need to hide. So why would I go into a dungeon with you? Ignoring him, he made the call. Kim Gugin, here. Has the Vanguard Guild made any moves? On the other end, Jae-chan tells him bluntly that there's been no movement, and it seems Director Naomi is trying to handle this herself without reporting to her superiors. Kim Gujin immediately objected, saying it couldn't be assumed that the entire Vanguard was involved. He was half in agreement. Half. Not. It's not certain. But Naomi Pell is likely the Salvation Society mole we're looking for. He suddenly remembered Sam Oliver and thought to himself, the Vanguard is one of the 5 largest guilds in the world. It seems the Salvation Society hasn't reached the roots of this organization, as even Sam Oliver's memories hold no information about the executive board, except for Naomi. Soon after, Xe-chan admitted that things had gone awry because of Sam Oliver's betrayal, and Director Naomi would try to resolve this before Park Young-won returned. If Park Young-won finds out, this won't end well. Hide well in the bunker. Meanwhile, I'll lure Naomi's Pell using Sam Oliver's disguise. Kim Gujin carefully revealed his plan, saying he was planning to hide in a bunker, to which the other man replied with surprise. Oh, have you thought of which one? You're not afraid to tell him directly. Of course. It's the Vang A+ tomb in Taiwan, called Bloodbath Icefield. Hearing this, Zio-chan frowned and replied, what why there, that dungeon has already had 23 failed conquests. Because Kim Gujin's phone was on speaker, Lee Jin-ah overheard everything, and he was so scared he gritted his teeth. Is this guy crazy? Trying to drag me into a dungeon like that? Meanwhile, Se-chan continues to protest. Do you know this is a dungeon the Salvation Society failed to conquer 4 times, and other guilds have given up on entirely? In the end, he simply replied, I know. Within Kim Gujin, calculations were already underway even before his journey to the past. It had never been conquered. If I remember correctly, it failed to be conquered 43 times. Many have tried, but all have failed. Ultimately, most of Taiwan was invaded by monsters because they couldn't be stopped from pouring out of the gate, a gate that even Lee Se-jun of the Salvation Society couldn't do anything about due to its level restriction. I can't conquer this gate if I'm over level 60 either. But maybe there's something inside that can help me fight the Salvation Society, because the information I have now isn't enough to deal with them. Se-chan finally conceded, knowing that no matter how much he tried to stop him, he would go anyway. Right. Lee Jin tenses up, silently cheering him on. No. Don't give up. Se-chan. And you said you led him down a path of despair? Fine. Just this once. Lee Jin could only curse inwardly. Damn it. No. Se-chan asked how much of a chance he thought he had, and Kim Gujin honestly replied that theoretically, it was less than 10%. He inwardly scoffed, thinking he must be talking about the failure rate, then chuckled. 10%, that's more than enough. The petrified Lee Jin lamented that there was only a 10% chance of survival, his consciousness fading. She couldn't hear anything he said after that. Kim Gujin changed the subject, saying he could easily fight on the 2nd floor with Percival's spear. Se-chan agrees to help, saying it will be easy using the name Isaac Ivanov, and asks if he needs anything else. Kim Gujin suggests using public opinion to pressure the Salvation Guild for equipment. Even the Salvation Guild couldn't handle this gate, so why should we do it for free? The next morning, news about him spread like wildfire, from newspapers to online articles with various headlines. Isaac Ivanov's next target, the 2-story dungeon in Taiwan, the Frozen Blood battlefield. Can he conquer a dungeon that has seen 23 attempts and failures? Isaac Ivanov requested support from the Salvation Society. Will they answer the call? If they agree, this will be the first time. Isaac is challenging a dungeon the Salvation Guild failed to conquer. What will they say? The internet then exploded with comments. Like, what the heck? A request for support from the Savior Guild. Is he crazy? If it were Isaac Ivanov, the one who saved the Savior Guild, it'd be different. The Savior Guild is busy conquering dungeons, but they'll surely assist him. They wouldn't refuse. Would they? This is to save the world. So of course the Messiah Guild will gladly help. A mysterious figure, after seeing the news on their phone, thought to themselves, Isaac Ivanov will enter that dungeon in Taiwan. Excellent. We can't miss this opportunity. What everyone's really interested in is whether the Salvation Guild will support Isaac Ivanov, and the promise of unique equipment is causing quite a stir. After watching, Xe-chan smiled faintly, saying, not bad. Legina is here too. So he questioned Zyker. What do you mean not bad? A unique item is all we get. At the very least, they'll have to give us legendary gear. We're clearing a dungeon they failed to conquer. Instead of arguing, he quietly explained, don't you see, this isn't so simple. Given the circumstances, the Salvation Society will have to give us an expensive item to save face. But most importantly, this sets a precedent. Not understanding, he asked. A precedent, what do you mean? Just then, Jisoo arrived with volley. Interrupting. It means exactly what it says. The price for clearing a rank A plus 2-story dungeon that the Salvation Society failed to conquer is a unique Buddha artifact. If someone conquers a dungeon harder than the Savior Guild could, they'll have to pay more than just unique equipment. Lee Gina, stunned, replied. So that's what it means. I understand now. From this point on, we can acquire legendary gear by clearing level 3 or higher dungeons that the Salvation Guild has failed to conquer. Se-chan praises her intelligence, saying, as expected of Secretary Lee, with a single sentence, Gina understands Sam Oliver's planned route and the associated costs. Revealing clues for the Vanguard Guild to follow Sam Oliver's path will save us a lot of time. Se-chan happily replies, great. Well done. We should get going soon. He saw Valley and asked curiously, Secretary Lee, are you working outside today? Jisoo smiled, pushing Valley toward Lee Gina. As Se-chan pointed, annoyed, asking what Secretary Lee would do there. Dude, Gina's the one who has to go to the dungeon in Taiwan, Lee Gina exclaimed in a panic. That day, at Lee Gina's place, he showed her a document that read, Blood Ice Forest. Floor 2. Difficulty A+. Max entrance 80. Requirement level 60 or below. Completion. Condition. Defeat the aggressors in the Ice Forest. Completion reward. See attached list. Lee Gina said with a smirk. Wow. We're pretty influential, after the Salvation Society failed. No one dared to challenge this dungeon. But as soon as you spoke up, a bunch of people quickly gathered. Don't you find that interesting? Kim Gu-jin gently placed the documents on the table and replied. Most of the participants are players from guilds that have failed to conquer this dungeon before. From the outside, it looks like they're here to avenge their fallen comrades. But not everyone's intentions are pure. This dungeon, with a maximum capacity of 80 players, has failed 23 times. That means the equipment of nearly 2,000 players lies buried within. Among them must be at least one legendary piece of equipment, and I'm sure there are those who care more about personal gain than conquering the dungeon. Suddenly, Secretary Choi entered, reminding him to prepare. The dungeon raid begins in 1 hour. Kim Gu-jin remained silent, waving his hand in acknowledgement. Then, seeing Kim Gu-jin stand up, he rushed over to ask Isaac Ivanov and Ken Zia. Noticing Kim Gu-jin whispering into Secretary Choi's ear, Lee Jin-ah, drenched in sweat, wondered what he was planning. Was he really going to do it himself? Kim Gu-jin didn't answer, simply walking out. Cut to Naomi, who slams her desk in anger after receiving a report. Impossible. You're saying all leads have vanished. Jamie tried to explain to Naomi that, based on what they'd seen, Sam Oliver clearly had someone backing him. Someone so powerful that even their intelligence couldn't track him. She's completely taken aback by this information backing. Annoying. She grits her teeth and orders. Do everything to locate both Sam and Kim Gu-jin. If you can't, kill them. Naomi resolves to stop him. She can't let them meet Park Young-won. The next morning at Se-chan's office, Jisoo seeks him out, saying there's a problem. He seemed surprised, asking what was wrong. But she simply replied that it was best to see for himself. Jisoo shows Se-chan Isaac Ivanov's speech, titled Isaac Ivanov's Surprise Statement in Taiwan, where Kim Gu-jin stands at the podium, and Secretary Choi reads the translation. I will now translate Isaac Ivanov's statement. Thank you all for participating in the expedition. I am honored to be with you. But I have only one goal, to end this and save the world. I will do anything to achieve it. So don't stand in my way. She quickly asked Se-chan for his opinion. What should we do now? This wasn't part of the plan. And blocking the video is difficult, since it's already spread worldwide. He gritted his teeth, saying he wouldn't forgive anyone who bothered him, a clear declaration of war from a predator who knows how to hunt. The scene shifts to inside the dungeon, now filled with people, as Jungkook shouts that they'll only be a burden if they get in his way. Se-chan chimed in. If it's Isaac, that makes sense, he's in a different league. Jun shouted back. How can you be so sure? He honestly replied that he saw it with his own eyes in the Fire Lake dungeon, and words couldn't describe it. Next time, see for yourself, they're monsters. Ahead, Lee Gina whispers to him, annoyed. Hey, Kim Gu-jin, why did you do that? Everyone's staring because of your unnecessary provocation. Kim Gujin calmly states that some people can't be persuaded with gentle words. He glanced at them again and whispered to him, especially those scavengers who came to loot the gear of dead players. The only way to deal with such people is to show strength and crush their will. Kim Gujin then summoned a skeletal soldier. The system confirming the summoning, he gently placed his hand on its head. As the other skeletal soldiers continued their work, Kim Gujin whispered into Lee Jina's hand, ensuring they wouldn't dare act. Seeing this, Boss Kim fumes, thinking, so this is the rumored skeleton soldier of Isaac crazy. I have to collect that equipment before he realizes it. Realizing this, he loudly ordered, move out, start searching over there before nightfall. Soon, darkness fell, and they decided to light a fire and rest in the forest. They talked amongst themselves. Isaac Ivanov. He's a monster. I still can't believe what I saw. When he told us not to get in his way, I was annoyed. But now I know why we would have just been holding him back. DJ Oak then turned to team leader Kim, saying, we've been searching all day, but we've only found 2 bodies of players who came here. He made a guess. At first, I suspected other guilds had stolen the equipment, but after searching all day, I've come to a different conclusion. Despite the many monsters on the first floor, none are strong, meaning, the players above level 50 likely didn't die here. So what we're looking for must be on the second floor. He quickly offered his theory Van Gogh's necklace is on the second floor. Before he could finish, Chan Ho interrupted. Quiet. Order. Then, he suddenly leaps into the air, drawing everyone's attention as he discovers a skeleton in the tree. Standing in the tree, Chan Ho looks around, muttering, I definitely heard something. Did I imagine it? He kicks something aside and grumbles. What's with this skeleton? Below, Kim is confused, wondering what's going on. Chan Ho lands, casually carrying the skeleton, and says, sorry, it must have been this thing swaying in the wind. With that, he tossed the skeleton to the base of a tree, unconcerned, and continued. Our plan is to acquire that equipment for the Gilan Society, even if it means going against Isaac. Turns out that skeleton was Kim Gujin's bone soldier. He smirks, realizing he placed it there as a precaution, and it paid off with valuable information. The original text A's necklace, I have no memory of it. But if the Chinese Gilan Association, one of the 5 largest, sent a team to collect it, that means, here, he decides to disconnect, and the system confirms, you have disconnected, and Kim Gujin, having picked something up, thinks to himself that it's definitely no ordinary piece of equipment. As he watched it fade away, Kim Gujin wondered to himself, unsure of its effects, but certain he had to obtain the origin text necklace. Legina shouts out in frustration, damn it. This is taking longer than we thought. Don't tell me we're the only ones fighting while everyone else is slacking off. Kim Gujin confirms her suspicions, saying they're right, because they're spirit spheres craving the treasures of the dead. He clutches his head in frustration, lamenting that he was happy to see so many players gathered. But it seems they have to carry the burden alone. When will he ever get a break? He reveals that they'll have some time to rest upon reaching the second level. News that delights Legina, who asks why he's being so nice all of a sudden. But he remained silent. And soon, the system announced their arrival on the second floor of the dungeon, where they were immediately met by a blizzard. Hanbu, bothered by the harsh climate, grumbled to himself, damn, the second floor is colder than I thought. Even Jun, shivering and complaining, wondered how they could even fight in this freezing cold. Even Kim Gujin felt uneasy, muttering to himself, it's cold, but this chill isn't just from the temperature. It's the fear radiating from the monster. Even Legina is shivering and muttering to Kim Gujin, fear impossible. I don't see any monsters around here. There's no way a dungeon this small could contain a monster that radiates this much fear. Thon tells him that this could be harder than he thought. Meanwhile, Kim Gujin analyzes the situation, knowing a living being's body will be paralyzed upon exposure to a monster's aura of fear. Though it didn't last long, in a life or death battle, even a split second could mean death. Since this is only the second-level dungeon, it can't be a dragon. But aside from dragons, not many monsters use fear. Could there really be a monster so strong that its fear can be felt from this distance? After a moment, Mike spoke up, saying his party would scout the surrounding area first. His men immediately agreed, suggesting they scout the area first. And soon everyone was heading out. Legina was confused, thinking, check what they're just hunting for treasure. He then urged him, are you just going to let them? Aren't you worried about scattering our forces? Kim Gujin, unconcerned, simply replied, "After all, guys like them wouldn't be much help in a fight anyway. It's better to just plan as if they don't exist." Hearing this, Legina agreed. "You're right." He then ordered, "Let's move out." The scene shifts as they venture deeper into the forest. After searching for a while, the big guy reported, "Boss, there's nothing here." Boss Kim immediately replied, "Not even a trace. Let's move on." Unbeknownst to them, they were being watched. A figure lurked behind a tree. This is Mike. And displeased. He thinks to himself, "Someone's beaten us to it. We need to hurry." In an instant, Mike returns to his team and loudly commands, "Check them out." Following his orders, everyone opened their system windows to assist in the search. Upon finding the equipment, Jungkook excitedly says, "Captain, there's a ton of equipment here. Look, T-Hung found some too. And there's more over here." This confused Mike, who wondered why they weren't taking the equipment and what they were really after. He loudly ordered his team, "All right, grab that stuff. Chances are, others are moving faster than us. So let's move as quickly as possible. We can't let them get there first." Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah looks on at Kim Gu-jin with a disappointed expression. Seeing him examine a corpse, Lee Jin-ah inwardly fumed. He was just bad-mouthing the spirit summoners, and now he's all over the bodies. The system announces that the Eye of Anubis is closing, but Kim Gu-jin has made a discovery. He's finally found a member of the Order of the Guillotine, whose comrades died in the West. He beckons Lee Jin-ah to follow, saying, "This way. Follow me." And despite some reluctance, he quickly complies. And as Kim Gu-jin examined another corpse, he cursed under his breath. Wondering what the hell the guy was doing, they moved quickly again. And once more, he examined the corpse. Kim Gu-jin then activated the Eye of Anubis, and the system announced that it was open. At the same time, Kim is surrounded by monsters and yells in frustration, questioning why such a monster exists in a 2-story dungeon, and ordering everyone to run. In the end, he was left alone to fight the monster, and amidst its roars, Big Brother Kim managed to draw its blood. Meanwhile, the ring was suddenly knocked off and landed on the monster's horn, and with reckless abandon, he was struck backward, face planting into the snow. With fading vision, he looked at the monster and said regretfully, "Miss Lin's treasure. Van Gogh's necklace. I have to tell the others." Meanwhile, Kim Gu-jin closes his eyes, and the system confirms that the Eye of Anubis is closing. In his mind, he mutters that he has gathered enough information. Legina approached him, disgruntled, questioning loudly, "Regardless of how good the equipment was, how can you be so disrespectful to the dead I've been holding back?" Kim Gu-jin suddenly calls out his name. "Legina." He's even angrier now. "Zhao. What did I say wrong? Even Sechan, who loves free stuff, wouldn't act like you." Kim Gu-jin praises him, saying Zhao Feiyu is kind. This praise left Legina stunned, and she unconsciously responded with a surprised, "Huh." Kim Gu-jin then casually built a stone grave. He explains his plan to the other person. "All right. I'll explain the plan before the battle begins." These words confused him. "Ah. The plan." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Gu-jin quickly cast his magic, and in an instant, the skeleton of the sawtooth wolf appeared before them. Shocking Legina. The system quickly responds, identifying the dire wolf as a bone rank summon, and he suddenly changes his tune, offering a suggestion. "Can I ride this thing?" Kim Gu-jin agreed. "Of course." As he sat on its back, Legina exclaimed how awesome it was, asking when Gu-jin had prepared this. Then, holding Percival's spear, he couldn't believe his eyes. "I thought you could only summon humanoid skeletons." "Ah." A spear. The system provides information about it. Percival's spear, a mythical item, requires level 1 to use, with a physical attack of 255, the very spear used by Percival, a Knight of the Round Table. Wounds inflicted by this spear are hard to heal. Its effect's physical attack increases with level, 30% increase to basic damage on attack, and increased armor penetration. Legina pointed at the spear, her voice hesitant. "Don't tell me your plan is to have me ride the bone dragon and charge at the boss with this spear." Kim Gu-jin retorted, "You already understand without me having to explain." He strode away across the frozen snow, leaving Legina to ride on the back of the dire wolf. Meanwhile, Kim hears Zizio's frantic cry, "Boss, there's something strange here." Big Brother Kim quickly approached him, and saw a player's grave. Zizio surmises it doesn't look like it belongs to the Kunlun clan, but he should probably dig it up to be sure. This answer made Kim fall into contemplation, but he instructed everyone, "No. There's no need to waste energy if it's not one of our own. With that, the three quickly departed. In the frozen forest, Gina's surprised voice echoes, "A dumb fish." The next moment, he marveled. "This isn't simple. Its hide is too thick for our weapons to do any real damage." Gujin calmly replied that the bigger problem was that it had become a hunter long ago, leaving Gina even more surprised. "What was that all about?" he slowly explained. "Did you know that if the formation attack fails, the monsters that died will be reborn and replenished? However, the surviving monsters grow smarter and stronger through experience. And though few survive the repeated battles, there are exceptions, like the boss monster." After about 2 seconds, Gujin continued, explaining that if the raid fails, the boss monster will accumulate combat experience. As he spoke, he paused deliberately, adding that they somehow learned that players often gathered near corpses. That will be used as bait, a monster that has survived 23 times. After hearing Gujin's words, Gina asks in disbelief, "So you're sure the boss monster is a minotaur? Can a minotaur really emit such a powerful aura? How can you be so sure if you've never seen it?" You calmly reply that you've been gathering information until now. In a flash, he quickly added, "Is that so? I thought you were imitating the actions of the scavengers." Suddenly, Gina thought to herself, even if he sees it, he won't know what's what. Meanwhile, in the snow-covered forest, a member of Mike's team called out, "Boss, come, take a look. There are player corpses everywhere." Hearing this, the others rushed over, excited by their good fortune. With heightened vigilance, Mike immediately noticed something strange. Bodies rarely gather in one place like this. If other collectors gathered them, there's no way anyone would be intact. Plus, the blood and patterns are strange. It's like the bodies were dragged here. In a split second, he knew. Could it be? Mike rushed over, shouting, "Everyone, stop. This is a trap." Then, his team members asked in confusion, "A trap, leader? What do you mean? A trap?" All the while, an unknown terror was closing in. In the next moment, the soldier realized with shock that he couldn't move, and as he felt an immense power bearing down on him, he thought fearfully, What is this?" Just as Mike predicted, a nearby team member died instantly, and the others were quickly blown away. Seeing this, the remaining member instinctively cowered before the overwhelming power. Glancing back in horror, the remaining soldier's eyes fell upon Wu Yu, who ferociously raised his weapon, bringing it down with devastating force, obliterating him. Despite claiming several lives, Wu Yu seems unsatisfied, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. From behind, Mike rushes to attack, his sharp sword ready to strike. As Mike lands, completing his attack, a look of horror dawns on his face. He hasn't hurt Wu Yu at all. Instead, his sword has broken in two. He gritted his teeth, a wave of anxiety washing over him. A unique grade sword, shattered so easily. At that moment, an unknown terror washed over Mike, who thought to himself in despair that he couldn't die such a meaningless death. From afar, both Gujin and Gina sensed the presence of Wu Yu, and they charged forward with incredible speed. But it was too late. Wu Yu had bathed in Mike's blood, then contemptuously discarded Garza's corpse. Gujin saw this and calmly told Gina to stick to the plan. He gritted his teeth in worry. Damn it. That was supposed to be my line. No sooner had he spoken than Gina charged toward Wu Yu. "Let's go." His resounding voice caught her attention, and Gina was determined to run straight ahead. Seeing this, Wu Yu angrily focused his power, and in the next moment, he unleashed his energy and attacked, his dark magic immediately engulfing Gina. An unknown terror approaches, but Lancelot has banished his fear. Fortunately, Gina was ready to defend herself, and Lancelot realized the attack was quite impressive. The fear completely gone. If only it could stay this way. Before he could celebrate, he noticed something strange. Gina's mount was acting up, suddenly becoming disobedient. He panicked, thinking, it was moving according to my will. Wasn't it? Wait, this is too close. Next, the mount bolts off like lightning, ignoring Gina's fear, and Wu Yu can't hit them because of the mount's speed. While it was still searching, Gina was already behind Wu Yu. Suddenly, Gujin's voice echoed from the mount. Just like that. Come on. Hold on tight. Your presence surprises Gina. What, you're controlling it? Wasn't it dangerous just now? I could have died. Even as he felt the sting, Gujin moved erratically, as if to disorient Wu Yu. Unbeknownst to Wu Yu, Gina had drawn near, and now, she seized the opportunity, plunging her spear deep into his body. Confused by the sight, Gina wondered if Wu Yu's body could be pierced like pudding. Wu Yu's regenerative abilities were clearly weakening. And Gina immediately questioned him. Okay. Anyone would be fine. But at this rate, it'll take some time. When will those sea bones move out? With a calm tone, Gujin replied, Give me 10 more wounds like that. And I'll know what to do next. Blood weapon. A condition achieved by a representative of the dark world. Level achieved, level 1 or higher. Skill rank C, able to craft weapons using the blood of the test subject. Creating diverse weapons based on the subject's abilities. In the silent, icy forest, a sound suddenly rang out. It was Boss Kim, struggling against the terrifying Wep. He wondered if this continuous, powerful assault meant the boss monster's attack had begun, faster than he thought. Kim needs to hurry the next one. The leader. They've found him. Take a look at this. It's the Kunlun Association's code. According to him, strange text appears, meet your brother in the West and find the Kunlun. The code's contents baffled Kim. The West, but there's nothing there. A moment later, he finally realized. Meanwhile, back at the battle between Gugin, Gina, and Wu Niu, Wu Niu's power was waning. Under Gujin's relentless assault, it's nearly exhausted. Wu Niu's resistance is fading fast, and the blood toxin spreads through his body. Gina marvels at Passivel's spear, impressed by how easily it pierced through Wu Niu's tough skin. Right after, Hao joked that combining Passivel's spear with blood poison magic would make him invincible in Dandian, to which Gugin calmly replied that it might be true for Dandian's second level. He thought to himself that even this wouldn't be enough against the stronger monsters of Dandian's third level, and that he'd need to be even stronger to face the worst of them. Then, a system notification appears. Wu Niu has been dealt with. You've earned the Frozen Zone's Violent Hunter achievement, and the Agent of the Dark World has transferred Cutterlock to you. Even with the reward in hand, Gugin didn't realize what it was. But just a glance was enough for Gina to exclaim in surprise. Cutterlock of Golden Light. A reward from the Light Spirit. The shimmering paper reveals that he has met the preliminary conditions to become an agent of the Dark World. Level 20 or higher required. Skill effect. Targets receiving skills created from photoelectrons receive the following effect. All stats, plus 20%. HP decreases over time. As soon as she finished reading, Gina burst into tears, complaining about how unfair her photonic vest was being. I've worked so hard, and I get nothing. Does even the photonic halo discriminate against me? What is this? Sadly, nothing can change the halo. But Gujin arrives, takes the ring from the horn of Wu Niu, and obtains Banko's bracelet. Night falls, and the Santine gang buzzes around Gujin's fancy car, celebrating the completion of Danjian and Isaac's successful escape. Amidst their cheers and relief, Taiwan is now free. This scene fills Chan Ho with unease. What are we going to do? We left Danjian without Banko's bracelet. If it falls into the wrong hands, it'll be a disaster. Kim realizes the situation is more dangerous than ever. Now, all he can do is report back to the guild and wait, because losing the legendary item from Danjian would be disastrous. The man then fell into thought, wondering if the Kunlun Association left clues for their successors using code, meaning that without the code, finding Banko's bracelet would be nearly impossible. However, if someone manages to get it out of Danjian, let's hope it's not that monster Isaac. Unfortunately for Chief Kim, the precious bracelet has fallen into Gujin's hands. The bracelet of Banko, a legendary item, usable from level 1. A bracelet once worn by an ancient giant, containing the power of a dragon. It removes the limit on rings that can be worn on the arm, making it impossible to remove a ring once it's been equipped. Reading the bracelet's info, he happily thought, I can't believe things like this were hidden away. Finally, a benefit before heading to the third level of Danjian. Players can equip up to 5 accessories, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets, but additional items beyond that limit won't have any effect. However, Banko's bracelet is an unbalanced item that breaks the basic system, allowing all the effects of rings worn on 5 fingers to be applied. One drawback is that you can't remove a ring once it's worn with Banko's bracelet. Since the item allows you to wear each ring on both hands, skilled players often strategically switch rings depending on the situation. And after understanding how the bracelet works, Gujin becomes even more cautious, knowing he must now carefully decide which rings to wear. Gina, sitting beside him, asked curiously, Hey, why have you looked so serious this whole time? Did you mess something up? Gujin slowly replied, No, I was just thinking. Before he could respond, a call came in. Hello. Speak. Sechan asked urgently. How are you both? Can you return home immediately? Gujin remained calm as he asked what was going on, and Sechan quickly announced that he was back. In the office, Sechan slowly recounts. Although Taiwan is still Taiwan, South Korea is in turmoil right now. There's news with the headline, "The return of the man once brought up by Ajax Ivanov." Hearing this, Gujin had a hunch. If it's that man, could it be Pak Young-won? Just as he suspected, he confirmed. Yes, this will change Pak Young-won's reputation. After a moment, Gujin calmly replies, I understand. I'll leave immediately. The better Pak Young-won's reputation, the more useful a shield he'll become for me. As soon as he hung up with Sechan, Gina excitedly suggested they grab some new Roman Xiaolong Bao or Leropan, but he immediately shot her down, saying they had to return to Korea right away. Gina is dumbfounded by Gujin's coldness, asking what he's talking about. Even on the plane, he couldn't help but shout, We came all this way and can't even try the Taiwanese food, like a weary father. Gujin replied, Just eat the airplane food. The next morning, at a vast mansion, Young-won narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. He angrily asks if Frontier Association dared to kidnap him, and Gujin calmly replies, Yes. The next moment, he slowly continued. Although I barely survived, I was injured and had difficulty moving. More than anything, I don't know who to believe. Catch Young-won is hiding in Junjian, waiting. At that moment, Secretary Kim handed Young-won a stack of documents and began to explain. This is the confirmed account based on Kim Gujin's testimony on the day of the accident, although almost no evidence remained due to the fire. According to the testimony of other survivors who entered Junjian, Frontier instigated the attack, but the Frontier Association claims it was just an accident. After hearing that, Young-won thought angrily, Those damn bastards, doing such ridiculous things while I'm away. Soon after, Young-won states firmly that they're trying to control their power. As Gujin asks what they should do now, with a sinister tone, he vowed revenge. They'll pay for daring to touch me. There's something I need you to do. Just as Young-won finished speaking, Secretary Kim brought in a heavy briefcase. Cutting to Xe Chan, who wore a bright smile. His smile perplexed Gina. How could he be so cheerful so early? Still, Jae-chan continued to grin, saying he'd taken a lot from his opponent. Hearing that, he despondently muttered, That opponent is Park Young-won. How can we get back the skills we transferred? You may love money, but have you forgotten how hard it was to find Skoton? As expected, Gina voiced her concerns, but he eagerly replied that she needn't worry, because the one who would retrieve their item was already at Park Young-won's office. This news surprises him. What's going on then? Realizing something, Gina cries out in alarm. No. It can't be. Xe Chan simply smiled without answering. Back at Young-won's mansion, Woozi quietly opened the door and stepped out, the suitcase in hand as he slowly left the house. Immediately, Woozi quickly pulled out his phone. So, he was calling someone. This is Kim Woozi. A joyful voice responded. Excellent. So it's all wrapped up nicely. Woozi quickly replied. Yes. I just got skilled Sir Kelleton back, and he told me to hand it directly to Isaac. As Young-won reads the news, Secretary Kim's voice echoes. I'll call you back. I need to speak with the director. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. Next, he asked out of curiosity. Is that Kim Woojin? As soon as she hung up, she quickly replied. Yes. He's already delivered the skill book to Isaac, and he asked about his future. Hearing this, Young-won calmly replied that he was also sentimental, and perhaps felt his position was gradually being shaken by Isaac's appearance. The news headlines blared. The Phoenix Guild promises Isaac Ivanov their full support. His tone was calculating, suggesting they give him a C rank. 3-story dungeon to cut his teeth on with the other rookies. If properly supported, he'll be satisfied and leave on his own. If not, we'll see if there's anything else worth taking. Cut to the Phoenix Guild's base, where Zion Hong's drawling voice echoes. So, what's his name? Minho quickly answers Kim Gujin, but she immediately dismisses the name, associating it with weakness. In a flash, he countered Zion Hong's assumption, saying his abilities were rumored to be quite good, and he'd cleared a few dungeons to be recruited by Park Young-won. Zion Hong of the Phoenix Society immediately denied it, saying if he was so good, why couldn't he clear the dungeon himself? That's why we're stuck showing him around this 3-story dungeon. Unable to contain herself, she complained, but fearing Zion Hong's anger, Minho calmly advised her to remember it was the chairman's order and to remain calm. Ignoring his advice, She continued to grumble, saying it would only change if Park Young-won became the guild leader. Our organization's political landscape is constantly changing, but I'm definitely transferring to the Salvation Society. Anyway, what are Kim Gugin's aura and abilities? Finally, Min Jiang speaks up, revealing that his aura represents the dark world, and his main ability is blood poison magic. His blood poison magic also affects allies, which is why he still works alone. Then, Zion Hong asked loudly, "What blood poison magic? He can't even recover a skeleton legion like Isaac." He slowly replies that no one has seen him use any other abilities besides reading. She gets even angrier, saying that he's useless and a burden, which is frustrating. While Zion Hong was still grumbling, Gugin's car arrived. Wondering when that kid would show up, Minho quickly notices the scene, thinking, "He's here," before criticizing. Always the last to arrive. Turning her head, Zion Hong's eyes widened in surprise, thinking, "They're still using such an old car." The next second, Zion Hong praised him, acknowledging his frugality, but then dismissed it, leaving Minho speechless, calling him stingy. A system notification appears: Hunt 1,000 monsters to advance to the next level. As Wu Jin read the notice, he thought to himself, even for a 3-story dungeon, there are still guides for beginners. It seems that Book Yong-wan is paying attention, so there's no other way. Despite the time crunch, Zion Hong retorted, "Hey, you said this is your first time clearing a 3-floor dungeon, right? There's nothing you can do here." With a threatening tone, she added, "So shut your mouth and listen to me, or I'll kill every rat and bird I see. First, let's catch a few monsters to see what you're capable of." Ignoring Zion Hong's disdain, Wu Jin calmly asks, "How many monsters should I catch?" His calm demeanor irritated her to no end. "Look at this kid," defying Zion Hong. "If you want to get specific, are you sure you can do it? Just keep going until you can't anymore." Wu Jin calmly replied that he needed time to prepare, and Zion Hong turned away, muttering that he knew and should just do it. Her blatant prejudice caused him to muse inwardly, how interesting. The next morning, at CEO Cha's office, Gina spoke up, saying Kim Woo Jin has entered another dungeon full of ghosts. His indifference was too much, prompting him to say, "Gina, stop playing around and level up." Hearing that, Gina sighed wearily. "I don't like this at all. I only get to rest when he's not around. Do you know how tiring it is to be with Kim Woo Jin?" Xe Chan quickly retorted. "Didn't you beg for a worthy teammate?" Suddenly, a shocking news alert appeared on his phone, and Gina quickly picked up her phone to see what it was. It seems Jisoo has received the same news. On screen, an emergency alert. At 4:33 p.m., an unidentified monster escaped a dungeon near the area. Many buildings have collapsed, and the damage is ongoing, so all citizens. After reading, he wondered, where is this dungeon alert from? These kinds of incidents are still happening these days. The last accident was years ago, and the saviors managed it. Before Gina could continue, Cha-han gritted his teeth, signaling to that idiot. Finally, he realized he'd spoken out of turn, glancing sideways to check on Jisoo, lost in thought at her desk. Jisoo's grip tightens on her phone, and memories flood back to her school days, bored in class, on her familiar desk bearing her name. The next thing she knew, everyone in the class was peering out the windows. A loud explosion in the distance draws the students' attention. The high-rise across from the school has exploded. Jisoo witnesses this, and panic sets in. Unable to contain herself, she lets out a heart-wrenching scream. Back in the present, Jisoo is still fixated on the news. Moments later, she abruptly stood up, saying she'd be right back, and hurried out, leaving her computer screen illuminated. On her desk sat a photo of Jisoo and Jisoo together, and the slamming door made Gina clutch her head in guilt. Xe Chan reprimands him, telling him to watch his words around her. He then hesitated, replying, "No, I didn't know that either. You said you knew her father, right? What kind of person is he?" He suddenly became pensive at Gina's question. A flashback ensues as a concerned Xe Chan asks, "I've heard you've made a decision. Are you sure this will be all right?" Jisoo replied with a smile. "What do you mean? To say there's no risk would be a lie. But what choice did I have? This is where our family lives, so we have to take the risk. I have to create a world where my daughter can go to school safely. But good times don't last," as Jae-chan's pale face reveals a harsh reality. As he spoke, he recalled Jisoo's silent departure, a workaholic fool, and his own daughter, inside the dungeon. Xian Hong stood triumphantly over the defeated snail demon. She thought to herself that since this was a C-rank dungeon, there couldn't be any monsters too difficult to handle. At this rate, Xian Hong would be able to move to the second-level dungeon tomorrow without any obstacles. Just then, Minho rushed in, saying, "General, you have to see what Gujin has done." Hearing Gujin's name, she frowned, asking what the commotion was about. Had they failed to capture a single monster despite her giving them time to prepare? He was even more flustered. No, that's not it. He really did cause some trouble. But, in short, you need to come see this. Xian Hong is extremely suspicious. What's with all the fuss? Lead the way. Arriving on the scene, her eyes widened in disbelief. What was this? He said he needed time to make these traps. He's trying. But these traps will only scratch the monster, not seriously wound it. From afar, Xian Hong and Minho watched Gujin's every move from a high tree branch, wondering what he was thinking. Immediately, he sensed it had arrived. Just as he predicted, a snail demon had fallen into Gujin's trap. In the next moment, his traps sprang to life, wounding the monster, which roared in agony. Even so, Xian Hong grumbled inwardly, thinking, this idiot is desperate to die. How can these simple traps hold up against a horde of monsters? Seeing her about to act, Minho quickly stopped her. General, wait. Kim Gujin must have a plan. His words only fueled Xian Hong's frustration. Did he really think Kim Gujin had a plan? If he dies, how will Park Young-won hold us accountable? Minho gestures subtly, telling her to look over there, revealing the demon snails lured into Gujin's trap. This sight immediately worried Xian Hong. Good heavens. So many monsters have gathered already. It's too late to save him now. Contrary to her expectations, Gujin smirks confidently, instantly focusing and unleashing his power. Then, the representative of the dark world unleashed his skill. The blood mist, and the demon snails were poisoned. Gujin's toxic fog spread everywhere, and the demon snails gasped for air as they inhaled it. In mere seconds, they collapsed, defeated. A look of shock on Xian Hong's face. He used blood poison magic hidden in the bloody mist. Is it possible to wield poison like that? Minho excitedly exclaimed that this was the most unique battle he'd ever witnessed, then paled as he realized the kid had found a way to wipe out hundreds of monsters at once. She didn't respond. Thinking to herself that Kim Gujin was impressive, Xian Hong's eyes gleamed. No wonder Park Young-won favored him. She had to get him on her team at all costs. Below, Gujin retrieved a vial to collect the poisonous mist, thinking as he walked through the snail demon corpses that the blood mist skill consumed more blood poison than he'd anticipated. The Shadow World's representative is impressed with your abilities. Your blood mist skill has been upgraded. The Shadow World representative skill, blood absorption, is activated, restoring your strength. Gujin thought to himself that it was fortunate he had the blood drain skill, so he had something to replenish himself each time he used a house skill. Seeing this, Xian Hong gave an order. Hey, you. Go find Kim Woojin immediately and deliver a message for me. Minho asked curiously. Right now? What message? She quickly replied. What else could it be? After watching his impressive fight, I'm not going to tell him he failed. He's passed the test. A moment later, Xian Hong approached Gujin and said, Kim Woojin, I apologize for underestimating you. You're skilled. It's the first time I've seen someone use the blood poison skill so well. If we work together, we could not only clear the third-level dungeon, but conquer it. So join my team. Without hesitation, Gujin names his price 10 million won every time he uses blood poison. This immediately angers her. What? That's outrageous. He quickly explained that his blood poison was like a limited edition item. If a personal item is used during a dungeon raid, the team should naturally pay the amount requested. Xian Hong, barely containing her anger, points out that hemorrhage is collateral, so the price is fair. Yes, I agree. If someone gives you their precious blood to use, you have to pay for it. Then, she raised her hand and said, All right, 3 million troops. Gujin sighed softly. Such haggling. Fine. I'll lower it by 100,000, leaving 9 million troops. In moments, Xian Hong nearly screamed. Fine. I'll be generous and add 100,000, making it 1 million, he retorted, upping the ante to 8 million. And she countered with 2 million. Minnie Ang watched, surprised, thinking, I can't believe the general is haggling like this. Why is Kim Woojin being so difficult? Wu Jin is still haggling. 9. 7 million. Xian Hong shouts. 3. 3 million. The next morning, a resounding sound echoed through the dungeon. A system notification chimed, announcing that he had hunted a black lurker. After careful observation, Wu Jin realized the Firebird Society was more well-trained and coordinated than he thought. According to Xian Hong, the tattooing speed will increase if poison is used effectively. They have top-notch leadership skills. From a high branch, Xian Hong shouts, "Hey, are you still hoarding that poison? I'll buy it for 3 million. Hearing this, Wu Jin guesses that their leadership skills must be due to money. Move to the next floor. You have 6 days to survive. Unlike when money was mentioned, Xian Hong sternly warned. This is the last time. As you all know, survival missions always have a lot of monsters, so you need to be extra careful. Just survive 6 days, and level up if you can. Also, due to an unplanned expense, we'll be picking berries here." As soon as she finished speaking, her teammates thought the same thing, stingy. Despite this, Minho suggested, "General, we'll scout ahead to gauge the number of monsters and explore the area." Xian Hong immediately agreed. "All right, be careful." In the next moment, the sound of movement echoed as the team meticulously scanned every corner of the forest from above. After finding nothing, they quickly moved on. Meanwhile, the other team members have yet to encounter a single monster. This strange tranquility gives Minho pause. Something's not right. This is supposed to be a survival mission, but there are so few monsters, and the dungeon is small. The next moment, he loudly announced, "Wait, everyone gather around here." Suddenly, a team member discovered a massive footprint, saying that even though they didn't know what creature it belonged to, its size indicated it wasn't from a normal monster. Minho quickly surmised that they wouldn't be facing multiple monsters in this survival mission, but rather trying to survive against a boss-level monster for 6 days, sending his teammate into a panic. A survival game? Huh, in the blink of an eye. Minho cried out. This is too dangerous. Survival missions are much harder than dungeon raids, but the survival rate is extremely low. Go tell the general right away. As soon as the two left, a strange cave appeared in the giant footprint from before, and as predicted, a pair of fierce eyes emerged from within the cave. Xian calmly stated that this survival mission is a true fight for survival. Right, Minho quickly responded. Yes, and the size of the dungeon is strange too. The relic is smaller than normal dungeons, structured like an island surrounded by cliffs. As he sketched a diagram, he explained that if they ran, they needed to avoid being cornered against the cliffs. Hearing this, she immediately fell into thought. They had Kim Gujin's blood poison, so catching the boss would be easy. But to increase the team's survival rate, they needed to avoid a full-scale battle. In the next moment, Xian Hong loudly announced to everyone that even though they didn't know what kind of monster the boss was, they should prioritize avoiding it and do everything they could to survive. As she pondered this, a loud noise echoed in the distance, and Xian Hong quickly turned his gaze. Even Gujin's attention was caught a white ass that appeared out of nowhere. The team members panicked. Unable to believe their eyes, Minho was horrified, wondering how that monster appeared in a C-rank dungeon. In a split second, Xian Hong regained her composure and ordered everyone to scatter, immediately drawing her bow and aiming at the white orc. In the next moment, Xian Hong's arrow flew like lightning, yet the white orc charged forward with a ferocious roar. Instantly, it was struck by 5 of her arrows at once. At first, the white goblin's wounds seemed minor, but in the blink of an eye, the poison from the arrowhead spread rapidly. Xian Hong watched the white boar intently, wondering if even its regenerative abilities could overcome Kim Gujin's poison. As she spoke, the white butt flung off the arrows, and enraged, charged towards Xian Hong without hesitation, fleeing from the white beast. She wondered how effective Kim Gujin's poison would be. Was the dose too weak? She clearly saw the poison spreading where the arrows hit. Their chase quickly caught Gujin's eye. He wondered if Xian Hong was doing his best as a leader, and whether Gujin should intervene after all. This dungeon was his stage to show Park Young-won his worth. A moment later, the team escaped the white butts and took refuge under a giant ancient tree, and Xian Hong immediately pulled out a whistle. Immediately after the whistle, she loudly inquired if everyone was safe and unharmed. The team members responded in unison, "No, everyone's fine." Then, Xian Hong suddenly remembered, thankfully. "Where is Kim Gujin?" Gujin's calm voice echoes, "I'm here. What's wrong?" Without hesitation, she proposes raising the stakes of their blood oath. Does he agree? He immediately agreed, saying, "Yes, I'm willing to cooperate. In return, I have a condition. Let's talk over there, he said. With a suspicious tone, Jian Hong asks if he's trying to use this opportunity to raise the price. But Gu Jin assures him that's not the case. From afar, Gin Ho wondered what the two of them were talking about way over there. Meanwhile, Jian Hong hesitated. But Gu Jin, anticipating her concerns, quickly explained, this concerns everyone's lives. So I know it's not an easy decision. I'll still support you, even if you don't follow my plan. But in the current situation, whether we hunt or run, at least 4 people will be injured. As he spoke, he focused his power into his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jin conjures a sharp arrow from his hand, unleashing the Hell Messenger's blood energy skill. He slowly said, I've condensed my blood to create this. Use it for greater effect than the poisoned blood arrows you used before. After a moment of thought, Jian Hong said gravely, remember, if my teammates die because of your plan, I won't let you off easy. Holding the bag of blood-soaked arrows, she turns to announce their battle plan, and soon, Kim Boom and Chan Sung are ready for action. Suddenly, Kim Boom broke out in a cold sweat. Worried. Is this really going to work? Though Chan Sung was terrified as well. He tried to reassure him. She said to avoid it, not confront it. What other way is there to increase our chances of survival? Just trust the captain for once. As Chan Sung finished speaking, the white centipede appeared exactly as they'd hoped. They both yelled simultaneously. Let's begin. The stalwart warrior's insight skill was activated. As soon as it saw Kim Boom and Chan Sung, it angrily pounced. But before it could get any closer, the other team members quickly attacked, unleashing the manager of the Fountain of Knowledge's smokescreen skill. They turned and fled as planned, running before the monster could see them. From above, Wu Jin calmly said, time to prepare. I still can't fully trust Jian Hong. She questioned. You're using fire magic. Don't you know the white ghost is fire resistant? Wu Jin slowly replied. I'm aware. I wasn't trying to hurt it with the smoke. I was just trying to obscure its vision, long enough for everyone to wound it. While he explained his plan, Jian Hong seized the opportunity, and with perfect timing, she fired a volley of arrows through the smoke, each one striking the white Chan. This sight excites Min Ho, who thinks to himself, as expected of the captain, before the old wound could heal, she landed another perfect hit. Seeing this, Chan Hong was secretly pleased, and Wu Jin silently praised her, thinking her abilities were not bad. When the blood-infused arrowhead touches the wound, it melts and absorbs into the monster's body, so even if the wound heals, it won't stop the poisoning. Meanwhile, Kim Bum and Chan Sung continued their defense, the warrior's taunt skill in full effect, while the others followed suit, the manager of the knowledge stream casting a smokescreen. Meanwhile, Yang Min Ho and another team member relentlessly attacked the white centipede, trying to distract it. Everything was going according to plan. Much to Wu Jin's satisfaction, by the time this dumb white Chan realized it was being hit with the same attacks over and over, it was already too late. Just as he said that, the white centipede was consumed by blood poison. Then defeated with a golden chime, the system quickly announced that he had achieved the White Centipede Hunter title, and Seoan's eyes widened with surprise. Did we really do it? Without a single injury, you have achieved the White Chan Hunter title, and the Keeper of the Underworld has granted you a portion of their power. Your blood energy skill has been upgraded. Gugin's wit and incredible strength pique Seon's curiosity. Just what are you? But Gugin remains unfazed, telling him to discuss it after they leave the dungeon. Also, my team used my blood poison a total of 217 times. So remember to calculate that when we leave the dungeon. Meanwhile, Ion 1 slams his fist on the table, then asks with suspicion if Naomi intends to compensate for this incident. Although nothing can compensate for the lives of the fallen guild members, go on with your explanation. Naomi didn't respond, suddenly lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the Phoenix Guild's press conference, reporters clamored to ask questions. Soon after, one stood up. I heard that a white stalker suddenly appeared in the C-rank, 3rd Stratum dungeon. How did everyone manage to complete the survival mission successfully without anyone getting hurt? Ion calmly replied that the result was thanks to all the members fulfilling their duties. Furthermore, I want to emphasize that without Kim Gujin's poison skill, this subjugation would certainly have failed. Upon hearing her answer, the reporters buzzed with questions. So, you're saying they used poison to catch the sandworm? Who is Kim Gujin? Using Ion Hong. Please give us a little more time. In moments, Gujin's name was plastered across the headlines using poison to capture monsters. A hunter reveals a new subjugation method, the Phoenix Guild's young ace, Kim Gujin, whose weapon is poison. In the parking lot, Gujin's voice echoes. Yes. This is Kim Gujin. How is the expedition going? The scout quickly reported to him on the other end. I leaked information to North. Specifically, that Isaac wants to raid the Forest of Souls. We'll have to wait and see what happens. After about 2 seconds, he anxiously asked, is this going to be okay? Why use a foreign identity to conquer a dungeon in America? And as a Russian, no less. Gujin explained slowly. If I didn't need to be Isaac, I wouldn't need Bukchonwang. He realized that Isaac was very confident in his plan. The car chimed in with a warning, as you know. Even the Salvation Society has only entered American dungeons a few times. America doesn't need anyone's help right now. Since the world changed, powerful players have flocked to America, making this dungeon raid incredibly difficult. Despite this, Gujin nonchalantly replied, I know. Just then, he noticed the sound of footsteps approaching the parking lot. Just then, Naomi and her assistant walked in, followed by Seichan's voice. But Naomi's spell was already under the control of Bukchon Wang. I believe the Vanguard will approve. But I can't be sure if their allies will allow outside interference. Here, Gujin grasps the key point, asking if he's referring to the Great One Assembly. He inwardly wonders how they'll react. But the tide can only turn in his favor. One way or another. The door will open. Cut to Ion Wang, who slams the dungeon report onto the table in anger. Then, he asks seriously, is the content of this report accurate? Secretary Kim quickly replied that all participating players had confirmed the report's accuracy. This answer immediately throws him into thought, already snagging a white butt before debut. She continues. Although Deng Jianhong is the commander, the strategist is Kim Gujin. Ion Wang asked, puzzled. Would that sly fox Deng Jianhong really follow her orders so obediently? Without hesitation, Secretary Kim stated matter-of-factly that she had also covered Kim Gujin's expenses for using the venom. After hearing the whole story, he smirked with interest. I knew he wasn't simple from the start, but I didn't expect this. He's more interesting than I thought. I should have invested in him sooner. But it's not too late to start now. No sooner had he weighed the pros and cons than Eong Wan inquired. Where's Kim Gujin? She quickly replied. He's on his way. Coming up now. Then, he lazily sighed. Speak of the devil. Switching to the Great One Guild's meeting room, Carrie's voice echoes. Even if the Great One Guild stands with the Vanguard Guild, we cannot conquer the resting place of souls. Isaac Ivanov of Russia wants to conquer this dungeon. Carrie Ruana, leader of the Great One Guild. What are your thoughts? Hearing this, David immediately retorted. How can we hand over a dungeon that domestic guilds have failed to conquer to a foreigner? This is absurd. It's a matter of our pride. Harry quickly chimed in, wondering what the Vanguard Guild was thinking. Agreeing to this so readily. Even though the government is asking for our opinion, I think we absolutely have to oppose this. Didn't the government consistently oppose our reconquest proposal? Why are you all so agitated? Carrie calmly stated, ignoring their objections. The government's initial opposition to resubjugation wasn't due to doubts about our abilities, but rather their concern about the potential damage to domestic guilds during the process. Right. On the contrary, this is good. We can use this as an excuse to get government approval, and we should take this opportunity to make a big deal out of it. Invite everyone to participate, even some random hotshot from Russia or a third party. But what exactly is she planning? With a scheming look, Carrie excitedly says, they'll offer a reward everyone wants. Like King Arthur's ring. Without hesitation, David slams the table, refusing. Absolutely not. Have you forgotten the price we paid to get it? As if she had a plan, she calmly soothed. Now, calm down. I told you we're making a big deal out of this. I never said we'd give it away for free. Back in Gujin's car, he asks curiously. What's this? Gina slowly replies. Ji-chan told me to give it to you. He said this skill suits you. Apparently, it's some Grim Reaper's handbook that can store soul fragments. And even though I said you wouldn't need it, he insisted I give it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Gujin interjected. No. It's very useful. Tell the director I'll put it to good use. Even if the number of urns the death book can hold is limited. As he held the paper, pondering, Gujin had always thought that one day he might face a formidable opponent in a battle of numbers. Now Gujin can overcome some of his limitations with this. Meanwhile, the paper reveals its contents, the power of the Pharaoh, the conditions for learning Hell's Messenger, a level requirement of level 1 or higher, and the ability to use all that is dead as a sacrifice. As Go-jin pondered, Gina continued to pester him. Kim Go-jin, are you even listening to me? I'm asking if you can conquer the Forest of Souls. Two of the world's top 5 guilds, the Vanguard and the Great One, joined forces to enter that dungeon and still failed. Moreover, the dungeon's called the Forest of Souls, so there's bound to be undead. Wouldn't that be a disadvantage for you? Since you can't use undead as sacrifices to summon national soldiers. With an utterly indifferent expression, Go-jin pointed at him and said, I've considered that disadvantage. After all, you're the one who has to deal with the undead on the front lines. Hearing that, Gina immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What? The next second, his phone rang. Go-jin eagerly answers the phone. Kim Go-jin here. Have you made a final decision? Seichun replied from the other end. The citizen government has agreed, but there's been a slight problem. Confused, he asked. What problem? In the blink of an eye, he recounted that it seemed they weren't the only ones. Now, any guild that wants to can participate in this conquest. And furthermore, the guild with the greatest contribution will receive a legendary item as a reward. Hearing this, Go-jin began to speculate, were they so confident that the item would fall into the hands of their guild's players anyway? What is that item? Seichun then elaborated. King Arthur's ring. In just a moment, the news exploded. The Forest of Souls, a dungeon even America couldn't conquer, was now open for raiding. Isaac Ivanov will conquer the Forest of Souls with Park Young-won's backing. The Great One Guild has offered a reward for its conquest, King Arthur's ring, and the Salvation Society has declared its participation. The Forest of Souls, a battle of pride between guilds who will claim Arthur's ring that very night. A plane carrying Go-jin and Gina took off. They quickly landed in San Francisco. The next morning, Go-jin and Gina were in a motel room, the Mocha's Guild's waiting room inside. Gina munches on food. Curious. The Great Ones really seem to want to destroy this dungeon. Otherwise, why would they target King Arthur's ring? Across from her, Go-jin calmly stated that wasn't the case. They were trying to provoke them, confident they'd claim the reward. His explanation makes him burst out laughing, so they don't even see you as a threat, ignoring Gina's taunts. Go-jin makes a deduction. There's no way. The Great One Guild isn't one to underestimate their enemies, nor are they fools who wouldn't consider the consequences of provoking other guilds. Clearly, they have a reason to be so confident, and you must find the source of that confidence. Night has fallen at the Great One Guild, and Harry slowly announces that the entire subjugation team, including Captain Elise Heighton, has entered the dungeon. Even so, betting the treasures of King Arthur as a reward. There's been a lot of talk internally about the chairman's decision, but Harry doesn't seem worried at all. It's as if everyone is misunderstanding something. I said the reward was Arthur's relics, but I never said we wouldn't use them. Activate Arthur's relics. Inside the dungeon, the sky turned pitch black, and as the guilds gathered, Elise's voice echoed. Everyone's assembled. I see. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Elise Heighton of the Great One Guild, and before we begin the dungeon conquest, I will explain the terms of our agreement. A moment later, Gina angrily shouts, What kind of agreement is this? No infighting. Just harmonious cooperation. Go-jin calmly replied that each time a dungeon floor is conquered, a ranking records the group with the greatest merit, so they need to decide the order of priority for attacking monsters. Hearing this, he was even more confused. A contribution ranking. So, all they have to do is catch a lot of monsters. What's with the cooperation? What is he planning to do now? Observe the first floor, as he said before. After careful observation, he slowly said, from the first floor onwards, the competition has already begun, and the trump cards will gradually be revealed. Likewise for the Great One Guild, as the system displays a message about the representative of the Dark World's skills. The Pharaoh's power has been used. You can sacrifice monsters defeated at noon to summon Kolo Transi. In the distance, the other members discussed urgently. It seemed they were about to start. What should they do? With unwavering confidence, Elise declared, while others rush. How can we simply sit still? Next, the system displays. You have equipped the Ring of King Arthur, and you have equipped the Staff of Merlin. Thanks to Merlin's staff, your magic power has increased. The hidden condition of the King Arthur legend has been set. The set item effect of the King Arthur legend has been activated, and the King Arthur ring has the ability to increase the power of the Round Table. In an instant, she unleashed her energy, her power overflowing, a sight that immediately caught the eye of a Kolo Transi being controlled by Gugin. Having gathered her strength, Elise said, seriously. Why wait until the second floor? Let's show them from the first floor. Let's show them who's the strongest in this dungeon. After observing the situation, he thought to himself, is this the Great One's hidden trump card? Henzi is so confident. As expected, they used King Arthur's ring for this conquest. But I didn't expect Elise to also possess Merlin's staff. Merlin's staff is a legendary artifact, a symbol of Paxanir, who once led the Knights of the Round Table. But from the start, it wasn't hers to begin with. In truth, the artifact had already changed hands from Elise to Paxanir. This means the Salvation Society and the Great Ones have some kind of relationship. It would be best to get it before it's transferred to Paxanir. This is much more effective than attacking the Salvation Society head-on. I see Gujin is up to something, Gina quickly called out. Can you hear me analyze the power on the first floor first? Haiji. Next. I'll tell you. No. Change of plans. Muttering to himself, Gujin declared that they couldn't keep prioritizing the Great One they possessed, both King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff. So a full-force attack was necessary from here on out. In the dark forest, a blazing fire is lit, and the sound of powerful footsteps echoes in the distance. It was Elise casting her spell, using her skill to hear the sounds of all things, enduring the stench of fire. In the blink of an eye, the blazing flames engulfed the monsters, and they were soon consumed by her fire. Beside Elise, John was silently praising her, saying she was more than capable of clearing the fourth floor, let alone the third. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange sound echoed. John exclaimed in surprise. Isaac Ivanov Gujin politely nodded as if greeting him. John was surprised to see them, while Elise was confused, wondering how they'd gotten here when they were supposed to be at the top. At the same time, a system notification rings out the skill of the representative of the dark world. The power of the Pharaoh has been used. You can use unprocessed monsters as sacrifices. Kolo Chin Bin has been summoned. As John witnessed this, he angrily shouted, that bastard dares to order the mist to deal with the monsters we're hunting. Elise quickly reached out to stop him, saying, hey, stop, don't take his bait. What's our count? The screen displays the rankings. Great One, 1,502. Kyutha, 1,134. Frontier, 1,131. Mokos, 753. Seeing this, John smugly says that they're still in the lead, so there's nothing to worry about, and that Isaac is just ordinary, proving the rumors wrong. Even so, Elise remained vigilant, saying, let's keep this pace and move to the next area. Ignoring her plan, Gugin calmly thought, no matter how fast you are, it's useless. Hunting ability doesn't necessarily correspond to speed, because they can't have the weapons we possess. As soon as she heard his strategy, Gina gritted her teeth. Using me as a shield again, Gugin baited her. We're the only team that can pull this off. And that's because of you. What? You don't dare, just as I predicted. You've taken the bait. Who wouldn't dare? In that case, just do it. Just follow the plan. You'd be finished without me. But remember to buy me food after this conquest. As soon as Gina left, he mumbled, all right. Now we'll speed up the hunt. Summon the Skeleton Knights. The news spread like wildfire. The Frontier Guild has placed a $2 million bounty on clearing the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death. The Salvation Guild's items, the Forest of Death, has become his gambling table. In the office, Seichan excitedly says that with the public's attention focused, the guilds have started placing bets. And since it's a game, there will be winners and losers. But who knows how it will turn out. Secretary. What's Isaac's profit margin? Now Jisoo quickly responds that it's increased 28 times, and that the director should see this. The Great One Guild has revealed the items Elise brought into the dungeon, prompting him to ask, the items she brought, anticipating Seichan's curiosity. She reveals they are the regalia of King Arthur and Merlin's staff news that sends shockwaves through him. What? Those items for this level of dungeon? They think this is some hazy 5th or 6th floor dungeon. Wait. Those two items are from the same set. If that's the case, in a furious rage, Seichan screamed for his secretary to cancel all his investments. But Jisoo calmly replied that it was too late. In the blink of an eye, he realized the Great One Guild's scheme. Great One. You despicable bastards. Can't you play fair? She prayed to every deity imaginable, realizing that money was the only thing she could trust. Moments later, the rankings appeared. Mokos in first place with 5,704. Great One in second with 5,690. Kyusei in third with 908, and Frontier in fourth with 4, 605. These numbers immediately made Elise grit her teeth in anger. It's absurd. How could those guys be above them? Who could have done this? No one could be stronger than the combined power of Arthur's ring and Malin's authority. From afar, Woojin noticed her obvious displeasure as Elise approached, asking if he had a secret. His tone was surprisingly humble, claiming it was just luck, infuriating her in an instant. That oat, Woojin said nothing, thinking to himself that it was all thanks to Lugina's immortal body. No matter how strong you are, you can't just herd monsters together. It'll only waste time getting to the next area. They just need to lure the new monsters to our battle area, which allows us to focus on fighting. I bet that stings their pride. Woojin then boldly suggested that Elise hand over King Arthur's ring, leaving her utterly astonished. Woojin continued matter-of-factly, saying they were almost done clearing the dungeon anyway, so handing it over early wouldn't hurt, and it would be good to do it now. That way, we can help your Great Ones Guild minimize losses. Not to be outdone, she retorted. So confident. Are we? Woojin confidently states that powerful items should belong to the powerful, increasing the chances of a successful conquest. Right. Elise quickly retorted, are you saying you're stronger than me? Hearing that, he calmly explains, what I mean is, if there's a player stronger than me, I'm willing to hand over my items for the greater good. It seems Woojin's attitude has angered her. He seems to overestimate his abilities just because he beat my team in that bet. He'd be better off without such arrogance. With that, Elise turned away, knowing the dungeon raid would belong to the Great One Guild anyway. From afar, Jay watched their exchange, thinking the fiercer the guilds compete, the better. That way, opportunity might come to their vanguard guild. The more they compete and exhaust themselves, the better. A moment later, Elise's crimson flames annihilated a series of monsters, and John was also fighting fiercely. The other team members were no exception. Gujin's challenge seemed to have ignited her fighting spirit. Elise's magic was even more brutal than before, and the nearby monster couldn't escape her flames. The flames spread further, and after eliminating all the nearby monsters, Elise's teammates excitedly chatted amongst themselves. The next moment, she asked about the situation, but after looking, John hesitated. Captain. About that. His face etched with worry. He reports no change in position. On the contrary, their distance from the Mucus Association is growing. Elise immediately retorted, accusing him of nonsense and questioning his competence, but then, her eyes widened in disbelief. This was absurd. Elise unleashed her full firepower, but how could the distance be increasing? Suddenly, John Vang's voice rang out with good news: the scout has returned. Overwhelmed, she asked what Isaac's situation was, and what exactly was happening. Sweating and stammering, the scout reported, 50. His hesitation only fueled Elise's frustration. 50? What? There were over 10. 000 just now. As if witnessing something horrific, the scout's face turned pale. No. There are 50 bone soldiers, and they're stronger than other players. Meanwhile, Gugin's attempt to summon skeletal soldiers fails, and reading the notification, he wonders if this is all he can do with his current magic. On screen, a notification appears. Bone Soldier Enhancement. Skill Rank A. Enhances the power of summoned bone soldiers. The higher the rank, the greater the effect, increasing the bone soldier's strength stat by 50%. The number of skeletal soldiers he can summon will increase with his level. After drinking the healing potion, Gugin tells himself that he needs to conserve his magic, as he still has other skills to use. Then, the system announced that his magic had been restored by mana, and Gugin calmly glanced behind him. Behind him, a legion of skeleton soldiers knelt, awaiting his command. Then, a sudden flurry of footsteps broke the silence. Gina, panting, cursed, saying that he had fulfilled his mission, which was to lure a bunch of monsters close to Gugin. Seeing this, he smirked, praising the timing. As he put on his mask, the system appeared. You are now connected to the skeleton soldiers. In the blink of an eye, a skeletal knight was ready to charge into battle, and Gugin smirked, as if he'd been waiting for this moment. Then, massive explosions signaled the start of the battle. As the Hell Messenger's suicide skill was unleashed, the skeleton knight's face was ferocious, and the monsters roared back, as if ready to devour him at any moment. Unfortunately for them, the skeletal knight wiped out a whole horde of monsters with a single blow. Still, they foolishly charged into battle, and the Messenger of Hell unleashed its self-destruction skill. Immediately, A terrifying explosion obliterated all the monsters nearby. Gugin and Gina's scores on the leaderboard continue to rise, completing the dungeon's objective. After a long while, the rankings are finalized. Moko is first with 23. 0. 5. 6. Great One is second with 20. 183. Just Do It is third with 18. 0. 4. 6. And Vanguard is fourth with 16. 111. Seeing this, Elizabeth speaks up. According to the results, it seems there's no point in continuing the competition. Does anyone object to Isaac Ivanov being the first to conquer the boss? Immediately, the other guilds chimed in, stating that the rules should be followed, and the Ever Onward Guild had no objections. Meanwhile, GA inwardly lamented Elise's defeat, realizing he needed to revise his plans. Though unexpected, GA can't let Arthur's ring slip away. Elise then seriously admits that she underestimated him, acknowledging his first-place victory, which Wu Jin accepts with a thank you before she cuts him off. She cut him off, reminding him that they still had to conquer the second floor, and if he failed, the next position would be theirs. Moving to the second floor, the announcement declares they must capture Earth Turtles to advance. No sooner have they arrived than the other guild members begin to complain. What is this? The thick fog limits our vision. Capture monsters hiding underground in this place. Their noise is irritating, Elise. So let's spread out and search. Suddenly, from the mist, Dai's scheming voice echoed. Elise, loosen up a little. You're scaring me. As she scolded without a hint of courtesy. Get lost. I'm not in the mood for games. The Vanguard's Day grinned, attempting a friendly smile. Come now. I came here to make a serious proposal. Won't you join forces with us to conquer the dungeon this time? The Great One and our Vanguard have allied before, haven't they? Though that time ended in failure. Don't you think it's wrong to hand over America's precious assets to some Russian? Hearing this, Elise asked sternly. Cooperate with you, what's the plan? GI immediately laid out his plan. Unpredictable incidents often occur within dungeons, right? Like, you're fighting a boss, and suddenly a horde of monsters attacks from behind. Hearing this, Elise objects loudly. No matter what you say, I won't allow it. Despite this, he persisted. Listen, Elise, wake up. This isn't the time to argue about right and wrong. If Arthur's ring is stolen, it won't stop at questioning. You know there isn't much time before the second floor conquest begins. Having her figured out, GI sneered. Think carefully. Elise sighed, exasperated. I'm speechless. Do you think I'll thank you for this? Hearing that, GI retorted angrily. So you'd rather hand over the ring to that idiot? What if he succeeds in the conquest? Having anticipated Gia's intentions, she quickly exposed him, saying that if their team had priority to challenge the boss, wouldn't that dirty trick be aimed at them? GI stubbornly insisted that she didn't deny their advantage, but given the current situation, before she could finish, Elise cut her off, saying she'd pretend she never heard any of it. However, if you get in our way later, I won't let it slide. As they spoke, a notification appeared. The Earth Turtle had been defeated. Elise's eyes widened in shock. What? Even they can hardly believe it. You've successfully conquered the dungeon's second floor, and Gujin's Earth Turtle was defeated in the blink of an eye. With Gina's exhausted gasps, he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the protagonist gently asked, Are you okay? Gina retorted, his ribs about to break, then yelled, Would you be okay? Damn it, only someone like me could have endured that. Anyone else would be dead 100 times over. 100 times. A system notification appeared. Songstick's blessing skill has been activated, and your stamina has been fully restored. Gina spoke while chewing food to regain strength. Thanks to raiding with you, my Songstick's blessing skill has leveled up 3 times. Do you know how hard I had to work to level up 3 times at once? What's the rush? We already have the right of conquest. With such composure, Wu Jin replies, We can't afford to give our enemies the time and leisure to leave the game. Moving to the next floor, you've reached level 3, and a dangerous aura suddenly descends. As the guilds enter level 3, a pair of menacing eyes appears in the distance. The other members wondered what was going on. Who killed the Earth Turtle? We didn't know, and we hadn't heard anyone had found it. At that moment, a member of the Great One Guild couldn't help but cover his nose, asking what that stench was, saying the haze here was even worse than on the second floor. Elise and the others quickly caught the terrible stench. Under the horrified gazes of the guild members, a system notification appeared. The Black Sun is gradually draining your life force. Apophyse's power has been activated. Suddenly, Gina is shocked by the system's message she's not poisoned by the black sun, because Lancelot's power has activated a strong resistance. Next, he turns to Gujin with a suspicious glare, wondering if he somehow foresaw this. Meanwhile, Elise's team members are dizzy and nauseous, complaining that they've been poisoned by the black sun right off the bat. She quickly gave instructions, telling everyone to calm down and take the antidote first, all while pondering deeply. Though she anticipated this and prepared accordingly, even so, they don't have much antidote to spare. At best, we have half a day before the monsters catch up, and the entire army is poisoned and exhausted. The system appears, stating that the antidote has been consumed, the poison status has been recovered, and temporary immunity is maintained. Then, Day slowly approached and asked, "The situation is worse than I thought. We can hold out for about half a day. What about you?" Elise responds that they're in the same boat, and as if waiting for this answer, he quickly says they don't have much time left. Will she reconsider his earlier offer? As this is a one-time opportunity, you're not just going to sit around and wait for Isaac to lose, are you? Then your team will try to defeat the boss with no energy left. In the heat of the moment, Elise hears a voice. Isaac has made his move. Suddenly, Jie's words echoed in Elise's mind. If Isaac succeeded, she would be robbed of the ring, and even if he fails, we'll be the only ones to suffer after all this time. After a moment, Elise finally makes her choice. There's no other way. Without hesitation, Jia praised her choice, saying it was wise. He grinned, amused, as his team's chances of obtaining King Arthur's ring increased. Of course, that was a lie. They have enough antidote to last a whole day, so time is now on the vanguard's side. In the distance, dark hooves stand ready for battle as a strange hand emerges from the earth, catching Gina's eye. As if to intimidate him, Durahan roared, and within 2 seconds, he was mounted on horseback with his sharp sword. Durahan then summoned a horde of minions to charge into battle against Gujin. The sheer number of them grinds Gina's gears. They're swarming the whole forest. And you want me to just stall for time? Is that even going to work? Despite his worries, Gujin calmly replied that the opposing forces would appear regardless, so they should simply pretend to hunt monsters. To which Gina retorted in annoyance, "Why can't we just kill those pests and start hunting monsters?" He patiently explains. "If we did what you said, we'd have to leave this front, and that would give another guild an opportunity. That's the picture our opposition is aiming for. But thanks to the black mist, time is on our side." Jay was ecstatic, silently urging Ijak to conquer the dungeon. Hahat has begun, and as soon as Gujin made a move in the distance, he turned to Elise to signal. As Jay departs, she tells herself that Elise has no other choice, and there was never any guarantee that Ijak would succeed. She tried to reassure herself that this choice was for everyone present. If they won, they could save everyone and escape. At that moment, the system appeared, warning that Hat Yang was gradually draining her life force, and that she had taken the antidote. Meanwhile, on Gujin and Gina's battlefield, Durahan's skeletal soldiers charged fiercely into the fray. Before they could act, Gina unleashed a powerful blow, sending them back to their ancestors. Seeing this, Gujin calmly advises, "Take it easy. Stay calm." As he fights, he roars, "What am I supposed to do with this whole monster forest?" In the midst of battle, a flock of birds suddenly arrives, accompanied by the thunder of footsteps, a sound that quickly reaches his ears. So, the monsters were charging toward Gujin, who smirked, unafraid. Here they come. Then, the Hell Messenger's self-destruction skill was unleashed, and Gujin's counterattack shocked Jay, who was watching from afar. What was this? Terrifying explosions continuously annihilated the monsters that were on their way. Seeing this, Gata couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, "No way. Was he prepared for this? Wait. That explosion is headed this way." The system displays a notification. The miasma is gradually reducing your vitality. Just then, a Great One member curses in exhaustion. Damn it. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, as his comrades helped others to safety, urging them to hold on, that they couldn't die here for nothing. Reporting in, the number of infected is rising. "Captain, we can't hold out much longer. There's no time to hesitate. Please make a decision." Hearing this, Elise broke out in a sweat of worry, and the antidote they'd prepared was running out. "From now on, we'll have to accept losing troops." Jay Jackson. That bastard. What's Gata doing taking so long? In the midst of the crisis, cheers erupted. Ijak had returned. She secretly rejoiced, thinking, "Good. He's finally given up and come back. In an instant, Elise loudly commanded, "Everyone prepare for battle. Now. The Great One will show them our power." Ignoring her words, the other members scramble to focus on Gujin, as he calmly says, "Then I'll leave it to you all. I'll return to the battle." This infuriates Elise. "Hold on. Ejak. Are you messing with us? The moment you appeared, the opportunity belonged to the Great One. If you've wasted half the day accomplishing nothing, then step aside, it's our turn to fight. Isn't this about everyone's lives?" Gujin calmly replied that he was just bringing the vanguard's wounded to safety. Elise picked up on something: the vanguard and someone wounded. Elise looked down to see a familiar figure appear before her. She couldn't believe it. "Sprigson, what is that idiot doing?" Despite this, Elise stubbornly replied, "No matter your reasons, returning here means you've abandoned the battle. Wasn't the expedition interrupted because you withdrew from the battle? I won't belabor the point. From now on, our Great One will take charge. It's the best way to save everyone here." With unwavering confidence, Guggen declared, "Wait your turn, we're still fighting." Before she could reply, he summoned a surge of power around them all. This sight bewildered Elise, who wondered, "What is going on?" Guggen slowly added that his colleague was still fighting, and he didn't have time to argue nonsense with her, as he had to return to the battle to help his struggling colleague. Hearing this, one member curiously asks, "Isaac has colleagues, isn't it just the bone soldiers?" His teammate quickly replies, "No. There's a big guy too." Recalling Gina, he mentioned the name Seba, and the team member remembered the one who looked like a gorilla. A moment later, Guggen spoke up. "Besides, most of the guild members are poisoned. If they fight in that state, there's no way they can carry out the subjugation. Barely able to protect your own life," Elise quickly retorted, seizing on his weakness. "In that regard, isn't the reason you can't fight because you're poisoned? It's not too late. Hand over the right to punish them to us. If both sides are equally poisoned, wouldn't it be better for us, who still have strength, to fight?" Guggen casually replies that he's unaffected by the poison mist, prompting a hasty rebuttal, "Don't talk nonsense." In the next moment, the other members frantically recalled the thornback snake hunter. Ajax caught a thornback snake. Elise paused, remembering the snake's poisonous smoke. The first spine-tailed serpent hunter, Ajax Ivanov, loudly denounces the arrogance of the Great One, saying if all the guilds had joined forces from the start, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Prioritizing the order of boss subjugation was an act of hubris, but there's still a chance. We must gather all available resources to eliminate that Duran as quickly as possible. Furious at being exposed, she thinks of the bastard, but John interjects, suggesting they consider the bigger picture and perhaps stand down, as the current atmosphere is not conducive to victory. After a moment of thought, Nick agreed, saying Ajax was right. They should have joined forces to conquer from the start instead of competing. Another person chimed in, saying that attacking the ultimate item for no reason led to this situation. Tom angrily added that it was all the Great One Guild's fault. The other guild members chimed in, suggesting Elise be held accountable for her words. Ajax is innocent. He had to bring the Pioneer Guild's injured member back, which delayed the boss raid. At that moment, many skeptical eyes turned to Elise, who instead of being grateful for the rescue of her fellow American, was causing trouble. If anything happens, the Great One Guild won't let her off easily. These accusations make her sweat with anxiety. The situation is getting out of hand. The next moment, Guji gently repeats, "Wasn't it you who said that the lives of everyone here are at stake? So, think carefully about what you can do to save everyone here." Elise realizes then, is this guy? Then, images of his confident self from the night before flashed through her mind. The stronger player should have the better item, so the success rate of the subjugation can be increased. Right. What I mean is, if there's a player stronger than me, I'm willing to hand over my items for the greater good. Amidst Elise's hesitation, Gujin declared, "Surely you know the answer. All here will bear witness to the greatness of the Great One Guild." Ignoring the murmurs around her, she sank deep into thought as the zombies swarmed closer. Gina, anxious and frustrated, muttered, "Damn it. This is never ending. At this rate, I'll be finished before I even face Duran." Kim Gujin. "When is that bastard coming back?" Before he could finish, Gujin arrived, praising her resilience. Without missing a beat, Gina turned and scolded the familiar voice. "Hey, you jerk. What took you so long?" Before he could respond, Gujin began activating his magic, and Merlin's staff amplified his power, The hidden condition of the legend of King Arthur has been met, and the set effect is now active. King Arthur's signet ring has increased the power of the round table, and your magic is overflowing. Seeing this, Gina loudly asks, "Hey, what trick did you just pull and come back? Where did you dig up those items?" Remaining calm, he explains that he's simply claiming the victor's spoils in advance, and the staff was a freebie, so now they'll break through the encirclement and head straight for Durahan. He scoffed at Gujin's overconfidence, saying, "You think 2 items will change anything? How will you break through this zombie horde?" Instead of answering, he just smirked, as if he'd been waiting for this. In the blink of an eye, Gujin began the battle, summoning a golem. The Hell Messenger's Pharaoh power skill has been activated, allowing the caster to use dead monsters as sacrifices. Skeletal soldiers are summoned. The Ring of Oan is equipped. The conditions for the legend of King Arthur are met. The set effect is activated, and the authority of King Arthur empowers the round table. The duration of the Sun Chariot skill from the Oan necklace has greatly increased. You have activated the aura of authority, and in an instant, a series of skeletal soldiers and golems have appeared to assist Gujin. Gina looks on in surprise and fear as their numbers swell. He asks decisively, "Is this enough?" The zombies were quickly drawn in, swarming the golems and skeletal soldiers Gujin had summoned. The zombies moved with surprising speed, prompting an excited Gina to remark on the effectiveness of their plan. As the zombies swarmed the golem, Gujin slowly replied, "Of course. We'd never finish if we killed them one by one. Let's move on to the next phase of the plan." Just then, he intently observed the Durahan from afar, while a vanguard member was treating another. Next, Gata awakens with wide, surprised eyes, seemingly unaware of the situation. What is going on?" The medic quickly spoke. "Don't move. Just rest. Even with treatment, the black fog prevents you from fully recovering. You're lucky to be alive. If Isaac hadn't rescued you, you'd be dead." Hearing that familiar name, Gata paled, wondering, what direction is this going in? In the misty forest, John Vang's doubtful voice rises. "Is it okay to wander around like this? What if we run into a monster that just fled the battlefield? With our current condition, we'd be in danger." His excessive worrying is getting on Elisa's nerves, and I know it. "Thanks to that silver-tongued devil. We lost the staff of Merlin. What are you going to report to the guild? At least get a grip on the situation so we have something to say." As she said that, she gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, who knows what those enraged players would have done if he hadn't handed over Merlin's staff in that situation. Now that things have come to this, he'll sacrifice anything the guild's pride, the members' lives. What a terrifying man. Soon, they stood on a distant cliff, with a full view of Gugin and Gina's battle. Upon seeing the scene below, John panicked, exclaiming that the fool was surrounded and lacked even basic tactics. Contrary to his fears, the skeleton soldiers fought fiercely against the zombies on the battlefield below. It seemed Elise realized Gugin's plan wasn't to be surrounded at all. As she spoke, the skeleton soldiers began to gain the upper hand. Elise then realizes that Gugin has placed golems and skeleton soldiers between Duran and the zombie army to disrupt their formation. She silently calculates, strategizing to target Duran while it's isolated. But if they don't win quickly, Gugin will surely be surrounded. Why is he acting so recklessly? Below the battlefield, Gina exhaled a chilling breath, remarking that this one wouldn't be as easy as they thought. "I thought we could take it down easily together. But just touching it unleashes a terrifying aura that freezes you to the bone." Meanwhile, Duran continues to use magic, the aura of the soul strengthened by an unknown power. Fortunately, its attack was repelled, and Lancelot pushed back the aura of the soul. Gina laughed with satisfaction. Having good equipment was the best. Despite this, Gujin remained worried. This alone wouldn't be enough to defeat Duran, as Juan's necklace radiated warmth amidst the chilling atmosphere. Suddenly, he remembered that before going back in time, Gugin had heard from colleagues who had explored the spirit forest that a tremendous amount of firepower was needed to destroy Duran, and the source of that firepower was Lee Sojun. Though this wouldn't work against the Lee Sojun from that time, making his decision, Gugin immediately prepares for battle, equipping Percival's spear. The hidden condition of the Arthurian legend has been met, activating the Arthurian legend set effect, and greatly increasing Percival's spear's piercing power. Next, he hurled the spear at Duran, hoping to distract him. Gina seized the opportunity. Was this his final gambit? Without hesitation, he immediately focused his power into his weapon. Taking advantage of Duran's distraction, Gina rushed in, thinking to himself that he hadn't shown his full potential yet. Strangely, Gina attacked Duran's horse, giving him no respite as he continued to strike, receiving a minor facial wound in the process. But it didn't faze him. On the contrary, this small wound only made Gina thirst for blood. He powerfully swung his fist at Duran, but unfortunately, the blow was blocked. The aura emanating from the sword encases Gina's arm in ice. Yet Duran continues to unleash more. Just then, Gujin appeared like a flash, thrusting his spear at Duran's head, who desperately tried to block the blow with more frigid energy. The spear in Gujin's hand also begins to freeze, but Gina remains optimistic, thinking he's got Duran's head in his sights. Contrary to his thoughts, the chilling air spread to Gujin's arm holding the spear. Seeing this, Gina looked worried. Could Percival's spear not break through the chilling air? Despite his worries, Gujin presses on, thrusting his spear towards Duran. His persistence seems to irritate Duran, who unleashes even more freezing air. But fortunately, a noticeable water stain suddenly appeared on Duran's face, quickly spreading outwards. The next second, it exploded, creating a cataclysmic shockwave so intense that Elise and John had to shield their faces. After a moment, she forced her eyes open, and seeing the sunlight and the system notification, Elise was stunned. "You have defeated Duran." John couldn't believe his eyes either, asking, "Is it over, below the battlefield?" The zombies were gradually dissolving into thin air. Seeing this, Gina says that the black zombies are fading away. Gujin looks shocked and says, "This." As he stared at the spear on the ground, Gina called out, "Hey, Kim, Gu, Quen, Isaac, what should we do with this?" Gujin didn't answer, but quietly picked up the ring from the ground. After a moment, he realized it was Hercules' ring, and at the same time, a system notification appeared. Hercules' ring. Item rank mythic. Level 1 and up can use it. This is the ring of the great hero, Hercules. You can gain even greater power depending on the achievements you accumulate. Effects plus 10% to stamina, plus 10% to energy, plus 10% to mana, when equipped. Additional stats can be unlocked depending on the number of achievements. Gujin's strange silence makes Gina impatient. "Are you even listening to me? What do we do with this?" Finally, he speaks up, saying what? The system immediately appears, announcing that Durahan has been summoned as a bone knight. Days later, newspapers reported that Isaac Ivanov had punished the Forest of Souls. Isaac Ivanov had hit the jackpot. Amidst Jisu's astonishment and the cheers of Gelho, news outlets report that Elise Heighton has passed the Staff of Merlin to Isaac, completing her grand mission. The Great One Guild transferred King Arthur's ring to the Mokos Guild, fulfilling a promise made by the world's largest guild. These news reports seem to have infuriated Carrie, who rises and slams her desk as if slapping Elise. Though unwilling, she had to endure Carrie's wrath as more articles were published. Isaac Ivanov thanks Park Young-won, stating his skills were the biggest contribution to the Durahan raid, mentioning only Park Young-won by name. Phoenix Guild might walk the same path as the Messiah Guild. Park Young-won has found a savior who can save this world. As he updated the news, Young-won smiled contentedly. He chuckled to himself, thinking that as Kim Gugin had said, his investment in Isaac was paying off, and some fools even thought his guild was on par with the Salvation Guild. The more active Isaac is, the higher the stock prices of Young-won and the Phoenix Society will rise. Next, Secretary Kim speaks. "Director, the Mokos Guild is trying to reach you." This quickly piqued Han's curiosity. The Mokos Guild. Cut to the airport, where Gugin has just arrived and is pulling his suitcase out. He calmly tells the person on the other end, "I've just arrived. Shall we proceed to the next step? Have you finished making what I asked for before?" So, Seichan was on the phone with Gugin, saying, "Of course it's done. I'm Icarus. After all, but the stability is still weak, so don't overuse it. We've cast the bait. He should be contacting us soon." Hearing this, he slowly replied, "Understood." As soon as Gugin finished speaking, Gina sighed. "Aren't you tired? We just finished one case, and now you're talking about another. I'm done here. Heading out starving. You wouldn't join me for a meal anyway, would you?" After hanging up, he immediately replied, "Okay. Go ahead. You've worked hard. Be careful." Gugin's attitude only fuels Gina's anger. "Are you even human? After all that work, the least you could do is buy me something to eat. You're such a child." He casually says, "All right. I'll treat you in a few days. You can eat whatever you want." This answer seems to be beyond Gina's expectations, as he blankly asks. Anything I want, I can eat anything I want. As Gugin's car pulled away, he realized and shouted after him. But when is a few days? Just treat me now, above the city. The moon hung high in the sky. Inside the meeting room, Shin-hee, enraged, shouts, how can you say you won't participate now? Do you even know the situation we're in? The subjugation of the 7th floor dungeon cannot be delayed any further. Soon after, Noda Hijiro's calm voice echoed. This is a matter I cannot postpone either. Do you know how many of my disciples that man has killed? Gujin, I can't cooperate with you on anything until he breathes his last. His evasiveness only fueled Aethium's anger. Bakuyan has joined forces with Ijak and conquered the spirit resting zone. So, all public attention is focused there. Are you going to ruin the greater good over this petty matter? Sacrifice is always inevitable. Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes and asked, the A problem I think worrying about a Wadcon who just cleared the 3rd floor is the real problem. Isn't that right? I mean, haven't you overestimated this Ijak fellow Suka Harakin? Sitting next to him, immediately agreed. I think so too. Worrying about something so trivial is truly pathetic. Shin, he thought to himself, offering no reply. These fools said this wasn't an urgent matter. All this because of one Ijak. The Savior Association's position is faltering, when it's always been praised by everyone. And the real problem is how terrifyingly fast he's growing, just like Lee Sejun in the past. As Ijak prepared to lash out, Sejun slowly said, stop. If you value your disciples more, then so be it. But we can't give you too much time. Shin, he nervously interjected. But President, with the current situation, postponing the subjugation of the 7th floor. Before Ijak could finish, Sejun silenced him with a chilling glare. Sejun's coldness forces Shin-hee to immediately change his tune. Understood. If that's your decision, Chairman, we'll postpone the dungeon subjugation for a while. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Noda Hajiro calmly said, thank you for your concern, as Sukahara-ken disconnected the call and bid farewell. With that, they took their leave, their figures fading into the silence of the room. In the blink of an eye, a gloating voice echoed through the room. So, the Savior's reputation isn't what it used to be. Is it? Shin, he was annoyed by these words. So Johann Jacques was provoking them, or were the rumors up until now exaggerated? The core members actively operate in their respective segments, while the rest do as they please, ignoring the president's opinions. With a smirk, he declares them a disorganized rabble, adding, don't tell me you brought me here to witness this pathetic display. That little squabble was quite amusing, though he seems even angrier now. You should watch your tongue. Sejun cuts Shin-hee off. So what? What can you do? As he spoke, he exuded a dark power, as if to threaten Johann Jacques. Cut to Youngwon's base, where Woojin calmly asks, you called me here, sir. Without hesitation, he asks Woojin for another favor, saying that things have been going well since he invested in Isaac, and he wants Woojin to take care of one more thing for him. If you handle this well, I'll give you a worthy reward. What is it you want me to do? Youngwon smirks, saying that a player has requested Woojin as a companion when raiding dungeons, and it seems this person wants to test Woojin's skills. Woojin looked surprised, and Youngwon quickly explained, yes, what I want you to do is to completely capture his attention. Make yourself indispensable to him. Woojin paused, taking a moment to process this. A moment later, he calmly asked who had assigned him. Youngwon eagerly replied that it was Isaac Ivanov. During a dinner in the city, a transfer gate opened, and Youngwon's curious voice echoed, did your meeting with Isaac go well? Woojin calmly replies, yes. I received the dungeon report and the test details. As if unconcerned, he said closely, let me remind you again, you know how important this is, right? No matter what happens, you must succeed for me, and for yourself. As Youngwon finished speaking, a car pulled up nearby finally. They've arrived. A familiar figure stepped out with purpose. It was Gina in Woojin's form. A moment later, Youngwon shook Gina's hand and said, thank you for your help. The translator then whispered to him in Russian. Gina chuckled in Russian, which the translator relayed Mr. Isaac also asks for your help. His unusual friendliness caught Youngwon's attention. The next moment, Woojin announced, we'll be entering the dungeon now. As he watched Woojin and Gina's backs, he muttered, he's a little different than I expected. I thought he'd be more impressive. After passing through the transfer gate, the two arrived in a lush green forest. Gina, removing her mask, excitedly asks how her acting was, saying it was perfect and that Park Youngwon was completely fooled. With utter confidence, he laughed, praising himself. This acting skill is top-notch. Gina suggests they become actors, but Woojin dismisses her dream, thinking she's made a mess, and he'll have to avoid using doubles in the future. Back to that night. Gina's panicked voice echoed through the shop. He's here too, they didn't mention this before. In the blink of an eye, he whispered to himself. What if Park Young-won shows up there? As for the dungeon penalty, Ajax and I will carry it out. This answer only confused Gina more. What do you mean? You're Ajax. And Ajax is you. He calmly explained. That's why I said, me and Ajax. Woojin points at himself, indicating that only the two of them will go. After a moment of consideration, Gina's eyes lit up as she realized. I get what you mean. If that's the case, pork isn't enough, we need beef too. Without hesitation, he immediately agreed. Of course, order whatever you want. As much as you want, this unexpected generosity makes Gina dizzy. Really, you have to keep your word. But fearing he wouldn't believe her, Woojin reaffirmed. I said I'd treat you. And I meant it. Gina immediately ordered more food. Boss, I'll have the beef. Bring the beef quickly. After eating her fill, Gina happily praised Woojin, saying it had been a long time since she'd had such a hearty beef meal. You truly are a wonderful colleague. Unlike a certain cheapskate. Feel free to ask me for anything you want in the future. Before he could finish, he recognized a familiar mark on the bank card Woojin was holding. Gina bristled and shouted, Wait. What? Where did you get that card? Despite his panic, Woojin calmly replies that Baek Eon-won gave it to him to meet Ajax beforehand. Gina sweats at Woojin's nonchalant attitude. He dared to act up when he was using the guild's card to treat him to a meal. Upon reuniting, he hears a familiar echo of someone. While Gina struggles, Woojin says he'll need his help in the future. Back in the dungeon, Woojin's skeletons are decimating the monsters, growing ever more bloodthirsty. Without Woojin and Gina lifting a finger, his skeletal soldiers were able to clear the dungeon. You have leveled up. Amidst the monster carnage, they calmly strolled, as the emissary of hell smiled upon your overwhelming power and bestowed upon you a fraction of their authority. Woojin marvels at the overwhelming power of his skeletons. Surprised by their strength, even Gina exclaims, That's right. Like when we fought Duran. He was too busy to notice before, but seeing it now, it's truly terrifying. The next moment, Woojin worriedly thought to himself that although this was the first time he could use it freely without avoiding the attention of others, he honestly didn't think it would be this powerful. Even with Woojin using all his skills, he still has mana to spare, which means he's not fully utilizing the item's capabilities. Now, Woojin can't even train or test his firepower in this dungeon. Gina giggles beside him, saying her level is rising rapidly thanks to the bone soldiers. They're doing everything on their own, so stepping in would be redundant. And there's nothing left for me to catch anyway. I can't exactly start fighting my own skeleton soldiers. Can I? Woojin coldly glares at him, clearly annoyed. Damn. This guy's so chatty. Gina, intimidated by his sharp look, waves her hand in fear. Wait. Hold on. Don't tell me you're going to do that. Hey. Don't do it. I'm Ajax now. Do that again. And you're failing. Woojin coldly replied. All the better. I was planning on failing this time anyway. The next moment, his terrified scream echoed through the forest. Wait. Wait. Hold on. Back in the office, Director Cha's phone displays an incoming call from Woojin, and he answers with amusement. He escaped sooner than I thought. How was the test? Are you satisfied? He calmly asked from the other end of the line. I'm not too pleased. Hearing this, Chairman Cha asks with a smirk. Is that so? So Kim Woojin must have failed. Woojin says, You really do know everything. Did anything change while I was in the dungeon? Immediately, he began to recount the events. The Salvation Society announced they were merely postponing the 7th floor raid. But they didn't disclose the exact reason why the subjugation couldn't proceed as planned. This information immediately made him thoughtful. If it's enough to delay the dungeon raid, it seems like there's a problem with their core forces. If there were members who dared to oppose Lee Sejun for personal gain, it could only be the Sword Saint and the Godly Bow. As Woojin pondered, he surmised that there seemed to be internal conflict within their ranks. Sechan's tone grew serious. I think so too. With all the frustrating things happening lately, the most suspicious of them is the Divine Palace. He's not exactly blood-related to the Salvation Society, and he has a deep-seated grudge against you. This is just my personal guess. But are they planning to settle personal scores before conquering the 7th floor dungeon? Seeing Woojin silent for a long moment, Xe-chan asked curiously. So, what are you planning to do? He replied softly. First, I'll take care of what's left. And then brush my teeth. I'll grab a bite first and think about it more. Hearing that key word, Gina's eyes lit up. Food, me too. Me too, you're using that card again. Right. Xe-chan was puzzled. Brushing your teeth. Do you have something else planned? Gujin replied slowly. Yes. I have to meet Park Young-won. Cut to the Phoenix Society headquarters, where Young-won questions. So, in the end, you failed. I clearly told you to win. No matter what. Like a true actor, Gujin sadly replied. I'm sorry. He immediately cut him off. Spare me the apologies. Do you have an excuse? After a 2-second pause, Gujin hesitantly explained. Although he acknowledged the power of the poison blood, he criticized my skills for lacking versatility, but he did ask if I could step in when he needed me. Young-won thought to himself, can he withdraw when needed? Is that all he cares about? What an ambiguous result. Later, he pretended to recount his plan, saying, also, I overheard Isaac talking to a colleague outside the dungeon. It seems he's gathering colleagues from other guilds besides Moko's. Hearing this, Young-won exclaimed in surprise. So, is he about to leave the Moko's guild? Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Could Isaac be planning to enter the freelance market? No. That's not it. With this information alone, we can't be certain. We have to interpret it as Isaac trying to create a new independent team. So that's why he wanted to test Kim Gujin. As soon as Young-won reached that conclusion, he spoke up. If the opportunity arises again, are you sure you'll pass? Gujin feigns ignorance. Again, well, if you give me another chance, trust in me and empower me, I'll definitely succeed next time. As the volcano was about to erupt, a ray of light suddenly appeared. Along with the system notification you have leveled up, the valiant image of the Frank Chartereau lineage hunter, who has cleared the dungeon, gradually emerges before everyone. Immediately afterward, reporters flock to Frank Chartereau's car, begging for a word. Just a quick interview. Please look this way. Inside the car, Robert was sweating bullets, anxiously apologizing. I apologize for bothering you so soon after your return from the dungeon, but the Japanese government made a rather urgent request, so I had no choice. A new A-rank dungeon has been discovered, so they want the guild master's advice. As Frank Chartereau read the document, he wondered, the boss is a hatchling. Is there anything to consult about? Shouldn't I just recommend a player suited for this dungeon? So, he immediately replied, recommend, have you thought of anyone? The next moment, he put down the file and said, of course I do. It's been a while since I reached level 100, so I've been keeping an eye out for players who can actively operate in dungeons with 4 floors or less. Robert looked worried, wondering what would happen if the player the chairman recommended refused to enter the dungeon, especially if they knew their opponent was a dragon. Before he could finish, Frank Chartereau asserted that it wouldn't happen, so he shouldn't worry, a confidence that startled Robert. What makes you so sure? Frank Chartereau confidently replies. Of course. Days later, news outlets reported that only the Isaac lineage hunter could successfully raid the hatchling dungeon. Would Isaac Ivanov dare to take on the role of Dragon Slayer? The Japanese government is in trouble. With no one willing to enter the hatchling dungeon, society is avoiding the dangerous task. The selfishness of the players is being criticized. Isaac, I will subjugate the hatchling dungeon. The big 5 guilds remain silent as ever. Isaac Ivanov will have to subjugate the hatchling alone. Meanwhile, back at Ion-1's office, he pondered to himself as he read the news. No one wants to be a supporting character in Isaac's spotlight. The more reckless the challenge, the more sacred the act is perceived. Noble. The article concludes that Isaac must conquer the hatchling dungeon alone. Is this going to be worth it? Ion-1 wondered. You better be finding a way to bring in the value I invested. The next moment, Secretary Kim announced that Kim Gugin had contacted them, saying he passed Isaac's test thanks to the skills they provided. Hearing this, he smirked with satisfaction. Excellent. Meanwhile, Ion-1 recalled Gugin confidently saying, believe in me and empower me. I'll definitely succeed next time. He slides a paper forward, saying this was supposed to be a gift for passing the test. But consider it an advance. There won't be a next time. So you better pass this time, or I'll be furious. Upon seeing the paper, Gugin was surprised. This is... A moment later, Ion-1 made a call. Secretary Kim, come in here. Contact Isaac and tell them to re-evaluate him. Secretary Kim gently inquired. What if they refuse this offer? He quickly responded. What else can we do but bribe them? She continued to ask. Yes. If it's a bribe. What do you mean? Without hesitation, Ion 1 commanded that they be sent both the Fire Golem and Skeleton Sorcerer skill books. After questioning Han thoroughly, Secretary Kim immediately replied, "Yes, I understand." Also, Isaac and Kim Guggen will enter the hatchling dungeon together. This news pleases him greatly. So, that's how it is. In an instant, Ion 1 is lost in thought. On the surface, it's similar to the A+ ranked, 3-tiered Durahan dungeon. But even a hatchling is still a dragon. Because dragons are so difficult to conquer, everyone's apprehension is understandable. But since it's just a young dragon, the odds of success should be a bit higher. If Isaac and his bodyguard, Kim Guggen, succeed in the raid, it would be the perfect picture. Having calculated this, he ordered a new article to be written and the reporters to be called immediately. As he planned, new articles were quickly published, stating that Phoenix Guild leader Park Young-won promised full support for Isaac's challenge. Isaac's new colleague is from the Phoenix Guild, and they will be tackling this challenge together. Meanwhile, Se-chan was glued to his phone, reading the news in his office, lost in thought that Park Young-won doesn't miss a trick, exploiting everything to the fullest. Even if he realizes he's being led by the nose, he probably couldn't admit he's been taken advantage of. Se-chan then asked Secretary Lee if the item had been delivered to Kim Guggen, to which Jisoo calmly replied in the affirmative. I also had them check the product for any defects. And he's probably already infiltrated the Japanese dungeon and is using it now. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Guggen's face is being aggressively pinched by Gina. Who's curious about the doppelganger? I didn't expect disguising the bone pot and entering the dungeon would actually work, Se-chan always complained. But you get what you pay for. It looks even more real than just wearing a mask. He looked around, marveling at the sight, and asked if he'd ever seen a doppelganger monster in real life. A doppelganger is a monster with the ability to shapeshift, perfectly copying the appearance of another being. Usually, it appears in dungeons disguised as a goblin, orc, or some other monster, making it difficult to detect. Doppelgangers fetch a high price on the black market. Their bodies used to create items that can mimic the faces and appearances of others. Gina's overreaction made Goblin panic. If you break it, I'll tell Secretary Lai to send you there. No more nurturing. Upon hearing about money, Ian shrinks back. I know. I can just put it in my inventory. I just thought it was cool. But you're making a big deal out of it. So, you want me to be bait again? Huh. But then, a system notification appears. A doppelganger monster. No level limit. Fully equipped. And able to shapeshift, he slowly replied. No. Save your strength until we reach the 3rd floor. This news seemed to surprise Gina. Really, goblins already have a plan. I can handle the 1st floor alone, because I have a task for you when facing the hatchling. The skeleton soldiers have been summoned from the Book of the Dead. The fire golem has been summoned. And the Kolu wizard has been summoned. As the system announced, the Durahan skeleton soldier appeared. And the Kolu wizard was ready to follow Gujin's orders, as were the other summoned troops. The system appears again. You have equipped the Vengoth bracelet. The Vengoth bracelet has been engraved onto the body. The number of equipable rings has increased, and the ring of King Arthur has been engraved, meaning you can no longer change equipped items. The bone staff has been equipped, and Hercules' ring has been engraved, preventing any further changes to equipped items. Stats will increase. Based on your achievements, attack power increases by 10%, health and mana by 150. With his items equipped, Gujin casually remarks that, it's not bad, while the terrifying scene before them leaves Gina drenched in sweat. He then asks suspiciously what she was planning, to which she calmly replied that they were about to reach the 3rd floor without wasting any time. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the dungeon, Gina, hiding behind a nearby rock, stared in disbelief at Gujin, secretly terrified of the monster before her. He said he'd handle it alone, but as soon as he finished speaking, Gujin turned the place into a battlefield, to the point where Gina even felt sorry for the dungeon's monsters. This guy isn't just a solo player, he's a one-man army, a fearless legion unto himself. Gina shuddered, recalling the imposing image of the skeletal soldiers and the fire golem that Gujin had summoned, tireless, to the very end. The next second, Gina paled, thinking, damn it, even I don't dare mess with him now. Gujin noticed his obvious gaze. Do you have something to say to me? Why have you been staring at me? Seeing this, Gina immediately denied it, saying it was nothing. She just didn't understand the hatchling subjugation method he explained earlier. He curiously asks, "What's so difficult? I told you to just attack its wings once the battle starts. I'll take care of the rest." Further elaborating on the plan. "Yeah. I remember that, preventing it from escaping into the sky." This made Gujin even more confused. "You know this. So what's so difficult to understand?" Finally, Gina mustered the courage to ask, "If that's the case, then, when it's still on the ground, you told me not to use too much force and just hold on to its back. What did you mean by that?" He quickly took a deep breath. "That lasted about 2 seconds. Gujin explained that the folded wings are twice as hard to break as when they're extended, making them difficult to attack. To make it spread its wings, we need to push it until it senses danger. But in that situation, we can't direct all our firepower at the wings." Hearing this, he roared in frustration. "So you're telling me to climb on its back and stay there until an opportunity arises?" Before Gina could finish yelling, Gujin signaled for him to be quiet. Turns out, Hatchling appeared nearby and created a massive vortex, sending the monster flying with a single flap of its wings. This scene caught his eye, and Hatchling suddenly snapped its jaws around the monster from before. Seeing this, Gujin and Gina silently continued to observe, when suddenly, it darted its eyes around as if it had discovered something. Curiosity piqued, Hatchling eyed the prone ot, a flicker of suspicion in its gaze. Hatchling then roared. Earning Gujin's praise, it was smart enough to notice the change in its nest, but its realization comes too late. He unleashes his power. The Hell Messenger's corpse explosion technique. Massive rocks from the nearby mountain rained down upon the hatchling. Despite initiating the plan, Gina was still verbose. "Yeah, I get your point. But what if it manages to fly again?" Without hesitation, Gujin declared he could easily sever its wings, and it was Gina's duty to bring it back to Earth. Finally, grasping the point, she realizes, Wait. That means I'm going down with it too." With a smug look, he entrusts Gina with the task, saying, "I believe in you, partner." He then bursts out in frustration. "Hey, what the heck?" While they were talking, the hatchling broke free from the rock and ferociously attacked the fire golem that Gujin had summoned. Following his command, the skeleton soldiers relentlessly attacked Hatchling's wings, while Gina gritted her teeth, thinking, how are its wings as hard as stone? Annoyed, he slashes at its wing, hoping to break through. But the hatchling is unfazed and ready to attack. It unleashed a torrent of flames to obliterate the skeleton soldiers. After a long while, Gina cried out, "Hey, the problem isn't just the wing anymore." But fearing he'd ruin the plan, Gujin reiterated that Mei only needed to focus on the wing, leaving the rest to the ship. Moments later, he summoned the pharaoh's power of the underworld, allowing him to use the dead as sacrifices, and Gujin unleashed the Durahan Bone soldiers. The system announces that he has equipped the Sun Chaser and the Aura of Authority. Immediately, the Durahan skeleton soldier is further empowered, lunging forward to stab its sword into Hatchling's tail. As Durahan Bone Soldier struck, a notification appeared. Hatchling was inflicted with blood poison. Hatchling painfully flung it away, and Gina, standing on its wing, sensed Hatchling's changing emotions. Losing his balance, his voice trembled as he yelled, Wait, stop." In the blink of an eye, Gina plummets to the ground, and despite their constant bickering, Gujin cries out in worry, "Lead Gina." But before his shout fades, Gina is already back on his feet. Like a bolt of lightning, Gina shot towards Hatchling's wings, plunging his spear deep and roaring. Duzan. Gina's attack seems to have caused Hatchling so much pain that it lost control and flew straight into the sky, leaving him hanging precariously as he gritted his teeth to avoid falling. Taking the opportunity, Gujin urgently warned, Gina, wake up, you have to hurry before it flies any higher." Gina finally manages to stand, remarking how easy it is to say, but not to do, before realizing he's just torn off Hatchling's wings. He did it. While Gina was still in shock, he plummeted towards the ground. The next moment, Gina was pinned down by the Hatchling's tail weight. At this rate, I'll be crushed. In the blink of an eye, they both crashed to the ground with a deafening boom, and Gujin's face reflected a mixture of relief and disbelief. Without Gina, he couldn't have even conceived this strategy. Thanks to her, the plan is halfway to success. Through the smoke, a pair of bright yellow eyes emerged. Hatchling had risen and continued its fiery assault, surprising Gujin as it relentlessly attacked the fire golem. Realizing this, Giang knew that even a successful attack on its wings wouldn't diminish its threat, and he couldn't let his guard down until it was completely subdued. Immediately, he summons more skeleton soldiers. who ferociously charge and slash at hatchling's tail, relentlessly attacking the same spot. The Durahan bone soldier was also ready to fight, powerfully stabbing its sword into the hatchling's tail. Sensing its hardened body, the skeleton soldiers assist the Durahan, and the sword finally pierces the hatchling. The scent immediately grabs its attention. Hatchling turns, mouth agape, quickly gathering power to obliterate the bone soldiers. But just in time, the fire golem rushed in and grabbed the hatchling's head. Having absorbed too much power without releasing it, the magic began to spread throughout its body. Immediately, the hatchling suffered its own attack, exploding in its mouth and collapsing to the ground. Smoking, Gujin slowly approached Gina, who was buried under rubble, and cast the river Styx blessing skill of the stalwart warrior. As he approached, his familiar cursing erupted. Son of a... Realizing Gina was okay, Gujin smirked, teasing. That took longer than I thought. Don't tell me you fainted. I almost thought you were a goner this time. Hearing that, he grew even more enraged. How could the mighty Legina die? My stomach was just empty, so it took a little longer. Suddenly, Gina's tone turned serious. What about the hatchling? Trying to reassure Gina, he calmly replies, I played with it a little while you rested, but thanks to you, I'm sure I can catch it. After a 2-second pause, Gujin reached out his hand and said, You've worked hard, partner. His words brought Gina so much joy that she couldn't help but smile brightly. Without hesitation, he gripped Gujin's hand and confidently said, Of course, it's all thanks to me. As he stood up, Gina added, Don't get cocky. You owe me a treat after we get out of this dump. Gujin agrees, but says they need to deal with this one first, and then they continue with the next step of their plan. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Tsukahara Ken and Noda Higashiro's Go game had reached a critical stage. As they played, Tsukahara Ken wondered aloud how many days it had been since Isaac's team entered the dungeon, to which Sun respectfully replied, The 10th day. Sir. Hearing that, he sighed softly. To survive for 10 days, that's unexpected, he immediately followed up. But most opinions suggest the chances of a successful conquest are extremely low. Tsukahara Ken's tone, becoming more cunning, even if the success rate is low, I still hope they succeed this time, because then we can deal with them ourselves. Sun was taken aback by this statement. What did he mean? He didn't answer, remaining silent as Noda Higashiro slowly took more pieces out of the box. In the blink of an eye, he slammed the chess piece down on the board, and Tsukahara Ken's face grew visibly annoyed he had apparently lost to Noda Higashiro's move. After finishing the chess game, he replied softly, Sacrifice the small to gain the big. Hearing this, Sun suddenly realized something, but in an instant, he declared he would sacrifice his life to complete his mission. Back in the dungeon battle, Gujin and Gina have defeated the hatchling. You've unlocked the Kinslayer achievement, and the notification leaves him wide-eyed in disbelief. He's a Kinslayer. Gina playfully pats Gukbin on the head, praising him for his hard work, and acknowledges Kim Gujin's efforts as well. Before he could finish, he noticed Gujin's worried expression, and Gina asked Han, confused, You've conquered it all. So why do you look like you've lost everything? What's wrong? He then calmly stated that even if he made it out of this dungeon, it seemed he was still destined to die. This sudden information alarmed Gina, who repeatedly asked Han what he meant. Gujin calmly explained that after leaving, he would have to conquer the 4th floor dungeon. He still doesn't understand a thing. Of course he wouldn't, but so what? He slowly explained that from the 4th floor onward, the stage is set for high-level players. Level 100 and above. It's likely a group of highly ranked individuals within a massive organization, all vying for incredible economic or political privileges. But they weren't satisfied and sought even greater gains, forming their own monopoly, each with its own territory, not encroaching on the others, and so, they built up the power to do anything and live in peace. Until one day, uninvited guests trespassed on their territory. But ironically, among them was one who was already a thorn in someone's side, completely different from before. Wu Jinhai's eyes lit up as he continued. So what will happen? Outside the dungeon, the reporters rushed over. Isaac, what's the secret to your successful conquest? Everyone thought you'd fail. What are your thoughts now, Mr. Isaac? Please look over here. The reporters immediately recognized him as Isaac's new colleague, snapping photos as they asked, How did it feel to conquer as a team for the first time? Was there any deception during the conquest? Gina worried that the commotion would expose her puppet, and another reporter was already grilling the Wu Jin look-alike. Communication wasn't difficult. Mr. Kim Woo-jin. But fearing exposure, he immediately linked arms with the mannequin, and Gina replied in Russian, "No one can stop us. We are invincible." But amidst the bustling crowd, a silent footstep appears. It was Sun, approaching with rage in his eyes, and without hesitation, he drew a sharp knife. The next moment, Sun lunged forward, screaming in Japanese, "Die!" Gina's eyes widened in shock. With lightning-fast reflexes, he throws a punch at Sun's face. But unfortunately, he dodges it. Gina was surprised, thinking, "Oh." He dodged it. The reporters were all dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Finally, the doppelganger of Gu Jin realizes the situation, but it seems Sun is ready to take them both down. With all his might, he stabbed Jin in the stomach, as Gina cried out in horror from afar. The next moment, blood poured from the doppelganger onto the ground. More and more blood. Reporters paled, exclaiming that he'd been stabbed. They warned Ney to back away, saying the player who'd been stabbed used blood poison. Suddenly, something happened, who knows what. But don't get caught up in the players' fight. Let's get out of here. In the blink of an eye, they fled the scene. Not stopping there, Sun continues to target Gujin, lunging forward with a vicious look in his eyes. Suddenly, a fierce slash echoed. Startling him, Sun had been defeated by Tsukahara Ken. Despite just sending off one of his own men, he remained indifferent. The reporters immediately recognized him. "Wait, isn't that the Sword Saint? What's the Sword Saint doing here? Camera, get over here. We have to capture this." Finally, they remember to call for a doctor. "Where's the medical team? Someone's dying here." These words plunged Tsukahara Ken into thought, and he recalled his conversation with Sun. "I'm sorry to ask this of you," he hastily replied. "There's no need to say that. It's an honor to be of service to you. Though that man's life is worthless, I will kill him to appease the souls of our comrades." Tsukahara Ken was silent for a long moment. Immediately, Sun respectfully bowed, thanking him for taking care of someone as incompetent as himself. Back in reality, even on his deathbed, he stubbornly chanted, "The Alliance, Yamato, Banzai," as Sun's eyes lost focus. Seeing this, Tsukahara Ken fell into contemplation once more. Meanwhile, after examining the Gujin look-alike doll, Gina sadly shook his head, then gently covered its face with a white cloth. Tsukahara Ken slowly approached, feigning condolences, saying, "I came on behalf of my country to congratulate you on your successful subjugation, but I never expected to witness such a tragedy." Gujin immediately turned to him, suspicion in his eyes. Even so, Tsukahara Ken continued his act, saying he was truly sorry. Soon after, news outlets reported that Kim Gujin of the Phoenix Guild had died in a terrorist attack after subduing the hatchling. The South Korean public is criticizing the extremist terrorist tendencies in Japan. Is it okay for players to target other players? The terrorist is dead, making it difficult to investigate who was behind it. Kim Gujin was a hero of Japan, and I am deeply saddened by his death. I vow to catch that terrorist's accomplices. Kim Song. The Japanese government has expressed its regret regarding Kim Gujin's case, and promised to grant Ajax's team a free path dungeon ticket. On the ground, a crumpled newspaper reveals its owner's fury, as Secretary Kim's soothing voice echoes, "Director, please calm down." Yonkwon stood up and roared, "Calm down? How can you ask me to calm down in this situation?" Realizing his rage, she fell silent, unsure of what to say. Gritting his teeth, he says, "Do you know how much I invested in Kim Gujin? These bastards dare to touch what's mine." Unable to contain his rage, Yonkwon slams his fist on the table. With a single blow, the wooden table splintered in two. All talk of terror aside, I must investigate the mastermind immediately. No, that's not enough. Bring those bastards before me now. Back at Tsukahara Ken's base, he slowly began to speak. "I am deeply sorry for the loss of your comrade." Tsukahara Ken continued, "If only I had arrived sooner." Meanwhile, Gina curiously turned to Gujin. Still, Tsukahara Ken rambled on, saying that unfortunate event wouldn't have happened. You replied in Russian, saying it's all right. No one wanted that to happen. The translator quickly relayed to Tsukahara Ken, "Death is a constant companion to players, so this is normal." Hearing this, he forced a smile. Next, Tsukahara Ken raised his glass and said, "We understand each other so well. You're just like one of our teammates. I've prepared the finest wine, so please, drink to your heart's content." He continued with his cruel words, infuriating Gina. Though it's regrettable for the deceased, we who are living don't need to be sad. Do we? He slammed his fist on the table and cursed in Russian. Then Gina stood up, saying she was sick of hearing it. How can you speak like that when a comrade who risked his life with us is now dead? As he stormed off, he muttered, "These heartless bastards are disgusting. I can't eat with you people." If Kim Goo-jin could see you now, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Gina's voice cracked with emotion. "I can't believe what you've become. I misjudged you. I'm leaving now. So take care of yourself." He slammed the door shut, expressing his anger. Even Tsukahara Ken's destroyer was sweating with fear, but in a flash. She regained her composure and translated Gina's words. Finally, Goo-jin speaks up, saying that their meal has come to an end, thanking him for dinner and the dungeon offer, which she'll consider. The next second, Tsukahara Ken lamented, regretting that their conversation had to end this way. What a shame. This must be your first time raiding a fourth-floor dungeon. Can you clear it alone without our help? He coldly replies that, of course, he couldn't do it alone. So he hopes Tsukahara Ken will prepare a gift to sway his teammate's mind. Moments later, Goo-jin left Tsukahara Ken's base with the documents in hand, facing a large screen broadcasting breaking news. The news showed images of protesters demanding an apology from the Japanese government and compensation for the death of Kim Goo-jin, a Korean hero. The news anchor is also reporting on the matter, stating that it's the fourth day since the protests erupted in Korea. It seems everything is going according to Goo-jin's plan. He then calls Gina, asking where she is, while Tsukahara Ken is lost in thought, regretting his decisions. Then, he called out, "Sakura, are you there?" In an instant, Sakura appeared, replying, "Yes, Master." Tsukahara Ken quickly inquired if there was no way to bring Ajax to their side. And after a moment, she began to analyze the situation. Things aren't looking good. Everything went smoothly from the start, up until Kim Goo-jin's death. But as a result, Spasiva harbors hostility towards us, making it difficult to bring both Ajax and Spasiva to our side. Furthermore, Park Young-won is furious about Kim Goo-jin's death and won't let Ajax slip away. So a confrontation with him is inevitable. Moreover, if the Salvation Society learns of our alliance with Ajax, Park Shin-hye will surely intervene. At this point, I believe drawing Ajax to our side would do more harm than good. After hearing Sakura's analysis, Tsukahara Ken simply replied, "Do you think so? It's a shame. But if we can't have it, the best thing to do is make sure no one else can either." "Hand over Nimin to Ajax," she asked in surprise. "That's odd." He glanced at Sakura, noting that the offering to send a comrade to the afterlife was already quite cheap. Meanwhile, Goo-jin and Gina's car was parked in a secluded spot. Inside the car, he grumbled in frustration. "This is infuriating." Goo-jin's tone was skeptical as he asked, "Don't tell me you're mad because you couldn't eat all that food on the table earlier." Hearing that, Gina grew even more annoyed. "What kind of person do you think I am? Do you think I'm doing this for a few scraps of food?" Still, he casually asks if that's not the case. At this, he hesitates for a moment, admitting that it's partly because of that. But it's not just that. After those bastards washed their dirty dogs, they shamelessly reached out to us. And that's why I'm so angry. It seems Goo-jin was provoked as well. "I understand how you feel. I didn't expect them to approach us after what they did, but your timing was perfect. I thought you were too focused on the food to notice the right moment. I was worried the conversation would drag on, so I prepared some backup plans." Suddenly, Gina, pale, interrupts him. Wait. So we could have stayed a little longer. I should have eaten more sushi before getting angry. Those sushi look mouth-watering. Damn it." A few days later, the two continued their act in the newspapers. Though his teammates have passed, Woong continues his mission, interviewing Isaac, who says that despite some issues, he and Spasiva are still great teammates. Isaac's team promises to conquer the A-rank, 4th Stratum dungeon on Mount Fuji, a dungeon that once forced even the Sword Saint to give up. Can Isaac succeed where even the Sword Saint failed? The Sword Saint has provided Isaac's team with the legendary item, the Sealed Lion Tutor. In the office, Seichan exclaims, "Good thing we were prepared, or things could have gotten ugly." On the table, the headline of the newspaper he was reading appeared, "Kim Goo-jin dead. Japanese government expresses regret." Goo-jin's voice came over the line. "Yes. I didn't expect them to act so quickly," Seichan retorted. "That means you've made quite a few enemies in the Yamato alliance. But what's the situation over there?" you nonchalantly reply. "Not bad." He returns to a serious tone. "Those guys are unpredictable, so be careful. Speaking of which, I heard that if you conquer it successfully, you'll receive the Yigisa shield as an additional reward. Gujin confirmed again. Yes, that's exactly what he said. Seichan burst out laughing. These guys are a joke. His laughter left Gujin utterly bewildered. Why do you say that? About 2 seconds later, Seichan recounts how Secretary Lee brought him a very interesting document. The document in his hand details the failed Fuji Mountain dungeon raid of 2020, written by Iyoshi Murahashi. As if hearing something amusing, Seichan remarks, "How can they offer it as a reward if they don't even have it?" You immediately grasp the key point. Yes. It's exactly as you suspect. Yggdrasil is currently inside the dungeon on Mount Fuji. A cataclysmic gate suddenly appears in the heart of the city, and reporters swarm the entrance. From above, reporter Kim captures the scene below the entrance to the A+ ranked, 4th floor Hellhound dungeon, where players from guilds around the world are entering the gate. Leading the charge is the Ajax squad from Russia's Mokos Guild. Meanwhile, the TV editor reported that in the wake of the Kim Gugin incident, public opinion continues to target the Japanese government. What will Japan's stance be? As reporter Kim answers, a deafening sound erupts behind him. Despite the Japanese government's offer of adequate compensation, Kim frantically turns around, asking what's going on. Unaware that a terrifying explosion has sent reporters scattering, his eyes widened with terror as another, even more devastating explosion rocked the area, broadcasting Kim's distorted image. The editor on air anxiously called out, "Kim. Kim." Meanwhile, the news helicopter circled the blast zone, the cameraman pale at the devastation below a scene that had already knocked Kim unconscious. The cameraman rushed over, asking anxiously, "Mr. Kim, are you okay? Can you stand?" Thankfully, he was able to sit up. "Yes. Number first." The cameraman sighed and helped reporter Kim up, wondering what had just happened. Suddenly, Kim stammered, Wait. The gate, it's locked." In the blink of an eye, news outlets reported a horrific disaster at the entrance to Japan's A-rank, 4-story dungeon. A bomb-based terrorist attack occurred, and dungeon expert Dr. Kim Mingu theorized that the gate would close after a certain amount of time. Isaac Ivanov's party is trapped in the dungeon, their chances of success virtually zero. Even the great Isaac Ivanov has been abandoned, and the terror continues. The Japanese government faces criticism once again for its lax security measures. The next morning, at Tsukahara Ken's base, he chuckled, isolating them inside the gate. Not a bad strategy. But if it were me, I'd send in about 6 trustworthy guys with them. Hearing this, Sakura asks suspiciously, "But, Master, is that really necessary? They're just A-rank newbies entering a 4th-tier dungeon for the first time. They must be experiencing hell right now. We failed to conquer it multiple times and gave up. So what can those two do? I guarantee they don't even have the will to hunt monsters." In about 2 seconds, the exterior water pipes began to activate, and Sakura continued her interrupted statement. "But, I didn't realize Master liked to joke this way." As if not understanding her intention, Sakura quickly clarifies. "You mean the Aegis shield, you're giving it to them when it's sleeping in the dungeon?" He paused, considering. A joke? Does this look like a joke? Tsukahara Ken's serious demeanor surprised her. Was he really not joking? After a moment, he slowly spoke. "Lately, more and more people are curious about the whereabouts of that shield, a legendary item crucial for conquest. Therefore, if we reveal that we possess such an item and still fail, the player's wariness of that dungeon will only increase. Wouldn't those intending to conquer the dungeon prepare even more thoroughly, putting us at a disadvantage? From now on, I'll use the Aegis shield as bait to lure challengers into the Hellhound dungeon, a false rumor that will serve as both scent and trap. Then any fools who dare enter for the reward will be forever buried within that dungeon." "Inside the dungeon," Gina's voice echoed. "I wondered why. But it really is just the two of us. How could you predict all this? Are you some kind of fortune teller?" Gujin realizes it's because eliminating them outside the dungeon would be too risky. Hearing this, he cried out in astonishment. "But how did you know there would be bombs in front of the gate?" He didn't answer, but instead sank into his own thoughts. Images of the past flashed through Gujin's mind. For before he returned, those who hindered the Salvation Society were eliminated within the dungeon. For those skilled opponents difficult to face head-on, eliminating them by isolating them within the dungeon was commonplace. And this crude method of using bombs was one of the tactics the Sword Saint had directly taught him in the past. Gujin's strange silence confuses Gina. Is he even listening? I asked how you knew. But not wanting him to know about his past, he instructed. Stop with the nonsense. And from now on, focus on mining, to catch 20,000. We need to hurry. Meanwhile, in the 5th level dungeon B, the monster forest, a notice appears you have successfully survived for 10 consecutive days. Moving to the 5th floor, Johann Jobs forcefully stomps on the defeated monster, then casually gestures, and in the blink of an eye, his subordinates act on his command. Next, Johann Jobs reached out again, and seeing this, his 2 subordinates followed suit. You have summoned skeleton soldiers, as Johann Jobs completed the ritual. A light enveloped the forest. The summoned skeletons gathered around him, a sight that seemed to please Johann Jobs greatly. As a system notification appeared, you have summoned the Necronomicon, and a radiant item materialized. The next moment, the Necronomicon was in Johann Jobs' hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he gazed upon the book. While in the Hellhound Dungeon's 3rd level, Lazina was beaten to a pulp on the ground. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. This one's tough. Just then, the mist emerged from his clothes and sighed. I didn't expect this to be so difficult. It's beyond what I imagined. It then brazenly asks why most players who enter the 4th level dungeon are eliminated on the 3rd, he retorted. How would I know? What are you even getting at? He didn't bother arguing with the mist, preoccupied with the threat before him. I don't have time for riddles. With that, he slowly rose to face Wu Yu, a hulking mass of muscle, and without hesitation, Lazina charged forward, landing blow after blow. This enraged it, its eyes turning bloodshot as it unleashed a powerful punch where Lazina had been. But he managed to jump away just in time. Wu Yu's power intimidated Lazina, but suddenly, he sensed a presence approaching. Before he could react, Wu Yu's fist slammed into him, sending him flying like a ragdoll. He slammed into a rocky mountain, then fell helplessly to the ground. As the mist revealed, if you don't like riddles, so be it. I'll just give you the answer. That's because most people conserve their strength on the 3rd floor to fight on the 4th. It added that when raiding dungeons, proper resource and stamina allocation is crucial. But when facing the level 3 boss, a snail, saving strength is like logging yourself out. Hearing this, Lazina loses it and yells, knowing that, why did you leave me here? When will reinforcements arrive? The Frost Spirit replied, that riddle only applies to other players. But I believe you alone can take down that snail. The reason it believes Lazina can handle that ox is because you also have the Nemean lion pelt. So I don't think there will be any problems at all. These words seem to awaken Lazina from her daze after taking so many hits. Come to think of it, I've taken so many devastating hits. But the blessing of the River Styx skill hasn't activated once. Instantly, the system displays information about his skill, Nemean lion skin. Item rank legendary. Usable from level 100. This is the pelt worn by the great hero, Hercules. You are immune to all attacks. Physical defense increases by 100% when equipped. Magic defense increases by 100% when equipped. And Hero's Majesty is activated when equipped. As he was stretching, the foghorn suddenly blared. But seeing this EX rank, I think my judgment was wrong. We need reinforcements. No. No need. EX, I was just waiting because I thought things would proceed as usual. Bone soldiers, who needs them? You think I can't handle this thing on my own? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man grins with satisfaction, as Lazina tells Dong Suang to leave everything to her and focus on his own tasks. Hearing this, the mist quickly went to work, but not before saying, I understand. If you need help, just let me know. After talking with the mist, Lazina regained her fighting spirit. As soon as he stood up, the language YouTube rushed towards him, and he didn't hesitate to charge towards it either, neither side backing down. They prepare to trade blows as a damp, earthy sound echoes. Someone has set foot in a place filled with human mist, Kim Gujin says, with satisfaction. Finally, it seems I've found it. His eyes gaze into the cave containing a mountain of human mist. He then went inside and picked up a skull wearing an iron helmet. Quickly using his ability, the Eye of Anubis, the skull's memories surface. The Sword Saint lent you the Aegis shield. With that, what's a hellhound? You could face something far worse. Strange sounds echoed around Kim Gujin as he and his forces fought Wu Niu. But the result was like in Tanlon trying to stop a chariot. Damn it. I should have gone all out from the start. What was I thinking with all the planning? Being attacked by these guys is driving Wu Niu crazy. And after that battle, the captain was severely wounded, which grieved the knights deeply. I'm sorry. I held back my skills and caused the captain to But the captain didn't blame them. Instead, he blamed himself. You don't need to apologize. You were only following my orders. It's my arrogance that's to blame. Before drawing his last breath, he entrusted the precious shield to the one he trusted most. Take this shield, kill the hellhound, and return it to the Sword Saint, for our long-held wish. With those final words, he passed away, leaving his close knight in shock. Captain, open your eyes. After reading this memory, Kim Gujin is left to ponder. It seems the Aegis shield is on the 4th floor, and skilled members have already been dispatched. He even entrusted them with the Aegis shield, yet they still failed to conquer the dungeon. He began to wonder if there was another unsettling factor in this A-rank dungeon. Despite the Aegis being one of the strongest defensive items available, he believes the Aegis shield can block the golem's attacks. But he's not entirely sure yet, though it should at least be able to stop the hellhound's attacks to some extent. He can always figure it out later. More than that, he wondered how Tsukahara Ken would react to his actions. More than that, he wonders what Sword Saint's expression will be if he leaves the dungeon with the Aegis shield. Just thinking about it is exciting. It's something to look forward to. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a system window appeared, catching someone's focused gaze as news articles flooded in day 17 since Isaac's party was trapped in the dungeon. Currently, entry is impossible. Dungeon experts say the chances of success are slim. Breaking news: who will inherit Isaac's will? Breaking news: Johann Jobs has successfully conquered the B rank. 5th floor dungeon. Can the 10 necromancers and Johann usher in a new era? The Salvation Society is fully supporting Johann Jobs, and a barrage of comments floods in. He looks like an animal. What's going on? Isn't that Isaac Faka? Isaac only cleared the 4th floor dungeon? Johann's on the 5th. What's with the Faki? Healing mage. Isaac is as good as gone now. Hepio Paxinhiba, a necromancer receiving full support from the Salvation Squad. Long live the Salvation Squad. We can only trust in them now. Paxin has skimmed the articles and reported to someone that Phoenix Guild's Kim Gugin had been dealt with by the Sword Saint. Isaac's 2 party members are isolated in the dungeon, with a high probability of being eliminated. Based on that, she believes that Johann Jobs is acting according to our leader's wishes. So public opinion is turning in our favor. She concludes that, regardless, they've emerged as the ultimate beneficiaries. However, Lee Se-jun chuckled derisively and asked if she didn't find the situation amusing. A question that confused Park Sin-hye, who asked what was wrong. Lee Se-jun coldly reminds her that it's been 3 years since the gate appeared in Central Seoul, and she must remember what happened there. He recounted how someone desperately wished for his demise, certain he wouldn't escape the dungeon alive. Jin-soo's stubborn insistence flashed through his mind, and he drew a parallel to Park Sin-hye. Much like she is now, Lee Se-jun's voice echoes softly. But as you know, I didn't die in that dungeon. Han suddenly feels grateful to Jin-soo. Not only did he survive, but his position became even more secure. In a way, I am who I am today, because of that bastard. I think about that sometimes. Then, he uttered an ambiguous statement. Isn't it both funny and appreciated? He glanced at the screen and said, Ajax. Leave him be. He seems to have mixed feelings for Kim Gugin as Ajax, and I feel like he'll end up like I was. Park Sin-hye listened silently to Lee Se-jun, thinking the same thing. No doubt, he concluded by saying that if the man survived and returned, he wanted to meet him. A beam of light shoots from the ground to the sky as Lee Jin-ah, panting with exhaustion, receives a notification. You have defeated a snail. Your level has increased. Beside him lay the corpse of an ox, as Kim Gujin and 2 skeletal soldiers appeared, saying, that was faster than I expected. And he smirks at Lee Jin-ah, saying he brought the skeleton soldiers because he was worried, but it seems he didn't need them since he's still full of energy. Provoked, Lee Jin-ah rose and shouted, what are you looking at? How can you say, I'm fine, I just came back from the dead. You bastard. Were you hiding somewhere, waiting for me to finish before showing your face? Kim Gugin ignored the insults and retorted, hiding. Do you really think I'm cowardly enough to do something like that? Besides, I told you I'd send bone soldiers when you couldn't handle it anymore. He didn't care if his friend was tired. He just decided that it was all over. Now, prepare to move to the 4th floor. Lee Jin-ah, faced with the elite troops, immediately became uncooperative and protested. Wait. I waited for them for so long that they overdid it. Hey, get over here now. Ignoring his hulking friend, Kim Gujin grins smugly and gives the system an order. Moving to the 4th floor, somewhere, someone reads the news and says everything is going according to plan. Hearing this, Jisoo realized the hidden meaning and asked, Are you talking about the Hellhound dungeon? The man sitting across from her confirmed. That's right. Se-chan, no longer reading, smirks and says, everyone thinks Isaac is dead, and the public is in an uproar. This made Jisoo wonder. Is the Hellhound that strong, stronger than a hatchling? Se-chan paused for a moment and said, not exactly stronger, but perhaps more dangerous. From what he knows, the Hellhound breathes hellfire that never extinguishes until its target is burned to ash. So, to defeat this monster, players need high-level items, legendary-grade items. Furthermore, without rare armor possessing absolute defense, no one would dare attempt a conquest. Beyond that, he had more information about the Hellhound. Furthermore, its regeneration ability is overwhelming, making its offensive and defensive balance near perfect. At this point, Se-chan paused for a long moment, and Jisoo hesitantly asked if Lee Jina would be okay, to which Se-chan solemnly replied, don't worry. Though she usually only cares about food, she'll fight with all her might when the time comes. He was extremely confident in Lee Jina, stating that no dungeon is ever easy. And this time, we should trust that they will succeed. He concluded by saying that Jina wasn't alone, Kim Gujin was with her. So there was no need to worry, they would return safely as always. Back in the dungeon, a hand suddenly grips the cliff face as Kim Gujin, Aegis shield on his back, struggles to climb. Finally, reaching the top, he collapsed. Exhausted, complaining about the trouble it took to find this place, he suddenly felt grateful for his ability to read other people's memories. Or he would have been lost for sure, without the eye of Anubis. Even if he cleared the dungeon, the shield would have been lost forever, buried in the chasm. As he drifted in and out of consciousness, Lee Jina's voice boomed. Kim Gujin, you mutt. Get your ass up and help me at that moment. A wolf leaped from behind him. Of course, he knew this, and turning around, he punched the wolf while scolding his friend. I'm busy as hell, and you're just lying there staring at the ceiling. While he was at it, he questioned why he was always used as a shield and made to be the vanguard, and why he always had to play this role. Kim Gujin, still clueless, asks what role she's talking about, infuriating Lee Jina, who shouts, are you messing with me? Are you really asking when you already know? You always pick the easy, cool stuff, while I'm stuck with the hard, dangerous jobs, he said, grabbing a wolf by the neck. He then exclaimed, damn it, tossed the wolf aside, and declared, you have human rights too. You know. Lee Jina confronts Kim Gujin, asking if he thinks she's unaware of his actions, pointing out that he started slacking off from the third floor, completely engrossed in his treasure hunt. Did you come here looking for treasure? Kim Gujin was speechless. But the moment Lee Jina casually spoke, a sudden force sent him reeling. I've been patient out of kindness. The Aegis's absolute defense has been activated. This item is indestructible. Sensing the killing intent behind him, he slowly turned around to see the terrifying power hurtling towards Lee Jina. Instinctively, he raised his hands to defend himself. But after a moment, he opened his eyes, surprised to find himself unharmed. Before him, Kim Gujin was using the Aegis to block the attack. Despite the approaching power, Kim Gujin activates Aegis's ability, triggering its absolute defense, an indestructible item. From the shadows, a terrifying monster emerges, surrounding Lee, Jina, and Kim Gujin with its allies. Seeing Kim Gujin's defense, Lee Jina stuttered in surprise. That thing. Kim Gujin grins, turning back to introduce it. That's right. It's the Aegis artifact we came to find. Do you still think I was just goofing off? Despite his friend's teasing, Lee Jina smiles brightly and replies obsequiously. Why are you being so harsh? I was just a little flustered and misspoke. Having found such a valuable shield, she praises his foresight and ignores the other man. Kim Gujin hands him the shield and suggests they leave the dungeon. At that moment, the system displayed information about the shield, the Aegis shield, a legendary item usable from level 1, and the strongest shield ever created by Hep-Hiters. It is indestructible, and when magic or energy is channeled into it, divine protection is activated, granting absolute defense. Kim Gujin sternly warned his skeleton to be careful of hellfire, emphasizing that if it was targeted, it would be unable to fight. Unfazed, Lee Jina patted her bracelet, the Aegis, and retorted, with the Aegis here, what's there to worry about? Just follow my lead. Just as Kim Gujin was about to say something, he realized there was one more thing he wanted to mention, when suddenly, something shimmering and purple appeared behind Lee Jina. He looked behind him in bewilderment, while Kim Gujin panicked and shouted, get out of the way. Once again, that purple power attacked them, But luckily, they both managed to dodge in time. Legina asked, confused. What is that? The hell house is clearly on the other side. What is this attack? He looked around, stunned, and then saw something unexpected. He exclaimed in disbelief. What is this? But Kim Gujin remained calm, as if expecting it. Indeed, just as I saw through the eyes of Anubis. He then stated that this was why those with the Aegis shield still failed in their subjugation. On the other side, there's a hellhound, and on the other side, there's an I Chang. Because there are two hellhounds. Legina looked bewildered, the news shocking him to his core. There were two hellhounds, and he turned to Kim Gujin, asking why he hadn't warned them. He alone had to bear the brunt of the hellhound's attack with Aegis, while Moon yelled at his annoying friend, asking what good it did to say anything now. But as he spoke, the hellhound's terrifying power engulfed them both, though they were safe behind Aegis. But with two hellhounds, Legina worriedly asked how they would manage with only one Aegis. As he panicked, he turned around to find his buddy Chikok gone, realizing they couldn't stick together any longer, sending him into another fit of rage. I thought he was behind me, so I tried my best to protect him. But where did that bastard go? In that instant, Kim Gujin appeared before Legina, saying, You're right. We can't stay together forever. There's only one key. So you can fix one. Right. Though true. Legina was still worried, but what about the other one? Suddenly, Kim Gujin shouts a warning, telling him to watch his back. Startled, Legina glances over, immediately using Yggdrasil to block the sudden attack. However, the hellhound's power was so immense that he struggled and cried out, alarming Kim Gujin, who frantically called out Legina's name, but only the sound of wind and sand answered him. Exhausted, Legina collapsed in the dust, suddenly sensing danger. It turned out that one of his hands had been caught in the hellhound's flames, causing him to panic and scream. He was on fire. At the same time, the system sent a notification: Hellfire, an inextinguishable flame, has struck its target. In a panic, Legina rolls around on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames, yelling, Hey, don't just stand there. Help me put this out. Kim Gujin urged Legina to stay calm and remove her armor, and she quickly complied, discarding the piece engulfed in hellfire. Seeing his gauntlet consumed by hellfire, he cried out in fear. The problem isn't the heat, is it? Unable to eliminate either of them, the hellhound growled in anger. Suddenly, it let out a deafening roar, and the other hellhounds, receiving its command, charged towards Legina and Kim Gujin, oblivious as ever. Legina doesn't understand what's happening. What's going on? The hell wolves glared menacingly at the two of them, as a pack of hundreds surrounded Legina and Kim Gujin. Seeing them madly charging, Legina grits his teeth, saying they'll have to fight while guarding against hellfire. He then strikes, sending several wolves to their graves. Seeing Kim Gujin ignore him and wander off, Legina protested loudly. Hey, what have you been planning? Where are you going? Kim Gujin ignored him, calmly eliminating the wolves in his path. When a memory flashed through his mind, the hellhounds reminded him of something. In his memory, the boss Separat used hellhounds as minions when he and his comrades raided the 8th floor dungeon. No matter how strong that Separat was, it ultimately fell to him. He recalled the color of the hellhounds he'd vanquished, and how many he'd felled alone after clearing that dungeon, leaving them scattered like straw. Back in reality, as Kim Gujin focused on the hunt, he smirked, counting the hellhounds he'd faced in his past life, 23 inches all. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the news Eon Wan just received made him ask coldly, You're saying Kim Gujin is alive? Eon Wan sent you a letter, sir? And she read it without hesitation. His eyes hardened with each word. The letter read, After receiving constant death threats from Japanese terrorists, I had no choice but to fake my death, waiting for the right moment. I'll return to the association and report everything. P.S. I need laundered money to cross the border safely. Account number 30. Reading this, Eon Wan finally understood Kim Gujin's reasons for faking his death. So that's it. After reading the letter, Eon Wan suddenly smiled with interest and exclaimed, So that bastard's still alive. It seems he can be resurrected even if thrown into the East Sea. Then, he turned to Secretary Kim and instructed, Be careful not to leak any information, just transfer the money to him for now. This order raises Secretary Kim's suspicions, and she cautiously asks, His actions are highly suspicious, even with his life threatened. Isn't it strange, he's kept it a secret from us? Do you really still trust him? Eon Wan doesn't answer, but simply smiles. Finally, He clenched the letter in his hand and affirmed, "I never trusted him. He's just a tool to help me achieve my ambition." His face filled with calculation as he thought of Kim Gugin. "Isn't it lucky for us that bastard is still alive? This is our chance to recoup our investment. And once I achieve my goal, he'll learn the price of deceiving me." Back to the battle. The hellhound howls commands to its pack. Legina is astonished by Kim Gugin's fighting ability. That bastard's unreal. Kim Gugin's reckless actions are unbelievable. He's charging into battle against the hellhounds without any defensive weapons. I thought he was going to throw his life away. Watching Kim Gugin's movements, he was stunned. But it turned out to be something else entirely. His movements were like, he realized something. Kim Gugin was predicting the hellhounds' attacks. This makes Legina wonder. Wasn't this his first time facing hellhounds? He's incredibly curious about Kim Gugin's abilities. Where did he get them? Unable to figure it out, he focuses back on the fight. After all, as long as he doesn't get hit, hellfire is nothing to fear. Kim Gugin, having fought his fill of hellhounds, now sets his sights on the alpha, the last one standing. It's now the hellhound versus Kim Gugin's group. Suddenly, he drops his weapon and laments that weapons made of frost are easily melted. Despite his words, a triumphant smile plays on his lips as spears suddenly erupt from the ground. Long, sharp, and ready. They sprout like weeds, and Kim Gugin grabs one, declaring he's prepared for anything. At that moment, the system provided information about the spears. Hatching bone spears. Legendary grade. Requires level 50. Plus, 110 physical attack. This spear is made from hatchling's bones, though its attack power is low. Its durability is truly remarkable. The hellhound eyed its opponent with caution and a hint of amusement. Unafraid, Kim Gugin scoffed, saying it was boring and that he had already prepared everything he needed. He then healed it and arrogantly declared, "Now, let's savor the ending." Just then, Legina rushed over, yelling for him to stop. Inexplicably standing in front of him, Kim Gugin demanded to know what she was doing. Legina, catching her breath, stammered, "I can't just stand by and watch. A man's gotta have some backbone." She confidently declared, "Leave the rest to me." This makes Kim Gugin see Legina in a new light, and he smirks, asking if he's sure he can handle it. Legina grins. "Of course." Then suddenly returns the shield to Kim Gugin, who asks, dumbfounded, "Why aren't you taking the shield?" He grabbed a bone spear and declared, "Because if I feel like I'm a burden to others, it really bothers me." Speaking of which, Legina suddenly remembers something. The day Gisue returned, gravely injured, he and Seichan rushed to catch her. And in that moment, he swore, "I have people I need to protect too." The image of Gisue collapsing in Seichan's arms haunted Legina. Her tears fueling his resolve. He needed to do more. He vowed to become stronger. Elsewhere, at a fortress, many people have been captured by a certain group. The fortress remains closed. And inside, a transaction is taking place. "I'll pay with this." The mysterious woman in the deal, Sakura of the Phoenix Society, eyed the briefcase on the table and asked, "What's this?" The dealer smirks, revealing it's a commission fee. Outside, guns are drawn and firing. Shell casings litter the ground, and blood soaks the earth as a calm report is given. The natives around the gate have been dealt with. The unscrupulous merchant happily opened the suitcase, saying that his business had become much smoother thanks to her. Sakura silently counted the money, then suddenly grabbed a stack and shoved it into the suitcase, muttering nonsense. Her fury makes the merchant flinch as Sakura demands, "Do you think we do this for pocket change? We agreed on payment in items or skill equipment." Hearing this, the merchant quickly defended himself. "I know the Phoenix Guild's terms, but I've been having trouble procuring the items lately." Wiping his brow, he stammered that even with money, he'd have to buy goods on the black market. Not to mention the dungeons were too dangerous to enter. As he mentioned how difficult it was to directly acquire items, Sakura slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Hey, you." She stood up and declared that in the Amazon's illegal sector, their leader's word is law. Knowing his life was in danger, the merchant cried out, "Wait," but she didn't care, grabbing his collar and roaring, "Since when have you worms dared to weasel around in front of us?" Sakura moved in close, threatening the merchant, "Say another word, and I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs." Threatened, the merchant frantically covered his mouth, begging, "No, please," but Sakura simply raised her hand. Then, he shoved his hand into the merchant's mouth, who pathetically begged, "Spare me. I won't do it again. Please." Just when he thought he was about to meet his maker, a bolt of lightning struck the merchant, His fate was to be reduced to a charred mess on the ground. In that instant, Sakura glanced behind her to see Hugh Frey standing in the doorway, ready to lecture. Sakura, I told you not to waste time on useless things. As soon as she saw him, Sakura was startled and called out, Chief, the one who sent the merchant to his grave was none other than Hugh Frey, who, without remorse, disgustingly said, Why bother talking to vermin? Replacing what he placed on the table, Sakura stammered in surprise. A glowing card rested on the wooden table. Hugh Frey, leader of the Phoenix Society, sternly reminds Sakura to keep things simple. Meanwhile, Kim Gujin's group had been battling the Hellhound from dusk till dawn. The Hellhound was looking worse for wear, and Legina was exhausted, sprawled out on the ground. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, startling him awake. The blessing of the river Styx has been activated. He quickly sat up, bone spear in hand, but a hand suddenly stopped the spear, and he did nothing, simply standing there, panting. It turns out Kim Gujin blocked Legina's attack and reminded her, Legina, it's me. Get a grip. Realizing it was her bone, Legina sighed in relief and slumped to the ground, asking, What about the other Hellhound? Did you take care of it while I was unconscious? Kim Gujin said nothing, but simply pointed behind her, and Legina followed his gesture. What he saw was the corpse of the Hellhound sprawled on the ground, as Kim Gujin's voice echoed slowly. I just watched. You let your familiar believe you completely destroyed it, and that recognition fills Legina with pride in your power. Someone was impatiently tapping their fingers on the table as Eongkwan coldly sighed. You've surprised me more than once. He angrily questioned Kim Gujin. I can't believe you dared to deceive me. His bullet-like gaze is fixed on Kim Gujin, and here I was, thinking you were really dead. After a moment of silence, Kim Gujin sincerely apologized, saying that to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive those around you. And Eongkwan couldn't fault him for that. He wasn't wrong. Even so, he still held a grudge, and Eongkwan sternly warned, From now on, don't even think about deceiving me. His murderous aura and pressure filled the room, intimidating Kim Gujin. This joke doesn't amuse me. But Kim Gujin remained calm. After a serious reply of understood, Eongkwan seemed satisfied, and then suddenly pulled open a drawer, adding, One more thing. He then throws a stack of papers onto the table, a newspaper headline blaring Johan versus us. Isaac who will conquer the Dark House Dungeons 4. 5th floor. Now. Eongkwan mentions the guy pictured next to Kim Gujin's fake persona, Johan Josh. The one I mentioned before. He pointed to the name Johan Josh, expressing his displeasure, saying he's been a thorn in his side lately. With the press creating a rival and stirring up a fuss, he slowly ordered Kim Gujin. I don't want things to turn out that way. I only need Isaac to be the one star shining and building his reputation. I don't need to explain further. Right. At that, Eongkwan suddenly crumpled the newspaper and roared. Find a way to incite Isaac and make him more violent. Kim Gujin immediately asks if he means making Isaac more prominent, to which Eongkwan confirms, saying he needs a return on his investment. Kim Gujin agreed, but with a condition: release the Thunder Emperor. The condition surprises Eongkwan, who blurts out, Thunder Emperor. He immediately asks why, but Kim Gujin simply replies that Isaac wants it. The Thunder Emperor you speak of is the scroll containing the superior summoning skill. The condition for use: Messenger of Darkness. Usable from level 180. Summons an immortal witch by sacrificing 100 monsters. This item belongs to, or rather, was possessed by the Thunder Emperor. Meanwhile, someone was practicing swordplay on a straw dummy. Each strike so sharp it split the dummy in two, one half falling to the ground, as they muttered. So, he quietly asks why Isaac requested Solomon's ring instead of Yggdrasil's circlet, and his student immediately bows an apology for no reason at all, saying, Yes, I'm sorry, Master. Sukahara-ken didn't blame his student, but instead reasoned, No. I initially compensated him with Yggdrasil's earring. Compensation with other items is unavoidable. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth in anger, saying there was something he still couldn't understand. A statement that startled Sakura. Sukahara-ken wondered how that bastard knew the Ring of Solomon was in our possession. Sakura immediately denied it, swearing it wasn't her. Sukahara-ken doesn't suspect her, but believes that the information leak means there's a coward hiding among them. Hearing this, Sakura immediately volunteers to find the leak, calling the culprit shameless, and insisting they deal with the traitor and Isaac now. But Sukahara-ken said, All right, just leave it be. This action baffled Sakura. What? Why? As he slowly sheathed his sword, he calmly said, "At their rate of advancement, there's no doubt we'll meet eventually." Sakura, alarmed, questions his statement as Sukahara sheathes his sword and orders them to continue waiting. His voice, as firm as steel, echoed with confidence only when he's crushed them with his own two hands. Will it be a success? Now, back to the Thunder Triad. Sakura sarcastically asks what she's seeing, a demon, or perhaps, more accurately, a zombie. Kim Gujin retorts, saying they seem more like demons, and that he operates much easier in the afterlife. Sakura retorts sarcastically, "So you faked your death to fight against the world, because you had to clean up after Isaac A." Kim Gujin replies cryptically, refusing to answer directly. Sakura, annoyed by his cryptic response, demands a straight answer, saying, "Just answer the question properly, you jerk." Enraged, she slams her hand on the table and shouts, demanding to know where he thinks he is, and that he's being too casual. At this point, she resorts to intimidation, saying, "You've already died once, so dying again here wouldn't be a problem, would it?" Unfazed, Kim Gujin smirked, wanting to cut to the chase, saying he wasn't there to argue. "So, let's get straight to the point." Sakura, though fuming, had to restrain herself. He was indeed unpleasant, but she had her orders, so she kept her cool and asked for clarification. "Go on. I'll listen for a minute." Kim Gujin calmly replied, "I heard the Thunder Emperor only trades items. Is that right?" Sakura coldly replied with two words. "Is that so?" Kim Gujin calmly continued. Therefore, he smirked and asked, "Humans are also a commodity to be traded, right?" A question that left Sakura bewildered. What was this bastard talking about? He then suggested that if he were to sell Isaac to the Phoenix Guild, he'd be curious what he'd get in return. Sakura grits her teeth, asking if he's here to sell Isaac to them, not negotiate for him. Suddenly, she slams the table, yelling, "I've had enough, you crazy bastard. Are you trying to provoke me just then?" A voice filled with admiration echoes, "How interesting." But Kim Gujin sensed a presence behind him, and turning around, he saw Hugh Frey standing there. Sakura, spotting him, cried out in alarm, "Commander." At that, Hugh Frey grinned, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes, and asked, "So, can I buy them by the pound?" Kim Gujin retorted, "Let's see. That sounds good, but I wouldn't want a crippled Isaac. Would I?" A tense silence follows, and Hugh Frey, intrigued by Kim Gujin's offer, requests, "Your proposal is quite intriguing. Elaborate further." In the dungeon at night, two figures sit comfortably by a warm fire as Legina chews her food and hesitantly asks, "Hey, are you really going to do that?" Kim Gujin dodges the question, a sly smile playing on his lips. "What in the world are you talking about?" Legina retorted, "You know damn well. We almost died on the 4th floor." With a nonchalant attitude, Kim Gujin simply says, "Is that so?" An attitude that irritates Legina to no end. "What do you mean? Is that so? Anyway, I agreed to conquer the 5th floor, but isn't A+ a bit too fast?" Kim Gujin, amused, teases him, saying, "So what if it's a dungeon? Are you scared, as usual?" Legina is provoked. "Hey, why do you always provoke me like that? Do you think I'll keep falling for your tricks?" His voice echoed through the forest. "Do I look like a pushover?" Just then, Kim Gujin silently signaled, "Quiet. Someone's there." Legina immediately jumped up, activating his alert mode, his face showing surprise at the person approaching, standing in the shadows. The figure hesitantly greeted them. "Hello." Kim Gujin was visibly surprised by their presence. It was none other than Misen, from the Salvation Association. "Tomorrow, we'll be raiding together." Suddenly, her voice became meek, and her face flushed red as she confessed she was actually a huge fan. "And since they'd be conquering together, I wanted to say hello first." Her appearance slightly confused Kim Gujin, but then he realized, Misen, that bastard, right. In this hellhole, him, remembering the day Misen passed away, the men grieved, weeping until they had no tears left, while Kaio and Kim Gujin remained silent. The heartbreaking scene from that year. Back in reality, Legina confidently greets Misen with a laugh, saying it's a pleasure to meet her. With an arrogant look, he wondered aloud, "Should I sign to increase my fan base?" Misen tried to explain the misunderstanding, but he wouldn't listen, telling her not to make him look bad. Just as Legina was about to sign, Mi-sen suddenly cried out and ran forward, apologizing. She shoved the book in front of Kim Gujin and loudly demanded, "Isaac, can I have your autograph without hesitation?" Kim Gujin actually signed it for Mi-sen. Lee Jina, mortified by the scene, snaps her pen in half as the dungeon gates open the next morning, revealing the Savior Guild and the Thunderclap Guild. On the Salvation Society's side are two Kim Gujins, one acting as Isaac, and his disgruntled companion, Lee Jina. Back at the Phoenix Guild headquarters, Hal Fry fiddled with two marbles in his hand and slowly said, "I'll say it again. Contrary to what everyone knows," he bluntly asked, "are you the one really controlling Isaac?" Kim Gujin admitted without hesitation. "Yes, that's right." Sakura, enraged, shouted, "Are you crazy? We're not going to believe that nonsense." "Are we?" Hilfrey stops her, saying, "I see. As Kim Gujin gets straight to the point, I hear you have a massive collection of items and skills. However, due to usage limitations, providing them has become problematic." He smirked, making a tempting offer, "I'll conquer any dungeon you desire." With Isaac, even the most inaccessible dungeons are no problem. Right. Furthermore, he gave Hilfrey time to consider, saying to consider if the conditions suited both parties, an arrogant attitude that infuriated Sakura, but Hilfrey calmly and with a hint of interest asked, "Conditions? From the way you speak, it seems there's something you desperately want from me." He chuckled, emphasizing, "Indeed, but I won't do business at a loss." Then, he stood to leave, not lingering, "Though I can't guess what you want. Your terms are unconvincing. If you want something from me, make a more enticing offer next time." With that, he turned and left. And though I was interested in trading Isaac, it wasn't that exciting. Hilfrey's blunt refusal delighted Sakura, driven mad. She wants to eliminate Kim Gujin. The negotiation failed. He pretended to have something valuable, but it was worthless. "Leader, shall I dispose of this wretch now?" Sakura gloats, saying that he's worthless now anyway. After a moment of silence, Kim Gujin cut to the chase. "I heard you're forming a team to conquer the great one-eyed dungeon that appeared in the Amazon rainforest. Is that right?" Hilfrey paused at that statement, then asked, "So?" Kim Gujin replied frankly, "I'm planning to send Isaac to conquer it." Of course, Hilfrey didn't believe him, even scoffing. "That's the funniest joke I've ever heard." He didn't believe Isaac could conquer the fifth-floor dungeon, asking, "You're saying you'll help me conquer that dungeon?" Isaac just cleared the fourth-floor dungeon, and you want him to tackle the fifth, even an A-rank dungeon? Hilfrey's scornful laughter echoed. "Even I did crazy things at that level." "But aren't you overconfident?" Kim Gujin responded with a glare. Hilfrey then offered him a chance to prove himself, saying that if he succeeded, they would talk further, an action that caused Sakura to protest in disbelief. At that moment, Kim Gujin asked directly, "So, how much is Isaac's body worth?" Hilfrey then bluntly stated that he wasn't interested in Isaac, but rather, based on what he'd heard, it would be wiser to buy him instead. He proposed that Kim Gujin become his subordinate, asking him to work for him if he accepted. The offer comes with a catch: he'll be tested, because Hilfrey is a suspicious man. He then pulls something out, saying the real negotiation starts now. It was a piece of paper detailing the Maka's line skill conditions of use. Envoy of the Night Realm. Skill rank. Legendary. Effect: you can transform into a Maka upon using this skill. Back in reality, Kim Gujin, in Isaac's form, says sternly, "Let's proceed as planned." And then a voice shouts, "I'll enter the dungeon." On their first day in the Cyclops dungeon, the skeleton soldier and Legina were ambushed by a goblin. He dodged the blow and asked, "Hey, what were you going to tell Pak Young-won?" In his guise as a skeleton soldier, Kim Gujin turned and asked, "What did you say?" Legina shouts that it's obvious they're defecting, and Pak Young-won won't sit still if he finds out. He froze at the answer, asking, "What did you say?" In a moment of distraction, the demon tried to land a powerful punch, but Legina swiftly dodged it. He retaliates, "So, now, I have to knock some sense into you." Right, but after Legina's strike, he collapses. A high-speed collision creates a massive cone of dust in the barren desert. Before Kim Gujin, dust swirled, obscuring his vision, and from within the dissipating cloud, a pair of legs emerged. Kim Gujin stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Legina smacked him on the head and pleaded, "You're going to tell them you agreed to the tomb's terms? Are you crazy?" Kim Gujin replied that they couldn't fool Pak Young-won anyway, so it was best to be honest. He smacked him again, yelling. Be honest about what? You're acting like Pak Young-won would just hand us over to the burial mound. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you know that bastard's temperament? As the tension mounts, a figure approaches, saying, I think you've misunderstood something. Kim Gujin continued. If Pak Young-won finds out about our dealings with the Wei, will he think we betrayed him? Or the Wei? Day 23 inches, the dungeon. On the 4th floor of Mekong Minotaurus, Dudan fiercely attacks the goblin before him, gritting his teeth. Will this work? Damn it. This is insane. Dudan turned and asked, Kyo, what's the situation over there? Kyo calmly replied. Same here. Dudan glanced back. How far behind is my sen? She remained silent, continuing to conjure a fireball in her hand, unleashing a blinding surge of power. The goblins are drawn to my sen's light, and Dudan urges Kyo to assist her quickly. The goblins rush towards her with terrifying speed as my sen unleashes her power, her eyes glowing. Surrounded by bolts of energy, her power erupts, magnifying the swirling, fiery, orange energy, ready to incinerate everything. As white smoke billows in the air, Du exhales, relieved. That was close. And what's with all these blood goblins? He slings his weapon over his shoulder, stepping on a groaning goblin. This high-level dungeon is no joke. Monsters will likely keep spawning until we reach the main hall in the center of Mekong. If there's a wide path, let's take it. If we keep getting attacked in these narrow corridors, we're in trouble. Our escape route needs an exit. Just as he finished speaking, Jock Dan spotted a goblin sneaking up, leaping forward. He shouted, My sen. Behind you, startled. My sen turned her head in the direction Jock Dan was looking. A goblin raises its blade to strike, and the air fills with the metallic scent of blood. My sen closes her eyes, knowing she can't react in time. After a moment, when she felt nothing, she slowly opened her eyes. At my sen's feet, a goblin lay collapsed, blood pooling around it. Jock Dan rushed over, asking, My sen, are you all right? She replied, Yes. But suddenly, he froze, thinking, Why is he here? Jock Dan thanks Kim Gujin, saying that the team was spared injury because of him. But Kim Gujin asks why they weren't dealt with properly. He didn't understand what was happening. Kim Gujin impaled the goblin with his sharp sword. He replies that he confirms the kill, but it trembles in pain. Witnessing its comrade's demise, another one nearby sobs uncontrollably. And Jock Dan finally understands they were faking their deaths. He watched in disbelief as they scattered. So many of them. Kim Gujin explained that Brad goblins are a species of superior intelligence. The Darkbone soldier's powerful legs stomp down as the horde advances toward the goblin. It grits its teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat as the scene is torn apart by streaks of purple and red at high speed. Jock Dan watched it all, frozen in silence as Kim Gujin coldly remarked, I was looking forward to going on a crusade with the Salvation Association, but you're all too incompetent. Hearing those cutting words, Jock Dan was about to explode. Hey, shut your damn mouth, but just then, my sen grabbed his wrist, stopping him. Jock Dan, Kim Gujin states that a team leader is responsible for the safety of their members and easing their tension, before stomping on the creature beneath him. Asking if Jock Dan knew what kind of species the Brad Goblin was. Wouldn't you know the proper way to deal with them? Kim Gujin sarcastically remarks on Jock Dan's inability to do something so basic for a team leader. Then surely everyone will have a lot to say about the Salvation Society. Jock Dan muttered irritably, his temples throbbing, a sense of self-deprecation mixed with bitterness rising up, weighing heavily in his chest. I know I'm not a perfect leader, but the disappointment in your eyes tells me I expected too much. He seethed with rage, clutching his weapon, thinking, how could he ignore our efforts to save the world? Kehoe said coldly. Ajax, I understand what you're getting at. Stop. He continued. Now is not the time for internal strife. We must unite to conquer this dark abyss together. Mizan stepped forward, gently holding Jordan back, and nodded in agreement. Kehoe is right. While we appreciate the help, what brings you here? Mizan coldly states that each team is responsible for their assigned area, implying that he's not here to cause trouble. Kim Gugin immediately pointed behind him, explaining that there had been a slight problem. Their team's tanker had injured his leg. Just then, Legina approached, feigning a smile. Is everyone all right? She covered her mouth in shock. What happened here? Immediately, they rushed to his aid. At this moment, despite the cold sweat streaming down his face, Legina awkwardly explained that he was just a little careless, Misen gently suggested that he sit down so she could examine his injury. A wave of embarrassment washes over him as he realizes everyone wants him to rest. It's nice. But Legina quickly waves her hands, saying it's nothing, he thought, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Now I have to pretend to be hurt. This is so embarrassing. He stood frozen, his eyes glued to the scene before him. Kim Gujin realized then that they were different from Lee Sejun, more sincere than anyone. With the sole desire to save the world, Jordan approached, dripping with mockery. So you can't manage your own team and came to us. What kind of basic lessons are you planning to teach? He sneered. What was it again? A commander is responsible for the safety of their team. Jordan scoffed, pointing at him. Hey, Ajax, why don't you prove you can do it first before you start lecturing others? Seeing the other's silence and emotionless face, he sneered. What's wrong? Not so cocky anymore. Why the sudden change? His lips curled slightly as he thought. Jordan is just as I remember. Kim Gugin sneered. I'm not as careless as some people. My team member just slipped. Annoyed, Legina muttered to herself, but maintained her composure, playing her part. Yes. It was my fault. Legina slapped her injured foot, forcing a laugh, admitting she disobeyed orders and rushed ahead. And there's a cliff beneath us, Jordan says coldly. We don't have a tanker, so we can't attack alone right now. So you're here to help us. Right. He calmly confirms. That's right. But seeing your team's condition now, I'm starting to regret my decision. How about this? Your entire team should follow my lead. Kim Gugin continued. Just do as I say, and you'll escape this dungeon safely. His eyes turned bloodshot, flashing with a knife-like glint as Jordan thought. What did you just say? You bastard. The axe dragged across the ground, a grating screech echoing with each of Jordan's steps. He was furious, saying that since they had to raid anyway, he'd give him a chance to shine. Jordan, face to face, eyes blazing with challenge. Those words can't be ignored. To claim leadership. Face me here. One-on-one. Meanwhile, news headlines blared that the Salvation Society was attempting the 7th floor dungeon for the first time ever. Who would be the ones to conquer the C7 dungeon? Johann Jost, backed by the Salvation Society, has consistently cleared up to the 5th floor dungeon, and along with Lee Si-jun, are on the rise as part of the Ajax team, having vanished for a month after the Hellhound raid, with his fate unknown. Vaccine Hie sat in his office, biting his lip in worry. Suddenly, a voice startled her. Now. What's wrong? Worried Vaccine Hie's sharp gaze immediately darted toward the source of the voice. In the shadows, Johann Jost sat with his hand on the table, smirking. What's wrong? Don't you know what to do without orders? Is he being sarcastic to hide his worry just then? A man walked in, annoyed, and said, Enough nonsense. Show some decorum. Johann Jost's face darkens as he glares at him. The man angrily retorts, Don't you dare look down on her. He declared that during Jun's absence, she would assume the role of president of the Salvation Society. That man was Cho Sung-woo of the Salvation Society. He threatened, If you break the rules again, I won't let it slide. Johann Jost smirked. What are you going to do if this brat doesn't stop? The two stood facing each other, eyes locked, neither willing to yield. The atmosphere was thick with tension, a storm of hostility brewing around them, ready to erupt into a deadly battle at any moment. He slams the table in anger. Enough. This is no time to argue. We must help the chairman. His voice continued. But according to Johann, this wasn't what was agreed upon with the chairman. Right. Sukara-ken glared, his voice laced with annoyance. I know Lee Si-jun wants to fight Ijak someday. But we're here to kill Ijak. So let's not beat around the bush. Get to the point. He wonders. Is it true that Ijak entered the A5 tomb? The doctor presses a button, saying he also thought it was nonsense. But it's true. I'll explain. This is information I received from a member operating in the Amazon. They witnessed Ijak entering that target site firsthand. Sukaraken wondered, who are the members accompanying Ijak? The informant replies that they aren't members who share their intentions, so they can't be given other tasks because they're untrustworthy, he says calmly. Which is fine. Sukaraken raises an eyebrow, stating that he's not the type to handle things clumsily, and that he'll take care of it himself this time. It seems those words struck a chord with A. As a satisfied smile crept across their face, the surgeon clasped his hands together, relieved. I'm at ease knowing you'll handle it personally. I wonder if I can be of any assistance. Points to Johann Jux, noting he's quite the effective bait. drawing everyone into the pit. He feigns humility with a smug, "Look how obvious can you get, it's too much." Johann Jacques boasts that defeating Ijack would be no loss to him, a messenger of the night. His face radiated smugness, knowing he'd hog all the glory. No one dared utter a word, and the atmosphere grew oppressively heavy. After a moment, Sukara asks where they'll carry out the plan. The doctor pressed the button again, and the location appeared on the screen. The next dungeon was Ijack. The Sphinx A dungeon, 6th floor. The blade came down hard, cleaving the bone in two, and Jodhan cried out in pain, breaking out in a cold sweat as Nisen covered her mouth. Whispering his name, he lay on his back, then screamed, "I surrender." Kim Gujin, who was leaning against the wall, jumped up at Jodhan's answer. Legina sits in the corner, sighing, thinking back to when he was just like that. He approached Jodhan, who recoiled, as Kim Gujin coldly asked if he would keep his promise. Then, a scene changed to a massive, blue cylindrical structure. Jodhan gripped his weapon, wondering how long they'd been fighting, and how many attacks it would take to end this. He turned and shouted, "Misen. One more time, give me fire support, we can't give up." She agreed. "Yes. I understand." A glowing circle appears beneath Jodhan's feet. The rogue's survival skill has successfully drawn the Minotaur's attention as Misen charges forward, yelling, "Over here, you big dumb ox." The Minotaur grinds its teeth in anger at Misen's taunts. Jodhan, rushing forward, sees it attack and leans back, skidding to a halt as the Minotaur slams down, shattering the ground. He nimbly dodges out of the danger zone. Jodhan roars, "Kai-ho." He curses inwardly. Damn it. That wasn't a good landing. Hearing his call, Kai-ho leaps into the air, initiating a counterattack, a flash of steel against the cavern's violet gloom. Kai-ho landed, plunging his blades into the Minotaur, which roared in agony. Then, he dashed across its body, each step leaving behind a fatal wound. Outside, Misen used his broken staff to unleash a torrent of flames, sending sparks flying towards the Minotaur. Jodhan tensely surveys his surroundings, realizing his folly. Why did he gamble with that bastard? As if his goal was achieved, Kim Gujin smiled contentedly, lost in thought as Kai-ho slid completely up Jodhan. He glanced in the direction of the voice, and above him, a sharp object hurtled down. Jodhan trembled, unsure of what to do. As he looked at his foot trapped beneath the stone, he panicked, realizing his foot was stuck. It's too late to dodge, he'll have to take the hit. Jodhan steels himself and roars, "Die." A disturbing mix of gray streaks and dark pinks appear, and Misen can't help but tear up. On the other side, the Minotaur stomps powerfully where Jodhan was, and she cries out, "Jodhan." After the attack, it roared defiantly, and Jodhan squinted, unsure of what had happened. Then, he gasped, his eyes widening as platinum blonde hair whipped in the wind beside him. Kyo quips that he's lost 10 years of his life as Kim Gujin stands tall, carrying Jodhan in his arms before everyone. He frantically struggled, asking what was going on, demanding to be put down. But Kim Gujin relented, saying that if that's what the princess wanted, he would oblige. He released his grip, causing Jodhan to fall hard, and the enraged Jodhan snapped, "Could you have put me down any gentler?" Misen rushes to his side, asking if he's all right. Jodhan nods, saying he's lucky to have avoided serious injury. As he turned to leave, Jodhan called out, "Where do you think you're going?" "You bastard," Kim Gujin coldly replied. "The tanker's injured, so someone has to take his place." He growls, annoyed. "What are you implying? You want to rush ahead and be a human shield? You want to run into that mess?" He then coldly retorted, "Unless you have a better idea." Jodhan, enraged, yelled, "I'd rather charge back in. If someone has to die, it should be me." Kim Gujin scoffs, saying that trying to block with his crippled legs is suicide, and if he dies, who will take responsibility for the rest of the team? Don't romanticize sacrificing yourself as a leader, instead of wasting time on useless thoughts. Train harder, so this never happens again. A tanker isn't just a shield against enemy attacks. Their main role is to buy time for their allies to fight. I'll only do this once, so watch closely. The scene shifts to a familiar city, and a voice echoes, "Oh my, who is this Sachan?" Sitting in his office, wonders aloud, "Why is Tom visiting the monastery?" The other party replied, "You're quite the comedian, such a warm welcome. Next time, try to be a little less enthusiastic." The visitor is none other than Dragon Slayer Frank Swazero, who asks, "And Tom, are you talking about me?" Seichan retorts, That's right. What are you doing here, out of the blue? I can't imagine you coming all this way for no reason. Right. Frank Swazero cheerfully replies that, of course, there's a very important reason. Otherwise, why would he come to such a remote and boring place? Did you think I came all this way to watch you grow old and ugly? With all your hair falling out. Seichan's face darkened as Frank Swazero set his drink down, squinting as he spoke. Before I explain, I need to ask you something. Does your promise to save the world still hold true? Seichan was taken aback by his taunting words, remembering his resolve on the day Chairman Lai died. Yengdu looked behind him, and Frank Swazero stared at him, confused. Following his gaze, he saw Jisoo bowing deeply. Before he could see what was behind him, Seichan shouted to stop him. Of course. Don't you know me? If I say it, I'll do it. Frank Swazero turned back, bewildered, asking, Jiker, so it's still in effect. Right. He slammed his hand on his thigh and continued. Moreover, I want debts of gratitude repaid twofold, and vengeance repaid fourfold. Meanwhile, the Minotaur roars in fury, and Jordan grits his teeth. It can't be. How can he evade every attack without enhanced physical abilities? Kim Guggen skillfully circles his opponent. Observing him, silently judging his movements suggest he knows exactly how the enemy will attack, but constantly dodging won't win him the fight. Jordan gasps. Look. What's he doing? Watch out behind you, there's no escape. The Minotaur charges at Kim Guggen, who narrowly dodges, sending the beast crashing into the wall. Jordan watches intently, while Legina shakes her head, muttering that it's starting again. He worries that no matter how bad the kid's personality is, he shouldn't die here. It's because of me. I should have been the one to die. My life should have been enough to end it all. But now, I've lost all my skeletons, so I can't win anymore. In a moment of peril, a skeleton soldier is knocked to the ground, and Jordan is stunned. Wait. The skeleton soldiers are still moving. The ones in the back relentlessly charge forward to attack the Minotaur. The sword is stuck in the wall, and Minotaurus is frozen in place. Jordan thinks, unbelievable. Kim Guggen spins the sword in his hand, preparing to strike. Seeing its condition, he smirked. What's wrong? Can't move. A massive impact created a cone-shaped crater with white smoke and debris flying everywhere. It stood motionless, startled as Kim Guggen's figure drew near. The Minotaur's red eyes bracing for the sharp blade hurtling towards it. The stench of blood fills the air as the Mekong Dominator is struck by poison blood. Its pierced eyes slam shut, and the Minotaur snorts in rage, white smoke billowing from its nostrils. Finally, in its rage, it threw off the restraint. He assessed it, noting it still had some strength left. He'd hoped to buy a little more time. It's too smart to lure into a wall again. Kim Guggen watched its body grow larger, whispering his assessment. A berserk transformation. Perfect timing. As enraged beasts only focus on what's ahead, the Minotaur stomps forward, and he calculates that its next move will likely be a desperate, fatal blow. Just as he predicted, a goblin flew from out of nowhere and slammed into it. Skeletal soldiers grabbed goblins and hurled them at the giant Minotaur, bombarding it with the glowing creatures. They continuously flew and slammed into the Minotaur, causing it immense pain. Kim Guggen couldn't help but laugh at the sight before him. The Envoy of Darkness skill, Corpse Explosion, had been activated. The killing blow lands, a blinding golden energy erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The goblins below watched with bated breath as the Minotaur collapsed, dust billowing into the air, its massive body crashing to the ground. The skeleton soldiers didn't stop, continuing to hack away at the Minotaur, each attacking a different part, their swords falling relentlessly. Kim Guggen, unconcerned, turns and walks away as everything descends into a blood-red chaos, a scene of utter pandemonium, with armored skeletons wielding blue energy scythes, striking relentlessly. In a dimly lit place, a carefree young man asks, "Why did you guys tell only me to stay here, Johan?" Job smirks at Shinhee. "Could it be? You want to go on a date with me?" A narrows her eyes, annoyed. She tries to hide her irritation and asks, "What about the favor I asked of you before?" Johann Jobs puts his hands behind his head. "You mean the Ban Mung sword? Someone already beat me to it. Sorry about that." "Okay." He was stunned into silence, lost in thought. Ban Mung. Who helped him? Does he mean someone else is after the sword too? Sunggu declares he can't accept this, swiftly drawing a dagger and appearing behind Johann Jobs in a flash. He tilted his head slightly to dodge, but Sunggu had no intention of harming him. He brandished the knife, threatening to disfigure Johann's face and teach him some manners. But Johann just laughed, asking why they were being so scary when he was their important bait. Unafraid, he pokes the blade with his finger, pushing it slightly. You intend to threaten me with these toys? Sungu is taken aback by Johann Jobs' fearlessness. He gritted his teeth, clearly annoyed, while Johann Jobs continued to mock them. You didn't think you could catch the big fish, Isaac, without my help, did you? Sungu couldn't hold back, ordering his men to deal with Johann and take his place in Ikebukuro. But Sinhye immediately stopped him. Her command halts him for a moment. As Sinhye admits, he's right, though displeased. She couldn't deny Johann Jobs' words, to create a pretext to lure Isaac and stir public opinion. There was clearly no better bait than Johann himself. Sungu, forbidden to act, could only grit his teeth in frustration as Johann Jobs burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. As expected. Master knows me well. Sinhye sighs, holding her head. All right. Just do your job as bait. At the same moment, on the 5th floor, in the giant's forest, a light flashes. Some people emerged from the dungeon's teleport gate, and the leader called out, Hey, you Woojin. As Isaac glanced over, the captain approached him, oozing with insincerity. Your strength is as fearsome as they say. Thanks to you, we saved a lot of effort. We'll part ways here. Safe travels. Realizing his intentions, Wu Jin asked what he wanted, and the captain approached, whispering that he just wanted to make sure Wu Jin hadn't forgotten his promise to the commander. Wu Jin replies, his voice low. You mean handing over the dungeon's reward to you guys? Gina watches them whisper, her face clearly jealous, as the captain nods with a smile, saying, That's right. You remember well. And so, the two exchanged words, with Gina watching closely. Wu Jin didn't mind being stared at. Jordan clenched his fist, unwilling to accept it, when suddenly, a hand reached out and took his. Meeson asks Jordan if he's all right, but Jordan forces a laugh, insisting he's fine. Kyo pats his shoulder, encouraging him not to dwell on the previous battle, and Meeson claps in agreement. Innocent girl then pierced Jordan's fragile heart, saying Isaac was too strong, so it definitely wasn't Jordan's fault. Dan feels incredibly ashamed, wondering why it hurts even more. Finally, Jordan lets go of the recent battle and says, Thank you, everyone. After saying goodbye to the captain, Guggen looked at his team, remembering the time they'd spent fighting together, and how hard they struggled to overcome the previous life's challenges. The regret from his past life, the survival rate had been 50%, but this time, everyone is safe, because he prepared a plan to take them down with minimal losses. The flashback ends, but Guggen's brow remains furrowed. Just then, a massive explosion echoes through the forest, sending birds scattering into the sky. The captain was startled, looking around warily, as Jordan's group also became alert. Gina didn't seem too surprised, and Guggen looked like he was expecting this. It's here, back in the real world, in Xe Chan's office. A strange guest asks to cut to the chase. So, what brings you here? The man sipping tea across from Xe Chan is none other than the hunter, Francois Charot. As requested, he states the purpose of his visit. If your words about saving the world are true, Francois Charot sets his glass down. Then I have something to entrust to you. He's piqued Xe Chan's curiosity. What is it? Without a word, Francois Charot retrieves a sword from his inventory. Xe Chan was startled by what he saw, and even Gizu looked up from her screen to see what it was. Francois Charot placed a sword with a gold-plated spine and a black blade on the table. Xe Chan picked it up to examine it, realizing in astonishment, This is Ban Meng. Francois Charot nodded, sharing what he knew. Yes. This is what those in the Salvation Association are secretly searching for, and if my predictions are correct, this is the only sword that can kill Lee Sejun. Xe Chan's eyes lit up as he carefully adjusted the sword. But then he remembered something. You're just going to give this to me. Francois Charot was speechless, unsure of what to say. That night, aboard a plane soaring through the sky, Xe Chan sat in his seat, solemnly gazing out the window. He then turned to Gisu, asking if he was gone, to which she nodded in affirmation. Jisoo silently placed her hand on the steering wheel, then suddenly called out, Director, Jisoo said, You don't need to stare at me like that. Xe Chan was taken aback. The rearview mirror reflected his flustered expression. I wasn't looking at you. Jisoo quietly replied. I asked him everything myself. She recalls Francois Charot telling him something. Jisoo says somberly. The day my father died, Chan anxiously asks what happened, thinking to himself, Did she hear about that day? Gisu turns the ignition key. Chan, sweating with worry, asked her. Secretary Lai. Are you all right? Gisu replied. No. I'm not. Staring intently ahead. I'm not all right at all. She then drove out of the parking space. Transitioning to the dungeon, where the exploration team was entering a massive cave, Jordan asks, annoyed, why we're even here, and if we think the Thunderbolts will just let us do this. He adds that if we want to increase our chances, we should cooperate. A team member ran up to report that the enemy was ahead, and the captain wondered what to do. Minnie Ann turned to Gujin, disguised as Ajax, and said, Look, Ajax, do we really have to attack like before? Shouldn't we both just get out of this dungeon? He turned away and coldly ordered, Stop with the nonsense. Just like before. Split up and find a place to hide. Minnie Ann quickly retorted, When did I ever run away? What are you implying? Gujin glances at him, saying they aren't monsters to be taken lightly, and if he wants to stay alive, he'll do as he says. Minnie Ann resentfully cursed him under his breath, while the battle-hardened soldier turned to the captain and asked what to do, and whether they should prepare to fight. Minnie Ann gritted his teeth and said, As I said, we made it here without losing anyone. Suppose I were to take down the two-headed Cyclops myself. He thought of Sakura, thinking he could defeat him and become Chihui's right-hand man. And Minnie Ann chuckled softly. He ordered everyone to gather around. They were going to capture the two-headed Cyclops. Gujin paused, glancing at the group. He then turned to Jordan and Meeson, telling them to keep an eye on the Thunderbirds. While they focused on this side, Jordan flared up, and Meeson had to gently dissuade him, telling him to calm down. Gujin asked Gina how things were going, then gave a thumbs up, answering his own question, top-notch. Of course. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Everyone, prepare for battle. Monsters are coming from that direction. Giant ants crawl out of the nest. And Gujin orders, Excellent. Let's proceed with the plan. Gina opens her inventory and shouts, Okay, the system announces the Ring of Solomon has been equipped. Gina slips the ring on her finger, the very ring the swordsman lied about and was exposed for. The system displays information. Ring of Solomon. Item rank Legendary. Usable above level 100. The Ring of King Solomon. If you use the ring's special skill, Solomon's Command, you can control monsters of a lower level than the wearer at the cost of mana. Magic power plus 100. Attack power increased by 10%. And the ability to use Solomon's Command. Gina held out her hand, wearing the ring. The system announces the use of Solomon's ring, commanding the ants to halt. A golden light quickly envelops the ant, while a team member is ambushed and falls. Minnie Ann, exhausted, panted heavily as he frantically looked around. Minnie Ann swung his sword, cursing the sheer number of monsters and wondering where they all came from, his blade cutting through the air, felling countless beasts. Minnie Ann, confident with his sword, taunted the monsters, but tripped over a fallen body and tumbled to the ground. Suddenly, Minnie Ann realizes something. Looking at the bodies around him, he wonders what happened here. Minnie Ann glanced to the side, recalling his battle with the Cyclops before the war. Bodies littered the ground around him. Had he fled the battlefield to escape the monster's sudden attack? His sword dripped with blood. He was sure he'd been killed by that monster. So why were all his subordinates dead? He was stunned for a moment. Then Minnie Ann realized something was wrong, and turned to look behind him, to face the giant, two-headed Cyclops standing right behind him. It glared at Minnie Ann with its 4 red eyes, and he stammered, Damn it. The monster swung its massive fist down on him, crushing Minnie Ann's body into nothing. Night falls upon the strange cavern as the two-headed Cyclops voraciously devours its prey. Gujin watches from a distance. Jordan approached Isaac, who glanced at him, and asked if he was sure about this. He coldly retorted, What are you talking about? Jordan pointed behind him. I'm talking about those striped ants. He looked at Gina, petting the ants, and suspiciously asked, Are you really planning on bringing those things to fight? Kyo says to Meeson, Who's hiding behind him? They're cuter than I thought. Why don't you try? Jordan said seriously. They're under the item's control now. But who knows when they'll turn on us? He says that even while the item is in effect, there are limits. What if their control is broken during a fight? Gujin asks, bowing his head. Do you still doubt me? He quickly clarified. No. That's not what I meant. Gujin approached Jordan, saying, Of course. The ring's effect can't hold the ants indefinitely. He patted his shoulder, saying that if they fulfilled their roles before the flaw was resolved, then they could self-destruct. Gujin left, saying there shouldn't be a problem. Gina was excited, saying, "All right, my little ants, the signal to attack has been given. It's time to show them what you've got." He clenched his fist, unleashing the ring's power, a wave of light engulfing the ants, drawing the attention of those nearby. Controlled by Gina, they swarm towards the two-headed XE cloves, their movement alerting the monster, which rises as the ants surge forward. They swarmed its legs, biting, and quickly climbed all over the monster, causing it to roar in agony as Gu Jin watched Gina's excitement, thinking, "Excellent. Well done." The Ant Queen wonders in disbelief if the A5 dungeon boss could really be defeated so easily. The monster collapses onto the swarm, and the ants bite at its eyes, which begin to glow. The ants paused, looking up towards the light, then suddenly turned on each other, tearing each other apart. Gina, eyeing the ring, exclaimed in frustration, "What is this? Why are they suddenly fighting each other? Is the effect of those eyes already gone?" The ants were still fiercely attacking each other. The monster rises and stomps, crushing the ants underfoot, repeatedly stomping until none remain. Gu Jin tells Gina that its eyes are called demon eyes, each with different abilities, one of which is the chaos effect from the left eye, which creates abnormal states. Soon, the monster wiped out the ants, and Gu Jin continued, making the enemy unable to distinguish friend from foe, blindly charging forward. That's what would happen. Gina frantically asks what to do, fearing they'll all succumb to the illusion, but Gu Jin smirks, saying that would normally be the case. The monster quickly notices them, and he gets to the point. I mean, if there was no rewind time. Jordan wondered how Wyzak, who was also facing Cyclops 2 for the first time, knew about the evil eye and the time reversal. Gina excitedly asks if they should jump down and attack. While Jordan remarks on her quick adaptation, Gu Jin draws a sword from the cabinet and replies, "No, I'll attack first, because the right eye is still a demon eye." Jordan intervened, telling him to wait, because if the right eye is also a demon eye, there must be a countermeasure. He's already gone. He tries to call out, "Hey, wait," but Gina says, "There's no need to worry so much." He confidently replies, "You still don't know what kind of guy Wysak is, do you?" As Gu Jin charges towards the enemy with his sword, Gina remarks that he's not one to act recklessly without a plan. He quickly closes in on the two-headed Cyclops, who begins to target Gu Jin with its right eye. He grits his teeth, resisting its control. The system warns that he's been caught in the evil eye's gaze, triggering the petrification status, and Gu Jin's body begins to turn to stone. Slowing his movements, Gu Jin pushed forward until he could move no more, then stopped to face the giant monster. Gu Jin smirked, knowing opportunity only knocks once, and channeled the ring's power. The system announces that the Lancelot ring has powerfully resisted petrification. The ring glows, and the petrified mass clinging to him shatters. Gu Jin raises his hand, seizing the moment while the Cyclops is unaware that its magic eye has no effect on him, and its left eye is still in cooldown. He leaps, aiming for its eye, seizing the chance to strike the right eye first. The Cyclops too swings its fist at Gu Jin. It punches him away, sending him crashing to the ground. As dust fills the air, concealing a glimmer of light, Gu Jin quickly blocks the attack with his shield as the system displays information. Aegis Shield. Item rank. Legendary. Usable from level 1. It's the strongest cane created by Hep Heaters. Indestructible. And activates divine protection when mana or energy is channeled into it. Absolute defense. The monster roars as its left side explodes. Gu Jin replies softly, "I'll take care of the right eye myself." He says, "You and the others take care of the left eye. Before the evil eye's recovery time runs out, we have to take it down." Gu Jin loudly replies, "Okay." The system announces that a bone soldier has been destroyed. The two-headed Cyclops roars in agony as its reverse scale is destroyed, and Gu Jin, along with his bone soldiers, quickly charge forward, while he subtly takes note of the rear. Seeing Mai Sen attack the monster with magic put Gu Jin at ease, and he smiled contentedly. He paused, then dashed forward, while Gu Jin and the bone soldiers jumped back to attack the Cyclops. Finally, the system announces that he has defeated the two-headed Cyclops and obtained its magic eye. A legendary item usable from level 1. The crystal ball contains the magical power of the two-headed Cyclops, and when used, can throw enemies into chaos or slow their movements. The effects use magic to incite chaos in enemies. Use magic to incite petrification in enemies. It's all over, and a beautiful dawn arrives as Gu Jin steps forward. He and Gina were suddenly quite surprised, as was Mai-sen, who called out to Jordan and pointed. Over there. Suddenly, a group of armed men pointed their weapons at the exploration team. Hugh Fry's leader and Sakura. What is going on? He shouts. What kind of game are you playing? Sakura scoffed. This doesn't concern you. So while I'm still being civil, get lost. With a weapon in hand, she laughed, saying that Isaac had already defeated the boss, and promised to give them the reward that would appear here. Mai-sen, hiding behind Jordan, retorted that they didn't care what they had promised Isaac. But not long ago, they were the players who risked their lives to conquer the dungeon. She added that threatening them when they couldn't even unite to save the world was the height of impoliteness. Hugh Fry sneers, saying that the fact he hasn't shot them all 100 times already is more than enough courtesy. Hugh Fry tilted his head, asking if he was wrong. But Isaac and Gugin remained silent. The teleportation gate vanished, and Gugin's group was still surrounded by Hugh Fry's soldiers. He casually put his hands in his pockets and said that since the rotten nest was destroyed and no one came back, it proved that he didn't care about his subordinates. But never mind. Hugh Fry stepped forward, commenting that their strength was insignificant anyway. The contract makes no mention of their lives. So I just need the item I asked you to bring. And we're done, Gugin agreed, as Gina whispered urgently. Are you really going to hand it over? He replied softly. We have to give what we must, because we have to get what we want. Right. He reached into the locker, handing the Cyclops eye over to Hugh Fry, as Gina lamented the loss. After all, that abnormal status effect doesn't work on him, so handing over the magic eye won't pose much of a threat. Zhao Dan stares in disbelief as Hugh Fry and his disciples retreat. Dumbfounded, he asks, what are they just leaving like that? Mycene pushes back her hair, bowing her head to thank Gugin and Isaac, saying the time was short, but she's grateful. The old geezer shakes his hand, saying he's learned a lot. Gugin returns the handshake, saying he's too kind, as Zhao Dan stands off to the side, arms crossed, lost in thought. Suddenly, Gugin's eyes welled up as he looked at him, but Zhao Dan stubbornly looked away, causing Gugin to sigh softly. Mycene chuckled. Sorry. He's just got a lot of pride. He's not a bad guy. Suddenly, she was surprised to see Gugin walking towards Zhao Dan. He scoffs, saying he's sure that Gugin isn't a great commander. He flared up, what Gugin quickly interjected, but then, looking at Mycene and Zhao, said, at least those guys over there will always trust and rely on you. Gugin continued, standing behind you, fighting alongside you. He paused, then said, because to them, you're a more talented comrade than anyone else. Zhao Dan was surprised by what he had just said, but finally smiled contentedly, then reached out to touch Gugin's hand. Finally, they shake hands in front of Mycene, Zhao, and Gina. A moment later, Gina crossed her arms and asked Gugin what was wrong with him, saying he suddenly said things that didn't suit him at all, and asked if she didn't hate the Salvation Society. But Gugin simply lowered his head and smiled, as Mycene put her arms around her two teammates and said, thank you, Gugin. He scratched his head, asking, about what she happily replied, for always being our reliable support. Gugin looked at them and said, when did I say I hated the Salvation Guild? He thought to himself, I just can't forgive the fake Salvation Guild for heartlessly trampling on their sacred will. That night, at a high-rise building, news outlets reported that Isaac Ivanov had been spotted in the Amazon, a special report on the unpredictable player who cleared the A-rank, 5-floor dungeon. The Salvation Society members conquered the dungeon with Tin Hop, and now want to join forces with Isaac. So Johann Jacques of the Salvation Society has made an offer. The Salvation Guild proposed a joint raid of the A+ rank floor, 6-spin dungeon with Isaac. Will he accept Johann's offer? Experts and online commenters alike thought Isaac had died in some foreign land. He's in the Amazon A. Isaac. What are you doing there, G? 6. 3. Johann and Isaac are heading to the A-ranked 6th floor dungeon. What a dream team. But why suddenly tackle the A+ 6th floor dungeon? This is too dangerous. It's all for saving the world. Isaac may have been revived, but he's still destined for destruction. Hey, watch your mouth. Those two are the heroes who saved the world. But still, keyboard warriors are out in full force, standing in the shadows. Sukuhara Ken speaks. Isaac has finally returned from the Amazon, as a horrified voice cries out. But, Ken interrupts. Why call me here again when we need to deal with something important? He said unhappily. Don't tell me you called me here to say the plan has failed, or to spout some nonsense. Sinhia smirked. saying the plan was going smoothly, so he needn't worry. Then opened a drawer, saying he just wanted to eliminate any variables that could lead to failure. Ken frowned at Sinhia, saying that they should have called the Sword Saint here, hoping he could use this. Sinhia placed some equipment on the table, saying, "Take a look. The Hades helmet and Hermes boots." Breaking news, Isaac and Johan have met in the I-grade research lab's 6th basement level. Ion Wan taps his fingers on the chair. Han dryly remarks that the first time they met was at the Salvation Association, and that interesting situation is now repeating itself. Ion Wan meets with Gu Jin, who has shed his disguise, and asks if he successfully made the deal with Thunderbolt. He replies, "Yes. A lot has happened," as Gu Jin recalls giving his eye to Hugh Frey. He then asked if he had brought the item he requested, as he heard that he wasn't one to break promises. He said that even in this situation, I'd still pay the price without fear, and that he was pleased with my generosity. Hugh Frey then hands Gu Jin a scroll, keeping his promise a skill scroll. It read, "Lich summoning skill acceptance required. Representative of the Dark World. Level 180 or higher required. Effect, summons an immortal warlock by sacrificing 100 monsters." Hugh Frey told him it was a level 180 item, and to stay alive until then. Gu Jin quietly replied that he had what he needed. Eon Guan leaned back, asking if he'd heard the sweet talk, and why he was telling him this without holding back. Gu Jin lowered his head and quietly said, "Didn't you tell me that before?" He chuckled, and Gu Jin continued, "Don't even think about deceiving you again." Eon, pleased, says, "I see. You've done well. You understand what I'm saying now." The office door opens. Eonquan lazily asks if Gu Jin knows what he wants from him now, and Gu Jin replies that he'll have to report everything about Thunderbolt, big or small. Secretary Kim enters the room, adding, "Yes. And one more thing." He then places a small box on the desk. Eon orders him to give the contents of the box to Isaac, and Gu Jin opens it. He was a little surprised to see it. These were Yizaros's things. Eon scratched his chin, saying, "As I mentioned before, what I want isn't a painting of Eohan and Isaac competing." He coldly states that this is their chance to win Isaac over, and to ensure Eohan is dealt with. Gu Jin holds the ring box as he listens, no matter the cost. She smiles, closing the ring box. "I understand." Cut to Cairo, Egypt, where the groups gather before entering the dungeon. Eohan Jax approaches Gu Jin, who is disguised as Isaac, and says with a sneer that it's an honor to be with him, a sentiment that Gu Jin scoffs at, which Eohan Jax notices. Then Gu Jin smiles and shakes his hand, saying they're counting on him. As he turned to leave, Eohan Jax thought to himself that for a moment, he felt like Isaac was looking down on him. He turns back with a slight smirk. "All right, laugh now," he thinks. "But just wait until we're in the dungeon, surrounded by desert and mountains." A member strikes, blowing the orc's head clean off, and Gu Jin's skeletal soldiers surge forward. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching Eohan Jax, who remarked, "They're as amazing as the rumors say." Tilting his head, he says his undead legion is severely lacking, but he's learned a trick. Gu Jin retorts that their side is also amazing, in a different way. Eohan Jax asks what he means, and Gu Jin replies with his eyes closed, "Not you guys." He looked at Eohan Jax's army and sarcastically said, "Overwhelming us with numbers." Eohan Jax looked back at his masked soldiers and asked, "Are you talking about these guys?" He held up a ringed finger, saying it was all thanks to this ring, the Ring of Hades. Gu Jin wondered in surprise. The Ring of Hades. Eohan Jax smugly said that with the ring's power, he could turn another's skeleton soldiers into his own. Gu Jin was a little surprised such an item existed. It seemed to be one of the things the association was hiding. Eohan Jax spoke up, telling him not to worry too much. He grins, saying he would never touch Isaac's bone soldiers, but the ones he will choose. He glanced at his subordinates and said that these were just bone soldiers summoned by the men behind him. He stares at the ring. Its very existence. Gu Jin frowns, thinking contempt is a threat to power. He studies the man before him, realizing that sometimes revealing power is more effective than concealing it. Eohan Jax, then and now, is frighteningly bold. As night falls, people light fires and flee, while Eohan Jax roasts meat by the flames. He says with a glare, "What a pity that those of the underworld can neither eat nor drink. Isn't that so?" Then, Eohan Jax took a bite of meat, gazing at the ghosts floating in the air. "I don't know exactly where you are, but you're clearly waiting around me." He speaks to them, But my mind is here. And you can't even answer after looking. This is truly a pity. Perhaps you're all very hungry and thirsty now. Johann Jax chuckled, covering his face. But what will happen if I want to catch the floor 6 boss monster? I desperately need Isaac's power. But I can't kill him just yet. Can I? If that's the case, then little by little. But half of the meat fell to the ground. He glanced around, noticing A still there, a faint ghost appearing before him. Day 21 of the dungeon raid, a volcano erupts as the expedition arrives at the entrance to the 5th level of the anicap dungeon. Johann Jax smirked, saying that only 1 floor remained, and they'd cleared the first 5 with ease. But he suspected the 6th floor would be the most brutal. Guggen thought to himself. Johann was right. He glanced around, noting that for an A+ rank dungeon, there had been no casualties so far. Johann Jax's squad remains unscathed. But the true threat lies in the 6th floor's boss monster, and Guggen realizes his team has been exposed. In this situation, there's no way they'd send just those guys to get me. Guggen suspects the enemy is blind. He thought of Sinhee. It seemed Park Sinhee had brought out her treasure. Then, Guggen approached the gate, placed his hand on the door, and slowly opened it. Johann Jax smirks, deciding to take his time. But Guggen has already sensed him lurking. Guggen decisively opens the door and declares that Gina has set foot on a desert, only to sink into the sand. He's surprised, asking if it's desert terrain. Guggen clarifies. It's not just any forest. It's the Great Forest. Johann Jax asks Ajax if they should head towards the vast forest. But Guggen says he has an announcement first. He announced that, until they caught the assassin targeting them, their Sunboss operation would be indefinitely suspended. Catching Johann Jax off guard, he began to suspect that the assassin was among them, asking vaguely what his companion meant by that statement. As soon as he said that, his core soldiers went berserk and charged forward, attacking Guggen. Immediately, Guggen's skeletal soldiers moved to intercept the enemy. As Guggen gazed skyward, remarking that this was indeed how it would unfold, taking advantage of the chaos, he slipped away, prompting Gina to shout, "Hey, are you planning to ditch us?" With no other choice, Gina chased after Guggen as the enemy soldiers yelled, "He's getting away, get him." Johann Jax orders them to ignore Ajax and focus on capturing the golem, Durahan, and the Seabone Mage. He issued orders, insisting that these special targets be suppressed. Guggen, Johann Jax. He was indeed clever. A skeleton soldier he just slashed was a Tanit skeleton soldier, part of a legion that can regenerate endlessly within the dungeon. But the enemy skeleton soldiers are also attacking the giant golem, special entities like golems, Dullahan, skeleton knights, and mages are different cases. The skeletal knights are also being ambushed due to their complicated summoning conditions. Furious, Isaac watches as Guggen and Gina flee into the forest, and one of his men asks if they should give chase. Johann Jax turns and says, "You go. He can't chase us. Leave that bastard behind. He can't keep up." He let the bastard go. He couldn't chase after him. He let the bastard go. He couldn't chase after him. He abandoned that bastard. He can't chase after him. He abandoned that bastard. He can't chase after him. Johann Jax turns around. "Are you crazy? Isaac has most of his forces. What are you going to do running recklessly into the forest?" He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it. How did he know about the assassins? Even if I absorbed all of Isaac's core troops, everything's gone haywire. Guggen and Gina ran deep into the forest, gasping for breath. Gina asks if they've stopped chasing them, and Guggen replies that Johann isn't stupid, unlike anyone he's faced before. Gina asked what his plan was, and Guggen smugly replied that of course he had one. He slips the ring onto his finger, and the system announces he's now wearing the Ring of Osiris, which will be engraved on Bango's bracelet and cannot be removed. The ring is then engraved into one slot, leaving 2 slots remaining, and the system displays, Ring of Osiris, item rank, legendary. Level 1 and up can use it. A ring imbued with the power of Osiris. It holds the power to resurrect the dead, increases all attack power by 15%, boosts ability stats by 15%, and allows the use of resurrection skills. Gina stared in disbelief, pointing at the ring. "No way. Where did you get that?" Guggen rolled his eyes. "A generous sponsor." Then she looked up and said, "Lee Gina. Do you call something meaningful? Something that unsettles humanity by its name?" Guggen says that Gina must be used to what they call a drop, and she looks up to the sky. Falling, above them, a flock of hatchlings flew by, and Guggen said he'd experienced it before when encountering hatchlings. Gina fearfully points to her face, asking if she's done something wrong again. Gugin is silent for a moment, then fearfully asks if that thing is what he thinks it is. Meanwhile, Gugin stares intently at the sky, while Gina sobs in terror. In the distance, a towering mountain is crushed by the claws of a sphinx, who gazes down below. Hatchlings swarm the sky as Gugin approaches the downed wyvern. Gina watches from the sidelines, wondering if he's going to revive the wyvern, and if he's planning to summon more skeleton soldiers. He wonders, but aren't the skeletal soldiers just bones? Unable to fly, Gina watches with her arms crossed. Could it be the power of the ring he just obtained? Gugin places his ringed hand on the wyvern, unleashing a surge of purple light as the system announces the use of the Ring of Osiris's resurrection skill. Then, he and Gina rode the wyvern up the high mountain, and Gugin threw a spear that pierced the sphinx's head, catching it by surprise. The sphinx then gritted its teeth and turned to glare at him. Gina, on the wyvern's back, cried out in surprise. That thing has an eye on the back of its neck. Gugin shouts for it to come at them, as the sphinx gathers power in its mouth, ready to blow them away. It then unleashed a blast, sending the wyvern reeling, and Gina cried out in surprise. The wyvern is forced to close its eyes, while Gina stares intently at their foe. The sphinx leaps into the air, attempting to crush them with its feet. Gina grimaces, shouting, "Damn it! How is it so fast? It's about to strike them." But Gugin glides away, saying to hold on tight, because this is just the beginning. He then plunged the wyvern into a nosedive, narrowly avoiding the sphinx's attacks as they flew away. Gina screams, "Are you telling me you wanted me to get used to free-falling for this?" The sphinx immediately gives chase. Gugin glanced back, then his eyes darted to the left as he noticed something. In the distance, Johann Job's bonfire crackled, and as he looked up, he saw something. Then, Johann Job stood and approached the source of his suspicion, his eyes widening in disbelief. Johann Jobs sees a dragon being chased by a sphinx, and it's headed this way. What in the world? The sphinx is still hot on Gugin's tail. Gina looks back and sees the sphinx's gaping maw, yelling, behind you, suddenly. Gugin leaps back and grabs his collar. Then, he grabbed Gina and they jumped freely from the sky as the sphinx lunged at the wyvern's neck. Gina curses at Gugin in a panic, calling him a bastard, while Johann Jobs is furious, exclaiming, "Damn it." Then, the wyvern and the sphinx crashed down right where he was running. A cloud of dust billowed up, and Johann Jobs coughed. He glanced over to see the sphinx devouring the wyvern, its eyes fixed on them. He frowned, realizing that without any preparation, he stood no chance against the boss monster. Meanwhile, Gina face-planted into the ground. Seeing this, Gugin shouts, "Lee Gina, come on, get up." He glared and snapped at Gugin. "Hey, you bastard. If we're falling like that, at least give me a warning," Gina chimed in, furious. "Yeah. Let me know what's going on. You're doing fine. Carrying the canopy all by yourself must be a relief." Right, he recalls the freefall, and how Gugin managed to deploy the canopy just in time. Gina eats and says she's crazy for going with him, but Gugin replies that he had to go along with it because he believed in her abilities, then tells her to get going. Gina gets up and says that if he can't speak properly, before she can finish, she sees Gugin walking away, and calls out, "Hey, where are you going?" Gina yells, "Wait for me." Meanwhile, the Sphinx is quickly dispatching Johann Jobs's remaining soldiers, leaving him to watch from behind a tree as it decimates his forces. Finally, the Sphinx spread its wings and flew away. Johann Jobs gritted his teeth, realizing it had just saved his life. He went to the battlefield, noticing that not only the summoned soldiers, but also some of his own men were gone. Then, he summoned his surviving men, saying that things had come to this, and they had no choice. Johann Jobs ordered that Isaac had to be dealt with. A specter appeared behind him, silent and still. It began to carve words into the ground. Johann Jobs turned to see the inscription, and the specter asked, "What does this mean?" Johann Jobs replied that as long as Isaac was on strike, they would never conquer the dungeon with their own strength, meaning they would all die there. He gritted his teeth and said that since things had come to this, they should go and kill that bastard first. Johann Jobs stood there and declared to everyone that he would be the bait to lure Isaac, because only by eliminating me will Isaac feel relieved enough to return to the conquest. He won't hesitate for long. Seeing this, Johann Jobs grinned and continued, "We should tidy up a bit first. Haven't you been without food or drink for over 20 days because of the Hades helmet? No matter how strong a player is, They can't exert their full strength without food and drink for so long. Before him, the aura revealed two bright eyes. Unblinking. Then, the aura slowly revealed a living person removing the helm, and Johann Jobs grinned with delight. Before him stood Sukarakin, head bowed to the ground, who then sighed. Now I feel alive again. Just then, Johann Jobs' panicked voice rang out. Isaac, what are you doing here? Sukarakin was startled, and immediately turned around to look. Auntie. But just then, Johann Jobs sped over, slicing past him to snatch the helmet. Sukarakin, realizing he'd been tricked, flared with rage, demanding, What are you up to? Meanwhile, Johann Jobs sneered, tossing the helmet in the air. As Sukarakin's sword began to dissolve, he chuckled to himself. How could he fall for that? How did Isaac even end up here? With a swift step, Sukarakin whirls around, warily scanning his surroundings. He was surrounded by a legion of bone soldiers, and Johann Jobs was nowhere to be seen. Elsewhere, someone snapped a twig. Confused, Gina asks why he's been marking their path, to which Kim Gujin replies with a smile, because we're expecting guests. Lee Gina was even more confused, asking who could possibly be coming when they were surrounded by monsters and enemies. But as soon as she finished speaking, Kim Gujin chuckled, muttering that their guest had arrived. Lee Gina turned around in surprise, and sure enough, a figure was approaching them from behind Johann Jobs, who stared at them silently. Without hesitation, Johann Jobs tossed the iron helmet he'd just seized aside in disdain. It tumbled to a stop at Kim Gujin's feet. He glared down at it and muttered, So it's the Hades helmet. Johann Jobs seemed surprised. You even know the item's name. No wonder you knew about the executioner. So, the information was leaked somewhere. No sooner had he spoken than Lee Gina exclaimed in shock. The helm of Hades, where did you hear about that? But Kim Gujin ignored him and asked Johann Jobs, Why did you give it to me? He chuckled in response. You've won. That was the prize for the victor. Lee Gina picked up the helmet, eyes gleaming, muttering, This is it. Isn't this a mythic item? This is Kini, a mythic grade item, usable from level 100. It's Hades' helm, turning its wearer into a being of the underworld, perfectly concealing their presence. Its effects stealth upon equipping. No talking, no eating. After unequipping, it can't be used again for 24 hours. He pauses for a moment. No eating or drinking. At that moment, Johann Jobs grinned slyly and said to Kim Gujin, I surrender. I hope you can guarantee my life. Not only here, but also outside the dungeon. He didn't answer, but pondered silently. After just one fight with Spins, he already knew he couldn't win. This kid's got a quick grasp of the situation. Nobody gives anything away for free. He's no pushover. Lee Gina, not thinking clearly, continued to ask, Even if we save you, what about your subordinates? Hearing this, Johann Jobs's eyes flashed with cold bloodlust as he slowly replied, Those guys, you say, they were of no use anymore. So I took care of them. Before coming here he was talking about his subordinates. Not a single one survived, leaving Lee Gina in utter disbelief. He was about to lash out, calling him crazy. But Kim Gujin stopped him and told Johann Jobs that there was one more condition. Give me the Hades ring, he said, with unwavering resolve. Johann Jobs fell silent, staring at them both. After a moment, Johann Jobs sighed, removed a ring from his hand, and muttered with a savage grin, I guess I can't win against you. Kim Gujin silently stared at Johann Jobs. The scene shifts to a forest 3 days later, where the sound of a death knell echoes. Damn it. Sukarakin sped through the forest, thinking, I barely avoided Johann's bone soldiers, and now a wave of monsters. This is truly infuriating. I knew that guy was trouble from the start. The one he mentioned is Johann Jobs. Suddenly, Sukarakin stops, noticing something. Before Sukarakin stood two ferocious ape beasts charging towards him, and he thought to himself, they've already caught up. They attacked quickly and unexpectedly, slashing wildly. But Sukarakin quickly charged forward, felling the two beasts with a few swift strikes of his sword. After the strike, Sukarakin looked up, gritting his teeth, thinking, this is still the A+ rank 6th subspace dungeon. After all, surviving here alone is hard enough, let alone dreaming of killing the boss and getting out. But then, more apes jumped down, their mouths open in savage snarls. Sukarakin braced himself, ready to meet the gorilla head-on, and with a surge of power, he leaped forward. Sukarakin thought to himself, if that's the case, He'd rather cut down another ape with his sword than die alone. Sukarakin thought grimly. If he couldn't live, he was determined to drag someone down with him, elsewhere in the forest. A golden light emanated. Suddenly, a stream of artificial water flowed down a tree trunk. It was Legina, relieving herself. He wondered if among the countless items in the world, there wasn't one that could help people live normally without needing to pee. Just then, Legina suddenly looked up as Sukarakin jumped down at him from above. Before Legina could react, Sukarakin slashed twice, and something suddenly dropped to the ground. Sukarakin stood silently, sword in hand, staring ahead. Damn. In another clearing in the forest, Kim Gujin and Johan Jocht sat facing each other by a fire, when suddenly, he seemed to sense something and flinched, glancing to one side. Immediately, Isaac rushes forward, prompting a panicked cry from Johan Jocht. Kim Gujin sprints through the forest, leaving the fire's light far behind. Meanwhile, Sukarakin and Legina are elsewhere, where he's holding his sword, staring at something he just slashed. Just then, Isaac and Johan Jocht arrived, and he was speechless at the sight before him. Then Sukarakin spoke first. "You're late." Isaac, Johan Jocht, behind him, shouted, "Sorry, Spacema." He gritted his teeth, thinking that he must have been relentlessly pursued by the monster wave. "He's certainly persistent." Sukarakin spoke slowly. "I foresaw this the moment you betrayed me. Looks like you got played." "Isaac, you waste." Johan Jocht didn't respond, only glaring back. Sukarakin frowned, veins bulging as he said, "I can't just stand by and let you two die so easily. Since the key name is gone, you absolutely cannot leave this dungeon alone. Let my blade send the remaining few here to their final destination," Sukarakin said, raising his sword into a battle stance. Seeing this, Kim Gujin smirked to himself, muttering, "Buying swords? Huh. Fine by me. Suits you." Legina had no idea what he was planning, but just then, a notification appeared, a horde of skeleton soldiers. The sounds of clashing swords echoed through the forest. Kim Gujin and Sukarakin clash swords with furious intensity, as he realizes his recovery is faltering. Truly, a swordsman. Just then, Sukarakin glanced to the side, spotting a massive skeleton soldier charging towards them, ready to strike. Sukarakin's right eye suddenly flashes as he dodges backward, realizing Johan Choki is right behind the bone soldier, seemingly the one pulling the strings. Seeing this, Sukarakin gripped his sword, charged forward, and roared, "Don't get in my way." With a swift motion, he swung his sword, cleaving the bone soldier in two, sending it crashing into the horde beyond. Johan Choki was shocked and gritted his teeth, never expecting Sukarakin to be so strong. That single sword strike had cleaved the forest path in two. The dust settles, and the earth-shattering roar is gone. Johan Choki slowly opens his eyes, staring ahead in disbelief. He hasn't eaten or drank in dozens of days. He should be at his weakest. But how? As he stood there, stunned, Sukarakin's figure flashed behind Johan Choki. He whipped around, startled, only for another skeleton soldier to rush in front of Johan Choki, taking 2 blows for him. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "This is insane." After cutting down the bone soldier, Sukarakin slowly says, "You cowards are persistent." Just then, he skids to a halt, glancing down below. Immediately after, Sukarakin spat, his saliva landing on the face of the skeleton soldier below before hitting the ground. Just then, Johan Choki and his skeletal soldiers discovered what Sukarakin had cut the inner lamp of the human-faced turtle. This is the inner light of a man-faced turtle that has lived for over 1,000 years, if held in the mouth. One can survive without food or water for a long time. However, it doesn't effectively quell hunger and thirst, negating the stamina reduction from fasting. No matter how strong his endurance, he'll go mad from hunger and thirst. Johan Choki grimaces, realizing he's definitely hiding something, as Sukarakin slings his sword over his shoulder and asks if he didn't say he was going to kill them all. "So what are you waiting for? Come on. I'll end your life with my own hands." Seeing this, Johan Choki clicked his tongue and jumped back, hiding behind Kim Gujin, thinking, "There's no reason for me to step out myself, not if Isaac is here." Sukarakin sneers, "Come on, let's continue. You're not going to end this so anticlimactically, are you? Let's fight like men." Just then, Kim Gujin's voice echoed, "You're awfully loud, but I'm afraid you're the only one who's going to end here. I never thought I'd die in a place like this." Rather than anger, Sukaraken simply laughs, saying, "You look like you're going crazy as you face your death." Before he could finish, a flash of light sliced through Sukaraken's arm. He stared in disbelief at his hand. Now severed, still clutching his sword, Sukaraken stood frozen, watching his hand fall away. Kim Gujin then slowly says, "All alone. Aren't you, Sukaraken?" Losing his balance, staggers backward, letting out a cry. He could only stand there, listening to him continue. "You don't have any other teammates here, do you?" As Legina slowly began to recover, Sukaraken raged. "No. It can't be. You were clearly—" But Legina cut him off, roaring, "You attacked us while we were witnessing your vile acts. Do you know how painful that attack was? You're just someone who doesn't even have a basic tongue." As if on cue, Sukaraken's eyes rolled back, his voice fading as he muttered, "This can't be happening." Sukaraken collapses, unable to believe what's happening, screaming that he severed the connection. Just then, Johann Josh clapped his hands from behind, muttering with a grin, "This cruelty is delightful. I couldn't have imagined what the inner workings of the Faceless One were like. But what are you doing? Then we've never been so sincere with you, have we?" Sukaraken gritted his teeth, glaring back without a word. Then Johann Josh turned to Kim Gujin, saying, "It was quite the double plan," and told Isaac to head to Batspa Viba. But then he turned back to Sukaraken, and Johann Josh chuckled. "So weak. So pathetic. So, if you keep your head down like that, are you begging for your life?" He didn't realize that Sukaraken had lowered his head to bite down on his sword. He plants his left foot, each step digging into the ground. Then with a sweep, he bites down on his sword, using every ounce of strength to propel himself forward. Seeing this, Johann Josh turned around in shock, and Legina and Kim Gujin immediately turned to react. They weren't prepared, and Sukaraken sliced right through them. When he stopped on the other side, the three of them were still standing, though Johann Josh was swaying slightly. Kim Gujin, shield in hand, glances back, while a stunned Legina stares in disbelief. Johann Josh, disoriented, turned and asked, "Ajax," but before he could finish, he collapsed, bisected. Meanwhile, Sukaraken wondered how Ajax obtained the shield of Yggdrasil. The bastard deceived him. He gritted his teeth and charged forward, but quickly, Sukaraken's vision blurred, leaving only Ajax's indifferent expression, and he collapsed to the ground like Johann Josh. Johann Josh, lying on the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood, then angrily roared, "You bastard! Ajax! You dog! Moo! Save me!" Johann Josh stared at the figure before him, but Kim Gujin indifferently replied, "It was my oversight. My apologies." Just then, Li Jina approached, saying, "Hey, you don't have to act so innocent, do you? The agony of the subordinates you killed is now your own." With that, both of them were drawn to a noise from the other side. That's where Sukaraken fell, and now he's lying flat on his back. Sukaraken scoffed, telling them not to act like heroes. With their moralizing, it was sickening, and he was waiting to see what tragic end awaited them. Now only 2 survivors remain in this dungeon. "Do you really think you can catch the Sphinx with just 2 people? Fools," Sukaraken muttered, closing his eyes. Just then, Kim Woo-jin stepped forward and replied, "Yes, you're right. I don't know what foolishness you speak of. To pursue the ideal of making the world a better place." He recalls fighting alongside his comrades, shoulder to shoulder, all sharing the same goal. A misunderstanding arose as Kim Woo-jin plunged his sword into the ground, asking, "Then what about you? Even knowing it's foolish, but you still dream of saving the world." As he said this, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Sukaraken was startled, but Kim Woo-jin continued, pausing for a moment before sneering. Sukaraken bursts out, "Save the world? What nauseating nonsense are you spouting? Even if we clear all the dungeons and end this game. So, can we really save this broken world? Those who have overcome will send. Otherwise, there will be great chaos. Isaac, you know how the world is now ruled by players who've gained immense wealth and power. If we become the rulers after this battle, you think this world will descend into chaos now that we rule, or will it be saved?" Kim Woo-jin suddenly cut him off. "Wait." He raised his sword and said, "I don't want to hear any more. But this blade is too long." If he had a chance to start over, Kim Woo-jin cut him off, gripping his sword and striking. Blood splattered into the air as Sukaraken uttered one final cry. After killing him, he slowly continued. At that time, I hope you become someone worthy of the name swordsman. Meanwhile, Li Jin wondered what that guy's grudge was against the Salvation Society. When suddenly, someone called his name. He turned to see what was happening, and was shocked to find a notification the Shadow World representative's vampire skill has been activated. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin opens his mouth as two fangs gradually grow longer his vampire form, radiating a murderous aura. Vampire. Acceptance condition. Agent of the Underworld. Skill level, legendary. You can become a vampire. A member of the family of the night. Continuously consuming magic while maintaining the skill. All physical strength is greatly enhanced. Stamina increases by up to 50%. 50% stamina recovery when using items and skills. Movement speed increases by 50%. The longer it lasts into the night. All stats are doubled. Li Jin, witnessing this, stammered in fear. What is this? This form? Just then, Kim Gu-jin interrupted him, saying, now it's just the two of us. I can't see anything. Hearing this, Li Jin retreated in confusion, asking, what's going on? Meanwhile, he smirks with bloodlust, muttering, let's go, before the night ends. The scene shifts to someone opening a door and entering a room. That's Jisoo, walking inside with her head down. And before her is what appears to be someone's office. She sighs wearily, her gaze drifting downwards. Jisoo is recalling the past. A man's voice softly calling her name. Jisoo, it's Ha's birthday today. And when Lee Jin-soo asks, she replies, isn't it? He then asks if it's Jisoo's birthday. And as she washes dishes, she replies without turning around, no. Hearing this, Jin-soo began to eat, still asking questions. Really no, are you ready for school? Jisoo quietly replies, yes. She then praises, I wonder who my daughter takes after. Being so smart and capable, she was used to his words and replied, who else would I be like you? Dad. Then Jisoo asked, are you going abroad for a while? Dad. Jisoo heard this and, with tears welling up, muttered, Jisoo, when did our daughter grow up so much? Come here. Give your dad a hug. He lunged forward to embrace her. Later, seeing Jisoo about to leave, he asked, are you leaving now? Aren't you going to eat? She slowly replied that she had already set the table and eaten, and he smiled happily. Speechless, as Jisoo reached for the doorknob, she heard her father's voice again, Jisoo, take care of yourself while I'm away on business. Seeing him pause, Jisoo turned back, only to be met with a barrage of instructions. Be careful on the road, and if a prison break happens while I'm gone, you know all the safe houses to hide in. Right, I know it's a bother, but please be a little nicer to your friends. Listen, don't stress too much about studying. Go out and have fun sometimes. And don't save your allowance, spend it like you're supposed to. And the elevator begins its descent from the 7th floor as Jisoo waves goodbye once more, telling his daughter, the most beautiful girl in the world, to be good to Shin-hee and have fun at school. Jisoo paused, then slowly replied, yes, I'll go to school and come back. A moment later, a red pedestrian signal appeared at a traffic light. A crowd waits at the crosswalk for the light to change, and Jisoo overhears their conversation. Someone exclaimed, look, Hansong Group is on the news, another replied. Hansong Group, I heard their stock has been soaring lately. As the words left his lips, she flinched at the name. Hansong. Then, Jisoo looked up at the billboard the two men had mentioned. It's a news report about the Hansong Group, now a leader in training players for the future of Korea. Lost in thought, Jisoo didn't notice someone calling her name. Jusoo. Hey. Lee Jisoo. Hearing the louder call, Jisoo finally turned around, and the other person continued. You're just standing there. Spaced out. What's wrong? Seeing who called her, she breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, it's Sin-hye. Seeing Park Sin-hye, Jisoo could only manage a surprised ah. Unsure of what to say, Park Sin-hye looked up at what Jisoo had been staring at, so that's what she was looking at. She gazed up as well, saying nothing. The news still focuses on the Hansong Group, which is restructuring to develop players. Just then, Jisoo asked Park Sin-hye why she was going to school so early. But she replied, I'm not going to school right now. Your girl's becoming a player these days. But do you know what's going on? Jisoo asked what was going on, and Park Sin-hye slowly explained that a gate had formed beneath her lecturing father's company building not long ago. You know? Right, she nodded. Yeah. This is still a secret. Park Sin-hye continued seriously. saying that a dungeon break might be about to occur, and she was heading there now. Jisoo hesitantly asks what she'll do if her father finds out, but she nonchalantly replies that he's always worrying about nothing, still worried about her friend. Jisoo was interrupted by Park Sin-hye, who declared, "I'm a player too." He said he'd focus on developing players from now on. "So why exclude me? Just you wait. I'll show him I'm stronger than that Lee Seon-jun guy. And I'll prove it." Knowing she wouldn't listen, Jisoo remained silent as Park Sin-hye dragged her into a photo booth. "Stop making that face and come here for a second. Today's the day you register as a player. So we have to take a commemorative photo." And so, the two of them captured a photo to commemorate their first day as players. The memories fade. And now, the photo shows only half of Park Sin-hye. "Jisoo." Head bowed, mutters Park Sin-hye's name as she stands before a board plastered with details about her. Jisoo's eyes blaze with hatred and a fierce determination to act. As news reports flood in, the Salvation Society, the first in the world to clear the 7th floor dungeon, and Lee Se-jun is chosen as the world's most influential player. The dream of conquering the 7th floor has been realized. I wonder when they'll conquer the 8th. Lee Se-jun is the best mom. I want to be like him when I grow up. Someone wondered why there was no information about Isaac and Johan, to which someone replied, "Why would a domestic article write about foreigners?" The commenter seemed quite annoyed. "Mind your own business, you mutt." One retorted, "So what if I do? I like it that way." The comments abruptly ceased at this point. The scene shifts to a dark room, where Park Sin-hye sits nervously in a chair, glancing sideways, while Noda Higiru surveys their surroundings with a sharp look. Just then, a voice from the shadows asks, "Isaac." "What is it, Isaac?" Hesitant and worried, replies, "That thing." The scene shifts to a dungeon where a golem is ferociously battling, while a sphinx is being choked by a fire golem. Below ground, Lee Gina suddenly appears, plunging a spear into the sphinx, aided by a bone golem. Seeing the blood gush out, Lee Gina grit his teeth and exclaimed, "Excellent." Finally breached. After piercing the sphinx, he fell backward. At that moment, Kim Gujin leaped into the wound, channeling the Maka transformation as he pressed his hand against it, preparing to cast something. Just then, a notification appeared. The Hell Messenger's blood-sucking skill has been activated, triggering the Maka Stream blood-sucking combination skill, increasing the blood-sucking skill's recovery rate by 100%. Immediately, Kim Gujin leaned back, seemingly draining the Sphinx's blood, and grinned with satisfaction. The Sphinx, sensing something amiss, gritted its teeth and tried to turn back, but it was too late. A cloud of dust erupted around it, and a notification appeared. The Hell Messenger's blood mist skill had been activated. Startled, Lee Gina turned to see both the Sphinx and the fire golem enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. Elsewhere, Kim Gujin also seems to be engulfed in this smoke, his eyes burning red. And when the smoke clears, Kim Gujin is revealed, looking like a demon. A notification appears. The blood golem has been summoned. Back in the dark room, Park Sin-hye anxiously reports, "I've sent Isaac, Johan, and the Sword Saint to the A+ rank 6th floor dungeon in anicap." From the opposite seat, Noda Hajiro asks who ultimately approved this, followed by Sungwoo, who urges him to calm down. "Listen to the situation first." Noda Hajiro slammed his hand on the table. He sternly warned him, "I wasn't asking you," while Baek Sin-hye reassured them both. "It was my judgment alone that led to this. But don't worry too much. Because I've already prepared for this, I gave the Sword Saint the Hades helmet and helmet shoes. While it's true I sent Johan as bait, he's a formidable fighter in his own right. And no matter how skilled Isaac is, his chances of surviving and escaping this tomb it can only be 0, Shinya confidently states, causing Hajiro to frown in silence. Even as Lee Shidun pondered her words, someone slammed their hand on the table, declaring she was far too confident. Startled, Shinya turns to see a bright circle materialize on the table. Seeing this, Lee She suddenly smirked deviously. As the scene shifts to a car pulling up to a building, Youngwon stepped out of the car, head bowed, as his secretary rushed towards him. "Director, it's a disaster." He asked her, "What's wrong?" The secretary whispered a report into Book Youngwon's ear. Upon hearing the news, he was shocked, exclaiming, "What, that guy then?" The two hurried inside the building. Elsewhere, a man manipulates 2 large marbles in his hands. It's Hyo Frey, with Sakura lurking behind him. Just then, as Book Youngwon and his secretary entered the room, Hyo Frey smirked menacingly. Scene change, a notification appears, stating Spins has been eliminated, right where Johann Josh was sliced in two. Suddenly, his severed head levitates, and a golden light begins to fuse his body back together, illuminating the entire area. Another notification appears: you have used the Hell Messenger's Undead Return skill. This is Undead Return, a unique skill usable by those level 50 and above. The dead pass through the red eyes of Charon, cross the river Styx, and return to the world of the living. This skill activates when the holder dies while conquering a dungeon. All abnormal effects on his body are reversed, and his health and mana are restored to their maximum. No rewards can be claimed upon successful completion. This skill is a one-time use and disappears after activation. Immediately, Johann Josh's body was rejoined. As if he had been resurrected, Johann Josh's eyes burned with hatred and resolve as he leaned back, the air around him dissipating as if blown by the wind, the dungeon forest at night concealing hidden battles. Golden sunlight bathes the sky as Eon Wan's voice, slightly hoarse, betrays his unease to visit me so suddenly and speak of such things. I'm at a loss. Heelfrey leaned in, his voice probing and cold, yet still calm and calculating. Why? Do you need more time to think? As soon as the question left his lips, the air grew eerily still. Eon Wan narrowed his eyes, suspicion rising. He wants me to join him in clearing the 7th floor dungeon. Why would I accept such an offer? Heelfrey toyed with the stone in his hand, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Lisa June is running around with the title of floor sweeper. You don't want that to happen, do you? Eon Wan's voice hardened. So, you want to join forces? Heelfrey pondered, a slight smile creeping across his lips. A smile, neither mocking nor accepting. Well, if you want to split the forces, it'll be you joining the dungeon, while Isaac and I sweep through it together in the future. Eon Wan frowned, his voice lowered with suspicion. Participate, he responded with an icy glare. Yes, participate. Eon Wan scratches a long line across the table, seemingly enraged. As the air thickens, sparks fly in Eon Wan's eyes as his grating voice booms through the room. Are you provoking me now? In my own territory, I believe that's what you meant. Pak Eon Wan. A terrifying dark aura spreads through the room, and Sakura takes a step back, muttering in fear and surprise. A bloodthirsty frenzy. I didn't expect him to lose his composure like this. Contrary to Sakura's fear, Heelfrey remained calm, wondering what Pak Eon Wan meant by provocation. As sparks flickered on his hand, asking if that was his idea of a challenge, he narrowed his eyes, tilted his head, and smirked with mockery and challenge, wondering what would happen between two people of the same caliber. The power from his hand spread through his body and into the room, two hungry beasts of power colliding. One, fueled by anger, the other by amusement. Elsewhere, a red, bird-shaped cup is gently placed on a table as Chairman Cheon sips his coffee and chuckles. Instant coffee is still the best. He frowned, shrugged helplessly, and chuckled as he spoke of his strange habit. If I just buy the coffee powder, it won't suit my taste because it's too bitter. You know, Jisoo couldn't help but laugh, remembering the instant coffee and paper cup he'd brought back from his meeting with the Phoenix Society. Suddenly, she spoke up. President. Whispering to Jisoo, Roa delivers startling news. The Thunderbirds and Park Young-won have made contact. Xe Chan's excitement is evident, a smile playing on his lips finally. A major battle is brewing. He smirked, his eyes gleaming with interest. As things were about to get very interesting, let's see how this all unfolds. Suddenly, Xe Chan eyes her suspiciously, a hint of concern in his voice. Where are you going? Secretary Lee. She stands, adjusts her coat, and replies curtly. I'm meeting a friend. Xe Chan looks incredulous. A friend? You. Secretary Lie. Jisoo tilted her head, unfazed by his reaction. Whatever it was. Seeing this, Xe Chan frantically waved his hands as if surrendering, urging her to leave quickly. No. No. Just go. She smiles softly, her eyes gentle as she departs, saying, I'll be back soon. Xe Chan watches her disappear through the door, sighing. A friend. Huh. The scene shifts to a narrow alley in Cairo, where flickering yellow lights reflect off the rough brick walls and alley in Cairo's black market. Icub. Inside, a dimly lit den of drinkers reveals three figures. A man reaches out, his voice hoarse. Something's coming, and it's potent. Take that promise. Then, thank you. Johann Josh chuckled softly, a hint of regret in his eyes. At first, I thought you'd betrayed me. He glances at the person next to him. Isaac A. Kim Gugin sighs, looking into the distance as if talking to himself. Well, a promise is just a promise. The image of a resurrected being appears. As Johann Josh's face is seen, panicked and gasping for breath, he unexpectedly touches a hat that's fallen to the ground. And beneath it, a note left by someone, please return after use. Johann Josh picked up the hat, a sinister smile spreading across his face. If he left this behind, his voice drops, eyebrows furrowing slightly. You already knew I had the necromancy skill, didn't you? Frankly, I can't beat you, Isaac. Johann Josh is suspicious, wondering how he could possibly know that. Kim Gujin smirked, a bitter edge to his voice as he recalled having to kill Johann twice because of that skill. Even now, regret flickered in Johann Josh's eyes. Too, he should have just let him die there. Kim Gujin's voice continued. As for how I know, that's none of your concern. His eyes shone with admiration, mixed with a hint of coolness. Hearing Johann Josh say that, Kim Gujin spat out what he was drinking. He leans in, voice full of emotion, as if admitting what he's always hidden from the judging eyes of others. No matter what, you're still cool, Isaac. My hidden love. Kim Gujin frowned, helpless. None of these people are normal. Then, his voice turned cold as he mentioned one thing, however, because of this, he's officially dead. The coldness was evident in his voice as he continued. So, from now on, don't do anything foolish. Live in deadly silence. Gujin glanced over his shoulder, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Otherwise, the Messiah will come looking for you. Johann Josh fell silent, unsure of what to say. Kim Gujin turned to leave. Then I'll be going. Suddenly, Johann Josh jumped up, shouting, please, wait a moment. Isaac. Min turns his head, hearing the shout, a look of suspicion on his face, as Johann Josh pleads desperately, clinging to a final hope, please, let me come with you. I beg you. Lee Gina's face contorted in anger, then shifted to utter shock. Kim Gujin glances at Johann Josh, lost in thought, while elsewhere, Buksong stands by a window, sunlight streaming into his quiet office. Ah. He smiles mysteriously, lightly touching his lips, confidence and calculation in his eyes. In the dark office, the computer screen illuminates the space. Breaking news flashes across the screen. Politics, economics, society, world events. The Isaac Association has purged 6 levels of the Indian prison, finding no survivors. The unanswered question remains, why couldn't Isaac save Johann? The death of Johann Josh has people lining up to pay their respects. Hearing the knock, she doesn't turn, but simply glances over, and with a calm voice, tells them to leave. The door opens slightly, and the doorman's polite voice guides, this way, please, as Jesus follows, heading towards where Baek Sunye is standing. His eyes showed no warmth as he looked at her. Long time no see. It seems something happened between them, as Jesus's eyes were no different from his. Through the misty glass, 2 figures sit in silence. Putting down her coffee, he speaks. I was worried sick when you disappeared without a word. Where have you been, and what have you been doing lately? I was surprised to hear from you. Jesus placed her hands on her lap, head bowed in silence. After a moment, Jesus finally spoke softly. There's something I want to ask you. Startled by her response, Bak Sang-hee wondered. Ask me. I mean, I'm sure you have a lot you want to ask. It's been so long, but I'm still a little sad. You haven't even asked how I've been. Not even once. Aren't you being a little cold to your friend, even after 3 years? You haven't changed at all. Jesus suddenly cuts her off. My father. Hearing those words, she begins to tremble. Jesus continued, his tone icy. Did you kill him? Bae recalled the image of a man lying in a pool of blood. She collapses, her body trembling with fear, her face pale and covered in cold sweat, her eyes beginning to water. A figure approached, catching her attention, gazing down with cold eyes. Then, the mysterious figure extends a hand, and her pupils dilate in terror as she's paralyzed, her face turning pale with utter bewilderment. Torn from his thoughts, Baek Sung-hee returns to reality, unable to face Jisoo. He looks away and retorts, what nonsense are you talking about? A strange object appears, and then she asks her about her father, who died in a dungeon raid. I don't know what information you've heard that would make you ask me this. But Jisoo, I swear, that's not true. The information you received is wrong. She clenched her fist, and then Jisoo said, you haven't changed at all. You can never tell a lie. Ah, calmly replies. What is it, Baksin? Hai looks at the objects on the table and asks. This is a neat stack of documents appearing before me. The Hansung Group Dungeon Accident Victim List. Bakseung Hui silently picked it up and read as Jisoo continued, revealing the reason for her father's death. I know it wasn't monsters or a dungeon explosion. I believe you have something to tell me. Seeing no result, she gets up to leave, and Jisoo says disappointedly, maybe I was wrong. Baek Seung-ye bit her lip, as if struggling with herself, and as her footsteps faded, she suddenly called out, Wait. What are you implying? You disappeared for 3 years, only to ask if I killed him. What's wrong with you? You trust these papers more than your friend's words. So, if you really think I killed your father, what are you going to do? Take revenge? At this point, what could you possibly do to me? Know your place. Do you even know who I am? Or what position I hold? Without turning, Jisoo replies, I know very well Bak Sin-hee, CEO of Hansung, and Vice President of the Messiah Association. Jisoo turns, her eyes filled with a threatening aura. You'll soon find out what I can do. Cut to a cold, high-rise building shrouded in night, where a lone figure stands silhouetted on a brightly lit balcony. Gazing intently into the void, the mysterious figure clenched his fist, thinking, Ji Nguyen. Inside a room, two opposing powers. One, a blinding thunder. The other, a crimson hell, collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. The shockwave from the energy clash explodes outward, shaking the building violently, and a blast tears through the sky. In the meeting room, Hugh Fry raised his hands to stop them, saying, Don't fight meaninglessly. We don't need to waste each other's time like this. I just want us to reach an agreement before we proceed with our work. Youngwon remained silent as he continued. Write a Ji Nguyen here, right now. Youngwon scoffed. A Ji Nguyen. What nonsense are you spouting? Hugh Frey confidently interjects. Don't misunderstand. It's just a simple vow. You see, in a tiered dungeon, we can't guarantee our survival, so let's make arrangements for our guild members in advance. Those who would panic if one of us died in the dungeon, and merge into one guild if the other is killed. Secretary Kim was shocked. He explained that since this was Metsaya Guild's first time clearing a swarm dungeon, the world would be watching them. The problem is, neither of us can afford to sit this out. But trying to clear a swarm dungeon with our current strength is basically suicide. Whether you like it or not, shouldn't we try to clear it by joining forces with others? Now, let's put all the lies aside and be honest with each other. You see, I'm a very greedy person, so I have no intention of sharing the fame and rewards with anyone after conquering the layered dungeon. Aren't you and I the same kind of people? I came to you because I know you're the type to stab me in the back once we reach the 7th floor. Am I wrong? So, what I'm saying is, we should write our wills before entering the dungeon. With that thought, Yeongwon sighed and stepped inside. A red aura appeared behind him, and a voice startled Yeongwon. You seem to have a lot on your mind. A pair of legs, crackling with power, slowly approached. He looked at Kim Gugin, thinking. Yeongwon didn't even sense his presence. Yeongwon asked coldly, How long have you been here? He nonchalantly replies that he just arrived. And Kim Gugin wonders why he's been so quiet lately. Yeongwon replied, Looks like you just came back from Egypt with Isaac. He responded, Yes. It was a special mission you sent me on, wasn't it? Yeongwon urged, Use this opportunity to convince Isaac to take care of that bastard Johan. Kim Gugin chuckled, saying it was difficult to sit next to Isaac and convince him to kill Johan, as he's stubborn. Even when entering dungeons, he's not easily persuaded. Hearing this, he turned to Lan Kan and said, Very well. It's good that you eliminated Johan. Yeongwon realizes he not only convinced Isaac, but also cleared 6 dungeon floors with him. Yeongwon gripped the railing, saying he told him to keep things quiet so it wouldn't spread. Yeongwon questioned why Isaac hadn't cleared Johan's name with the press. Kim Gugin chuckled. I have no idea what Isaac is thinking. Who could understand that genius brain? He continues, who became a media darling by clearing a 6-story dungeon in record time after awakening. And above all, Isaac isn't my subordinate, Kim Gugin continued, saying he couldn't make Isaac do as he wished. Even outside the dungeon, Yeongwon thought to himself, well, he's not wrong, cleared his throat. Yes. Johan has indeed been eliminated as I wished. So, let's just move on. He says it's because he hasn't seen my face in a long time. Yeongwon glanced at him, saying he wanted their relationship to be a little clearer, if possible. Kim Gugan realizes that his defeat of Loi Wang on the 7th floor was connected to him. As Eong Wan leans against the railing, arms crossed, and speaks, "Even if Isaac isn't your subordinate, it's undeniable that your machinations are very effective on him," he continued. "When Isaac, Loi Wang, and I try to clear the 7th floor dungeon together, your presence will be very important." He reached into his pocket and said, "Well, if it's you, I understand." Eong-won smiled and asked, "You'll only go if there's a reward, right?" Kim Gugan was startled, exclaiming, "That," as he produced a glowing key. Suddenly, a blue light appeared, gradually forming a spatial vortex. As he calmly watched him, Eong-won said confidently, "Now, follow me to Eong-won's armory." He turned toward the vortex, then back, saying, "Choose one you like from among these." As he entered the vortex, he added, "The reward is well worth repaying you and Isaac." Kim Gugan followed close behind, a sly grin on his face. Warning, "Don't you regret this." Cut to the neighborhood, where Chairman O exclaims, "What, you did that? It's not like you at all." Secretary Lee, arriving at the Hansung Group's main office. He rests his hand on the doorknob and says, "Aside from the fact that I cherish you, Secretary Lee, I think what you've done this time is a bit too much to overlook." "You know," Exi-chan asked her, "what do we gain by provoking Bak Sinhye?" Jesus hesitated, wondering what consequences their provocation of Bak Sinhye might bring. Jesus gazed thoughtfully into his tea and wondered what could help them escape this situation, as he recalled Bak Sinhye's terrified face when arrows were fired at her. In the distance stands Noda Hajiro, glaring at her with rage, and behind him, a sharp sword. Bak Sinhye is too afraid to look. Back in the present, Jesus rises and says it will be decided by her choice. Exi-chan looks up at her, and the scene shifts to night as Hilfrey approaches. He approaches the waiting car, greeted by Sakura, who bows and opens the door, saying, "It's been a long day, Chairman." As the convoy moves, Hilfrey asks from inside the car how the 7th floor dungeon preparations are progressing. Sakura, from the front seat, turned and replied, "Its difficulty is C+, and we were looking for a suitable dungeon to debut it." He inquired, "A C+ difficulty dungeon? Where is it located? And is there anything important to report?" Sakura flipped through the pages and replied, "It's located in Pakistan, and importantly, an armed terrorist group is occupying the area around the gate." She continued, reporting that some of them were high-level players, adding that the Pakistani government was having difficulty accessing the area because of this. Hilfrey chuckled, asking, "Even if they are players, terrorists and the like are no match for us. So is that all you have to report?" She added that Kim Gujin is at headquarters, which made him smirk. As the scene shifts to red leaves blowing in the wind, Kim Gujin waits in the room as Hilfrey enters, saying, "Well, it's been a while," prompting Kim Gujin to look up and stand. Kim Gujin extends his hand. "It's been a while." Hilfrey chuckles. "Indeed. It has been far too long." Hilfrey sneers, calling him Pak Yong-won's dog as he grabs Kim Gujin's hand, a surge of energy erupting. Kim Gujin recoils, demanding what he means by that. He then asks why he would go out of his way to meet him, to which Hilfrey sinisterly grins as he releases his hand, prompting Kim Gujin to pull away. He rubbed his hand and said he didn't know how to react to such a fierce welcome. Sakura clicked her tongue in annoyance, and Hilfrey chuckled, asking if he had completed the task assigned to him. Kim Gujin eyed him, thinking that his calm demeanor couldn't be a trick. Even though Pak Yong-won was publicly known as a 6th-floor conqueror like the Thunder King, he replies, "Of course." Kim Gujin thinks, when it comes to power alone, the Thunder King is no match for Pak Yong-won. He declared that Isaac would, in the deepest level of the dungeon, Kim Gujin finished, kill Pak Yong-won, and Hilfrey grinned at his words. That evening, in the war zone, Allah observed through binoculars as tanks moved along the road, kicking up dust. Not just one, but an entire convoy of tanks is aggressively advancing, leaving Allah in a state of panic. He frantically ran and shouted. Commander Allah pointed into the distance and said to Monty, "You must come and see this." He continued, "There are some strange tanks." But before he could finish, a bullet pierced his head. Horrified by the scene, Monty immediately took cover behind a rock. His mind racing, the explosion followed the gunshot instantly. Monty looked back. Realizing his opponent was a monster who could accurately headshot targets from 500 meters away, he peeked out, calculating that he needed to know their exact location to counterattack. Monty wondered if that was the direction the bullet came from. But before he could finish the thought, a second bullet struck him in the head. The sound of gunfire echoed through the mountains as shell casings ejected from the sniper rifle. Sakura smiled. Target eliminated at 765 meters. Hyufrey praised Sakura's marksmanship, remarking on the satisfying sound of the shot as he lowered his binoculars. Hyufrey asked how long until they secured the area around the gate, as they watched tanks begin to fire. Shells exploding everywhere. Sakura smugly replied, "Less than 10 minutes. On the other side, Kim Gugin, Lee Jin-ah, and Park Yong-won were ready as well. Cut to scenes of numerous news reports covering the alliance between the Thunderbirds, Firebirds, and Mokos guilds, along with other related news. Lee Se-jun silently stared at the computer screen, then spoke. The reaction of the Salvation Society of Asia. He asked Park Shin-hee, "What do you think, Vice Chairman?" He then asked if she thought they should make a statement to the public. But An Gok paused, saying it probably wasn't necessary. Park Shin-hee was stunned as Lee Se-jun suddenly stood and approached her. Lee Se-jun wondered where he'd seen that familiarity before. While Park Shin-hee was too terrified to meet his gaze, Lee Se-jun continued, "Ah, that's right. It was that time. The first time I met you." He recalled the moment Park Shin-hee had slumped down, staring at him. Back in the present, Lee Se-jun walks past Park Shin-hee, saying, "I thought we were alike back then." He scoffs, "But I guess I was wrong." Lee Se-jun suddenly puts his hand on Park Shin-hee's shoulder, making her flinch. He says softly, "Enough about the past. The future is what matters." As Lee Se-jun walks away, he says that even though it should be obvious, he has no intention of doing that. Meanwhile, the building is engulfed in flames. Lee Se-jun emphasizes that this is the act of terrorists who despise the players. He glanced at her and asked, and Park Shin-hee nodded slightly. Her eyes filled with fear. Lee Se-jun coldly turned and left. But even after he was gone, Park Shin-hee gritted her teeth, her body trembling. Cut to Xe-chan, who slams a stack of papers on the table, yelling, "Damn it! Are they crazy?" Jisoo immediately notices and asks what's wrong. Xe-chan bitterly remarks that the bastards at the Salvation Society have finally opened their mouths. Park Shin-hee's picture is on the front page with a headline, and other newspapers are reporting related stories. Xe-chan slams his hand on the table, exclaiming that it can't continue to happen, that the government is even licensing them. "So you're saying that if you want to, you can use the military against the people whenever you want," he says helplessly. No one knows what those Salvation Society people are really thinking. Xe-chan turned to Jisoo and said that if things continued this way, their power would only grow. Then, he clasped his hands together in a plea. "Lee Se-jun, please save this world." Jisoo was speechless, thinking she'd heard this speech one too many times. Suddenly, Xe-chan exclaimed, "I'm right, aren't I, Secretary Lee?" But suddenly, a phone rang, drawing Oh-chan's attention away, and he rushed to answer it. Saying hello, the voice on the other end said, "Long time no see." Recognizing the familiar voice, Chairman Shaw exclaimed, "Oh my, who is this? Could it be?" He continued. "A hunter with a tongue of fire," Frank Swazero retorted. "I'm busy, so I'll be brief. I just read the report." He asked if he knew what he was doing when he ordered Kim Long's stomach enzymes to Pakistan. Xe-chan laughed and replied, "Oh, that," he said gleefully that he didn't know anything about it. He just ordered it the way he was told. Frank Swazero was speechless, not knowing what to say to Xe-chan. He's too reckless, gifting something so precious without knowing its use. What a madman. Xe-chan rubbed his hands together and said, "Well," the customer said, as he thought to himself. His voice is like a drain pipe. He continued, "I will kill." Frank Swazero flinched, asking, "Who kill who?" Hello, the call disconnected. Displaying, "Cannot connect call from this location." Frank Swazero stared at the screen, frustrated. Damn it. What the hell was that? Cut to the space gate, where Kim Gujin, Lee Jin-ah, and Johan Jock, disguised as Isaac, observed intently. Standing before the gate were Park Young-won and Hyufrey, the former glancing suspiciously at the latter, who simply smirked, knowing everyone has their own agenda. Suddenly, a young man approached and asked, "Are you Isaac?" Lee Jin-ah and Johan Jock turned in surprise. The young man spoke up. "A package has arrived for you." "Sir." Lee Jin-ah was puzzled. A package. Kim Gujin quickly waved his hand. Isaac. Let me. Hearing this, the delivery man insisted that he couldn't, that the recipient had to personally receive and sign for the package. He was close by anyway, and intimidated by his fierce expression. The young man fearfully said, Yes. Here you are. Lee Jin-ah rushed over to see. He watched Kim Gujin eagerly open the package as Lee Jin-ah asked what he had ordered. He replied, Dragon stomach enzymes. Johann Jacques thought in astonishment. Dragon stomach enzymes. Lee Jin-ah crosses his arms, sighing. I thought it'd be something interesting. But stomach acid, what do you even need that for? Johann Jacques strokes his chin, wondering if he's heard of this before. Supposedly, dragon stomach bile allows one to see the true nature of a sealed item. He continued, saying that the dragon's stomach fluid is like a sealed item. Both are rare. And he'd only heard rumors until now. Johann Jacques teases that Spacebar doesn't seem to know anything, while Kim Gujin secretly contemplates that he clearly knows about it. Teased. Lee Jin-ah retorted, What, who said I don't know? I know everything. Johann Jacques smirks. Okay. I get it. While Kim Gujin is speechless at their playful banter, Lee Jin-ah turns and says, Kimji. Or rather, comrade, can we just ignore this guy and go in by ourselves? He snapped, saying, He's the bastard who killed his own subordinates. How can you trust him enough to let him into the dungeon with us? Johann Jacques chuckled. How could he trust me? He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a tattoo. With trust like this, Lee Jin-ah turned away, retorting that there's nothing worthy enough to measure a man who's returned from hell. I don't trust him. And that's final. Kim Gujin remained silent. He wondered to himself, a soul contract, as he recalled Johann Jacques begging for help. Please, let me come with you. Lee Jin-ah was shocked by his words. While I remained silent, Lee Jin-ah exclaims, Where do you think you're going? Is this a game? But Johann Jacques cuts her off, saying he doesn't know what's going on. He explains that Isaac has a grudge against the Salvation Society, and he's bound by contract. Unable to do anything, Johann Jacques says maniacally that he'd rather see those insects squirm under Isaac's hand. Kim Gujin coldly asks what guarantee he has that Johann won't betray him, and why he should trust him enough to make him an ally. Lee Jin-ah pointed out, Why are you even arguing with him? Johann Jacques slammed a piece of paper on the table and interrupted again. I have this. The paper reveals a soul contract, a rare skill usable from level 1 onward, allowing the user to designate someone and create a pact to entrust their soul to that person. You can inherit a portion of the beneficial effects from the skills and items that person uses. At most, you can inherit 50%. You can't change the designated person if they die, or if they declare the contract terminated. Your stats will drop to 0. Johann Jacques declared that with this pact, he could never betray Isaac, for he could die at any moment if Isaac wished it. Legina is shocked. Is he crazy? What if Isaac tells him to die? He whispers. Isaac has had countless chances to kill me, but he hasn't. Johann Jacques continued. He's not one to do unnecessary things, and he wouldn't want me dead right now, as long as I promise not to cause trouble. Back in the present, Kim Gujin thinks to himself that Johann Jacques is right. This skill is more beneficial than harmful, but he never expected him to put the noose around his own neck like that. Kim Gujin couldn't understand him, but shouted, Let's raid the dungeon. Johann Jacques turns and asks Legina what item seal she plans to open, to which he retorts, Why would we tell you? He chuckled, replying that they were allies now. Kim Gujin glanced back and said, You'll know soon enough. Later that night, a fire illuminated a clearing in the forest. Legina and Johann Jacques were fast asleep, leaving only Kim Gujin awake. Staring at the system screen, eliminate 111. 111 goblins to advance to the second level. Remaining goblins 20. 317. Kim Gujin calculated silently. The conditions are the same as before. Floor 3 will be 333. 333 goblins. Floor 4 will be 444. 444. And so on, he pondered, realizing that the 7th level would be a swarm of goblins, just as the dungeon's name implied. Kim Gujin swiped at the system screen, his eyes intently focused as the status window appeared. Kim Gujin, Level 1, 176. Title Emissary of the Lower World. Stamina, 1,955. Vitality, 663. Mana, 1,335. Achievements, 158. Not bad. Kim Gujin thought to himself. Now at level 176. He smirked. I'll wrap this up in no time. The first, second, and third levels of the dungeon have been cleared, with 333 goblins defeated, and the fourth level is now open. The dungeon gate glowed brightly as Buk Yun-wan placed his hand upon it. He turned back to face Kim Gu-jin, Johan, Josh, and Lee Jina. Kim Gu-jin smiles at him, and Buk Yun-wan returns the smile, pushing open the gate to unleash a torrent of deathly energy. Suddenly, footsteps approach, and Kim Gu-jin glances back as Hilfrey asks if things are okay with Isaac. Kim Gu-jin replies that they are, and asks when the new plan will begin. He chuckled, saying that once they reach the fourth level, the alchemists, Isaac's group, and the Thunder Alchemists would continue their work from the previous levels. Focusing on eliminating the goblins, he continued, saying that in the chaos of battle, I should gather Isaac and the Golem Society, retreat, and give him the signal. Hilfrey, gazing at his spear, said that at that moment, he emphasized that he would take Yongwan's life. The Goblin Kingdom. Floor 4, the monster was struck hard on the head. Gang Zhe and his comrades fought the monsters with all their might. He took a breath, turned back, and said, "May I ask you something?" To which North Yongwan replied, "Ask away." Gang Zhe wondered if he trusted Kim Gu-jin, and North Yongwan glanced at him. Gang Zhe hypothesizes, saying he'll make Isaac his puppet. But is he the only one thinking that way? He continues, "I have a feeling Isaac is plotting something too." Gang Zhe pressed, "What if Isaac sides with NUS once the war starts?" Bak Yongwan paused, then smirked. He bluntly replies, "Then he'll just have to eat dirt." Gang Zhe asks in surprise, "Are you willing to bet your life on him? Do you really trust Kim Gu-jin that much?" But North Yongwan retorted, "No. I've never trusted anyone enough to entrust my life to them." He coldly turned his back and said, "I only trust myself, my own instincts." Gang Zhe tried to speak, but North Yongwan immediately cut him off, saying that in this tomb, NUS would die by his hand. He laughed, saying that the Thunder Society would be theirs. And that was all that mattered. Cut to a pillar of light shooting into the sky. The system displays that level 180 has been reached, and Lee Jin-ah watches Kim Gu-jin focusing on the pillar of light. The system announces that a messenger from hell is impressed with his skills, bestowing a title upon him. A glowing piece of paper appears before Kim Gu-jin, and he gently catches it. Lee Jin-ah rushed over, asking what he'd gotten, her eyes sparkling as she wondered if it was anything good. The paper reads, "Goddess of Death. Collection requirement. Granted by an emissary from hell. Collection level 150 or higher. Effect. Subject to the stench of the death goddess." Kim Gu-jin pushed Lee Jin-ah away, saying, "I don't know." He waved the paper, adding, "How would I know if it's good if I've never used it?" Lee Jin-ah was skeptical, thinking to herself, who knows why he talks like he knows everything. Johann Jobs, disguised as Isaac, arrives, saying, "Among the top players, Isaac must be the one the envoy from hell loves the most." He asks jokingly if he'll be granted more unknown powers and skills in the future, to which Lee Jin-ah replies through gritted teeth, "You really are." Suddenly, he has an idea, and says, "Listen, it seems you don't know." Johann Jobs looks puzzled. "Know what?" Lee Jin-ah confidently states that Isaac isn't strong, surprising him, as a system notification appears. "You have acquired the skill, Death Goddess Herald, from the Envoy of Hell." Lee Jin-ah pointed at Kim Gu-jin, declaring that the strong one was Kim Gu-jin, and then, pointing at Johann Jobs, questioned if he was Isaac. He's annoyed, wondering what's going on, claiming Johann Jobs is too big and that Isaac is just holding back, hiding in that form. Nearby, Kim Gu-jin pinches his cheek, saying, "No, this is my real face." Johann Jobs glares at him, shouting, "What?" Meanwhile, Hugh Fry suddenly calls out to Sakura, and seeing her startled expression, asks what's wrong. Is it because of Kim Gu-jin? Sakura quickly explains that she doesn't like his gaze at all. Not to mention he's currently acting as a spy between Hugh Fry and Park Young-won, adding that she doesn't believe he truly wants to cooperate with them. Hugh Fry retorts that they'll just have to take out all three of them, Park Young-won, Kim Gu-jin, and Isaac. Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "What but? All three of them are very strong." Sakura said, "Isaac can summon about 200 skeletons at once." She hesitated, but Hugh Fry replied that Park Young-won, Kim Gu-jin, and their subordinates wouldn't stand a chance against him, he continued. Even if they could defeat me, they wouldn't gain anything from this dungeon. He explained that he had already bribed the gatekeepers outside. Hugh Frey continues, saying that if he dies in this dungeon, thousands of stones will pierce their hides. The scene shifts. The system displays a message, and the wails of the death goddess echo, terrifying the goblins and rendering them unable to fight. The elves fall to their knees, clutching their heads in agony, as a powerful footstep echoes. Meanwhile, terrified goblins looked up as the skeletal knight appeared, and raised his sword, unleashing a flurry of sharp strikes. Meanwhile, Kim Gu-jin, Legina, and Johann Jocht quietly observed. Kim Gu-jin silently gazing at the Death Herald. Legina exclaimed in admiration. Wow. Amazing, you can do this now. So I don't have to go first anymore. Kim Gu-jin retorted. No. This isn't enough. Hearing that, he dejectedly asked. Oh. So I have to go back to being the tank. He looked over and replied. The skill's effectiveness is decreasing. He thought to himself. This skill doesn't do much damage and requires too much mana. Johann Jocht asked suspiciously. So you won't be using the Deathbringer this match? Kim Gu-jin crossed his arms, saying that even though the skill's effectiveness is decreasing, if there's a way to compensate, he waved the paper, adding that he'd still use it. The paper reads Summoning Calendar. Collection requirements. Usage granted by an emissary from Hell. Level 180 or higher. The effect by sacrificing a massive number of monsters, you can summon an immortal magic warrior. Legina asked in surprise. That, he exclaimed, is what we traded the Cyclops' magic eye for. Kim Gu-jin would tear the paper and smile, replying, Right. The system announces, the skill of the envoy of the god of death. Summoning history. Achievement. Summoning history has been accomplished. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot into the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared as Kim Gu-jin flinched. Johann Jocht and Legina were also stunned, as he exclaimed, What the hell is going on? Legina asks Kim Gu-jin if this was his plan all along, but as the dark vortex swirls, he simply replies, No. Lightning strikes him, and a dark aura appears as Indra stands powerfully before Kim Gu-jin, who hesitates. This is something I didn't expect. Indra asks what he will sacrifice, shocking Legina and Johann Jocht, who wonders about the sacrifice. Kim Gu-jin coldly asks if the goblins lying on the ground aren't enough of a sacrifice, as the poor creatures are drained by Seth's light and Indra's power. Meanwhile, Sakura stared up in astonishment, pointing towards the Seth pillar and exclaiming, Seth, look at that. Hilfrey coldly surveyed the scene, a vortex of lightning crackled in the sky. Sakura spoke up. That's Isaac's location. Do you know what's happening? Hilfrey muses. What a familiar sight. He thinks, it reminds me of when I made a pact with Indra. Has Isaac found a power source on par with Indra? Hilfrey clicked his tongue. Looks like our plans will have to change. He turned and said, Sakura, let's go. She hesitated. Yes. But where to? Hilfrey gripped his weapon, declaring they would eliminate any potential variables, then commanded them to move out as the scene shifted to Gangdae piercing a monster. He spoke up. Master, did you see that just now? Eonwan replied. Wasn't that where Isaac's team is fighting? Gange looks over and says, Yes. It makes me uneasy. Do you think Isaac might have gained a new skill? Hearing this, he replied that leveling up in the dungeon and gaining a new skill wasn't rare. Nodding in agreement, Eonwan observes that this skill is anything but ordinary, when suddenly, a lightning bolt streaks toward them with incredible speed, causing him to turn in alarm. The imp rushed over, crying out that his master had used his staff to block the lightning. He wondered what had just happened. At that moment, the lightning exploded, illuminating the entire forest. Eonwan collapses, his staff pierced by the lightning, and with a grimace, he asks, What is the meaning of this? From afar, Hyo Frey speaks, saying it seems a butterfly has intervened. Hyo Frey withdrew his spear from the golem's body, and Eonwan coldly questioned, Didn't we agree to cooperate until we defeated the Floor 7 boss? He replies, Oh, I've been thinking, and I don't think we need to cooperate anymore. Suddenly, Sakura sees something and warns, Chief, look. Hearing this, Hyo Frey glanced sideways, and Eonwan hesitated, noticing a dark figure standing tall on the hill. That's a lich. His body glows red as he raises his staff. The system displays that the lich has inherited the summoner's power. The system updates continuously. Frost Magician has been summoned. Dulahan has been summoned. Fire Golem has been summoned. The Death Herald has been summoned. And the number of all summoned creatures has doubled, summoning the Lich. Skill level S. By sacrificing a large number of monsters, you can summon an immortal mage. Skill effect S. It can't be helped that the summoned inherit power from the summoner until the immortal mage disappears. All of the summoner's skeletons and additional entities will double in number. Suddenly, a fire golem rose from the earth, followed by the skeletal lancer, and the bone soldier army appeared with a bang. Sakura laughed. Looks like that brat Kim Gujin kept his promise. But contrary to her excitement, Hilfrey looked pensive, thinking, no, something's wrong. The situation grew more tense than ever, while the Lich and Johann Josh, in Isaac's form, observed from above, beneath Kim Gujin's gaze. A formidable army gathers, ready for battle. As Hilfrey eyes his sly grin, he thought to himself, this Isaac is better than I imagined. At this rate, he wouldn't need to follow me or Park Young-won. I don't understand why he's been hiding his strength. He's the one who wants to fight. But whatever you desire, you won't achieve it. Because Hilfrey has awakened and is recovering his power. He secretly vowed that he would use any means necessary to achieve his goals. After Park Young-won, Isaac would be next. The ganger who possessed the divine subjugation skill. Young-won's eyes dart over as Hilfrey unleashes a torrent of energy. Screaming, die, but Young-won stands firm. Unfazed, his body radiates a crimson energy as he declares, I am Park Young-won, do you think I would die so easily here? As he finishes, his eyes dart to the side. A massive, electric blue energy blast, shaped like sharp arrows, descends to shred its target, wreaking havoc on the ground. Young-won paused to observe what was happening as Lee Jin-A stood in front of him, blocking the attacking force. Young-won asked, are you Isaac's ally? Lee Jin-A retorts, I'm not allied with any cultist. I'm Spacebar. Just Spacebar. Why does no one remember my name? Growing impatient, Young-won was about to speak when something caught his and Lee Jin-A's attention. The system announced that Gung-gae's divine punishment skill was activating, a blinding aurora of blue lightning, with unbelievable intensity, tears through the darkness, leaving Lee Jin-A in stunned silence. The lightning strike, surrounded by icy blue energy and incredible speed, descends with a shocking impact. The attack explodes, sending sharp debris everywhere. And as the dust settles, a deep crater is revealed. Hilfrey grabs his weapon, saying another obstacle has appeared, while Young-won braces himself. In the center of the crater, the familiar shield lay still, and he assessed. The Light King is stronger than he thought. Suddenly, the shield activates with a strange sound, triggering the grace of the Chosen One as Legina angrily claws her way out of the rubble. Sakura is shocked to see him, exclaiming, how is he still alive after that hit nearby? Hilfrey wonders why Isaac's teammate would shield Park Young-won. Perhaps he intends to team up with Park Young-won to eliminate me first, but if that's the case, where is Kim Gujin? Pulled from his thoughts, a brilliant power suddenly erupts, leaving everyone present reeling. Startled, he turned toward the sound. Hilfrey narrowly dodging a surge of power. The sharp scythe fell to the ground with a loud thud, drawing Sakura's attention as she anxiously asked, what's wrong? Captain. Another solid object flies toward Hilfrey. Striking him, blood splatters from his head as Sakura cries out. Captain struck unexpectedly. Hilfrey reels from the blow. Amidst the dazzling abilities, the man smirked. Kim Gujin removed his mask, revealing himself, as he thought, how shallow. While Hilfrey glared resentfully, Sakura, losing her composure, gritted her teeth and called out Kim Gujin's name. As Young-won looked on, assessing the situation, wondering what was happening, Legina smirks at him, replying, what's going on? The Light King is dead. That's what. Hilfrey frowned, ready to explode, and Young-won pointed at him, shouting, not yet. Legina turned in surprise. What? A system message appears. You've sustained a critical hit, revived with 1 HP, and Indra is descending. Indra descends, level high. Effect increased control over lightning through a pact with the thunder god Indra. High-level effect triggered when the host suffers a life-threatening attack. Indra, in his divine rage, descends to inhabit his host's body and devastate everything around him. Above, an endless vortex unleashes a cataclysmic bolt of lightning, threatening to obliterate all. Below, a figure is thrown about by the destruction. Sakura cries out in disbelief. Captain, A massive, vibrant blue vortex crackles with lightning before her. Hilfrey's body is completely enveloped in a blinding blue-white electrical energy, unleashing fierce lightning bolts that demonstrate the ultimate release of power, speed, and magical destruction. He roars, "Foolish humans, await your deaths." Kim Gujin grits his teeth, realizing a peaceful resolution is impossible. Meanwhile, Legina trembled in fear, wondering what kind of monster this was, as Hilfrey sneered, calling them insects and extending a hand crackling with power. Hilfrey unleashes his lightning, declaring death to all, as chaos erupts and everyone struggles to survive. Seeing the dire situation, Eon Wan calculated with annoyance. "I've never faced anything like this before." He made a decision and shouted, "Everyone, retreat, keep your distance from that monster." Hilfrey's men cheered. "The Phoenixes dare to wage war against us, Captain. Take them all down." No sooner said than done. He unleashed a lightning strike. Sakura, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Are we no longer distinguishing friend from foe?" Hilfrey stood in the center of the attack, which spared no one. Johann jocked worried. "Is he all right? He must be somewhere in the crowd." Hilfrey, in his pure blue energy form, is surrounded by lightning and sharp bolts, ready to pierce any defense. Magical energy coalesced into a grotesque head with a terrifying, jagged grin. Kim Gujin smirked. "Why do you look so angry?" He pointed without hesitation. Kim Gujin's voice echoed, low and indifferent. "I'm not your real enemy." Hilfrey paused, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Unsure of the man's meaning, he stated calmly, as if stating the obvious, "He's standing over there." Kim Gujin continued, "I'm just doing what Isaac ordered." From above, Johann paused within his cocoon, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. "Master, after that day," he pointed at me. He said coldly, "Don't take it out on the innocent, go settle it with Isaac." He roared furiously. "What the hell is going on?" Hilfrey leaps into action, unleashing a torrent of sharp magic towards Kim Gujin. Scoffing, the light streaks like lightning, but Kim Gujin remains motionless. In that moment, a triumphant smile crept across his lips, as everything seemed to unfold exactly as planned. In an instant, Kim Gujin took the full force of the attack, a resounding explosion tearing through the air as debris flew and dust billowed. Legina was stunned, her heart clenched, as she cursed inwardly, that idiot. Why would he take that hit head-on without even retaliating? He eliminated a person unbelievable. The master took advantage, continuously waving his hand, casting magic towards him. The entire training ground brightly lit under that power. Hilfrey laughed maniacally, a chilling sound as he relentlessly attacked, his voice echoing with each blast, screaming for him to die. Waves of magic swept through, scattering earth and stone like a fierce storm. And Hilfrey, seemingly insane, screamed, "Die." Without resistance, he allowed the storm to engulf him. Kim Gujin didn't fight back, and was swallowed whole by the chaotic magical onslaught. Before such terrifying power, shock was evident on Sakura's face as she thought to herself, "Crap." Finally, the battle ceased. Hilfrey slowly closed his mouth, and the surging magical forest. As the dust settles, countless craters are revealed across the land. He scoffs, looks a bit quieter now. Before Hilfrey's eyes, a shocking scene unfolded, leaving him speechless with astonishment. At that moment, the system announced that lightning energy had reached its maximum threshold, and golden lightning bolts erupted from within the lingering smoke. The system displays again, "The power of the thunder god is awakening." Amidst the swirling smoke, Kim Gujin stands tall, holding an item aloft, unleashing a force that warps space, his face filled with excitement as he acted according to plan. And Legina realized with disbelief that he remembered their earlier conversation, when she had snapped in annoyance, "Hey, Kim Gujin, talk to me for a second." In an instant, he lunges forward, grabbing Kim Gujin. Legina demands to know why he's acting on his own without telling her, reminding him that they're teammates and he can't treat her like this. He coldly retorted, "Then what are you complaining about?" He covered his mouth to hide his lip movements from Johann Jobs and whispered, "The yellow dragon's stomach acid or whatever, where are you planning to use it? Can't you tell me?" Kim Gujin glances at him, thinking, Legina seems to be a little too bothered by Johann. "Hurry and open the storage box. Remember what I got from Baekhyun Kwanchu's armory?" Legina was surprised. "That useless antique you brought back. What about it?" Kim Gujin pulled out a vial of golden liquid, quickly twisted off the cap, and without hesitation, poured it over his newly acquired item. Immediately, A golden light flashed before his awestruck eyes, erupting intensely as if a great power was about to be unleashed. Then, a series of golden system notifications rang out. The sealed power has awakened, and you have become the owner of Mjolnir. Mjolnir. Item rank, legendary. Usable by level 111 and above. Physical attack power, 600. This is the weapon of the Thunder God. Imbued with lightning. Effect increases all stats by 200 when equipped, and increases total damage by 20% when attacking. Thunder rages upon attack, awakening the power of the Thunder God to its maximum potential. Legina wondered if Kim Guggen had prepared for this very situation. He gripped Mjolnir tightly, standing tall, ready to strike at any moment. Hyo Fry seemed to realize that he didn't know what this hammer was, but it seemed to be absorbing his attacks. He made his decision, and instantly, a long, sharp spear materialized in the air. Without hesitation, Hyo Fry seized it, as Kim Guggen silently watched his every move, his face betraying his unease. He channeled magic into the spear, a challenge in his voice. Have a taste of this, then. Hyo Fry lunged forward, a murderous glint in his eyes. Everything happened so fast that Kim Guggen was stunned, and he immediately raised his hammer to block. He marveled inwardly, realizing basic attacks were useless, and immediately changed tactics. The Lightning King was indeed on another level. Thoughts raced through Kim Guggen's mind. The spear's range far exceeded his hammer, and his opponent knew how to use it. But suddenly, he lunged forward. Kim Guggen suddenly changed direction, catching his opponent off guard, and delivered a fatal blow to Hyo Fry's head, crushing it with terrifying force. Bukyong frantically wiped the sweat from his brow, while Legina stared in disbelief, her mouth agape at what she had just witnessed. Sakura panicked, her voice trembling, but a cold smile crept across Kim Guggen's face as he thought, "I was once a player too." He roared in excruciating pain, his scream echoing across the battlefield. Hyo Fry's eyes burning with furious rage. Immediately, he charged towards Kim Guggen, gripping his spear tightly, his entire being overflowing with murderous intent. Hyo Fry charged towards Kim Guggen, his intensity palpable as Kim furrowed his brow, focusing with every fiber of his being. Legina's face went pale, her heart clenched. It was too dangerous. He couldn't have dodged that in midair. Soon, the halberd closed in on Kim Guggen, and a chilling smile crept across his face. With lightning speed, Kim Guggen unexpectedly landed on the ground, narrowly escaping danger. His eyes fell upon Guggen's shoes, a glimmer of recognition sparking within him. The Father of 2 meters. A legendary item. Requires level 1 or higher. Possesses the power of 2 meters, allowing the user to walk without touching the ground. When worn, they increase jump power by 30%, allow you to walk without touching the ground, and increase movement speed by 30%. Hilfrey seemed to understand everything now, his face betraying his excitement as he thought to himself, "I was wondering." Instantly, the hole in his head rapidly closed as a thought echoed in his mind. He's sure of it now. Hilfrey mused to himself. This man isn't one of Ajax's subordinates or anything. Meanwhile, watching everything unfold, Bukshan could only think of one name, Kim Guggen. Only now was Buk-eon certain his suspicions were correct. He knew something was off ever since he returned from Ikaber. He was furious, realizing he'd brought a wolf into his own home. Hilfrey stared intently at his opponent. He spoke, admitting that he had misjudged him, thinking he was just an ant. Hilfrey continued, "But now I'll use my full power. You'll surely boast about being able to fight me evenly." Hearing this, Kim Guggen was caught off guard as Hilfrey immediately lunged at him with his spear, as if from the depths of hell. Kim Guggen, his mind consumed by battle, had a sudden thought, "It's here." He hammered at the spear, parrying and retreating, trying to keep his distance. Suddenly, Kim Guggen's foot hit something, and glancing back, he wondered how he'd been surrounded. He laughed triumphantly. "Where do you think you're looking?" The sharp spear, carrying incredible power, once again hurtled towards Kim Guggen. Quickly, a muffled explosion echoed as rocks burst from the ground, followed by a thick cloud of dust. Thankfully, he jumped away just in time, avoiding the fierce attack. At that moment, the system announced that Gungnir's skill, Judgment, was being activated, and Kim Guggen suddenly noticed something was wrong. Seeing countless massive rocks falling from above, he thought in astonishment that the cliff had been struck by lightning. Kim Guggen quickly flew up to the center to dodge. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before him, triggering his reflexes. Kim Guggen dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a massive spear hurtling towards him with incredible force. But the spear still grazed his arm, drawing blood. Johann Josh cried out in alarm. Master, Kim Guggen clutches his wounded arm, trying to stem the bleeding as a system notification appears. The Envoy of Hell's skill, Bloodbone, has been activated. In a flash, Kim Guggen's fangs grew, and his body radiated a fierce, crimson aura. He activated the Envoy of Hell's skill, Bloodbone. Seeing the crimson Bloodbone about to envelop him, Heelfrey sneered. Thinking these cheap tricks, he immediately stretched out his hand, his spirit energy erupting. Immediately, a blinding light shot into the crimson bones, and Heelfrey scoffed. You think that will work on me? From within the bones, Kim Guggen lands, leaping forward with terrifying speed, sure that he has dodged everything. Quickly, Kim Guggen appeared before him, landing a powerful blow on his enemy. Heelfrey retaliates with a swift punch, boasting that he's fought many. Only now does Guggen realize the danger, as his opponent's furious voice declares it's his turn. In a moment of carelessness, Kim Guggen takes the full force of his enemy's blow, sending him crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Dust swirls around Kim Guggen, obscuring him on the battlefield, and as it settles, we see him battered, blood trickling from his mouth. Heelfrey taunts. Do you feel it? The difference between you and me? He exclaimed with excitement. It's been so long since I've had this much fun. But it looks like it's over. Kim Guggen gripped his hammer, using all his strength to stand. I'm having fun too. It's been too long. His next words stunned Heelfrey. I don't know how long it's been since I fought for myself. Kim Guggen's eyes flashed with coldness. He continued, unsupported, as Kim Guggen's lips curled into a wild smile, relishing the fight against such a powerful foe. Heelfrey turned and roared in anger. Too much talk, just as the soldiers charged in a coordinated attack, but with a single strike, he sends them flying, unleashing a barrage that decimates countless national soldiers below. A skull in Isaac's form hurtles towards Johann Jox, and Heelfrey stares in disbelief at his feet. He looked down at Isaac below, just as someone else was busy doing something nearby. Kim Guggen smirks, saying that's why he told him. The real enemy is... Hearing this, Sakura urgently shouts out, and the tension rises as the national soldiers surround Heelfrey, but he just smiles slowly, saying, another enemy, and immediately, the National Assembly members attack Heelfrey from all sides. Johann Jox watches from the sidelines, thinking, while the master buys time, I'm here as ordered. Even if these aren't the Calamity Corps I summoned, then... He raised a hand as if to do something, and Johann Jox waved his hand forward, ordering the many eyes behind him to advance, thinking, this should be enough to end it. Following Johann Jox's command, numerous golems surged past him, all charging towards Heelfrey. Seeing this, he roared in anger. You bastards, I told you it was useless. He then swung his sword back, unleashing a powerful lightning strike. This lightning strike hurtles towards Kim Guggen's charging soldiers, but their leader fearlessly stares ahead. Heelfrey's attack immediately strikes the horde of national soldiers, his eyes fixed on the aftermath. Little did he know, Kim Guggen was empowering all the national soldiers. Heelfrey was shocked since when, empowered by Kim Guggen, the national soldiers surge forward with renewed ferocity, provoking Heelfrey's furious roar. That bastard. Kim Guggen, he charged straight at him. But Kim Guggen wasn't afraid and glared right back at Heelfrey. One charged, one stood still, an explosion was imminent. But just then, everyone noticed someone had rushed forward to stand in front of Kim Guggen, blocking the lightning strike with a shield, declaring, not before you get through, my teammate. His eyes widened in shock as Legina smirked. Shouldn't you be taking out the tanker first? Kim Guggen grinned, clearly amused. Meanwhile, Heelfrey swings his scythe, relentlessly striking the skeletal soldiers, leaving them in shattered pieces. Liege raises his staff, channeling the power of Merlis's authority. His mana surges, and he lifts the staff high. Liege summons more skeletal soldiers, and as another notification appears, more rise from the wreckage. Notifications pop up one after another. Liege has summoned more skeletal soldiers, and then more again. Witnessing this, Park Young-won raised an eyebrow, thinking, Heelfrey, who was nearly invincible, is now on the defensive. Isaac and his comrades were thought to be helping Kim Guggen out of a dangerous situation, but perhaps he was laughing all along as he advanced. Park Young-won believes it's all Kim Guggen's doing, and we're just being played. Heelfrey battles the Bone Soldier Legion surging from all directions, swarming him like ants. Moments later, blood splatters the ground, the scene brightens, and a notification appears: insufficient mana. The bloodline of the Thunder King has been extinguished, its legacy erased, and with it, Healfry loses his power. He gasped for air, struggling to breathe, as Healfry stumbled backward, surrounded by a mountain of bone golems. Exhausted, Healfry collapses against a pile of bone shards, his eyes devoid of life, before finally glaring at the figure before him. Just then, another figure approached him, and Kim Gujin chuckled, slowly remarking with admiration, "That's an astonishing power. But no power in this world is limitless." And as he said that, Healfry chuckled. "I find this all so amusing." Hoa's words ring hollow, for Kim Gujin commands an endless legion of bone soldiers, an army that cannot be extinguished. He added a word to him and bowed his head. Then, "If you'll excuse me." Immediately, the bone soldiers, receiving his order, rushed to attack Healfry. Explosions echoed as dust filled the air, and nearby, someone coughed violently. Sakura stared at the ground, thinking, "Boss, is he dead? How dare he betray us?" Sakura glared at Kim Gujin in the distance, then steeled her resolve. "Kim Gujin, with these hands, I will, now." They need to choose the next king. But Sakura is shocked, mouth agape. The next one, Sakura thought to herself, does that mean he intends to kill everyone? Then, she timidly raised her hand and called out to the people above. "Hey." As Sakura slowly rises, she states that the leader hasn't appointed a successor to inherit and oversee the guild, so Ajax will decide who will represent the Thunder Clan next. Hearing this, Johann jocked, in Ajax's form, rested his hand on his chin, lost in thought. Sakura smirked inwardly, thinking, surely no one's foolish enough not to know I'm the leader's right-hand woman. First, she must survive this wretched dungeon, and then, she'll deal with Kim Gujin, glaring at him with animosity. Just then, Kim Gujin declared himself the heir, leaving Sakura in disbelief. Johann jocked turned and said, "Assassinate me." Sakura gritted her teeth, glaring at Kim Gujin. "Who do you think you are? Trying to be the heir impossible?" With a smile, Kim Gujin slowly explains, "That's right. Before Icab left, he made a deal with the underworld. They offered me a high-ranking position in the guild if I assassinated someone." Johann jocked was taken aback, wondering if he was the target of the assassination. Kim Gujin continued, "I agreed to that deal and completed it, so I'm qualified to be the successor, aren't I?" "Sakura, you were there when I made the deal, weren't you? Surely you remember." Sakura bristles, retorting, "What? That's not what it meant. We never made any deal like that with you." Upon seeing Kim Gujin, he glared and asked again, "What? Don't you remember anything?" She hesitated, gritting her teeth as she realized that with the leader's death, she had no proof that the blank check manipulation was a lie. If she can't get everyone on the same page, a bloody war is inevitable, and Sakura can't just stand by and watch. Sakura realized Isaac would destroy everything, and slowly answered, "Yes, that transaction did occur." As expected, Kim Gujin smirked, while she gritted her teeth, cursing, "Kim Gujin, you cunning bastard." Then Sakura's voice rang out again, startling both Gujin and Johann Josh. But, after all, it was Kim Gujin's right. The one who's always been by the leader's side, running the guild, is none other than me. You need someone like me to understand and manage the guild. Only I can help the guild achieve a favorable outcome in this dungeon raid. Just then, a voice seemed to freeze the very air, and Gujin turned in shock toward the sound. A tall figure in a wide robe approaches the group. It's Park Young-won. His voice boomed. Who dares decide the Thunder Guild's successor on their own accord? With the Thunder Emperor gone, his will dictates that the Thunder Guild be reorganized under the Phoenix Guild. Listen, Isaac, I appreciate the sentiment, but please understand that I had an agreement with the Thunder Emperor beforehand. Johann Josh simply smiled, offering no response. Just then, Kim Gujin approached Park Young-won, saying with a smile that his timing was perfect. Seeing him approach, Park Young-won warily asked what he was doing. "And is my arsenal not enough for you? You dare covet what is mine?" Kim Gujin calmly replied to Park Young-won, "It seems you've misunderstood. I didn't expect things to turn out this way either. More than that, even though the Thunder Emperor is dead, I completed his order. Things only got worse because of your stubbornness. Isaac, I had no intention of doing that. Isaac simply wants to raid this dungeon as soon as possible. Even with the Thunder Emperor gone, he wants to maintain the status quo for now. Of course, I regret missing such a rare opportunity, but I had no choice. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you all for your unwavering support, both physically and mentally. I'll give you all some advice: don't stand here stubbornly. And calm down, or Isaac will kill you. He pressed his forehead against Bakyeon's and said, word by word, if you want to keep attacking this dungeon, then act like a man. The air instantly grows heavy as everyone holds their breath, awaiting their next move. The scene shifts to the Goblin Kingdom's 7th floor, where a fierce battle seems imminent. Here, two massive factions are forming, with a huge throne in the center, where the Goblin King sits, glaring down. Before the Goblin King, another goblin hobbles forward with a staff, then suddenly scrapes a line in the ground with its foot and turns around, raising his staff. He roars, signaling to all, and the goblins on his side echo his cry. With a roar, both sides charged into a chaotic battle. One side, the ferocious goblins with their sharp tusks. Just then, a spear was thrust into the ground with a thud as Kim Gugin planted his staff firmly beside it. A notification appears: Odin's spear, Gungnir, and Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, resonate, increasing skill damage and the power of the Thunder God by 200%, while halving the mana cost to maintain the Thunder God's power. Immediately, he raised his staff again, directing his skeleton soldiers forward. Receiving Kim Gugin's command, they charged ferociously to confront the goblins. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce and brutal battle, neither willing to yield. Legina also fought fiercely against the goblins. Sakura fought multiple goblins at once, while Johann Josh Valak watched from a nearby ridge. From above, Book Eon Wan glared at the pair, thinking, Ajax, because of that bastard, I lost face in front of my men. Now, I'll do as you wish. This humiliation, I'll make you pay 100, 1,000 times over. Eon Wan thought, tightening his grip on his sword. He then ordered his soldiers to join the battle on the other side. Let's go. Soon, the area below became a deadly arena. As the scene shifts to the highlands of Pakistan, where a large sphere is glowing, cleanse this dungeon. A clear voice rang out, followed by a foot stepping forward. Sakura, unsure how she arrived, emerges from the glowing orb. Eyes darting around, Sakura frowned, staring ahead in silence as the fierce battle raged on, just as another arm and leg emerged from the portal. Then, not just one, but many others emerged from that gate, while below, a streak of light shot straight up from the ground. Elsewhere, a lone figure observes the battle from afar, thinking, the commander is nowhere to be seen. Meaning, that's the captain. Gata raised his radio, ready to speak. Soldiers, prepare. Immediately, a row of gun barrels were raised, aimed at the chaotic battle. Just then, the captain spotted a figure approaching him, and Sakura frowned, signaling Gata to halt all operations. The captain, utterly perplexed, asked, Sakura, why would you? Just then, Sakura addressed all the soldiers. Listen up, everyone. By order of the commander, the Thunder Society, from now on, there will be a new commander, she said, her voice lacking enthusiasm. Seeing this, the captain rushed over to ask, a new commander, is it Aiko? Sakura gritted her teeth, visibly annoyed and reluctant to answer. Then, she turned to look at Kim Gujin behind her, who smirked back at her. The air hangs heavy, and silence descends upon the room. But Isaac chose me, Kim Gujin continued, claiming to be the Thunder Emperor's successor, leaving Sakura and Park Young-won speechless. At that moment, Kim Gujin added another request, saying that before they left the dungeon, he wanted them to do one thing: keep the fact that he was the successor a secret from the public. In other words, he wanted everyone to keep their mouths shut, smirking as he gave the order. Park Young-won, raising an eyebrow, retorted, do we look like idiots who'd blab about that? But why? Sakura, unable to watch any longer, asks what he's plotting this time, saying that if it were her, she'd want to announce to the world that she was becoming the master. But Kim Gujin just smiles, eyes gleaming, saying, it's not my idea. It's Isaac's. He's planned everything through the end of the year. Whether I'm the Thunder Society head or the Thunder King's successor, those titles are meaningless. Park Young-won seems quite surprised and flustered by this. Sakura, equally perplexed, didn't quite grasp his meaning. Then, approaching Kim Gujin, she ordered the captain to summon everyone for an emergency meeting upon their return to headquarters. Because there's a ton of damn announcements coming. She grits her teeth through every word as the scene shifts to reality. News outlets everywhere are reporting the same world news. A new guild conquered the 7th floor of the dungeon for the first time since they appeared. The leader of the Thunderclap Guild is dead. And Isaac and his 7th floor raid team are in mourning. The new leader of the Thunder Guild remains anonymous. And the Phoenix and Thunder Guilds have merged. Breaking news, Isaac announces the founding of the Salvation Guild. In a studio, Johann Jobs stands before the camera and says, "Hello, I'm Isaac Ivanov, and I owe my success to your encouragement and support. So, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the Phoenix Guild and the Lightning Guild." After internal discussions, his speech was broadcast on the city's big screens. Today, the Phoenix and Thunderclap Guilds will merge. Furthermore, the new guild will not require support from any government. We will save the world by clearing dungeons and exterminating monsters for free. At that moment, a flag was unfurled behind Johann Shores, and he declared the founding of the Salvation Society. As soon as he said that, everyone in the city watching the speech cheered with joy, while a black man with a beard smiled, thinking, "I finally did it." Standing by the window, Exi Chan thought to himself, "We're finally on par with the Salvation Society and can fight them fairly." Do you know how long it took to get here? He was so frustrated that veins popped out on his head. To get to this point, noises interrupted Z-chan. Irritating him further, Xe-chan turns around, snapping, "Hey, kid, eat quietly. Is this your house?" He's scolding Lee Gina, who's eating chips behind him. Seeing him continue to eat, Zihan points and scolds him again, telling him to eat neatly. Hearing this, Lee Gina finished the crumbs in his mouth and replied, "Hey, I'm a world hero who conquered the abyss. If you treat me like this, I'll go somewhere else." But upon hearing this, Zio-chan threw the button in his hand at him, yelling even louder, "Please, just get lost. If you're so great, go tell everyone you conquered the abyss. No one would believe you." He waved his hands defensively, saying, "Why don't you believe me? I'm Lee Gina. Lee Gina, an equal to Ajax and conqueror of the abyss floor." Upon hearing this, Si-hyun grimaced and cursed him as a fool. "But thanks anyway. Let me know when you're moving out." "Okay," Lee Gina froze, fear washing over him as he heard those words. Then, turning to another person, Sechan said, "Secretary Lee, this guy's transferring to another office. If anyone with the same name shows up, take care of him." As soon as he retracted his words, Gina froze, then stiffly turned to look at the person Chairman Cha had just addressed. Lee Ji-soo immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Lee Gina panicked, shouting, "No. Secretary Lee. No." Seeing this, Xe-chan chuckled and asked, "So, what do you want to do?" "National hero." Immediately after, Lee Gina's irritated voice echoed throughout the building. Missile reversal. The scene shifts to an abandoned building with a car parked outside. And inside, we see armor, helmets, and swords. Kim Gu-jin stepped inside, eyeing the pile of gear, and thought to himself, "They've gathered quite a bit." Dan Ritchie is summoned to fight a Thunder King stronger than he imagined. But this is enough to overwhelm Lee Se-jun. "I knew it. I have to get my hands on it." Kim Gu-jin's eyes sharpened. The scene shifts to a modern, enormous mansion on private grounds. But inside, a shattered perfume bottle lies on the floor. Youngwon sat in a chair, drumming his fingers as he pondered something, before erupting in a tirade against the person before him, calling him a worthless lackey who only knew how to follow orders. He continues to threaten, "Now you dare bite the hand that feeds you, you dare show your face to me." But instead of anger, the man slowly approaches, saying, "Don't exaggerate. I am still loyal to my master. The only difference is that master isn't you," Wu Jin said with a smirk, looking directly at Youngwon. Startled, he stares back at Wu Jin, who slams his hand on the table and continues, "So there's no need to be upset. You've always wanted to crush the Salvation Society anyway." As Wu Jin spoke, Youngwon's grip on his glass tightened. The Phoenix and Thunder factions had merged under Ajax's command. Wu Jin smirked, asking if he hadn't just created a force to rival the Salvation Association, causing Youngwon to crush the glass in his hand. He gritted his teeth, warning Wu Jin. "What the hell do you know about me to say?" That Wu Jin smirked and replied, "Boss, I know everything about you. A man with a terrifying ambition for power, who stops at nothing to rise to the top, is tragically crushed and unable to lift his head." Hearing this, Young Wan's hand, stained with liquor and blood, trembled. He would always be second best. Wu Jin doesn't stop there, always projecting a cold and powerful image. But deep down, he's a timid man, afraid of everything. Now that everything is set, he only has two choices: fight Nunus to the end and meet a tragic end like him, or submit to Ajax and be glorified as a hero. Wu Jin said his piece and left without waiting for an answer. As he neared the door, he turned back to remind him, "Think it over carefully." Now, only Young Wan remained, sitting with his head bowed. Then, he leaned back and cursed under his breath, his grip tightening on the armrest. Young Wan's face darkened as he looked around his room, thinking, "I can't believe I've lost everything." As he recalled the headline of that article, where did it all go wrong, leading to this tragic end? It's all so exhausting. Young Wan stares blankly at the ceiling. The scene shifts to another city amidst a massive explosion, with numerous aircraft soaring through the sky, helicopters, which begin to disperse. Just then, a projectile shot up from below, striking a helicopter, as hatchlings wreaked havoc on the city below, sending its citizens fleeing in terror. Just then, a hatchling opened its eyes wide and looked in one direction. Suddenly, a figure leaps from above, plunging a sword into the creature's eye and slicing down its length. Elsewhere, a news report details the incident in the city around 8 p.m. last night. Many civilians died due to a powerful dungeon break in Paris. The monster was defeated, but with heavy casualties, and the government has been urgently assembling hunters to prepare for future incidents. The very next day, countless articles surfaced with headlines about the event. A seventh-floor monster had appeared for the first time in Bac de Sceaux, and hunters were fighting tooth and nail to protect the civilians there. The immense pressure exhausts the hunters as they face powerful and cunning monsters, and they begin to feel helpless. Protests are erupting in major cities worldwide, decrying the government's inaction. François Charot sat at his desk, grinding his teeth in frustration. "I'm so tired." His butler, Robert, sighed in agreement. "Indeed, things are dire." François Charot gritted his teeth, saying that everything was not only a mess, but also very confusing. Outside, protesters raised signs, demanding the monsters in Bac de Sceaux be attacked and eliminated. Someone even more fiercely demanded, "Where are the hunters of France? Don't hide and let the people bear the consequences." Sitting in his car, François Charot gazes out and muses. "Do they think we're doing nothing? No one wants this situation, and the government is in a bind." Robert responded, saying the time wasn't right yet, but in a few days, he would explore the S-Rank dungeon. In the meantime, François Charot slowly turned his head and said, "We have no choice but to wait. But if we don't act, the people's discontent will be unimaginable." Robert was confused, and Ben asked, "Isn't this the moment for you to step up and solve the problem? It'll be difficult, but you're not giving up so quickly, are you?" Moments later, the car stops in front of a building, and Robert says, "Go inside and talk. I'll wait here." François Charot replies, "Thank you." Just then, he noticed Secretary Li Jisoo in the distance, bowing to greet someone. Seeing this, François Charot smirked, thinking she seemed as diligent as ever. As he approached, she greeted him. "Long time no see. Are you doing well?" François Charot politely replies, "Thank you. I'm well. I appreciate you traveling so far to be here." But Li Jisoo coldly lowered her head and said, "Yes." Then, he stepped forward to lead her, saying, "This way, please." After sitting down, Li Jisoo realized something. "Are we the only customers here?" François Charot casually replied, "Yes. I've rented out the entire restaurant for some peace and quiet." She was flustered by this, saying he was too kind, but François Charot just chuckled, saying it was nothing. Just then, they both heard a noise and turned to look. At a nearby table, Gina was noisily devouring her food, much to the horror of the staff, while François Charot quietly adjusted his glasses and glanced over, saying nothing. Just then, he noticed François Charot's gaze, and looked up. Then, Gina, holding a chicken leg, pointed it directly at François Charot and loudly said, "What are you looking at? Old man, is this the first time you've seen someone eat like this?" Hearing this, his temples throbbed as he gritted his teeth, asking, "What did you call me?" François Charot slowly rose, bracing himself against the chair. He then crossed his arms and boldly asked Gina who she was and why she was eating in the restaurant he had reserved. Now that he had finished his chicken leg, seeing François Charot ask, he loudly replied, "Let me introduce myself. I'm the one who conquered the 7th basement level. But before he could finish, Lee Jisoo interrupted. He's with me. This must be his first time meeting him. As he turns and asks if he's her colleague. But before Lee Jisoo can answer, Gina frantically shouts, "No. But Francois Charot, knowing the situation, chuckled and said, "You did well. It's good to bring someone experienced along with a rookie like him." Gina was stunned, thinking, a rookie. Just then, Lee Jisoo glared at Gina and quietly warned, "Mr. Lee Jin needs you to be quiet so we can discuss business." Okay. Hearing this, he felt like he'd been struck a blow, thinking, what the hell? Even the secretary. Then, Francois Charot adjusted his glasses and glanced at Gina in silence. Lee Jisoo clenched her fist, cleared her throat, and said seriously, "I'd like to discuss a few things with you. We've reviewed the data and proposals you sent, and we've added a few clauses for you to look over." Francois Charot silently read through the documents Lee Jisoo handed him. Meanwhile, she continued, summarizing that the condition for their assistance in attacking the 7th floor dungeon in France was the Death Moon skill. He was taken aback and asked if that was her condition. Lee Jisoo replied that after considering the Death Moon skill, they realized it was just a unique skill, so the request shouldn't be too difficult. As they'd been searching for it for quite some time, Francois Charot replied thoughtfully, "Yes, it's not a high-ranking skill." But before he could finish, Lee Jisoo interrupted. "Please, hear me out. I'm not finished. The last time we met in Korea, you gave me something." She recalled XC Chan holding up a long object in surprise. This. Her face darkened as she slowly recounted. "Our director said this. We'll give you a discount equal to the value of the item I received back then." Francois Charot understood. "I see." He pushed up his glasses and muttered, "Well, at least he has some conscience." Just then, someone in high heels walked into the restaurant. She entered, announcing loudly, "How diligent you two are, discussing business so early in the morning." Both of them were startled and turned to look. It was Pak Sin-ji and Atta's subordinate. Gina stopped eating and looked up, while Pak Sin-ji glared back with disdain. Lee Jisoo, seated below, glanced up at Atta, her eyes filled with unwavering hostility. The room was filled with tension as Pak Sin-ji chuckled, breaking the silence. "So, you're saying the Salvation Society will halt their attack on the 7th level dungeon in France, and we have to compete with those amateurs, probably some newly formed guild. The Savior Guild. Speechless. Hunter of the A lineage. Are you toying with us? The French government is relying on our help. You know." Francois Charot listened silently to Atta's rambling. Pak Sin-ji continued, saying that changing things on his own was wrong, and he understood the situation in France. Gina, sitting at the table behind, gritted her teeth, as if he couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, Gina stands up, retorting loudly, "Hey, you're saying too much. A ragtag group. What makes you say that? If you're unhappy, withdraw. We'll handle this hive dungeon." Pak Sin-ji, taken aback by the bluntness, wonders who this kid is to interfere. Gina interrupts, saying, "Well, as far as I know, the Salvation Society has never even attacked a B-rank hive dungeon, have they? This newly emerged layered dungeon in France is rank A. Neither our Salvation Association nor yours has experience attacking a rank A dungeon. But if our Savior Association can successfully raid it," Gina points directly at Pak Sin-ji, "and I'll be watching to see what you have to say for yourselves." Just then, Jisoo suddenly stood up and called out, and Sia looked up at her. Jisoo coldly continued, "I told you. Withdraw your words." Jisoo's eyes flashed sharply. "Everything will be revealed soon enough." Immediately, Jisoo's eyes returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. "Wait for me. We'll meet again." She politely bows to everyone, intending to leave, while Pak Sin-ji, still seated, grits his teeth and scoffs as he watches them go. He trembled with rage as Frank Swazero watched, narrowing his eyes at the woman before him. The very next day, an article was published with the headline, "After forming the Savior Guild, Isaac joins the competition for the 7th floor dungeon in France against the Salvation Guild." That weekend, the two guilds and their hunters met at a restaurant in Paris, possibly marking the start of this competition, or so one article suggested. But on the Savior Guild's side, Swazibar has already made the first move. Is this the Savior Guild's attempt to seize the right to conquer the 7th floor dungeon in France? He single-handedly fought the monsters in the city's subway, an act that garnered considerable support from the people of Paris. News of Pak Sin-ji also surfaced. Pak Sin-ji announced the establishment of a savior branch in France, vowing to share the French government's burdens, adding that the branch would include experienced hunters of a high rank 100 or above, initially numbering around 50, with more to be added later. The hunter clans have refused to comment on why they relinquished their rights to conquer the 7th floor dungeon, fueling speculation that they lacked the strength to do so. While it's good that powerful guilds like Salvation and Savior are competing for the 7th floor dungeon, there are concerns about things spiraling out of control. Tonight, the French government will announce who will conquer this dungeon. We cut to a large villa, where a large crowd is gathered in the outdoor area. Maxine here shakes hands with a man of high rank. Then they both turn to face the swarm of reporters as flashes erupt. Meanwhile, a silent observer watches from afar, Francois Charot, concealing his identity behind a mask. Just then, 2 others approached him, asking if he was uncomfortable, and if they would be caught by the reporters. Francois Charot, masked and shrouded in darkness, speaks. If there's no commotion, then it should be fine. It's been almost a month, hasn't it? He asks the person before him how she's doing in Paris, and Jisoo emotionlessly replies that she's fine. Francois Charot hands her a mysterious bag, telling her to take it. As Legina nervously looks around, Jisoo looks down, curious about the bag she just received. As Tom asks what it is, Francois Charot slightly lowered his mask, revealing his face, and said that everything went smoothly thanks to her. He recalls Jisoo's earlier words, the condition for our savior guild to conquer the 7th floor dungeon in France. Francois Charot smirked, recalling the condition she had set for conquering the 7th floor dungeon. Jisoo listened silently to his analysis. The entire savior team would participate, thanks to her provocation of Signe's Salvation Society. Francois Charot, glancing at the distant crowd, continued, stating that the French government had to meet certain demands for the negotiation, and the Salvation Society had declared they wouldn't give up either. He smiled, pushing up his glasses, stating that the clearing of the 7th floor dungeon was inevitable. Jisoo then bowed deeply to Francois Charot with utmost sincerity. It's all just a plan. The conquest hasn't even happened yet. But thank you for the gift. Meanwhile, Legina fumes, wondering why they're so happy when the conquest belongs to the Salvation Society. He recalls disguising himself as Spasiva, struggling to help Mukos defeat monsters, all while surrounded by countless cameras. Legina clutched his head in despair, wondering why they made it seem like the 2 guilds were fighting for dungeon rights. So it was all a ruse. I was just their puppet. Meanwhile, Jisoo opens the bag Francois Charot gave him, pulling out a white envelope. As she opened the envelope, she found a Deknai card emitting a shimmering golden light. Jisoo reached out, saying to the person before her, "Thank you for the gift. We've been searching for it for quite some time." He turned and headed into the dark alley, but stopped after only a few steps. The light glints off his glasses as he glances back at the 2 figures, saying, "There's something I still don't understand." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, musing that it would be good for her side to win the dungeon raid. Francois Charot's questioning words reached Legina and Jisoo. "Why do you seem so indifferent?" He adjusted his glasses and asked, "Surely you're not afraid you can't conquer the Axao 7th level dungeon?" Jisoo remained calm, replying cryptically, "That will become clear in about an hour," as Legina glared at her from behind. Meanwhile, in North York Moors National Park, a man with a black umbrella walks in the pouring rain as a voice echoes, "We have an important announcement." Kim Gujin, holding a black umbrella, listened intently to the announcement the Savior Association would conquer the Axao level dungeon in England. Back on this side, Francois Charot was shocked, exclaiming in disbelief, "Saoki, an Axao class dungeon." Standing beside him, Jisoo confirmed, "That's right. About 3 months ago, a giant, glowing gate appeared in a forest, a C-rank swarm dungeon." Sakura remained silent, her eyes fixed in one direction, hesitant and unable to speak. Finally, she turned and stepped into the blinding light of the gate, leaving the dungeon. With Sakura gone, only Legina, Ajax, Kim Gujin, and Hugh Fry's corpse remained in the dungeon. Time passed, and Kim Gujin nodded to the remaining 2 members. Johan, Ajax, and Legina understood his signal and quickly turned to step into the blinding light. Now alone, Kim Gujin's eyes drifted within the hazy black aura, his fingers lightly touching the back of Hugh Frey's neck. Activating the skill, a notification appeared before Kim Gujin as the eye of Anubis opened, turning his eyes a frigid white that unleashed a dark aura. Back in the present, Kim Gujin thought to himself, he hadn't realized the influence of NUZ was this great. He stared at the gate below the cliff, thinking, a 7A+ dungeon in England that he could hide from everyone. Kim Gujin smirks, thinking how lucky he is. As his phone begins to vibrate in his pocket, Kim Gujin held the phone to his ear as a voice on the other end asked about the weather in England. Meanwhile, back in his office, Sechan muses that wherever Gujin is, it's probably raining. A land of unpredictable weather. Kim Gujin replied that he could adapt to anywhere, to which Sechan chuckled, remarking on Russians' adaptability as fellow Europeans. Kim Gujin moved on, asking if the plan was still on track. Sechan, looking at his computer, confidently assured him that it was. On screen, a series of news headlines flash world news. The Savior Guild to conquer the 7A rank dungeon in England. Reapel News asks, will the Savior Assembly succeed? Doubt looms ahead. Reapel News, Isaac hopes major guilds worldwide will join forces to conquer this dungeon. World news hunters are extremely interested in the Savior Guild and await further news. He surmises that the Savior Guild must be reeling after reading this news. Sechan picked up a stack of documents, recounting how they pressured to join this endeavor with other guilds, just as he predicted a request he had to accept. As this task is far from simple, he noticed the 2 golden dragons on the paper and explained that the Kunlun faction of China had sent martial artist hunters level 80 and above. Sechan listed some names, including Master Rawana from the Great One Guild, and Elise Heighton, an old acquaintance. Even the Guild Association's top guild couldn't ignore this dungeon raid, and the royal family sent their highest-ranking knights from the Victory Guild to participate in this major event. Beneath the shade of his umbrella, only Kim Gujin's subtly upturned lips are visible. Hearing about all these masters, I'm not surprised in the slightest. On the other side, beads of sweat dotted Sechan's face. Like you said, there's more. He flipped to a document with a cross and wings, noting that even with many hunters stuck in the 7A dungeon in France, the Salvation Society wouldn't simply give up. They requested to participate. Kim Gujin frowned at Sechan's words, saying that if they participated in the English dungeon as well, they would run out of manpower this time. He parted his lips and asked who their team leader was. Sechan replied that it was Sungun, who he was sure Kim Gujin had heard of, a key member, close to Shin Hei, and also a member of the Round Table. Countless raindrops fall on the black umbrella as Kim Gujin says, "Good." Sechan, confused, asks loudly, "What's good?" Kim Gujin chuckled, explaining that if they're dividing their forces to attack the 2 7th-floor dungeons, then he'll make them regret it. To which Sechan replied, "That would be great." Kim Gujin stood alone on the cliff, gazing towards the dungeon gate as the rain intensified. After a long moment, he turned and walked away, the wind whipping his robes as raindrops soaked into the fabric. Early morning. The sun rises from the foot of the mountain, the sky exceptionally clear after yesterday's rain, the day to conquer the 7A dungeon. Many are gathered at the dungeon gate. On this side, we have Ion-1 and Sakura standing together, while Carrie and Elise are waiting as representatives of the Great One Guild. From the Colon Guild, all 80 martial artist hunters of level 80 or higher are present. Finally, the Salvation Society, led by Cho Sung-woo, with Lee Sejun and Carrie as the first to approach the dungeon gate. They simultaneously looked up, staring intently at the massive gate before them. In a land surrounded by towering mountains, a colossal tower stands tall at its center. Within the A-rank dungeon's 7th floor, the gigantic Minotaur has fallen, defeated. As dust fills the air, a notification appears. Minotaur, Lord of Mekong, has been defeated. Proceed to the next level. In the shadows of the Great Hall, Lee Sejun and Carrie stand before their own information panels. Lee Sejun, out of the blue, asks what day it is. Carrie turned and replied that it was the 30th, to which Lee Sejun remained silent. He, who had been leaning against the stone pillar, suddenly straightened up, a burst of light erupting in his palm. Then, a sword materialized in Lee Sejun's hand, his eyes gleaming. He strode forward, saying he would be moving on ahead from the next level, leaving Carrie to stammer in confusion. A stunned Carrie stammers, "What about the other guild members?" Lee Sejun coldly brushed past Carrie, replying, "The growth of the guild members is important, but it's too slow." He declared that from now on, the Savior Guild would face A+ rank dungeons in this area. Carrie was stunned by this news, as Lee Sejun glanced in his direction, saying they had to take the dungeon before the others did. He gripped his sword tightly, and after leaving the dungeon, Lee Sejun strode into the dungeon gate before him, declaring they must immediately prepare for the next dungeon. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Maybe it's on the 8th floor," adding silently, We'll meet again. Meanwhile, Kim Gugin, in Isaac's form, was also staring at the glowing information screen. The screen displays Land of the Stream. Dungeon Floor 7. Dungeon difficulty A+. 500 participants. Entry requirement level 240 or below. Completion requirement. Defeat the land's master. The information board displays another requirement: survive for 10 days to advance to the next floor. Kim Gugin propped his chin in thought, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he realized. A survival mission from the first floor? Lucky me. A voice diverted Kim Gugin's attention. Are you, Ajak, Cho, Sung, Gu, and two others emerged from the shadows. He walked up to Kim Gugin, introducing himself as Cho Sung-gu from the Messiah Guild. Cho Sung-gu extends a hand in greeting, hoping for support, but Kim Gugin remains motionless, staring intently at the outstretched hand. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached out and took his hand, replying, I'm Ajak. Sung-gu emanates a dangerous aura, his eyes flashing a predatory red, while Kim Gugin smirks, meeting his gaze head-on. Meanwhile, not far away, a pair of high heels appeared, and a voice cried out, Oh, my Tenstezer, Kudenauer. Carrie Rawana, leader of the Great One Guild, appears with two others, her eyes narrowed, arms crossed in a reproachful manner, wondering why they were the only ones left out. Carrie then turned to Elise and Jay, who were standing behind her, and asked if she knew anyone here. She gives a strange smile and continues, This might be a bit much, but you all saw it in the Dulahan dungeon, didn't you? Sweat beaded on Jay's face as he turned away, silent, while Elise bowed her head low, her voice faltering. It's been a while. Ajak. Kim Gugin cast a probing glance her way, the name Elise Heighton forming in his mind. He recalls their confrontational demeanor from their past encounter, and inwardly remarks, much calmer than before. Isn't it? Kim Gugin said nonchalantly. Now I remember why you looked so familiar. He saw Elise and Jay's unhappy expressions and sarcastically added, Nice to see you again. As Kim Gugin finished speaking, two more people appeared, and Tendeo's voice rang out from the front. So, this is where everyone's catching up. Ogong approaches with a muscular man, saying, We'll be comrades in arms, so we should introduce ourselves first. Right. He clasped his hands in greeting, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you all. I bring greetings from Guildmaster Gonryul. Peter followed suit, raising a hand to introduce himself. On behalf of the Victoria Guild, I extend my greetings and look forward to your assistance. Eon Wan, standing far off, gritted his teeth, affirming that they would soon meet their end. He lowered his head, his face contorted, wondering how things had come to this. Kim Gugin, at the center of the group, raised his arms and announced, Now that the guild representatives are all here, I propose a little wager to boost morale. How does that sound? Ogong looked confused, repeating the words he'd just heard. A betting pool. Kim Gugin raises a finger to the sky, describing the boss monster on the highest floor, the master of this dungeon. He begins to explain that every monster on the path to the highest floor is considered a guardian because of it. Kim Gugin explains that, unlike common monsters, these guardians often gather in groups. He shifted his gaze and continued, Monsters of different races will band together to attack players, as you all know. There's a survival mission on the first floor. Cho Sung-gu crossed his arms, furrowed his brow, and listened to Kim Gugin. So, there will be many guardians. Growing impatient, he asks directly, So, what is this game you speak of? Kim Gugin replies cryptically, It's simple. I've done something similar before. His next words startled Elise and Jay, who turned their heads. Since those who participated in the last gamble with me are here today, I'll keep it brief. I stared at Kim Gugin before me, silently repeating the words he had just spoken. The wager. As Kim Gugin spoke, something slowly materialized in his hand, the one who exterminates the most monsters. Elise's eyes widened in disbelief as she wondered if it could be. Kim Gugin raised the staff in his hand, declaring that it would grant the leadership of Mulan. Elise gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath. Ajax. That bastard. Kim Gugin then added another condition. Of course, nothing is free. If you want to participate, each guild representative must wager a legendary item, equivalent to the Mulan chieftain's authority. Everyone stood motionless, and the surrounding space fell silent after what he said. Ogong was impressed, but Gata glanced at Sungwoo, thinking that with his Messiah Guild, they had all 5 guilds. Ogong glanced at Elise, who had signed a secret pact to conserve their strength until they reached the highest floor. Gata smirked, calculating that if nothing unexpected happened, the alliance between the 5 guilds. Before Ogong could consider the outcome, a voice cut through his thoughts. How interesting. Gata looked up, muttering, Rana. Carrie is enveloped in a dark power, stepping forward towards the Great One's scepter, held by Ajax. Elise recoils in fear from the dark energy, silently calling out to the guildmaster. Carrie's face twists, her eyes glowing as she continues. Now you do this. Ada glares at Kim Gu-jin, asking if he's trying to provoke them, but he turns away, calmly denying it. Eon Wan, watching the sudden tension unfold, wondered how things had escalated so quickly. Ogong, feeling the pressure from Carrie's anger, broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, anyone can see this is a blatant provocation. But soon after, Carrie's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Atta retracted his aura, closed his eyes, and said, You want to return the rights of Merlin's chief to us, we won't refuse. Carrie declared, Fine, we'll take part in this gamble. Elise's eyes widened as she thought. Guildmaster. Carrie looked at Kim Gu-jin and continued, In exchange, we have a request. He curiously met Atta's gaze and asked, A request. Carrie lays out her terms. They must refrain from using Merlin's staff and King Arthur's ring during the gamble. Isaac, in his guise as Kim Gu-jin, doesn't immediately agree, retorting provocatively, Why am I not allowed to use my equipment in front of others? Does it bother you? Lazina, disguised as Pasiva, stood behind him, slightly startled by his attitude. Carrie, without hesitation, admits that it's true, but also adds that Isaac has power comparable to Guildmaster Li Seijun. Atta stares at the person before him, asking, Shouldn't there be a limit if you're betting against us? Without hesitation, Kim Gu-jin immediately agreed. Okay, I can do that. Lazina was stunned by his answer, thinking, without Merlin's authority and King Arthur ring, his face was drenched in sweat as he wondered if Kim Gu-jin would be okay, since the guild's equipment effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Suddenly, Ogong approached them, calling out, Hey, who are you to decide that on your own? Hearing someone try to interfere, Carrie turns with lightning speed, her Atta eyes locking onto him with a sharp, threatening gaze. Faced with that dangerous gaze, Ogong froze, speechless, only daring to whisper the name in his mind, Roaneko. Carrie lowered her head, remarking that he seemed confident, adding another condition wouldn't hurt, and Kim Gu-jin agreed, saying they should hear it out first. Carrie looks up and says that her condition is to compare the number of guardians handled by the other guilds with the Savior Guild. Legina protested, The Savior Guild versus the others. How can you force this? But before she could continue, another voice cut in. Lady Roana's words make sense. Sungu finally spoke, breaking his silence. From the start, Isaac's intention was to encourage us to ascend as quickly as possible. He concludes, If that's his intention, then Lady Roana's offer isn't wrong, even if it's disadvantageous to him. Legina gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. Is this the alliance you were talking about? You think we're stupid enough to accept that? Kim Gu-jin smirked. If that's the case, then I have a question. Legina looked at him, bewildered. Carrie's eyebrows twitched as Kim Gu-jin continued. If I happen to win, his words reached Sungu and the others. Even if I monopolize your legendary gear. Elise and his party waited anxiously as Kim Gu-jin continued. Then you... Legina froze, only able to stammer. What? Like him. Ogong and Peter stood nearby, stunned. Kim Gu-jin put a finger to his lips and asked them if they had anything to say. Meanwhile, news outlets reported that Hansung Building had collapsed due to a terrorist attack, and that the Hansung Group had convened an unrepresentative board meeting. On the 12th, the Hansung Group convened an emergency board meeting to stabilize its stock, as its CEO is also a player representing Korea. The He vaccine's absence during the 7th floor dungeon raid in France has ignited a global debate between the Savior and Salvationist guilds. In the darkness of the office, a mysterious figure sat in a chair before a brightly lit computer screen. The figure's hand moved the mouse and clicked a few times, and suddenly, the room's overhead light flickered on, startling Jisoo, standing near the door, Exi-chan's hand still on the light switch. He says to the person in the chair, Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. He walked to the desk and asked why she was still here so late. And Jisoo stammered, Actually, she only managed to say 2 words before falling silent and bowing her head. Exi-chan scratched his head, wondering what was wrong with his secretary. His eyes shifted, Noticing the content on the computer screen, articles related to the Salvation Society and Hansung Group, Xe Chan realized. It's because of Park Shin-hai. He tilted his head, offering a serious smile, suggesting, "It's late. Let's call it a day and go out for a celebratory meal, though it'll just be the two of us. What would you like to eat?" Secretary Lee, Jisoo, still caught off guard, asked, "What I want to eat?" Xe Chun patted his chest. "That's right. What Secretary Lee wants to eat. I'm paying for everything today." Jisoo remained silent, her eyes probing as she stared at him for a long moment. Xe Chan, sweating profusely, anxiously asked, "Secretary Lee, why are you looking at me like that?" Finally, Jisoo agreed, and Xe Chan breathed a huge sigh of relief. That evening, under a sky as black as ink, a yellow tent marked a late-night eatery beside a towering building. On the table, a steaming pot of fish cake stew sits beside a plate of spicy rice cakes, and 2 bowls of golden noodles complete the spread. Xe Chan glanced at the food on the table, his lips twitching slightly, and called out, "Secretary Lee." Jisoo responded, "Yes." Xe Chan hastily tries to explain, saying she must think he's frugal, but he's actually very rich and doesn't need a feast to eat like this. Jisoo gently placed her chopsticks on the table. "I know you're very wealthy. Director." She lowered her head and continued, "Whether it's the money you've bet, which is related to the dungeon we're attacking, or the funds in the Ajak account I'm managing." Jisoo's voice echoed through the restaurant. "It's not that I think the director is obsessed with money. It's just that I want to help." Her eyes lock onto a single point, "Because I know, my director and I share the same goal." Sechun, sitting across from Jisoo, silently observes her, before finally stroking his chin and bringing up her father. Sechun's next words made Jisoo's eyes widen. Had she heard everything about the dragon hunters? Her hands clenched tightly in her lap. Jisoo lowered her head in silence, and the space was suddenly filled with quiet. 4 years ago, Sehun, at a towering skyscraper, atop which were emblazoned the words, Han Sung. Before the floor-to-ceiling window, the sunlight streamed in, blindingly bright. And on the desk, a nameplate read Han Sung Group CEO, Lee Jisoo. As if hearing a knock, the man tilted his head and gestured, "Come in." The wooden door opened, and a woman in business attire entered, calling out, "Director." The man, still gazing out the window, hears her announcement, "The chairman wants to see you." Only then does he slowly turn around. In a vast conference room, the words Han Sung are emblazoned on the back wall, as a man stands in the corner, head bowed, while 2 others sit in black chairs, flipping through documents. On the white paper was a graph and the words Han Sung Group stock value. As a displeased voice echoed, "It's laughable." Sweat beads on Director Kim's face as he bows silently, until the man in the chair calls out, "Look here, Director Kim." He slams the documents on the table, his anger boiling over. "How many times have I told you to block the reporter's eyes and ears?" Overwhelmed, Director Kim squeezed his eyes shut and trembled as he replied, "Yes, Chairman." The chairman of Han Sung Group, Baek Yi-an, looked up at him and loudly demanded, "Then why is the news still leaking?" The documents contained countless articles with headlines like "Citizens Awakening, Supernatural Powers, and Becoming Players." Han Sung Group's latest research points to a strange global phenomenon with the government. A massive rally erupted at Wanghua Moon Plaza, demanding the government and Han Sung Group release their research findings. After days of protests, Han Sung Group's stock price plummeted, putting immense pressure on the Kospi, and some speculate that a gate has appeared beneath the Han Sung Group. Lee Sung-man read the document as Book Yen-ho continued to scold. Why has the government gone silent on their promise to cooperate? He continued to shout, saying there had been riots since early this morning, and a crowd had gathered below holding up signs. The large corporations care nothing for the safety of citizens, only their own profits. Baek Yeon-ho continues, asking why they couldn't block the information on the protesters' signs below, which read, "What is the Han Sung Group hiding? And review your research. Han Sung Group out. Experiments on live subjects. Fact or fiction. And vote for government investigation," were among the slogans. Getting up from his seat, Baek Yeon-ho grabbed the documents and newspapers, asking if he thought, before throwing them in Director Kim's face, asking if he deserved to be in that position. Lee Sung-man, who had been silent until now, finally looked up, his gaze fixed on them. The documents scattered through the air as blood trickled from Director Kim's nose, and he fearfully begged for another chance. He panicked, bowing rapidly and promising, I'll find the source of the leak and fix it immediately. I'll use all available resources to resolve this. Lee Sung-man rose from his seat, urging, Chairman, please calm down. Director Kim doesn't seem to have done this on purpose, after all. He's been a core member of the corporation for a long time. Director Kim's face was drenched. And from his words, this news must have been a bolt from the blue. Lee Sung-man reached out, pulling the man to his feet. Director Kim, hold your head high. You've been under a lot of pressure lately, and you've done your best. Lee Sung-man added, I'll discuss things further with the chairman, so please go and sort everything out. Still dazed, Director Kim glanced sideways and called out, Chairman Lee. But he quickly regained his composure, closed his eyes, adjusted his glasses, and replied, Thank you very much. Lee Sung-man turned to the man in the chair, asking if Director Kim could leave, to which the other man agreed. Then, the wooden door of the meeting room was pulled open and shut with a resounding thud. Once alone, Bak Yeon-ho frowned, turning to complain, Look here, Chairman Lee, you're too soft. He glanced at Lee Sung-man, who was picking up documents, and warned, I've told you before, you shouldn't be so kind to your subordinates. Putting his hand to his forehead, Hokuto begins to analyze, saying that constant forgiveness will only breed dependence, making them believe they can always be forgiven. Lee Sung-man remained silent, placing the documents he'd gathered back on the table. Time passed before he finally looked up and said, Chairman, hearing this, Baek Yi-en asked, What is it? Lee Sung-man's face turned serious as he offered, As a longtime confidant, allow me to offer some sincere advice. Park Yeon-ho covers his mouth with his fist, asking, Advice? Why the sudden seriousness? Are you going to lecture me again? Lee Sung-man concludes that, despite the precarious situation, it could also be seen as an opportunity. Baek Yi-en repeats the word. Opportunity? Does he mean there's a silver lining? Lee Sung-man flatly denies it. Of course not. Chairman, do you realize what the biggest obstacle is? He looks at the sign that reads, Messiah Project, and asks, in a veiled way, what the Messiah Project, which he's collaborating on with the government, is. Baek Yeon contemplates, stroking his chin, the biggest problem. His lips twitch as he considers a possibility, perhaps the players. Baek Yeon-ho scoffs, judging them as simply lucky enough to have awakened, his fist clenched, slamming down on the table as he asked, They're too arrogant and never listen to others. Am I right? The hand on the table trembled from the force. If players weren't so rare and valuable, we wouldn't have to deal with their arrogance. Lee Sung-man nodded in agreement. You're right, Chairman. His eyes narrowed dangerously. However, among them, Lee Sung-man uttered a name, Lee Se-jun, stating his presence was the biggest problem, while elsewhere, a large, cracked stone pillar bore the marking B4. Below ground, the surface is now littered with the corpses of countless monsters. Blood splatters Lee Se-jun's clothes and face as he breathes heavily, while others gather before the dungeon gate in the corner of the basement. Lee Se-jun's eyes gleam as he steps forward, ordering the others to scan the gate's level before anything jumps out. Lee Se-jun stood a short distance from the gate as another subordinate slowly approached, while Jordan removed his helmet, revealing his bald head. Jordan's eyes flashed with white light as he activated Silent Hunter, mimicry, and began to duplicate himself. Jordan's clone leaps, diving into the dungeon gate before him, and inside, sunlight streams down as the clone dashes forward. After running for a while, he stopped, stomped his foot on the ground, and leaped into the air. Jordan's clone stood on a high branch, constantly scanning the surroundings. Outside the gate, Lee Se-jun stood with his arms crossed, asking what he saw, and Jordan, with a finger to his eye, replied that the dungeon had one level, B rank, and he was still searching for and analyzing the boss. He added that there was nothing else of note, but back in the dungeon, Jordan's clone sensed something and turned around. Outside, Jordan suddenly collapses to the ground, clutching his head in anguish. A masked teammate, witnessing this, approaches him, asking with concern, Hey, what's wrong? He stammered. I think there's a flying monster beyond the gate. He continued fearfully, saying it was a species he'd never seen before. And inside the dungeon, a long-beaked creature flew and swallowed the doppelganger whole. His teammate shook Jordan's shoulders, shouting, Hey, snap out of it. Lee Se-jun, standing nearby, spoke up. A flying monster never before seen. There's no doubt about it. He grinned with excitement. I have to tell Chairman Lee to postpone the dungeon raid. In the conference room, Lee Sung-man reports that the Special Defense Team, including Captain Lee Se-jun, and the Messiah Project members have failed their mission. His voice echoed through the meeting room, requesting a delay to the attack, as the doctor, upon hearing this, sank into contemplation. Lee Sung-man's words carried outside, warning that if they continued to delay, the dungeon break under Han Sung could spiral out of control and affect the outside world. Meanwhile, Black Shoes appeared in the hallway outside the meeting room as Lee Sung-man urged a swift decision, stating he'd be flying to France that night. Black Shoes stopped outside the meeting room as Lee Sung-man's voice echoed, revealing plans to recruit a player to replace Lee Se-jun. Then Park Yi-ong-ho asked, "A player to replace Lee Se-jun? Do you have someone in mind?" Lee Sung-man responded that there was a boy who had caught everyone's attention. The sole survivor, Se-jun, stood before the meeting room door, his face furious, as he overheard Lee Sung-man talking about the survival test when the descent occurred. The closed doors to the meeting room are suddenly forced open, startling both Park Yi-ong-ho and Lee Sung-man, who turned to look. With a perfectly calm expression, Lee Se-jun entered the room, saying, "I'm here to report something." Lee Sung-man frowned, displeased, and boomed, "Team Leader Lee, I'm speaking with the chairman." "What do you think you're doing?" A smirk crept across Lee Se-jun's face as he replied, "Because I have urgent news." Lee Sung-man retorted, "No matter how urgent, do you realize this is incredibly disrespectful to the chairman?" Lee Se-jun nonchalantly replied, "Is that so?" Just then, Park Yi-ang, sitting across from him, reached for something. Lee Se-jun's eyes narrowed, and in the blink of an eye, something was hurled at him, but he quickly tilted his head to dodge it. Enraged, Park Yi-ong-ho stood there, panting, as the object he'd thrown slammed into the wall and fell to the ground. Lee Se-jun sneers at the man before him. "Too much anger isn't good for your health, Chairman Park, and I can't listen to you if you keep this up." Park Yi-ong-ho's face contorted as he gritted his teeth at those words. Enraged, he shouts, "Hey, you bastard, do you even know where you are? Waltzing in like you own the place." Park Yi-ong-ho rises from his seat, pointing an accusing finger, asking if this nobody can decide what's urgent. Seeing the situation worsen, Lee Sung-man tried to intervene. "Chairman, please calm down." Lee Se-jun frowned in silence. Hearing Park Yi-ong-ho's words, is he some kind of player who's become so famous he doesn't respect anyone anymore? Park Yi-ong-ho continued his tirade. "Just you wait. It won't be long when suddenly..." His words were cut short as a small cut appeared on his left cheek. Lee Sung-man panicked, seeing the red liquid flowing from the cut, and shouted, "Chairman, you're bleeding." He immediately turned, warily eyeing the figure in the distance. Se-jun somehow has a long sword in his hand, radiating a murderous aura, as Sung-man shouts, "Team Leader Lee, what are you doing?" He spread his arms to shield the person behind him, saying this was beyond your limits. But Lee Se-jun replied, "No." A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes, saying, "If I really exceed my limits," Lee Se-jun's voice echoed, saying that the other half of the chairman would be on the floor by now. With wide eyes, Park Yi-ong-ho looked at Lee Se-jun, his hand hovering, afraid to touch the wound on his face as drops of blood fell from the small, sharp blade. Lee Se-jun called out to them both, "Chairman Baek, Director Lee, times have changed, aren't you the ones who haven't grasped the situation?" He declares that all the security personnel in this building are his men, meaning no one will dare help them. Lee Se-jun turns his gaze towards Lee Sung-man, who is protecting Park Yi-ong-ho. He directly warns that if he hears that nonsense again, he won't stop at just this. "Understand," he sheathed his sword, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, "All right, we're all busy people, so I'll get straight to the point." Lee Sung-man softened, asking what urgent matter brought him here. Lee Se-jun sat down, pressed a button on the screen's remote, and reported, "There's been a problem at the 4th level gate in the dungeon. Flying monsters have appeared there for the first time." The projector light flickered as he analyzed. "I can't proceed with the attack until I fully grasp the extent of the damage. Who knows the danger if we let them fly through that gate?" Lee Se-jun concludes that the attack will be delayed to investigate the monsters, pushing back the attack. "And now you're saying it'll be even later. If we can't contain the dungeon, the monsters will keep pouring out." He wondered how much more time his help would need, and Lee Se-jun replied with a faint smile, "I don't know. I can't be sure. I've said my piece, so I'll be going now." Meanwhile, outside the Hansung Group's towering building, The sun blazed down as a student in uniform excitedly adjusted her backpack and headed for the revolving doors. Meanwhile, a hand on the table trembled. Director Lee. Yang Ho called, bowing his head to command. Proceed with what we discussed. Baek Kang then asked, is it tonight's flight we should prepare to depart now? Lee Sung, wearing a stern expression, assured him, I know. I will definitely complete the contract. Meanwhile, a pair of black shoes hurried down the steps of the emergency exit. One of Bak Seon-hee's hands grips the railing as she stops. Her eyes fixed ahead. Bae Shin-hae stood motionless before the door marked B4, finally reaching out to grab the handle. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-min got into the car, and the driver asked, did the chairman agree? Lee Sung-min signaled to him. Yes. To Incheon Airport. The driver grinned. I'll get you there as fast as I can. Meanwhile, Bak Seon-hee's hand reached for the doorknob and opened it. But before he could open it, the door was pushed open, and a man rushed in, sending Bak Soo-hyuk tumbling to the ground. He sits on the ground, head bowed, as men in black uniforms rush upstairs. Only the last man notices him and asks, a civilian. He loudly announced to the man at the front that there was a civilian present, prompting the lead man to ask in disbelief. What? A civilian? Why is a civilian here? In the meeting room, only Bak Yang-ho remains as the ringing of a call from China breaks the silence. He picks up his phone, the screen displaying the caller as the special security team. In the emergency staircase, the lead man urges, hey, kid. I don't have time to explain. If you want to live, get up and run. Baek Sein-woo, utterly bewildered, stammers, what's happening? The man in the black uniform reached out to Ata, urging him to get up, when a terrifying roar suddenly echoed, and Baksin widened his eyes in shock. Ata's outstretched arm froze in midair as the man before him was crushed by a giant foot, blood splattering everywhere. Then, massive fingers gripped the doorframe as the monster leaned down, revealing a ferocious face with sharp teeth and drool dripping down. The monster's eyes flashed crimson as it lunged towards the emergency stairs, but an unseen attack struck, sending blood flying. A small knife was embedded in the monster's forehead, and its entire body was flung back into the basement, slamming into a stone pillar. Ba Shin. He was stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. His eyes shifted, glancing to the side as the leading man stepped forward, addressing the newcomer as Captain. Sweat beaded on Shin Hye's face as he looked up at the figure on the stairs. Lee Sejun remained calm, gazing down at him. Sejun coldly asks who she is and what she's doing here, to which Shin Hye hesitates and replies, I. The next moment, he realized it was Lee Sejun, who slowly descended the stairs, and with each step, the wounded man's arm twitched. He quickly recovers, his indomitable skill activated, consuming mana to gradually restore his stamina. This strange sight surprises Shin Hye, who wonders how he's unharmed. A moment later, Sejun patted the soldier's shoulder and advised him not to act on impulse. Wiping the blood from his face, the soldier apologized. He calmly turned and said he'd head up first, asking them to defend this spot. But as he saw the monsters approaching, Sejun frowned, sighing at the nuisance. In the blink of an eye, they charged ferociously toward him, yet Sejun slowly drew his sword. With its powerful blast, the fireball blocked the monster's path. He glanced back, the fireball skill having been cast. So Shin Hye is struggling to support Sejun, panting heavily, and doesn't have enough mana to cast any more spells. A guard, witnessing this, exclaimed in surprise, while another recognized the rare profession of mage. Sejun calmly complimented, not bad. As he turned his back, a monster emerged from Shin Shi's fireball. It lunges, attempting to attack Sejun, but with a swift strike, he cleaves the monster in two. At the same time, nearby pipes burst, spewing water everywhere, but it seemed to have no effect on the fireball's destructive power. Finally, an expression crosses Sejun's face. He's intrigued. Meanwhile, at the airport, Xe Chan's excited voice rang out. You're here, Jinsu replied as he texted. All good. Sitting in the car, he instructed. It's a long journey. Drive carefully. Jinsu quickly replied. Okay. I know. But what about the unresolved issues? Could you check on my daughter while you're there? I'm a little worried being so far away. And you know her. Xe Chan immediately agreed, saying he would. The next second, Jinsu added. Also, but before he could finish, the car radio announced, A fire has broken out in the parking garage of the Hansung building in Siejun. A massive fire of unknown origin has broken out, and the area is under lockdown, fueling rumors of a dungeon gate appearing, trapping those inside. In a flash, Jinsu raised his voice. Chan. Turn the car around, now, Chan responded immediately. Yes. Sir. Faced with this emergency, worry etched itself onto his face. Why did this have to happen now? Back at Hansung building, Yang Ho rushed towards the helicopter, and as he got in, he received an urgent call. With a bored tone, Yang Ho answers the phone. What is it? On the other end is Xe Jun. You seem busy. Chairman, he said gleefully. I just sent you some pictures, take a look. You'll regret running away at a time like this. Intrigued, Yang Ho opens the photo, his eyes widening with concern. It's Shin Hee, fiercely wielding magic against Xe Jun's team. Yang Ho frantically zooms in on the photos, trying to make sense of it all. Why is Shin Hee at the fire? His daughter is only a 2-star, awakened. Xe Jun excitedly says he had a hunch, but didn't realize it was the chairman's daughter. That girl is a talented mage. Unlike ordinary people like you. Yang Ho seethed. Damn it. Why is my daughter there? Why didn't you get her out of that fire? He refused, simply smiling. The situation here is complicated, and I have much to do. As he spoke, a fearsome monster emerged from the gate. I can't leave this place. Without hesitation, Yang Ho rushed out and ordered. Wait there. I'm coming. The panicked helicopter pilot shouted. Chairman, where are you going? As he ran, he suddenly spotted an emergency locker. Yang Ho quickly opened it, grabbed the axe, and gritted his teeth, thinking, that bastard, Xe Jun. Meanwhile, Xe Chan's car arrived, and as Jin Su stepped out, he was stunned by the scene before him. Xe Chan anxiously added, Brother, this is bad. The next moment, Jin Su pulls out a small suitcase, hesitating for a brief second. Jin Su worried, hoping he wouldn't have to use this. Xe Chan realized his intent and lunged forward. Wait, are you crazy? You can't just rush in there. We should leave this to Lee Jae-jun and get out of here. Xe Chan urged. But Jin Su calmly replied, Xe Chan, I appreciate your concern, but Lee Se-jun never intended to control the gate in the first place. If we leave it be, the surrounding damage will only increase. Xe Chan tries to persuade him, but Jin Su cuts him off, stating that his daughter is training in this city, and he can't entrust her future to another. Don't worry about me. Just go. Hearing this, Xe Chan gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. The next moment, he loudly instructed, Go find someone who can help, and don't do anything rash until I get there. Jin Su silently signaled and entered the building. Meanwhile, on floor B4 of Hansung building, Xe Jun's team gathered before the dungeon gate. From behind, Jin Hai thought to herself, Lee Jae-jun's skills aren't so bad that the higher-ups would turn a blind eye. If we learn well from that man, we'll only get stronger and more famous. Then, Xe Jun's teammate asked, Captain, are we attacking now? He nonchalantly replied, No. Let's wait a little longer. These words from Seo Jun caused Jin Hai to panic and shout, Wait. What are you saying? If we wait, the monsters will, with a nonchalant tone, he asks. If the monsters escape the dungeon rift, how will the situation inside the gate change? She realizes. You don't mean... Before Jin Hai could finish, Jae-jun explained that while it was unfortunate for the citizens, their safety had to be ensured before the next dungeon raid. We shouldn't force players to sacrifice themselves unconditionally. The worthless lives of those who receive no glory. We should sacrifice ourselves to create some value. Shouldn't we? Are the lives of us awakeners the same as theirs? Meanwhile, at home, Ji-soo heard on the news that an emergency explosion had occurred near Seoul, and the dungeon break was becoming apparent. She's still texting Ji-soo, asking if her father has boarded the plane yet, and urging him to reply. Then, she slowly approached the window, and as soon as she looked out, Ji-soo gasped. So the horrific scene at Hansung building has caught her eye, making her wonder if Shin Hai is okay. And if she's already there, back at Hansung, Ji-soo presses him. Say that again. Jun calmly replies. I said, we don't attack now. Hearing this, he couldn't believe it, and yelled. What do you mean? If we want to make a hole, we have to attack immediately. Even so, he slowly asks. I want to ask, does the chairman mean that the people selected for Project BESIA can die here? And it's okay. This question throws Jin-soo into thought, and after a moment, he replies, "That's not what I meant. If necessary, casualties must be minimized. Your strength is meant to protect the people, so don't speak so recklessly." Seo Jun. So, in the end, it's that our lives don't matter, and we have to enter the dungeon to protect the people, no matter what. His distortion of the truth angers Jin-soo. Who knows better than anyone, that wasn't his intention. Project BESIA was created to protect the people, to help and nurture players responsible for protecting the people. Don't mistake your purpose. You weren't created for comfort. So get to the dungeon before disaster strikes. Hearing that, Xe Jun smirked. You'll be held responsible for those words. Then, his team members approached, their arrival seemingly shocking Jin-soo. Shin He had overheard everything. Shin He cried. What are you doing here? It seems Xe Jun has achieved his goal, as he speaks with satisfaction. Did you hear that? Sacrificing us for the sake of the useless who can't protect themselves, that's the face of this hypocrite. Jin-soo desperately tried to dissuade her. Shin He, don't fall for his rhetoric. Why are you in such a dangerous place? Come here. Unfortunately, Xe Jun has poisoned Shin He's mind with his twisted ideology. Even as she turns away, he desperately reaches out. But suddenly, Jin-soo freezes. Before him, a monster flies across the building, piercing through the floors. It seems the monster is trying to escape. Jin-soo worries. If the monsters get out, on the stairs, a figure rushes down. It's Yang Ho. Desperately searching for Shin He and Lee Zae-jun, in a fit of rage, he suddenly senses something strange. Yang Ho is terrified. Could it be? As he turned, his eyes widened in horror. A monster had emerged from the building and was now flying before Yang Ho, its eyes filled with bloodlust. His face paled. Damn it. The monster violently crashes into the building where Yang Ho is standing. Jin-soo hears the terrifying sound and turns around. Then, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a remote he can't stall any longer. Without hesitation, the imposing Jin-soo threatened that the basement beneath them was rigged with explosives. If you don't attack immediately, I'll blow it up to seal the breach, everyone. Get to the basement now. Despite the threat, Dune smirked, saying, looks like you're crazier than I thought. Even if he detonates it, the gate won't disappear. It seems Jin-soo is determined, but this area can be sealed off, enough to buy time. Jin, he cried out in alarm. Are you crazy? You want us all to die? He immediately expressed his regret. Jin He. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were involved. But if I don't do this, we can't prevent a greater disaster. The next moment, Seodun responded grimly. I understand. Proceed. A nearby soldier immediately ordered. Everyone, head to the basement and prepare to attack. Understood. As everyone scrambled, he announced. I'll speak with the chairman and catch up. Jin, he also began to leave with heavy steps, but with much worry. He turned to look intently at Xe Dun and Jin-soo. Meanwhile, he coldly endures the surge of power. And seeing this, the man grits his teeth, glares at Xe Dun, and tries to appear unafraid, returning to reality. Having heard the whole story, Jin-soo says softly that he's grateful to accompany his father to the end, as well as to Jin He and Lee Sol-hyun. Speaking of which, she suddenly remembers having the testimonies of those who joined the Messiah Project. I'm sure of it. Before even meeting the Dragon Hunter, I now understand why the director hid all of this from me. Jin-soo's sadness left Chairman Cha at a loss for words, but Secretary Lee cut him off, saying, It's not your fault, Chairman. It's just that. After a 2-second pause, Jin-soo continued seriously. What should I do from now on? I'm satisfied with finding that answer. Meanwhile, a massive inferno erupts within the dungeon as Elise gasps for breath, her magic depleted. Suddenly, her vitality and skills are restored as the mage's mana-enhancing skill is activated. The energy recovery rate is rapidly increasing its carry. Assisting Elise with a triumphant smile, she confidently thinks to herself that with a skill enhancement, master support, even Isaac is no match for them. In the next moment, Elise plunged her weapon into the ground, unleashing a formidable power. The light from the flames drew the monster's attention, and it charged, eager to devour Elise. As she predicted, a satisfied smile crept across her face. The monster had no idea what awaited it. In the blink of an eye, the monster took a massive hit and lost several teeth. So, Elise was just distracting it, leaving the attack to her teammates, namely, Jae Raksun. After slaying the beast, he turned his head at Gina's gesture. Elise relentlessly unleashed her magic, Completing her skill casting, her flames threatened to engulf the forest, and the sound reached Gina's ears. He spoke urgently. "What's this? Are you playing a pet-raising game?" Gina's strange question made Gujin curious. "Why do you ask?" Without hesitation, he angrily roared that the mistress had been carrying one guy this whole time, slowing down the hunt. "Look at these stats. We're the only ones falling behind." As Gina points out, the rankings appear, and Isaac claims they can take on all the other guilds alone. So much for the boasting. We're doomed, and our legendary gear will be stolen. And here he is, playing with pets. Why did I give him the musk? I shouldn't have trusted him. This is so frustrating. While Gina ranted in frustration, Gu Jin calmly tore the paper in his hand. The representative of the Dark World had acquired the Dead Knight skill, a bizarre act that left Eon 1 bewildered. Immediately, the system displays information: Dead Knight. Conditions for possession: representative of the Dark World. Level 200 or higher, effect transforms the Skull Knight, who has defeated 444 monsters, into a Dead Knight. Having read the information, they slowly approached the Skeleton Knight under Eon 1's surprised gaze, and Gujin gently touched its head. The next moment, the Skull Knight displayed 457 monsters slain, and the screen asked, "Summon Dead Knight, yes or no?" Having read it, Gujin slowly cracked a satisfied smile as a prompt appeared. Summon Dead Knight with the options yes or no. With a tap, he selects yes, his eyes fixed on the light emanating from the screen. This time, a powerful aura emanates from the Dead Knight, and Gujin smirks as he witnesses it. Yeonwon watched with wide eyes as the energy intensified, swirling higher and higher into the sky. Then, a blinding light erupts, filling everything, before vanishing completely. Gina stared in awe as another leg descended from the sky. Slowly, it touched the ground, kicking up dust all around. This was the Dead Knight, and he strode powerfully toward the group. Seeing him approach, Gina said to Gujin, "So that's the plan." "Huh, my colleague has it all figured out." He didn't answer, but stood still as the Dead Knight knelt before Gujin. Excited, Gina asks, "So, are we going to take him and start a massacre?" Just then, another notification appears, summoning the messenger's book. The Dead Knight remained kneeling, awaiting Gujin's command, but he instead stored it within his armory, causing the Dead Knight to fade away. Confused, Gina loudly asks, "What in the world are you doing? Why are you putting away the new weapon we worked so hard to create? Aren't you going to use it to catch up with the other guilds?" But Gujin simply smiled and replied, "I've already secured the victory. Now focus on the task on the first floor. The Dead Knight won't affect the outcome." But it was Li Gina. Upon hearing this, he stared blankly and pointed at himself, asking, "Me?" Just as the goblins and knights suddenly sensed something, they immediately turned and ran, the beasts stampeding back into the forest. Seeing this, Jay Jackson laughs gleefully, saying, "Looks like you're all afraid of my power. Huh, good. Try and run." Just then, Elise Heighton approached, raising an eyebrow as she asked, "Jackson, do you notice anything strange? How many times has this happened?" Now, he turned and replied, "I guess they know this body can't take much more." Elise Heighton pondered. Some intelligent monsters flee before being hunted, but this feels different. Just then, a bright light appeared in the middle of the forest, and Gina, holding a strange object, exclaimed in annoyance, "It's been halved again. Damn it." Flashback to months prior. Floor 6A of the Spin's dungeon. Gina stands with arms crossed, speaking to someone. "It was hard to get this. Is there anything good here?" Upon hearing this, the other person tossed a package over, replying, "Not sure." Gina caught it, surprised by what he saw. "What is this? Why these options?" "This is the death music box with no level limit. Anyone who was once a legend can use their strength to spread the deadly sound over a wide area, causing all the monsters in the dungeon to see the user as their primary target, an effect that only works on the user's floor." After learning the item's stats and how to use it, Gina angrily tells the other person, "Why give me something useless? Do whatever you want now. It drains my strength and makes me bait. You're evil. Only an idiot would use this. An idiot." Remembering this from the past, Gina gritted her teeth and turned to Gujin, only to see him shrug and smile. Just then, another person arrived, speaking slowly. "You're making things difficult for us for no reason. No matter how brilliant you are, you can't change the outcome now, even if I don't know what you're planning." Gujin, he glares at Gujin, saying he'll withdraw, and not to drag Park Young-won into his meaningless plan. Who knows? If something goes wrong this time and your name is tarnished, all alliances will be for naught. But hearing that, Gujin smirked and retorted, "Is that so? Then go ahead and try." In his mind, Gujin thought, "Park Young-won, you're about to lose your consciousness and your passionate struggles." That taunt must have struck a nerve, because Young-won roared, "What are you bragging about now?" and charged forward. At the same time, a horde of demons suddenly appeared, full of malice. And facing them, the beasts of the forest charged as one. From a small gathering in the center, countless demons and beasts rushed in. Young-won stared ahead in disbelief, wondering where this massive force had come from. The scene shifts to another area in the forest, where a group of people are on the move. Henry, following behind Sung-gu, suddenly spoke. "Why are you so quiet? It's unsettling." Sung-gu turned back, thinking, "Something strange. All those monsters just vanished." Just then, a soldier shouted, "Guildmaster." Over there, Sung-gu glanced in the direction he pointed, astonished, thinking, "Where did they all come from? How didn't they detect us?" Immediately, he leaped towards the fray and ordered, "After them," as they charged through the dark forest. Sung-gu sped ahead, but suddenly his eyes widened as if he'd seen something unbelievable. Before Sung-gu was a brutal free-for-all between wild beasts and goblins. And he wondered, "What is this?" Unexpectedly, a voice spoke from behind him. "The death music box. I've seen it in the black market. I thought it was useless back then, but I never imagined anyone would use it like that." Looking down at the others, he thought, "I heard Isaac was stubborn and inflexible, with no loyal followers. So he does have subordinates willing to risk their lives. They're all insane." Carrie Rowana gritted her teeth, observing that only a madman would dare use such a thing in the open during an A+ dungeon survival mission. In the smoky forest, Park Young-won wiped his brow, thinking, "That crazy Isaac. He dragged me along for this." He looked at the group and thought to himself, "It's like being brought back from the dead." Lee Jin-ah smiled with shining eyes and asked, "How much is this place worth? What are the benefits of being tortured to death?" Kim Gu-jin smiled at him, and he immediately turned away, saying it was a shame. Comparing everyone's results, Kim Gu-jin noted that they were far behind. Cho Sung-gu gritted his teeth, thinking, "That bastard Isaac is toying with us." Kim Gu-jin waved his hands, saying, "I'm truly sorry about this. I only made the bet to encourage everyone." Carrie Rowana looked at him with great resentment, and Kim Gu-jin continued, "And here I was, winning without even trying." He looked at the treasure and said, "A bet's a bet, and I'll put this item to good use." Suddenly, Kim Gu-jin narrowed his eyes. His attention was drawn to a ring among the other treasures, and Kim Gu-jin wondered if it was Galahad's cursed ring. He pondered, surprised that an item from the Knights of the Round Table series was still in such good condition. He should consider its options. The system displays Galahad's ring. Legendary item. The ring of the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, is known as the Cursed Ring, and will curse all those who covet the Round Table's sacred objects, causing them to die tragically. Its effect curses enemies within a 3-meter radius, reducing their current health by 5% every second, while the user suffers the same curse. Kim Gu-jin assesses that this is more of an offensive weapon than a defensive tool, especially since the user is also affected. Suddenly, a voice calls out. "Wait!" Kim Gu-jin turns his head slightly, and Oh Gong says with annoyance, "This bet doesn't count." Kim Gu-jin slams the stretcher down, asking, "What's the problem with it not counting?" Oh Gong hesitated. The monsters we were supposed to hunt all suddenly ran towards the Salvation Association. As Oh Gong spoke, he glanced at the other guilds, the Savior Guild, Great One, Frontier, Victory. Weren't they all facing the same problem? He continued, saying that this couldn't be considered a fair gamble. As Kim Gu-jin calmly questioned Oh Gong, an obstruction. Focusing the monster wave on Tanker A, using an item with a taunt effect is also a problem. He waved his hand and said that an item that affects the entire map is indeed game-breaking. Suddenly emboldened, Kim Gu-jin asks if any guild could withstand the monster wave they created with the item's effect. He questioned Oh Gong, asking if any of the guilds present could withstand them. Kim Gu-jin smiled. "Is there?" His words left the guild members speechless, and seeing their tension, Kim Gu-jin clapped his hands. As he conjured a screen before them, he apologized, saying he hadn't realized he was pushing them so hard, and that they didn't need to withdraw. Suddenly, screens appeared before everyone, and they stared in disbelief. The screen displays a warning: all guardians have been eliminated, and the 10-day survival mission has been forcibly shortened to 4 days. As the gateway to the next floor opens, everyone wonders what's happening. A forced end to the survival mission. It's unprecedented. They buzzed with excitement, wondering if they had really done it, acknowledging it was all thanks to Isaac, and impossible without him. In the distance, the towering gate slid open with a flash, and Kim Gujin glanced at Ogong, saying, "So, I'll assume the bet's outcome is settled." He touches the gate, and Kim Gujin turns back, saying, "Let's move on to the next floor." He smiled confidently and opened the door, a figure shimmering in the light as Frank Swazero silently stared at the sand beneath his feet. Reaching down to grab a handful, he then blew it away in the wind. As Frank Swazero wondered how this place had once been the world's largest wine-producing region just a few years ago, he surveyed the desolate, sandy landscape and lamented its ruin. Robert approached, asking how long he intended to wait here, to which Frank Swazero replied, "Until when? Let's see. I'm not sure." He gazed into the distance, saying that after leaving the gate before that villain, all he could do now was stand here and watch. Frank Swazero asked Robert if it wasn't heartbreaking, to which Robert replied not to worry, as he had done his best. He continued, saying that sending the guild's main players there would eventually bring results from his efforts. Robert hesitated, saying the people would eventually understand. But Frank Swazero cut him off, saying that wasn't the issue. He clenched his fist and said he didn't even understand his own heart anymore. Frank Swazero recounts that years ago, a Korean man wanted to meet him, saying if he had settled things then and gone to Korea to meet him, he continued, saying that perhaps the one entering and shedding all pretense of dignity. Frank Swazero wondered, what if it wasn't Lee Se-jun? But he was having those very thoughts. He continued, saying that in the end, he was just like them, a pretender of virtue. Robert watched him silently, then firmly cut him off, saying, "That's not true. That's impossible. He says that after all these years, he's been the closest to you, so he knows you're different." Robert insisted that whatever choice the master makes, and whatever meaning it holds for him, the world will prove it. Frank Swazero said nothing, only offering a smile. In the United Kingdom, A-rank dungeon, 7th floor, dungeon level 2, dungeon level 3, dungeon level 4, dungeon level 5. The gateway to the next floor has opened. Everyone gathered at the Gate of Light, with Sungu standing before it. He glanced back to see Kim Gugin smirking with his arms crossed, causing Sungu to click his tongue in annoyance. Cut to a sand cave, where Ogong declares that at this rate, they'll clear the 5th floor by tomorrow. Right. He asks what they plan to do now that their pretense of working with Isaac Noth for one more floor is over. He wondered if they would return to attack Isaac together as planned after reaching the 7th floor. Carrie started to speak, then stopped, while Sungu pondered with his hand on his chin. Jay Jackson and Elise Heighton fell silent, while Ogong anxiously asked why no one was saying anything. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it. I knew this would happen with this bunch." Carrie speaks up, saying that with the Savior's strength, it would be difficult to deal with Isaac with just their group. Cho Sungu chimed in, agreeing that eliminating Isaac would come at a great cost, adding that they didn't know what kind of beings awaited them on the 7th floor. Cho Sungu questions if they should risk their lives just to capture Isaac, a sentiment echoed by Ogong's silence. Despite his bold words, Cho Sungu was conflicted, thinking that taking out Isaac here would be ideal, or at least finding his weakness. As Cho Sungu pushed open the gate, survival was all that mattered. A system notification appeared to proceed to the next level. Eliminate the boss. Everyone stared in stunned silence as a powerful gust of wind kicked up dust and debris. Everyone shielded their eyes from the dust as Cho Sungu thought, "This can't be happening." Carrie wondered in fear. Why, before them, a massive red dragon flapped its wings and landed, roaring with savage intent. He muses that the dragon should be on the 7th floor. So why is it here? While everyone panics, Kim Gujin calmly observes the dragon. Ogong thought, "Damn it. Now I definitely have to worry about Isaac. And a fire dragon on only the 6th floor." He turns to look at him, thinking, "No, that's not right. But maybe it's a good thing." He smirks and calculates. If it's a fire dragon, it could weaken Isaac. Suddenly, Kim Gugin turns to Gay and asks what he's talking about. But Ogong nervously waves him off, telling him to just attack. He looked at the man intently and asked, "What about you?" Ogong quickly replied, "Of course we're prepared too. You go first." Kim Gugin smiled, realizing it was easy to see what they were all thinking, each one driven by their own ambition. Kim Gugin muses that simply acting on one's desires isn't enough to survive. And beyond the 6th floor, something far more terrifying awaits. Kim Gugin approached the dragon, with only Legina following, while the others watched from behind, bound by the Book of the Dead. Kim Gugin takes the glowing book in his hand as Legina excitedly asks if it's finally time to use their new weapon. To which he calmly replies, "Perhaps. The Death Book can revive Deknai, and it can revive the Seabone Brigade." A plume of black smoke gathers around the book, and suddenly, a red robe appears and billows in the wind. Deknai knelt before Kim Gugin, saying, "Greetings, Master. Your command." Legina, surprised, wondered, "What, it can talk, it's sentient." Kim Gugin smirks, declaring this his first mission, pointing at the red dragon and ordering him to take it as his opponent. Kim Gugin added, "Show me your power, then return." Deknai's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wait." Kim Gugin turned to see Leech before him. Kim Gugin calmly replies, "Just watch for now." He points to Deknai and says, "This is his solo act." Deknai stomps his foot and demands, "Insolent mage, who do you think you are to speak to your master like that?" Leech angrily headbutts Deknai and shouts, "What, you dare judge me? You little speck of a knight," Legina thinks to herself. What are those two doing? Kim Gugin rests his hand on his chin, contemplating. He watches the two bicker, thinking he wished they had gotten items, but not to the point of having two Deknais. Kim Gugin muses that it's a shame. One of them should have been Deknai's original form, meaning they should have had two core knights. Suddenly, Legina pointed and exclaimed, "Ajax, how long are you going to let them go at it? The other guilds are already fighting." Meanwhile, the red dragon roared fiercely, smoke billowing from beneath its body. A mage attacks, using ice magic to restrain the dragon. As wooden stakes rise from the ground, binding its body, everyone focuses their attacks on the dragon, and Elise joins in, pausing to catch her breath. Exhausted. Suddenly, Day shouts in alarm, warning Elise to be careful. But as she turns to look at him, she doesn't realize the dragon is thrashing its tail beside her. But as Elise turned, the dragon's tail was already upon her. A loud crash echoes through the dust and smoke, and Elise closes her eyes in fear, only to slowly open them in surprise at what lies before her. Just in time, Jai appeared, using his cane to defend her. Elise asked what was happening, and he replied that it was too dangerous. She emerges from the ground to find allies scattered around her, and Carrie grits her teeth. Realizing it's useless, he adjusts his healing skill, using his power on everyone, restoring the stamina of all nearby allies. They rise again and charge the dragon, who looks around wide-eyed as the guild members leap and strike. Each sharp blade struck true, but with a flick of its head, the dragon sent them flying. As Cho Sung-gu landed swiftly on the ground, he gritted his teeth, thinking that last blow had used all his strength. As a worried voice asked if he was all right, Cho Sung-gu frowned and replied that he was still okay. Suddenly, a burst of intense fire erupts. His eyes widen as he watches the flames die down, leaving only black smoke swirling in the wind. From afar, Oh Gong shouted, "Hey! Stop standing around. I think we should retreat first." Cho Sung-gu trembled as he replied. "Retreat from what?" He turned, rage in his voice, and spat. "What the hell are you talking about at a time like this?" He said, "They couldn't win like this. They should wait to regroup, then attack on a smaller scale, and find the fire dragon's weaknesses." Cho Sung-gu roared, cutting him off. "Enough nonsense. While it's still on the ground, focus your attacks. If it spreads its wings and takes to the sky, half our forces will be left watching." Ogong hesitated, but Sung-gu deflected the sword and cut him off. "If you don't fight, I'll kill you first," he continued, saying he didn't care who was scattering what. They'd figure it out once they survived. Ogong pushes the sword aside, saying, "I understand. Now put that away." In his mind, he thinks, "This sly bastard. Why can't he just listen?" Suddenly, from behind, Deknai rushes past, and Ogong turns to look at him warily. Deknai unleashes the Chain of Demise, slamming it down before lashing out with deadly force. Seeing this, Cho Sung-gu and Ogong were shocked as Deknai released the chain, sending it flying to wrap around the dragon's neck. A surge of orange light flowing from Deknai's hand into the chain. As it turned red, he yanked the chain, tightening it around the dragon's neck. The chain bit deep, drawing blood. Ogong wondered, "Is he crazy? What is that mutt?" The dragon, neck ensnared, struggled to breathe fire as Ogong watched Deknai, wondering just what he was. He wondered if he was fighting that dragon alone. And then, impossibly, controlling it, Carrie turns and shouts, demanding to know what they're dawdling about, and orders anyone who's recovered to attack. Everyone attacks at once, unleashing fire upon the dragon, resulting in a massive explosion above it. Cho-sung-gu roars, urging everyone to attack. But Ogong stops them, hesitates, then charges forward with his sword, cursing his fate. Ahead, a black cloud of smoke obscures everything, but a light flashes within it. The dragon unleashes a torrent of fire, blasting through the smoke and heading straight for the group. Fire scorches the earth as Ogong desperately dodges the flames, exclaiming in fear, "Dragon's breath." He tumbles to avoid the attack. Ogong surveys the fiery battlefield left by the dragon and realizes that continuing to attack head-on would be foolish. Unbeknownst to him, the flames had already caught on his body, and Ogong screamed, "It's too hot." Meanwhile, the dragon continued its fiery rampage. Its eyes widened as Deknai suddenly leaped onto its head. A chain clutched tightly in his hand. Deknai swung his sword, stabbing the dragon in the face, and with a mighty roar, he flipped off its head. Meanwhile, Li Jina and Kim Gujin watched from below, and he thought to himself, as expected, Kim Gujin muses that after attacking its eyes and narrowing its vision, that wounded eye becomes a blind spot to hide in. He assesses the situation and attacks its wings. As Kim Gujin smirks, thinking, just as wicked as me. Suddenly, the Lich spoke. Summoned one. He questioned, "How long must we stand idly by? The dead await battle." He replies with a smile, "I was just about to end the feature test anyway. It's time to finish off that god." The Lich and his undead army roar in anticipation. Cut to the next morning. Li Jina kneels, using her sword as support, while Cho Sung-woo slumps beside her, relieved that it's finally over. Li Jina wiped the sweat from her face, saying it was an exhausting battle. The dragon was defeated, but everyone around them was sprawled out on the ground. Kim Gujin touches the dragon, remarking that a fully grown dragon is incomparable to a hatchling, and despite the 5 guilds' concentrated attacks, the damage is minimal. Suddenly, Cho Sung-woo stomps his foot, and Li Jina wonders what they're doing here. Cho Sung-woo asks if there's a problem. Kim Gujin asked what the problem was, and he replied that even stronger monsters awaited them on the 7th floor. Cho Sung-woo hesitantly says that his side is suffering heavy losses, to which the other replies sternly. So, he anxiously suggests that the Savior Guild should send players to other guilds to help reorganize their ranks, adding that since he can summon more skeletal soldiers, he should still have enough forces to fight. Kim Gujin rests his hand on his chin, pondering they want to scatter the Savior Guild's forces before the 7th floor raid. Li Jina, beside him, also senses something amiss, thinking to herself about the members of the Salvation Guild. What's gotten into him? He suddenly smirks, thinking, "This is interesting." Kim Gujin agrees, saying he'll send someone over, but then wonders what's going on. Cho Sung-woo remarks on his generosity, but Kim Gujin cuts him off, stating he has conditions. Cho Sung-woo urgently asks what they are. He casually responds that the forces will be split into 2 groups, him, Spiceiva, and the Salvation Association on one side. Cho Sung-woo is stunned and asks, "What?" Kim Gujin continued, stating that everyone else would be on the other team, causing the man to wonder if he was walking into the lion's den. Cho Sung-woo smirks, thinking he'll have to change his plans, then steps forward, offering his hand and asking, "What is it? Is this really going to work?" he wondered. As Kim Gujin confidently shook his hand with a smile, Cho Sung-woo smiled, agreeing to the terms. A large crowd gathered at the glowing gate as Buk Eun-won silently surveyed the scene. Sakura turned to him, saying, "What if you have something to say? Say it now." He asked if she knew what Isaac was planning. She retorted, "Does that even matter right now?" Sakura points forward, saying, "At this point, we don't even know what the next floor holds, so why bother with Isaac's plans?" With a frustrated tone, Eun-won asks what good it would do to know, as if they should just blindly follow Isaac's orders. He questions if she'd blindly follow, and Sakura hesitates. As Book Eun-won continues, revealing Isaac's reason for splitting the team, he continued, "What else could it be but to abandon us when things get tough?" Hearing this, she was startled. Sakura turned her head towards Kim Gugin and thought, could it be that Isaac? She looks directly at Kim Gugin as everyone gradually moves through the gate of light. Cho Sung-gu suddenly stops, turns back, and sees Kim Gugin smirking. Cho Sung-gu turned and smirked as well, then stepped into the gate. Now, only Kim Gugin and Lee Jin-ah remained, and he spoke. They've all gone. Lee Jin-ah whispers that it's just them now. Time to go. But Gugin grins, saying they still have unfinished business here. He wondered what they had to do. As Kim Gugin approached the dragon's corpse and gently placed his hand on it, Lee Jin-ah wonders if he's really going to do it. But Kim Gugin simply turns and smiles at him. He thought to himself, Golden Return failed due to its low skill level, and I had to give up on hatchling to find weapon crafting materials. Kim Gugin considered that now was finally the time to use his skeletal marine skill. X. The dragon's body began to dissolve, revealing a white skeletal frame. Lee Jin-ah watched in awe as the dragon's mist was enveloped in a layer of black smoke. The dragon transformation was a success. The white skeletal dragon from Kim Gugin's Sea of Corpses skill emerges. Magnificent. Its wings creating a gust of wind that blows away the surrounding dust. Kim Gugin marvels at the dragon's appearance, its body radiating a mysterious black smoke, while Lee Jin-ah is left speechless, wondering if it's real. The scene shifts to the highest level of the dragon's domain, where the group declares that they've finally arrived and must prepare for its imminent appearance. They remind each other to stay vigilant. As a gust of wind kicks up dust, Elise gripped her bow, thinking, it's finally here. Then, a foot landed on the ground. She stared in shock. Elise thought to herself, that shadow, it's not a dragon. Amidst the dust and smoke, Fi emerges, exuding power, and plunges his blade into the earth. Elise conjures fire, thinking that if it's not a dragon, there's nothing to fear. The flames she unleashed surged toward Fi, who braced himself for the attack. Elise turns and shouts, urging them to attack, while the system announces that the wielder of Excalibur has acknowledged her intent. With a single swing of his blade, he extinguished the flames engulfing him, leaving his body unharmed. Elise wondered in dismay. What is Excalibur? The system chimes again. The master of Excalibur will now battle you, and all your stats are reduced by 25%. She wondered in fear. What is happening? Suddenly, Elise's eyes widened. She was stunned. When did Faye appear in front of Elise? The Han was raising his blade, ready to strike. Elise closed her eyes, wondering if this was the end for her, when suddenly, a loud clang rang out. She slowly opens her eyes to see golden hair flowing in the wind, shielding her from harm. It's Kim Gugin, who has blocked the assassin's blade with his sword. Han was visibly surprised, while Kim Gugin looked incredibly stern. The sword in Kim Gujin's hand suddenly glowed, and he swung it violently at Fi, forcing him to back away. The system displays Excalibur's master has confirmed your hostility. All who oppose Excalibur will suffer a 25% reduction in ability scores. Suddenly, the ring on Kim Gujin's finger vanishes, and he wonders about it as the system announces that the ring of King Arthur has begun to resonate with Excalibur. Suddenly, the sword in his hand began to move violently, and the stat reduction failed. Kim Gujin thought to himself, Excalibur, his past life memories are resurfacing, he pondered. According to his memories, that person wouldn't appear for a long time, and the hunter who used the darkness had escaped death several times from the night wielding Excalibur. Kim Gujin recalls acquiring Excalibur after overcoming the dungeon, but for some reason, he still couldn't wield it. He glances down at the ring, realizing the reason. Could Arthur's ring be the key to Excalibur's true master? Back in reality, Fi, wielding his imposing blade, faces Kim Gujin, his teeth clenched in anger. He leaps forward, heading straight for Kim Gujin, and swings his blade. But Kim Gujin blocks the blow with his shield. He repeated his previous move, striking with the sword in his other hand, sending Pio flying backward. He turns his head in surprise, as the others leap to attack, but Pio deflects their swords with his blade. An explosion erupts, sending the three others flying back, and Cho Sung-gu declares, it wasn't too difficult after all. The system displays, the owner of Excalibur has confirmed your intent. The assassin moved to strike down the two men, then immediately rushed towards Cho Sung-gu, who raised his sword to parry, only for it to be cleaved in two. The broken sword pieces floated before Cho Sung-gu's bewildered eyes as he looked up in horror, seeing Pai raise his blade, ready to strike. Once again, Kim Gujin appears just in time, using his shield to block the blow for Cho Sung-gu, sending Pe flying backward. He uses his sword to brace himself and slides a long distance. As Kim Gujin declares, I'll interpret. He tells him to attack, and at that moment, Cho Sung-gu's sword returns. Suddenly, Legina shouts, who's scattering things over here? Kim Gujin turns and says, "While we deal with this guy, you lead the others against what's coming from above." Carrie looks up, asking, "Above?" Legina looked up, muttering, "What's that in the sky?" Suddenly, his eyes widened as a fireball descended. Carrie shouts for them to stop gawking and raise their shields, and the mages immediately cast a defensive barrier above. Elise stammered, "Wait, could that be that fireball? Its destructive power is immense." Despite the shield, many were blown away, and black dust covered everything. When the wind finally cleared the dust, a desolate scene was revealed, with people lying scattered on the ground. Elise struggled to sit up, coughing violently, when suddenly, a look of utter terror washed over her face. Through the smoke, the silhouette of a dragon emerged, and with a roar, it unleashed a gust of wind that cleared away the dust and debris. The system announces that the dungeon lord, the evil dragon, has appeared, and its poison gas is covering the battlefield, causing life force to steadily decline. Kim Gujin and Cho Sung-gu stood by, watching the dragon, as Cho Sung-gu thought to himself that the dungeon's true master was indeed another monster. "Now I understand from the start. The Dragon Knight wasn't the opponent I needed to defeat." Cho Sung-gu muses that the real monster is on the other side, calculating that while he and Isaac stall, the others must launch an all-out attack. He eyes Kim Gujin, a sinister smile forming as he wonders if he's found an opening. Cho Sung-gu gripped his sword, thinking, "Isaac, just wait a little longer. After this attack, I'm going to stab you in the back." Cho Sung-gu steps up and slashes relentlessly, as Kim Gujin silently watches him, then suddenly smiles. Kim Gujin also charges forward as the others face off against the Black Dragon. Launching a coordinated attack, the Black Dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, and Legina turned in horror as the inferno engulfed many nearby. Sakura turns and yells at Bukyeonwan, and together, they flee. Meanwhile, Kim Gujin continues to use his shield against the boss's attacks. With Cho Sung-gu fighting alongside him, he jumps in and slashes at the monster. The sounds of clashing blades ring out, and after a moment, the Black Dragon roars in pain. Finally, it collapses, and the system announces the Dungeon Lord has been defeated, prompting exclamations about how quick it was. Everyone immediately cheered with joy, but Carrie reminded them to take the injured with them before leaving the dungeon. Looking around, Bukyeonwan calculated that about half of them had survived. He turned to Sakura, suggesting they rest and discuss the reward distribution later. She agreed, expecting valuable items from a level A+, 7-layered dungeon. In his mind, Bukyeonwan knew that the fewer people who survived this dungeon raid, the greater the rewards would be. Even the dragon's corpse would fetch a fortune. But Bukyeonwan wondered, the reward distribution will definitely center around Isaac. Where did he disappear to? Meanwhile, Kim Gugin and Cho Sung-gu were still facing Fi. With Kim standing firm and Cho collapsed on the ground, Kim Gugin silently observes Fi, whose body emanates a mysterious dark aura, and approaches him, saying that despite the struggle, it was a worthwhile fight. Fi remained motionless, fading away. The moment Kim Gujin touched the sword, Fi's body turned to dust. The system displays that King Arthur's ring has resonated with Excalibur, and Kim Gugin's ring glows. The system announces, "Congratulations, you are the new master of Excalibur." He lifted the sword, holding it alongside his shield. Kim Gugin looked at it and thought, "This sword is more fitting for a fake savior like me." The system displays you are the first to complete the hidden quest of the Arthurian legend, activating the Camelot Master effect. Wand's chain skill cooldown and the Blessing of the Sun have been removed. Your party members will share the skill effects of the Ring of Lesso. The mana recovery of the Staff of Merlin is doubled, and the piercing power of the Spear of Percival is doubled. The curse damage on the Shield of Galahad is also doubled. Cho Sung-gu struggles to his feet, staring at Kim Gugin. The system announces a level up, and he smiles happily. But suddenly, Kim Gugin's eyes widen, blood vessels bursting in his irises. He was stabbed through the back with a sword, blood spilling onto the ground as Cho Sung-gu grinned wickedly. He violently pulls the sword out, and Kim Gugin collapses to the ground. Cho Sung-gu laughs, calling him a fool, and shouts, "Doesn't he know the strongest enemy is always behind you?" Suddenly, Sung-gu felt a sharp pain as he looked down to see a gash across his stomach. Cho Sung-gu drops to his knees, his eyes darting around, thinking, it was just me and Isaac. In a panic, Cho Sung-gu cried out, "What is going on?" Suddenly, a dark figure appeared, saying, What's going on? You've been fooled. Johann Jost laughs, saying, Fool. You really thought you could kill Lord Isaac? Cho Sung-gu asks in disbelief how he could be alive. He turned back and said that all Cho Sung-gu was facing was a white skeleton dressed in Isaac's clothes. The system displays illusion. Rank L. Spell cast on a corpse. To create a doppelganger of the target, the substitute and the target can switch places at any time. The skill can summon a corpse for 2 hours. He angrily roared. He couldn't fool the Salvation Society. So he's messing with me. Where is that bastard Isaac? Johann Jobs points and laughs, saying he's been over there this whole time. As Cho Sung-gu cries out, what Kim Gu-jin stands behind him, eyes full of murderous intent. Sung-gu turns in fear as Kim Gu-jin coldly states, as expected. You're exactly as I predicted. He continues sternly, I suppose I must grant you a title now. He frantically asks, what kind of title? Johann Jobs leans in close and says, what else? A title to deal with that person. Enraged, Cho Sung-gu lunged at Johann Jobs, but he narrowly dodged the attack, leaving Cho Sung-gu weakened by his abdominal wound. Johann Jobs taunts, wondering if he didn't cut deep enough, as a dark portal suddenly appears behind him. The system displays Hellgate. Conditions for use: an agent of the dark world. Level 180 or higher. Effect summons the Hellgate and binds enemies with chains. The gate swings wide, unleashing black chains that ensnare Cho Sung-gu's arms and legs. He struggled, as Johann Jobs chuckled. Let's play a fun game together from now on. Kim Gu-jin silently watched Cho Sung-gu being dragged into the gate, thinking that Cho Sung-gu's memories were now worthless. He turned away coldly, calculating that now he knew the connection between Johann Jobs, Lee Se-jun, and Baek Shin-hai. These information-gathering matches were meaningless. Kim Gu-jin seriously calculated, because the next match would be an all-out battle, and he returned to Lee Jin-ah and the Skeleton Knights. Meanwhile, news outlets report Isaac's massive earnings from monster hunting and dungeon rewards, questioning if the Salvation Guild has surpassed the Standstill Guild. The Savior and Salvation Guilds begin their assault on the 8th floor as if in competition, prompting a statement from the World Players Association to end the pointless rivalry between the major guilds, as now is the time to attack the 8th floor. Who will be the first to conquer the A-rank Floor 8 dungeon? Se-chan silently reads the news in his office. He thought to himself, they've finally reached the 8th floor. They've come this far. He rose from his chair. Se-chan walked to the window and looked out, thinking to himself, after conquering the 8th floor, only the 9th remains. He pondered. The world's only 9-floor dungeon. The image of the door and the cross in the center flashed in his memory. The system display read, defeat the final boss and save this world. Se-chan clenched his fist, thinking that clearing that dungeon would mean the end of the game. He wondered to himself, asking him to wait just a little longer, when a voice called out, Director. He turned to see Lee Ji-soo announce her departure, while Miss Tone turned away, leaving Se-chan momentarily hesitant. Then he called out, Secretary Lee, and with some hesitation, added, be careful. Se-chan continues, saying that if this goes smoothly, they should all celebrate together, to which Ji-soo replies with a gentle smile. Of course. In the B8 dungeon, the system reports that all 222 monsters have been processed. Kim Gu-jin silently watches the system screen, reaches out his hand, and a black aura envelops it as he summons Deck 9. A gust of wind suddenly erupts from his hand. Lee Jin-a places a hand on her chin, contemplating that the skeleton army has captured 220,000 monsters, and it takes about 40,000 to create one. Deck 9. He calculates that he now has 5 more Deck 9 seconds. Suddenly, a pillar of light shoots into the sky. Beneath the thick dust, a Deck 9 kneels into view, followed by many more as the dust settles. He remarks that it's not bad, while Lee Jin-a silently thinks to herself that with this much power, he could conquer the world alone. Kim Gu-jin clicked his tongue, saying, still not enough. He then pulled a weapon from the system screen. Kim Gu-jin throws it down the crack. Deck 9 looks down, and he orders, get your weapons and line up behind me. He reached out to touch the weapon, and suddenly, his body began to change, as did the Deck 9 seconds behind him. He smirked. Now then, Kim Gu-jin turned, flanked by Lee Jin-a, and followed by his powerful legion, declaring that it was time to meet the Savior. That evening, the news reported Sung-gu of the Savior Assembly's death in the dungeon. Lee Se-jun watched the broadcast from atop a building across the way. He turns back again, the dim light falling on the chair as Lee Se-jun mutters. The weak images flashed through his mind as he patted a chair, thinking useless, then slammed his hand on a table, muttering inferior. His eyes reflected indifference as he thought. Your peace, your salvation, are all just pawns in my hands. Lee Se-jun coldly stepped over the fallen, but a glimmer of light made him flinch. He glanced back, thinking, of course, it's always been this way. Suddenly, the person who had fallen rises, their body dissolving and reforming into Kim Gyu-jin. Lee Se-jun smirks, wondering who it was. Sometime later, he sat silently before a glowing round table as Shin. He entered with another person, and she spoke. Matter, Shin, he says, everything is ready, and Lee Se-jun thanks him for coming. Noda Haijiro replied that he didn't want to cooperate either, but this needed to end. He responded, indeed. Lee Se-jun continued, adding that this was also the last chance to restructure the world's power. Shin he introduced Sakura, the Sword Saint's disciple, who would also be joining them, prompting a grateful Lee Se-jun to stand. Let's go to the 8th floor. Meanwhile, news reports that the Salvation and Savior guilds have formed an alliance. Everyone watched the news intently. The decision had been made to attack the world's first A-ranked dungeon's 8th floor. Other news spread as well. The Dragon Slayers had decided to join forces, and the news was broadcast everywhere. Everyone who read the news secretly prayed, and as the broadcast continued, the heroes who would save the world finally gathered. The scene shifts to a gate of light, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that engulfs the land. A reporter announces that they're standing before the entrance to the A-rank 8th floor dungeon, where people are gathering outside the barrier to pray for the hero's safe return. Another reporter updates us, showing a long line of people holding candles in prayer, when suddenly a black car speeds in, and Kim Gyu-jin, Lee Jin-ah, and Johan Jobs step out. They closed the car doors and the three of them strode forward. Stone-faced, Frank Swazero adjusted his glasses and stood rigidly before the gate, flanked by Park Young-won and Sakura. Kim Gyu-jin, Lee Jin-ah, and Johan Jobs approach the gate, where a large crowd has gathered. Suddenly, someone stepped out of a car, and Kim Gyu-jin turned to see who it was, lost in thought. Standing face-to-face with Kim Gyu-jin was none other than Lee Se-jun, flanked by Park Shin-hye and Noda Hajiro. They stood face-to-face in silence, until Lee Se-jun reached out his hand, and Kim Gyu-jin met his grasp. This scene was broadcast live, causing chaos as everyone watched. Camera flashes, blinding the two men. Inside A+ Dungeon's 8th floor, Kim Gyu-jin silently stared at Lee Se-jun, who returned the gaze as the crowd below buzzed with anticipation. Jordan thought to himself, they'd finally reached the A+ Dungeon's 8th floor. Only the 9th remained after this. He told himself that he was accompanying Master Lee Se-jun in such a meaningful place. Mizan called out to him, noting his excessive tension. Meanwhile, oblivious to his surroundings, Jordan was moved to tears, thinking only of the glory of his family, causing Mizan to exclaim in alarm. Jordan. Mizan asks him why he's crying, as Lee Jin-ah watches Kim Gyu-jin from afar. He wondered if Kim Gyu-jin was alright, when suddenly, Frank Swazero placed a hand on his shoulder. Startled, Lee Jin-ah turned around as Frank Swazero asked if he was too tense, telling him to relax his face, or others would think he was about to die. Lee Jin-ah wondered. Dragon Slayer. How does he know me? Frank replied. More than you think. Frank Swazero moved closer, saying, I'm counting on you for support. Jin-ah. From afar, Bukshon quietly watched the two. Suddenly, Sakura spoke up. What happened to your worries that Isaac would use us and throw us away? She laughed sarcastically. I was wondering if there was another gifted strategist. He was speechless at her words. Sakura approached and said, but it seems Isaac still trusts us. In his own way. She continued. Like how he let us join hands and become allies with the Salvation Association. Sakura went on. And even bringing us to such an important place. North Eon replies that he doesn't know about that. He muses. If that's not the case, he wondered if the man was also holding back, perhaps hiding someone. Lee Jun then said, well, then, he says that, as discussed, the first floor will be attacked by our Salvation Association, to which Kim Gyu-jin replies, okay. Then, they turn and walk in opposite directions. Suddenly, Lee Jun stopped and said, I just remembered I forgot something. Since the guilds take turns attacking the floors, Kim Gyu-jin turned around. As he turned, Lee Jun lunged, saying it seemed unnecessary. and impaled Kim Gu-jin with his spear. The system displays, "You have been struck by the spear of Longinus." He is completely overwhelmed. Kim Gu-jin desperately tried to hold onto the spear as Lee Jun sneered. Believing he had won, the system announces that the Longinus spear effect has been activated, disabling skills and items. He then says, "From today on, Legina," seeing this from afar, screams. Even Book Ionwan and Sakura were shocked. Mizan covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing. Jordan was stunned as Lee Jun pulled the spear from Kim Gu-jin. He collapsed to the ground, and Lee Jun coldly declared that he would vanish from this world forever. He raised his spear again, aiming to strike down once more as Kim Gu-jin frowned. A deafening sound erupts as he summons Deck 9 to take the blow. Lee Jun's spear is blocked by 2 swords, and he laughs, asking if he doesn't want to die easily. Legina rushed over, slamming his fist into the ground. Lee Jun immediately dodges, and Legina asks if everyone is all right. But before him, Kim Gu-jin was slumped on the ground, a piece of Lee Jun's spear still lodged in his back. Legina wondered about the spear of Longinus as Lee Jun wielded it. It instantly creates a whirlwind, blowing away Deck 9 and Legina, who skids back to stop himself. Legina thinks to herself, how can just one sword strike be so terrifying? Suddenly, Bak Sin-hee calls out, "Mat 2. A section of the land explodes, and Kim Gu-jin is engulfed in magic from the spell. She uses the power of the binding seal, and immediately, a pillar of light shoots straight into the sky. Seeing this, Legina worriedly muttered Kim Gu-jin, while Bak Sin-hee smiled with delight. The system activates Bifrost, a magical barrier. The system displays Bifrost, a legendary skill usable by players level 150 and above. A path of light connects the human and divine realms, and no unholy creature can cross it. The effect: no one can enter the barrier while the skill is active, and those inside cannot leave. The duration is a maximum of 6 days, and everyone is stunned by the scene before them. Bak Sin-hee turned to look, and her group immediately understood. Casting their magic in unison, they launch fireballs towards Kim Gu-jin, and they fly straight for him. Bak Sin-hee smirked, thinking, all right. Suddenly, a pillar of light descended, obliterating the fireballs. Ata is startled by the sight of a pillar of light piercing the earth, creating a cloud of dust. Bak Sin-hee shielded her face, wondering what that was, while Ata stared in disbelief. As the dust settles, a long spear is revealed, piercing the earth, and Ata's men are scattered from the shockwave. One of Ata's men rushed to Bak Sin-hee, asking if she was all right. When they heard footsteps approaching, Ata looked back in fear as Francois Charot pulled the spear from the ground. He says, "Before coming here, I had some idea of what was going on. Francois Charot is generous. But you've gone too far. Have you come to your senses yet?" Bak Sin-hee thought. The dragon hunter is on Ata's side. Ae then said, "Repentance, that's for those who betray the Salvation Association like you." Bak Sin, he waved his hand and continued, "We have to." Ae's subordinates, seeing the signal, rushed forward. Bak Sin-hee thought to herself that this was all within expectations. As Francois Charot stood ready to fight, he gritted his teeth, gripped his spear, and thrust it forward. Francois Charot blows away Bak Sin-hee's men, sending them flying like broken kites. But more attack from behind. He glanced down to see his feet were frozen solid. Francois Charot turned to face Bak Sin-hee. Ata smirks as his men charge forward, screaming die. An explosion erupts, sending debris flying. One soldier is slashed and falls, followed by another, and another. Bak Sin-hee stares in disbelief as the system displays the Immortal Warrior's Dragon Vein skill. Francois Charot coldly stares at Ata. As the other members of the Salvation Society attack Kim Gu-jin's allies, dust fills the air, and someone is thrown dozens of meters away, leaving the others to pause their attacks. Confused, they whisper to each other in concern. Mizan asks, "Jordan, what's going on?" He hesitates. "I'm not sure either. I'm just as confused as to why Mater would attack Isaac." Dusting himself off, Dusong shouts, "What are you idiots doing? Standing around?" He shouts, "Can't you see our guild is under attack, Jordan?" Stunned by the situation, wonders, "Are we being attacked?" Meanwhile, on the other side, they yelled, "Focus all attacks," they continued to shout. From now on, all players who oppose the Savior's Guild will be eliminated. Mizan asks fearfully, "Jordan, what do we do?" The Kim Gu-jin Guild members panic, asking each other, "There's no reason for this." "Is there?" the man replied. "Damn it. We're in too deep to back out now. Jordan and Meeson looked around awkwardly as everyone charged forward. Jordan remained silent, contemplating. Finally, the battle erupted, and the two sides began to attack each other. Park Young-won thrust his sword into the ground, wondering what the hell was going on. Sakura responds, "It seems they're determined to eliminate us. Those two are surrounded by the Salvation Sect." Zhang Tae stepped forward, saying, "What? You think you're immune to backstabbing? That's what trash like you do." Park Young-won was silenced by his words, and Sakura, though angry, remained quiet. The battle raged on, but after a time, many had fallen, and Park Young-won was exhausted. He fell hard to the ground. Park Young-won, completely unconscious, and Sakura collapsed from exhaustion as well. Zhang Ti approaches, thinking, to last this long against so many, these fiends. Zhang Tae raises his sword, ready to strike, a sinister smile on his face, thinking, but I'll be the one to take you out of the game. Suddenly, Zhang Tae is punched, sending him flying dozens of meters. Unconscious on the ground, Legina says menacingly, "You think you can kill my subordinates with just a few people?" Enraged, he declared that even if the man was weak or disobedient, the remaining members murmured. "How weak could he be?" Legina continued. "Even if he's not as handsome as me," pointing to himself, he boldly declares that even so, that man is still one of his guild members. A member of the Salvation Association retorts, "That blowhard's all talk," but soon, they're being pummeled by Legina. With a flick of his wrist, he sends one flying, and Legina declares it's time to end this with these small fries. They stare at him in terror, wondering if such a thing is even possible. Legina glanced at Kim Gujin, thinking there was no time left, but the moment he moved, he was surrounded on all sides. He wondered, when did so many of them gather? Legina laughed. All right. I was hoping for guys like you to show up." As he charged forward, he said, "Now this feels like a fight." Legina threw a punch. He sent them flying one after another. But then, Legina flinched. His eyes widened as a beam of light shot straight into his chest. Legina is struck and falls to the ground. Struggling to see his attacker, Noda Hijiro approached, yelling to back away. As he slowly advanced, Noda Hijiro stood before Legina, saying, "Get up, you monster." Noda Hijiro continues, knowing Legina wouldn't fall so easily. As Legina slams his fist into the ground, using that force, he rises to punch Noda Hijiro, who easily dodges and says that if it were him, as he knocks an arrow. In an instant, he fires 2 arrows into Legina's back, and by the time he turns around in shock, it's already over. Noda Hijiro coldly remarks that hunting will be fun, as the system announces the Silent Hunter skill has hit the violent arrow, which is now glowing in Legina's back. Then suddenly, it explodes, and he loses consciousness from the blast. Noda Hijiro, already drawing another arrow, says, "It's not over yet." He fired another arrow at Legina, releasing a pillar of fire. But despite his grievous wounds, he struggled to stand. He barely dodges, and Legina exclaims, "That was close." While Noda Hijiro replies that he didn't expect him to dodge the arrow at this distance, he continued, "That's right. If you had been defeated, that man would still be alive." Noda Hijiro then ordered his subordinate behind him to kill him. The henchmen immediately rush Legina, who thinks, "Damn, there's too many of them." Legina's eyes widen as he grabs a member and uses him as a shield, thinking, "Kim Gujin and I have overcome worse." Legina chuckled, recalling situations far more dire than this. Lee Jun remained silent before finally asking about the situation. Ma Ji-sung knelt and replied, "I believe things will be settled soon." He continued, "The Vice Guild Master is facing the Dragon Slayer, and the Bao God is dealing with Ajax's subordinates." Ma Ji-sung continued, adding that their leader had also dealt with Ajax's entire Two-Bone Brigade, and chuckled, saying they would confirm Ajax's fate once the Vice Master's barrier was dispelled. "So it's completely over, then. There's nothing he can do." Lee Jun hesitated. "How boring." He turned to leave, but Ma Ji-sung called out, "Guildmaster." Lee Jun ordered them to assist the Vice President or Gu Xin, and they respectfully replied, "Yes, I understand." Ma Ji-sung turns and walks away, and Lee Jun, his face darkening, thinks to himself, "Ajax, what a disappointment." He looked at Kim Gu-jin and thought, "I thought you knew everything." Lee Jun wondered, is this really the end? Meanwhile, Lee Jun is covered in blood, riddled with Noda Higiro's arrows. Lee Jun speaks up. "All right. That's enough. He pulls the arrows from his body and says, "These toothpicks can't kill Space Eva." Noda Higuro wonders how he's still standing, questioning if a fatal arrow has yet to strike. Lee Jun thought to himself that he was just saying that to buy some time. Noda Higuro saw him fumbling to pull something out and mused. So, he's finally going to use a weapon. Interesting. Lee Jun pulls out a piece of bread and quickly shoves it in his mouth, thinking to himself that he's losing too much blood and is nearing his limit. Noda Higuro was stunned, while Lee Jun thought to himself that it wasn't something to despair over. Enraged, he roared, "You underestimate me." Noda Higuro immediately released the arrow, while Lee Jun, mid-bite, calculated that the archer was completely defenseless. He watches intently as Noda Higuro releases the arrow. Lee Jun calculates that this is the moment to strike. Lee Jun leaps forward, kicking off the ground with force. Surprising. Noda Higuro, who wonders if he's really choosing to face it head-on. Lee Jun lunges forward, letting the arrow pierce his heart, thinking, "If I can't avoid it." He throws a powerful punch, yelling, then let it hit. The arrow glows, the system appears, and the Silent Hunter skill hits the exploding arrow. The arrow detonates, burying Lee Jun in smoke and dust. Noda Higuro sneers, calling him a fool. But as the smoke clears, Lee Jun's hand is revealed, still clenched with unwavering resolve. He lunges forward, throwing a punch at Noda Higuro. But Lee Jun falters. Looking up in shock, Jun tries to reach Noda Higuro, but he can't. The sound of shattering filled the air as an invisible barrier broke before Legina. Sakura appeared, the shards flying from the shield she used to protect Noda Higuro. The system announces that the Silent Hunter skill, Stealth, has been cancelled. Legina wonders, what is this guy? Sakura held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, from which a stream of dark energy erupted. The system displays that the Stealth Hunter skill has activated Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike. Skill rank unique. Effect can be activated after cancelling stealth. It can inflict a fatal blow on the opponent in the next dimension, with the first dimension's damage after cancelling stealth potentially reaching 1000%. The effect lasts for 1 minute, and Sakura's fierce sword strike forces Legina back, injuring him. Legina collapses, bracing himself with his hands as Sakura turns to Noda Higuro, asking if he's alright. "Please allow me to end him with one final blow." Meanwhile, he thinks to himself, "I can't believe he survived the blast and attacked." Sakura throws her sword to the ground, walking toward Legina, thinking to herself that he's no ordinary monster, and one blow nearly broke her arm. Sakura raises her sword, ready to strike, thinking it's all over, but then she sees Legina smile, and wonders, why is he smiling? Suddenly, blood splatters. Sakura turns in shock, realizing the blood belongs to a equally horrified Noda Higuro. A purple sword unexpectedly pierces Noda Higuro from behind as Legina struggles to say, "Just as planned," while inwardly thinking, "I want to try that line someday." On the other side, Noda Higuro was completely stunned to be stabbed from behind as Johann Josh appeared, laughing. Tickle, tickle. Noda Higuro collapses forward. Straining to look behind him, he sees Johann Josh holding a hat, and thinks to himself, the hat, Hades' hat of invisibility. He lost his strength, collapsing completely. Noda Higuro thought to himself, "I guess I'm getting old." This was to be expected. Johann Josh watched him and smirked, while Sakura screamed, Master dropping her sword and rushing toward him. Sakura embraced Noda Higuro and cried out. Legina struggled to stand, looking at Sakura, then turning away, thinking, even if they are enemies, these feelings are truly hateful. A sound made Legina turn in shock to see a spray of blood, and Sakura collapsed beside Noda Higuro. Johann Josh lunges to strike her down, and a horrified Legina cries out, "Hey, what are you doing?" He bluntly replies, "Please come to your senses. Senior, do you think they'll be grateful if we spare them?" Johann Josh continued, saying she's the type to stab us in the back the moment we show weakness. He stated sternly that empathy is meaningless. Johann Josh continues, telling her to forget them. While Legina is stunned, thinking to herself about empathy, he looks at his hands, wondering what he's even thinking. He looked back at Noda Higuro and Sakura, reassuring himself, yes, this is a battlefield. Legina turns away, inwardly questioning whether this battlefield is just to end a damned game that encourages people to kill. He walked with Johann Josh, thinking it was all for an item or a few skills. Meanwhile, Frank Swargero was still fighting the Salvation Association to stop them from attacking Kim Gugin. He exhaled wearily as Sinhei watched from afar. Silently acknowledging his well-deserved reputation, he thought to himself, protecting someone is a different story. To do it for some stranger named Isaac is just foolish. Sinhei raises his hand. Calculating? Knowing Frank surpassed his limits long ago, it's time to end this. The henchmen surge forward to attack Frank Swargero again, who grits his teeth and recalls. That evening, Jisoo and Legina met with Frank Swargero, who exclaimed, "Floor 7A. Plus," she replied, "Yes." Adjusting his glasses, he said, "If that's true, then that's truly remarkable." Jisoo smiled as Legina adjusted her coat and looked around, and Frank Swargero continued, saying that they had just cleared the 6th floor not long ago. He crossed his arms and said, "To be honest, I'm ashamed to be hailed as a hero of France. Just to save my own life, I delayed the attack on the 7th floor. Just what kind of great man is Isaac?" Legina interjected. "Hey, old man," Frank Swargero retorted, annoyed. "Old man." He pointed to himself and said that Kim Gu's no. Isaac's goal was the same as theirs, so he should choose. Legina challenged him, would he choose to hide in shame, or become a true hero? Frank Swargero bristled at the question. Legina, with unwavering confidence, adds that it might be redundant to say, but a man on the verge of death would still choose to be a hero. Right. Back in reality. Frank Swargero chuckled to himself, thinking, "You said I was about to die." Right. He roars and unleashes his power. The system activates the Eternal Warrior's skill. Warriors roar. His power generates a wind that forces Ma Ji-sung to shield his face. Thinking, an old man on his deathbed is still putting on a show. Frank Swargero positions his chakram in front of him. The shield emits a beam of light, and Ma Ji-sung dodges, wondering what the old fool is aiming at as he and his accomplice lunge at Frank Swargero, both stabbing him with their swords. Frank Swargero coughs up blood, and Ma Ji-sung laughs, asking if that was the best he had. Frank Swargero responds with a smile, saying it looks like it's all been settled anyway. He glanced back in shock. The beam of light had struck Park Shin-hye. Her clothes were tattered, and she dropped her staff to the ground. As Park Shin-hye collapses, she thinks, "This is insane. How could this happen? Even with an emergency barrier." She recalled using magic to block the attack, but Park Shin-hye fell, completely unconscious. As the system announced that the Bifrost magic barrier had been dispelled, Park Shin-hye has been defeated, and the barrier imprisoning Kim Gugin fades along with her, leaving Ma Ji-sung to watch helplessly as it disappears. Frank Swargero smirks, thinking, "All right." Ma Ji-sung fumes, thinking, he was aiming for the vice master. That bastard had some nerve. Ma Ji-sung thrashed, trying to strike Frank Swargero with his sword, yelling, "Die!" He saw the sword before him, but it was too fast to counter. Suddenly, the sword stopped right before Frank Swargero's eyes. Ma Ji-sung's body restrained by chains of light. Not only him, but the remaining members of the Salvation Association were also bound by the chains and dragged away. Johann Jacques playfully sticks out his tongue to taunt them, while Lee Jin-ah steps up to support Kim Gugin. Swords clash echoing everywhere, and a member of the Salvation Association slashes at a member of the Gucheon Association. He was slashed and fell to the ground, and as the enemy raised his sword to finish him off, a flaming arrow blew him away. Mizen rushes over, asking if he's all right, and quickly uses her healing magic on him. Unaware of the enemy behind her, Mizen frantically calls out, "Johann, come help, he's..." She glanced back, hesitant, injured. The enemy was right behind her, sword raised to strike. Blood splattered as he fell away, and Mizen stared in wide-eyed shock. Luckily, Jordan arrived just in time to save her, asking, "Are you all right?" Mizen, that was too close. Kai-ho, standing nearby, chides her, saying he told them not to let their guard down, or she'd be the next to fall. With tears in her eyes, Mizen replied, but the wounded man struggled to raise his hand and said, "I don't want to die. Please save me." Yet, he immediately lowered his hand and stopped breathing. Witnessing this, Mizen couldn't hold back her tears. As Jordan cried out, "Why must we turn our blades against each other?" He silently looked at her, and Mizen continued, "We agreed to work together." Images of their fighting flash through her mind as she wonders why they had to worry about each other, and why this was happening. Jordan stammered, but a loud noise suddenly erupted. He instinctively turned toward it and looked. He witnessed Pak Sin-jae being shot and wondered, Vice Master Pak Sinjae. As he fell, Jordan quickly pondered. If that's the case, then, the barrier. He realized then that the barrier had been lifted. Jordan glanced at Kim Gu-jin, seeing Lee Jin-A supporting him. Meanwhile, Lee Jin, worried about Kim Gu-jin, recalling their parking lot discussion where he'd exclaimed, "The Spear of Longinus." Kim Gu-jin responded, "Indeed. Of all of Lee Se-jun's powerful skills, that spear is the most dangerous." Lee Jin, thought to himself that facing Lee Se-jun's Spear of Longinus was a suicidal act. Johan Jost spoke up, saying it was simple then. He chuckled, saying he'd use Hades' Helm of Invisibility to approach and quickly finish him off. If that didn't work, he'd throw in one of his dirty tricks for good measure. Lee Jin-A immediately agreed. That sounds reasonable. He thought to himself that following this guy's plan might give them a chance to win. Suddenly, Kim Gu-jin interrupted. "No." The two looked at him in surprise. Kim Gu-jin explains that such a dirty trick won't work on him, thinking to himself that it's because the man possesses a divine grace similar to the Eyes of Anubis. The Eyes of Anubis. A legendary skill. The Eyes of Isis. Mother of all. Controller of all principles. And overseer of all things. It can filter out all impurities and lies. An effect that can keep the body alert in illusions and distinguish falsehoods. He gritted his teeth and assessed. Indeed, there was only one way left. Kim Gu-jin speaks up, offering himself as bait. Johan Chops is stunned, asking what, and Lee Jin, exclaims. Then, Kim Gu-jin reasoned that Lee Se-jun, a perfectionist, would surely attack him with the Spear of Longinus if he saw an opening. He emphasizes that once he's neutralized, the Helang vaccine will immediately bind him with a magic barrier. Kim Gu-jin continued, saying they would then eliminate the Rose Hunter and the Savior Assembly, which had lost its leader. He placed his hand on Lee Jin-A's shoulder, and as the man looked on in surprise, he said, "Lee Jin-A, I believe in you." Back in reality, Lee Jin-A sees Kim Gu-jin's injuries and tears up, thinking, "This guy," he imagined Kim Gu-jin saying, "Lee Jin-A, you're a comrade I trust enough to entrust my life to." Lee Jin-A fantasized, "Does he think that highly of me?" Suddenly, Kim Gu-jin places his hand on Lee Jin-A's shoulder, saying wearily, "I'm so sorry." Lee Jin-A awkwardly replies, "Hey, there's no need to go that far, it's nothing. We're comrades." Suddenly, Kim Gu-jin bites down hard on his neck. The system displays, using the vampire skill of the representative of the dark world. Using the blood-sucking skill of the representative of the dark world. He sucks Lee Jin-A's blood, and the system reports that his stamina has been restored to its peak. With that, Kim Gu-jin unleashes his power, while Lee Jin-A collapses. He wiped the blood from his lips, saying he finally felt alive, ignoring Lee Jin-A collapsing to the ground. The system indicates a skill has been activated, the Blessing of the River Styx from the Immortal Warrior. Lee Jin-A is also recovering, but he's still furious, yelling, "You bastard." Kim Gu-jin walks away, chuckling, "I told you I believed in you." He approaches Frank Swachero. Kim Gu-jin extends his hand, saying, "Thank you for your help." He smiles and takes his hand. Frank Swachero replied that it was nothing to thank him for, but Kim Gu-jin turned away coldly, saying, "Well, then," he approached Lee Se-jun and said, "Shall we begin the game?" Seeing him, Lee Se-jun smiled and replied, "Yes, that's exactly how it should be." Lee Se-jun thought to himself, "As you said, I've been waiting a long time to meet my only rival again." He looked at him and muttered, "Make me happy. Isaac, the Death Book of Summons." Kim Gu-jin holds the book and thinks, "There's no reason to hide my tactics anymore." He smiles and asks himself, after returning to the past, "This is the first and last time." Suddenly, the book emits a powerful black aura, and Kim Gu-jin contemplates his all-in gamble. The dark energy spread, emitting a blinding blue light, as Lee Se-jun silently observed, and everyone present watched in stunned amazement. From the smoke, a majestic mist appears. It roars, and then Li She emerges, riding a wyvern, his glowing staff raised high. More wyverns are summoned, along with fire golems. As skeletal knights march forward with imposing force, Frank Swazero was overwhelmed by Kim Gu-jin's massive force, and everyone was astonished. They thought to themselves, not only do they have infantry, but now, dragons. This is absurd. Kim Gu-jin raised his hand, signaling, and Lee Jin-A shouted, "Let's go." As he spoke, Francois and his skeletal knights charged forward, followed by the aerial dragons and fire golems. Seeing the Savior Guild's power, the Messiah Guild despaired, thinking they couldn't win. A member knelt before Lee Se-jun and said, "Guild Master, please give the order." He swept his gaze back and swung his sword mightily. Instantly, Lee Se-jun's blade of energy created a long path, slicing off the fire golem's arm. Seeing this, the sinister member was speechless, while the others whispered, "That's right. As long as we have Master Lee Se-jun." They gripped their weapons, thinking the Savior Guild couldn't lose. As Lee Se-jun declared they must fight with all their might, he declared, "That is my command." The Salvation Society members immediately roared as both sides clashed, creating a scene of utter chaos. Skeleton Knight swung his sword, and members of the Savior Guild rushed in to attack. The two sides clashing, small explosions erupt across the battlefield. Wyverns soar through the sky, and streams of mist breathe fire from above as Lee Se-jun slowly advances, exuding a dark aura and a sinister smile. Suddenly, Lee Se-jun speeds toward Kim Gugin, calling out a name, while Ijack silently observes and contemplates. Suddenly, Death Knight steps forward, blocking Lee Se-jun's path, vowing to keep him away from his master. Seething with rage, Lee Se-jun unleashes a powerful sword strike. The Death Knight immediately raised its sword to block. As Lee Se-jun closed the distance, ducking low to prepare a strike from behind, he creates a beautiful sword technique, but his blade only manages to cut a part of the Death Knight's sword, not sever it completely. Lee Se-jun remains silent, looking displeased. Suddenly, another Death Knight descends from above, and Lee Se-jun glances behind him. The Death Knight strikes from above with a thunderous hammer, unleashing a powerful blow. Kim Gugin watches silently as Lee Se-jun effortlessly deflects the Death Knight's attack. Unfazed, both were caught off guard, and just then, the other Death Knights returned to help. Kim Gugin wondered if this coordinated attack was a good way to temporarily restrain a monster like Lee Se-jun, but it didn't seem very effective. He considered that if the Death Knights focused all their power here, the others wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Kim Gugin turned and walked away. As Johann George, replacing Isaac, asked, "Where are you going?" but he remained silent. The system displays, "You are the first to complete the hidden quest of the Arthurian legend. Lancelot's ring blocks all negative effects, and Merlin's grimoire makes your magic more powerful. The cooldowns on Juan's tether skill and Sun's servitude have expired, and the blessing from the wielder of Excalibur has been activated. The piercing ability of Percival's spear is doubled, and the curse damage of Galahad's shield is also doubled. Arthur's ring, empowering the Round Table, activates its effect. The Master of Camelot triggers the Knight of the Round Table item series effect." Kim Gugin smiles, feeling the dazzling power surging within him, as both rings on his fingers radiate a mystical energy. The sword in his hand also blazes with power, heavily impacting the skeletal knight. Two knives glanced over as well. He and his power were now one, ready to fight without fear. Kim Gugin calls out to the Denives warriors as he witnesses them battling Lee Se-jun to the brink. A Denives raises a thunder hammer, preparing to strike, and a massive lightning bolt shoots toward Han. Immediately, Lee Se-jun retaliated with a swift strike of his sword, causing Han to grimace in confusion. Lee Se-jun remained silent as the Denives surrounded Kim Gugin, and Han plunged his sword into the ground. He then looked on with a grimace, thinking that Lee Se-jun was indeed handling 4 deadly Gneeves at once with relative ease. A Denives kneels, awaiting his master's command. Kim Gugin points forward, ordering them to rescue their allies. Han complies, and knowing what to do, all the Denives depart at once. Lee Se-jun grips his sword as Han asks if he intends to fight him head-on. Lee Se-jun smirks. Interesting. Even with legendary items and a holy aura. Suddenly, a system message chimed, indicating that the Protector of Pure Light was deeply invested in this battle. Han scoffs, saying his arrogance will be his undoing, while Kim Gugin silently observes the hunt order. Then, another system message chimes in, stating that the representative of the Dark World is deeply invested in this battle. As Lee Se-jun darts towards Dungeon Master at breakneck speed, Han recklessly attacks him with his sword, the two blades clashing and screeching. Lee Se-jun fought and laughed, confident of his victory, while Kim Gugin struggled to parry his blows. A system notification rings out. Excalibur challenges the hostile, halving their abilities. Suddenly, Lee Se-jun senses something as his sword emits a strange black aura. Then, he's pushed back, bracing himself with his feet as his body radiates black energy. Suddenly, The scene is obscured by dust, and a notification rings out the skill. Hands has been activated by the savior of the pure light protector. Lee Zizun wipes away the effects as if flying. Immune to all debuffs. Recovering all stats reduced by Excalibur's challenge. The system announces the use of the Rescuer's Blessing skill from the pure light protector. As Kim Gugin simply watches, his resistance to all effects increasing by 1000%. As he lunged, Gugin dodged, defense soaring by 1000%, and unleashed the pure light guardian's ultimate judgment. Lee Zizun is about to strike, increasing damage to his opponent by 10.0%, while they maintain their skill. Kim Gugin seemed unable to defend himself, but a shield appeared just in time, unleashing a force that exceeded the armor's limits. The shield in his hand appears, activating complete defense mode, an indestructible artifact. Lee Zizun smirks, relentlessly attacking Kim Gugin, who can only evade, unable to withstand the onslaught. Kim Gugin falters, and Lee Zizun seizes the opportunity to deliver the final blow, channeling his vampiric power. Suddenly, he felt a bit disoriented. Kim Gugin was gone, replaced by bats in the sky, which quickly flew away as Lee Zizun watched. Followed by a sharp strike, he slashed at the swarm of bats, which then formed a vortex, surrounding Lee Zizun. Surrounded, he turns his attention elsewhere. Kim Gugin, now a swarm of bats, bites him. Lee Zizun quickly swats him away, and Kim Gugin tumbles to the ground. From a distance, Legina watched with growing anxiety, wondering if Kim Gugin was truly all right. He couldn't stop thinking he said he'd face him alone. But the opponent is Lee Zizun. After all, Lee Zizun's cold eyes narrowed as he looked down. I'm done playing games. This is getting boring. Kim Gugin slumped down, exhausted, a bright smile on his face as he wiped the blood from his lips. Sorry to make you feel that way. But, Kim Gugin gets up, saying he has to use every trick in the book against Lee Zizun. He says nothing more, and then the system rings out again, announcing he's been poisoned by toxic blood. He scoffed. It's just poison blood. The system announced the use of the Guardian's skill. Pure light. Lee Zizun seems stronger. The Savior's blessing has boosted his immunity, suppressing the poison in his body. Kim Gugin simply watches, offering no response. Lee Zizun sneers, asking if he's used up all his tricks. As Kim Gugin stands defiantly with his sword, an ominous aura surrounds him. But Kim Gugin replies with palpable menace. Not yet. A system notification chimes, announcing the activation of the skill. Blood Mist, belonging to the champion of the dark world. As crimson mist spreads through the air, poisoning all with its toxic blood, Lee Zizun scoffs at the childish tricks. As a notification chimes, announcing the suppression of the poison thanks to the Savior's blessing, the bloody mist mingled with the air as Kim Gugin moved with blinding speed, forcing Lee Zizun to lazily follow with his eyes. He flickers in and out of Lee Zizun's sight, and when he strikes with his sword, he only hits the ant monsters, not Kim Gugin. He smirks, having used Solomon's ring. At that moment, Lee Zizun was being swarmed and restrained by the ant monsters. He angrily retorted, "More of this petty trickery." Lee Zizun then poured all his power into his sword. Unleashing the sword light of the pure light guardian, he unleashed a massive whirlwind, obliterating the ant monsters. Their corpses rained from the sky, and Kim Gugin grimaced, recognizing Lee Zizun's power. The area around him is torn to shreds, and Lee Zizun is stunned, wondering if he has any tricks left. He slowly approached, and Lee Zizun, thinking he was done for, leaped into the air to move, quickly closing in on him. But Kim Gugin wasn't afraid, and instead, smiled brightly. The skill test detonates the body of the Dark World's representative, triggering a massive explosion. Before him, all that remained was a massive cloud of dust, and Kim Gugin realized something. Through the dust, a massive force hurtles toward him, knocking him off his feet, but he manages to regain his balance, looking down with concern. Then, a massive hand seized his head, and Lee Zizun's powerful form slammed him into the ground. He clutches him like a frog. The difference in power between classes is undeniable. Then, Lee Zizun throws him far away, and Kim Gugin lies motionless. He continues to sneer, acting so high and mighty for so little. What a disappointment. From afar, a loud scream echoes as countless chains emerge behind Lee Zizun, all aimed at him. Lee Zizun wasn't about to let it go, taking them down with a single strike as chains emerged from a nearby bottomless gate. Johann Jost was about to be struck by the sword, and then he was attacked by it. Lee Zizun continued forward, ignoring what was behind him, and approached Kim Guggen's weakened body. Lee Sejun says he had too many expectations, and is about to kick him a few times. Suddenly sensing something, Lee Sejun looks at him, noticing a force preparing to ambush him from behind. Sensing the danger, Lee Sejun turned to see a skeleton soldier ambushing him from above, its blade aimed directly at him, but he blocked it just in time. The swords clashed, creating sparks, but he refused to yield. Could mere skeletal soldiers truly hope to challenge him? His eyes widened as the bone soldier's sword grazed Lee Sejun's, and then he was struck. Lee Sejun struggling to stay standing. He looks down, realizing he's been pierced by the spear of Longinus, negating all skill and item effects. Lee Sejun's armor falls away. His skills and the savior's aid are nullified. His immunities are gone. His defense is reset. The final judgment skill is cancelled. His attack power returns to normal, and Excalibur challenges the hostile, halving their power. Then, he coughed up blood, poisoned blood that had spread throughout his body. It formed a large pool as he struggled to stay conscious, knowing he had to quickly remove the spear of Longinus. Lee Sejun reached out to pull it out, knowing that removing it would suppress the poison blood. The thing that could kill him didn't exist in this world yet. His eyes gleam with a piercing light, revealing a screen displaying his stats. Defense 1,684, reduced to 842. Immunity 1,320, reduced to 660. Health regeneration per second, 1,402, reduced to 701. Lee Sejun smirks. So no matter how much the challenge effect reduces his stats, no weapon can pierce this defense. He collapses before Kim Guggen. Lee Sejun forces a smile. That must sting. Huh, quite the blow, isn't it? You wanted to end me yourself. He reaches for his sword, but seems to forget to use his strength. He picks up the mask and falls silent. Then he said, I knew it, as a small void appeared next to Kim Guggen's hand. I was prepared. He quickly lunged with his sword, but as the two powers collided, Lee Sejun's sword fell to the ground. He glanced at the sword, realizing, could this be another sharp blade? It hit Lightning Origin Ban. Mung, reducing all resistance and defense by 90%. Lee Sejun's eyes widened. Bon. Kim Guggen then landed a fatal blow. Kim Guggen coldly gazed at the fallen body before him as the system notified him that the representative of the Dark World was satisfied with the outcome of the match. The guilds were stunned. Master Lee Sejun is dead. Kim Guggen scowled as the system announced he'd used roar on everyone. He stated sternly, everyone, drop your weapons. All players in the Salvation and Savior guilds. I will no longer tolerate anyone treating each other as enemies. We've sacrificed too much already. Our path is now clear. We must quickly save the injured and prepare our forces. Kim Guggen glanced at the healing park, Shin Hai, and continued. To reach the 8th floor, our only enemies from now on are the monsters in the dungeon above. Crash. The axe hit the ground with a deafening thud. And Joden spoke up. I want to stop too. We didn't come to this dungeon to die. Mizzen turned in agreement. Exactly. I really don't understand why we have to fight each other. Another blade falls, followed by swords, spears, and all manner of weaponry. In the vast expanse of the sky, a sharp sound suddenly tears through the air. Faint remnants fall and quickly vanish, returning the world to absolute stillness under an endless blue. Inside Dungeon 8A. Legion, glanced over, puzzled. Hey, Ijack, you really trust the Salvation Association enough to let them come with us? Park Shin-hye is still alive, you know. Especially those guards. Kim Guggen interjects that they were loyal to Lee Sejun. But then again, who knows, if there were truly loyal ones, they would have fought us. But they laid down their arms. Where are these loyalists you speak of? He tried to persuade him, saying, well, that's true, but whether they can be trusted to fight alongside us is another matter. Kim Guggen reassures him, saying it's all right, and pats the skeleton soldier's head, adding that he has good colleagues and an army that will never betray him. It seems Lee Jin-ah has regained his confidence, as he shouts, all right, let's go. Silence fell. 2 months later, reporters swarmed, announcing the dungeon's been cleared. Someone wondered where Lee Sejun was, as Kim Guggen stood on stage and coldly spoke into the microphone. The great hero. Lee Sejun. He died inside the dungeon, leaving Jiwon to me like this, regretting that he couldn't. Below, reporters were already shedding tears of emotion, as Kim Guggen's voice continued to ring out, promising to end this game. I told the late Lee Se-jun that the Savior Guild and I, along with the other members, would definitely defeat the boss of the ninth floor and put an end to this game. Se-chan watched the news on a small screen, a smile creeping across his face as he listened to his words. The day had finally come. Meanwhile, Kim Gugin's voice continued, as he recalled happy moments with Jisoo and his leader. Meanwhile, his speech continued. We will save this world that way. I will forever remember Lee Se-jun's noble heart. Kim Gugin thought silently to himself after it ended. Lee Se-jun, go die with your savior complex. Because from now on, everything that's gone off course has been corrected. A figure appeared behind Park Shin-hye, calling out her name. Shin-hye turned to see Jisoo, who demanded to know the truth. Just like that. Maybe we can't. She panics, trembles, and then collapses. News is spreading throughout the city. Someone is planning an attack on the ninth floor in a week. In a restaurant, Lee Jin, fumes with anger eating black bean noodles before such a major event. What's with the black bean noodles? At least treat me to some beef, Kim Gujin said, raising his eyebrows in exasperation. Order quickly, he said, looking at the menu. You're paying. Right. He gestures for them to order, and Lee Jin thinks to herself that she was going to let him off easy. But today, she's going to eat until she's stuffed. He decided. Let me order. I'll take everything from here to here. Suddenly, a pair of hands pulled out the chair next to him and said, already ordered. Kim Gujin looked up, and Lee Jin added, so it's you. Xe Chan casually sat next to him, saying, that look is making me a little uncomfortable. Lee Jin then explained, it's fine, everyone is attracted to shiny objects. After a moment, he asked seriously, what are your plans after the game ends? As the dish was placed on the table, the waiter announced, here's your order. Xe Chan continues, saying that all players' abilities will disappear. The waiter interrupts again, presenting the 8 treasure mixed vegetables. Growing impatient, he continued, explaining that guilds would lose their purpose, followed by another menu item announcement, Yang Yang B. As for the peppers you ordered, the Xe Chan angrily retorts, oh, come on. Kim Gujin, across from him, replies, I heard you founded a company called Pandora. He claims to have considered the problems that will arise after the game ends. He nods, saying that most players will be unemployed after the game ends, so I created a new work environment for them to develop their skills instead of going astray, thus maintaining world peace. Legina, slurping down her black bean noodles, chimed in, Pandora. I thought you were just going to run off with the funds. Zihan smacked him on the head, and he adjusted his expression before continuing. I've prepared everything. Now, all you have to do is comfortably attack the ninth floor, and then let Bin An return. Kim Gugin pondered, finally replying, I can finally see the end of this long, drawn-out game. Xe Chan agreed. Yes, I've been thinking the same thing lately. This must be the work of some transcendent being beyond our comprehension. Perhaps they're still up there in the sky, watching what we're doing down here. But when people see this, they must think that they won't be able to see the ending if things continue like this. If you were playing this game, and the character wouldn't listen and didn't want to end it, what would you do? Kim Gugin replied coldly and honestly. Either quit the game, or delete the character and start over. Hearing the answer he wanted, he laughed. That's right. I think so too. Lee Jin ate as she thought to herself. What nonsense is he spouting? Suddenly, Xe Chan's phone rings, and he panics at the screen. Oh no, I have an emergency call. Hello. Xe Chan got up and went to a corner to talk, while Kim Gugin remained silent, before also rising to tell Lee Jin, he was going to the restroom. Xe Chan glanced back to see Kim Gujin leaving the store, then smirked and headed in the opposite direction. Time slowly ticked by, and as she realized something, Lee Jin, said, wait, could it be, they left me behind? Hey, you muddy fools. From some point onward, the human world began to change in strange ways. The first thing people noticed was the halo. With that came dungeons and monsters, and those with superpowers were granted abilities. Awakening as players, the halos, known to humans, are mainly divided into 2 types: the omnipotent gods who grant humans the power to fight monsters in dungeons, or a disaster appears to destroy the world, and no one knows how these superpowered beings choose their targets. Only that beams of light fell from the sky at that moment. Then, a system information screen appeared before them. and some, who were deeply concerned about the sudden, strange phenomena, speculated that all of this was just a pastime of gods, or those with superpowers. There are 6 halos commonly known. First, the listener, who can hear the voices of all things and make contracts with various spirits. Second, the keeper of knowledge, an aura that allows one to wield destructive magic with a wave or incantation. Third, the enduring warrior, an aura that grants unmatched strength and resilience. Fourth, the assassin hunter, an aura that enhances agility and expands the 5 senses to their limits. These are the 4 halos commonly known to humans, but only a select few choose the halo of the pure light guardian, which grants omnipotent power in attack and defense, and the one who grants the power of the dark magic curse, the representative of the dark world. To defeat Lee Se-jun, Gu Jin chose the halo of the dark world's representative. Thus began his arduous journey, and after a long and bitter struggle, he achieved his revenge, destroying Lee Jae-hyun with his own hands. Gu Jin now stands before the massive dungeon gate, turns, and mutters that only one goal remains. Gu Jin's eyes flashed with determination. It was time to end this game. Back in the real world, in CEO Cha's office, he's intently watching the news on his phone. Director Shin Hye of Hansung Group has resigned. Every move of Hansung Group will surely be under scrutiny from now on. After reading the news, Xe Chan put down his phone, thinking to himself that Secretary Lee would be okay. He stood up and looked out the window, hoping she would pull through. As the sun sets, the fading light embraces the city's memorial park. Jisoo and Shin Hye stand with bowed heads before a portrait in a memorial box. Shin Hye looks at the photo. It's Jisoo's father and remorsefully says, "Uncle." Jisoo stands behind her, face cold and silent. She remembers their previous encounter. Shin Hye, breaking down in tears, "I'm sorry. Jisoo, you were right about everything." Tears stream down her face as she desperately apologizes. "It's all my fault. I'm so sorry." Then, she crawled, kneeling and hugging Jisoo's legs, begging for forgiveness. The memory ends. Returning to the city cemetery, Jisoo softly speaks. "Shin Hye." She said that she'd been thinking a lot since that day, words that made Shin Hye turn her head, wanting to hear what she had to say. Jisoo, watching the sun sink below the mountains, confided whether she could ever forgive Shin Hye. Ultimately, she gave Shin Hye a cold answer, probably not. She could only accept it. After all, it was her fault, and she couldn't force Jisoo to forgive her. She took a step forward. "I'm sure I can't forgive you." Jisoo adds that this is how she feels right now, and Shin Hye, hearing this, is surprised, a glimmer of hope rising in her heart. She looks up, tears still glistening in her eyes. Confused, Jisoo coldly hands over a business card, telling her to prove her remorse with actions. Shin Hye held the card. Confused, it was Jisoo's business card, identifying him as CEO of a company called Pandora. Jisoo reluctantly invites Shin Hye to Pandora, a place created to prepare for the chaos that will follow the game's end. Long ago, Shin Hye's father and Jisoo's father joined hands to create the Messiah project. Now, the newly formed Pandora has deep roots. Jisoo says it's an enterprise inheriting the assets of my father and hers. To Shin Hye's utter shock, Jisoo continued, "If there's anyone you still hold dear, protect their future with your own hands." Tears stream down her face as she thinks of their fractured friendship, wondering if doing this could somehow restore what they once had. Hearing this, a tear streamed down Shin Hye's cheek. She knew this was the last chance her best friend was giving her. With that, Jisoo turned and left, telling her to think it over and contact her, leaving Shin Hye in the cemetery, clutching the business card in her hand. Overcome with emotion, Shin Hye wept, mourning her belated regrets and feeling unworthy of Jisoo's forgiveness. Finally, she collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Soon after, the news reported that heroes were gathering to attack the final dungeon. In his office, Se-chan anxiously watched the news, as the day to attack the final dungeon had finally arrived. In stark contrast to the scene, heroes from around the world have gathered before the dungeon gate. "I hope you succeed in conquering the final dungeon. In honor of Lee Se-jun, who bravely sacrificed himself in the 8th floor dungeon not long ago." But it's understandable, because before the massive gate is a protective barrier, only allowing heroes to enter. Outside, many curious onlookers gather, and helicopters fly overhead, reporting the news. Inside the vehicle, Jun's leg twitched incessantly, his heel tapping against the floor, prompting Johann Josh to ask with a smile, "Senior, Are you nervous, Gina? As Spasiva reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he immediately retorted. Tense? I don't even know how to spell tense, Johann Josh replied. As the other man chuckled, seeing them tease each other, Gu-jin, as Isaac, secretly agreed with Johann Josh. He was indeed extremely nervous. Then, Lich looked down. And yes, everyone felt it. Gu-jin's hands trembled with excitement and tension as he faced the final level of the dungeon at last. He clenched his fist, telling himself that even someone who had died at that threshold felt this way. The end was finally here. He wondered what lay beyond that gate. But Gu-jin felt no fear, only excitement and curiosity for the challenge ahead. With a click, the car doors open, and 3 figures in immaculate suits step out, adjusting their attire as one of them takes the lead. That man is Gu-jin, the leader of this operation, appearing before the public as the hero. Isaac, even Sakura and Eon Wan, with their displeased expressions, accept Gu-jin as their leader for this mission. Gu-jin quickly stepped toward the dungeon gate, turning back to the others with a smile, signaling, "Well then, shall we go?" Mark Vest entered the gate, but the heroes who emerged on the other side were armed and armored. Inside the gate was a massive, dark cavern, the only light emanating from the portal itself. Gina cautiously looks around, realizing this is... He recognizes something, turns to Gu-jin in shock, and thinks, it's just as he said. Not long ago, inside the A-rank dungeon's 8th floor, Gina and the Higoth troop barely managed to defeat the giant boss. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he still managed to punch his aching back, turning to scold Gu-jin. At this rate, the Higoth troop is going to die. Unexpectedly, Gu-jin indifferently replies, "Good work." Sensing his displeasure, Gina awkwardly responds, "Yeah, you too." He rotated his weary shoulders, wondering how much harder it would be to reach the 9th floor, and asked if Gu-jin knew anything about the next dungeon. Gu-jin indifferently replied that he didn't know much. Gina, realizing her question was pointless, scratched her head sheepishly, wondering why she thought he'd know anything. Gu-jin pondered that floors 1 through 8 were underground caves, so the next would likely be more of the same. Thinking of the massive gate from his past life, he adds, "There's also a huge gate." Gu-jin narrows his eyes, thinking, even I don't know what's behind this gate. Gina frowned at his speculation. Caves. Gates. What are you talking about? Gu-jin didn't answer, but instead offered a mysterious smile. He shrugs. I just have a feeling. A provocative attitude that leaves Gina speechless for a moment. But by the time he could react, Gu-jin had already left. Hey, where are you going? You know something, don't you? The flashback ends, returning to the present, where Gu-jin cautiously looks around. He silently assessed the dark cave before him, still the same as before. Then, he found a tall rock and climbed up. Standing high above, Gu-jin gathers everyone for a meeting to discuss their next plan. Just as he mentioned the 1st floor, the system's beeping echoed in his ears. A red screen appeared with a message system error. The conditions to attack the 1st floor have been forcibly met. This unexpected event leaves Gu-jin dumbfounded, struggling to believe the system error. Immediately following that, a series of error messages appeared, stating that the conditions to attack Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, and Level 8 had been forcibly met. Below, the other players stared blankly at the series of notifications appearing before them, their eyes wide with confusion and disbelief. Unsure of what to do, everyone received the same error message, leaving them bewildered and confused. But the final message stated that the conditions to attack the 9th floor had been met. Eon Wan gripped his sword tightly, asking what was happening. And even Johann Jobs couldn't help but ask what was going on. As always, when in doubt, ask Gu-jin, Gina muttered. Hey, Kim Gu-jin, what's going on? Even he was stumped. This had never happened before. So he simply replied, I don't know. Their reliable source claims ignorance. And Gina thinks she must have misheard. Then, a faint light appears. It slowly transforms into a large, white gate, right in the middle of the group. Whatever was happening, Gu-jin decided they needed to get to the 9th floor first. A rumble echoed as the massive gate completed itself before the group, torches on either side blazing to life. Standing before this familiar yet strange gate, Gu-jin carefully considered his options. He'd never heard of a system error before. A coldness emanates from beneath the gate, a terrifying aura. He wondered what awaited inside, when suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Gina forces a smile. Hey, Ajax. Are you nervous? You look nervous. Despite sweating from nerves, Gina puts on a brave face. Don't be too scared. Leave it to me. Spasiva. Gujin saw his thick legs, but he still confidently said, Let me protect you. He smiled. Such a good partner was truly rare. Gujin turned, wordless, and led the way to the gate, telling himself, This is it. He's not alone, he has many teammates. Ion 1, Shakira, Johann Josh, and Frank Swazero, all ready to support him, and so, Gujin confidently stepped forward, thinking to himself, Let's end this game. As he gently placed his hand on the massive stone gate, with a mighty push, the seemingly heavy doors creak open, and the system announces the final battle has begun. The group entered, finding a vast palace and wide corridor beyond the stone gate, but it was dark. Gina warily looked around. I don't see anything. Johann and Josh agree, but suddenly, a whooshing sound echoes as the torches on the walls ignite. Then, a warm flame burst forth, illuminating a small area around the torch. The torches were automatically lit in a chain reaction, running along the wide corridor. Thanks to the light, Joe Dan flinched, noticing something. Beneath the stone pillars were mangled corpses and fresh blood. What? What is all this? There was even the headless corpse of a monster several times their size. And as Eon Wan examined the giant body before him, he heard a noise behind him. He became alert and immediately turned around. Only then did he notice a thorny throne at the end of the corridor. That thing. Upon the throne sat a man dressed as a Greek god, his feet resting on the head of a boss monster. He wore a cryptic smile and spoke with a hint of reproach. You're late. Gujin remained silent, staring at him suspiciously as he appeared. The other players looked on anxiously, wondering what was happening. Clutching his twin swords, Eon Wan gritted his teeth, wondering what exactly this guy was. Next, before Eon Wan could even attack with his dual swords, a surge of power snapped them in two. The devastating attack hurtled toward Gujin, but he narrowly dodged it. Gujin's eyes widened in horror as he saw the devastating aftermath of a single attack. The earth itself ravaged. Immediately, he sees Eon Wan collapsed on the ground. Gina also struck, and Frank Cicero and the others are in the light god's grasp. Despite injuring so many, he calmly remarks that he thought one blow would end it all. As the light god spoke, Gujin's heavy footsteps echoed. He seemed provoked. What exactly was he? As he spoke, skeleton soldiers and golems quickly appeared. He's become one of them, and a surge of power gathers in the air, a surge that immediately catches Gujin's attention. Gina and Johann Jost anxiously looked up, while Frank Cicero's glasses reflected the terrifying magic. In the blink of an eye, the light god's power grew to an unprecedented scale, and sensing his moment, he smiled with satisfaction. Without hesitation, that power exploded and crashed down upon them, but Gujin managed to raise his shield in time. Yet, he still bleeds, and everything fades away. Thinking of his fallen comrades, Gujin collapses, utterly defeated. From above, the god of light coldly speaks. A mere insect putting on airs, you've grown too arrogant and ruined my fun. Under his hateful gaze, the light god continued. It can't end that easily, can it? Ajax, or should I say, Kim Gujin. Hearing his name, Gujin wondered how he knew, then asked, Just what are you? The god of light condescendingly replies that he doesn't need to answer a nuisance like him, hoping he'll be more entertaining next time. Before he could speak, the light god gestured, his ambiguous words chilling Gujin to the bone. Next time, before he could process anything, Gujin was crushed to the ground by his power, and he was terrified, thinking, Am I going to die like this? In his final moments, Gujin saw only the arrogant figure of the god of light, and the system notification player Kim Gujin has died. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and the game began anew. Gujin was confused, his shock still fresh. But a second later, Gujin realized something was amiss, immediately looking around to find everything exactly as it was before. Like a mischievous prankster, the god of light curiously asks Han how it feels to be revived, as if he weren't already used to it. Having experienced it once before, Gujin quickly grasped the key point: time reversal. Now he has a sense of its power so great that even the weakest elemental beings can't withstand it and are destroyed. And the initial system error. Thinking of this, the system's image appears, revealing a system malfunction. After about 2 seconds, Gujin continued to ponder, now sensing the clear anger and intent directed at him, and the absurdity of this being's identity. Without hesitation, Gujin curled his lip and exposed the truth. A far cry from his radiant persona. Is it because I killed Ly Jun that I've caused you trouble? O pure guardian of light. As he predicted, the god of light's face turned red with fury, as if he'd been driven mad. Difficulties. Me. How could a mere human think they could trouble me? How arrogant. But yes. You are annoying me. Yes. I'm very annoyed right now. I'm just venting my anger. As he finished speaking, Gujin was sent flying, spinning wildly out of control, crashing to the ground, and losing health. The god of light, amused, says that just as humans find pleasure in crushing ants, this is merely a game to them. Controlled by the light god, Gujin kept returning to the same spot, panting, wondering how many times this had happened. As Gujin thought back, his first death flashed before his eyes, and the second wasn't much better. Then came his demise by Han's sword of light. The scene of his frustrating end, replaying over and over. Gujin's crimson blood spills onto the ground, and the god of light makes him bleed again. Gujin frowned in pain, thinking to himself, who would have thought Han would personally visit the battlefield? But then, Han, that fiend, was on the other side, as the god of light created a loud bang to attract Gujin's attention. Immediately, Han spoke with excitement. You seem to have a lot on your mind. Do you really think those weaklings, those who break with a single touch, can help you? The only way to escape this place. With that, the light god used his overwhelming power to control Gujin, forcing him to kneel. In a contemptuous tone, the light god commanded him to kneel and prostrate himself. As Han spoke, Gujin was forced to the ground, and as the light god commanded, he kowtowed so hard the ground shattered around him. Though he couldn't control his body, Gujin glared at Han, but the god of light simply said, "Beg me to spare your life." Meanwhile, Gujin wondered if Han's instantaneous disappearance meant that wasn't his true form. With a clue in hand, he immediately tried to stand. Gujin boldly smiled, knowing he needed to provoke Han a little more. This strange sight immediately catches the light god's eye, and Han asks, confused, "Are you laughing? Have you finally gone mad, just as planned?" Gujin loudly retorts, "No. I just find it funny. An existence with power as great as yours, yet you can't do anything to an ordinary human like me. All you can do is scream and get angry. How very human. It seems you've succeeded. This bastard wants to be stubborn to the end. Huh, fine." Two swords of light and an incredible surge of power appear before Han as the god of light delivers his ultimatum. It's too late to beg now. I'll grant you the death you've been repeating. As soon as Han finished speaking, Gujin was cut down by the two swords. His eyes went blank, and Gujin's body floated in the void alongside a strange red panel. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, widening them as if he'd seen something incredible. He saw the red notice from before player Kim Gujin has died. And, in an instant, the system announced a system error. Next, the system screen shattered into 100 pieces as Gujin saw a flash of light in the distance. Straining his eyes to catch every detail, the dark space now seemed to be embraced by the entire galaxy. And that light quickly focused on one spot. A second later, the god of darkness appeared. Along with a system notification, the representative of the dark world has descended. She said nothing, silently observing Gujin, who immediately spoke up, as if expecting her. "You're later than I thought. Representative of the world of darkness." The goddess of darkness asked in surprise. "You knew I would arrive later, and you still have time to think after being tossed around like that." Gujin confidently states that with that madman out there causing chaos, his halo can't possibly stay dormant. Hearing this, the dark god muses, "How interesting. As expected of the kid I chose." Then, he turns serious. "All right. What can you do for me right now?" As Gujin finished speaking, she reached out without hesitation, revealing that the god of darkness had imbued his power into his heart. She calmly states that this is all she can do for now, but it seems Gujin has achieved his goal, and that this is enough. So the dark god urges him to quickly deal with the light god, saying, "Okay, I know you still have many questions, but first, put out the fire, and we'll talk later." Gujin agrees. Okay. Outside the battlefield, the god of light calmly watches Gujin be eliminated once again, then furiously curses him, calling him trash and mocking him relentlessly. The light god confidently snapped his fingers, but then realized he couldn't use his power like before, furrowing his brow. "What? Why can't I activate it?" Suddenly, Han thought to himself, "Is my power already waning?" As soon as he had the thought, the god of light furiously slammed his hand on the chair, Damn it. At that moment, a familiar dark magic entered his sight. Gujin had returned, stronger than ever. The god of light immediately noticed. Could it be that he's joined them as well? Everything's going according to plan, filling Gujin with confidence. Are you surprised that things aren't going your way? Even so, the god of light showed no fear, but instead, a smile crept across his face, his laughter growing louder and echoing throughout the dungeon. After his laughter subsides, the light god sneers. Looks like you've received help from your representative, which explains your arrogance. But it won't matter. Despite the light god's claims, Gujin calmly retorts, "Is that so?" As he said that, he immediately focused his power into his palm, and that power quickly turned into a sharp sword, no less than his. The next moment, the god of light ferociously attacked Gujin, the power of Han growing ever stronger. But Gujin fearlessly thrust his sword into the heart of the blow. Gujin's efforts paid off, splitting the light god's power in two, leaving Han in stunned disbelief. Gujin excitedly declared that it was finally getting interesting, his cocky words making the god of light grit his teeth. Han couldn't help but ask if he was worth the effort, and without hesitation, the god of light charged forward like a madman. Han fearlessly charges into battle with Gujin, their powers colliding in an earth-shattering clash. His equal footing with Gujin only made the god of light more anxious, as his wounds were no longer healing as quickly as before. Even in the heat of battle, Gujin noticed the subtle change. The curse was indeed shortening. Little does the light god know, Gujin has other plans. He's slowing down. The cowardly rat. Is that all you've got? As the god of light unleashes a barrage of attacks, Gujin barely dodges them. From afar, Han calmly observes his moves relentlessly assaulting Gujin. In the blink of an eye, the attacks filled the dungeon with smoke, and the god of light worried that his power had diminished so much. While the god of light was thinking, Gujin spoke from behind him. Just as I predicted, the god of light's eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, he landed a clean strike on Han, bisecting the light god's shoulder, forcing Han to expend considerable power to heal himself. Finally, the god of light grew fearful, realizing he couldn't afford to lose any more power. Despite this, he stubbornly insisted that it was nothing, and in the blink of an eye, the wound healed completely. Despite the light god's bluster, Gujin quietly considers the key released from the wound, the god's reaction, and the resurrections of the scattered corpses. So that's it. Realizing the key point, he declares without hesitation, "You have a limit to your power, and it's dwindling." Gujin's revelation silences the light god, his change in demeanor confirming Gujin's suspicions. To further infuriate the light god, Gujin taunts him. "That's right. Even with your divine aura, manipulating space and time at will is no easy feat when your power is limited." "I'm glad to hear it," he says, summoning a gate made of bone. From the gate, sharp chains burst forth, wrapping tightly around the god of light. Despite his struggles, he couldn't break free from the chains, and through the gaps, the god of light's eyes revealed his animosity. In moments, he was completely bound by the chains, and Gujin knew he had to hold on until the god's power was completely depleted. Immediately, the light god's scream echoed, and his immense power shocked Gujin. In the next instant, the light god's magic detonated the chains, and as Gujin looked up, he saw the light god's aura explodes with power. "I must admit, you have quite the discerning eye. I wanted to savor your demise for ruining my fun, but these damn restrictions, so I have to deal with a spirit of this caliber. I wanted to hold you in my hands and play with you before killing you. But enough is enough. I'll kill you before I run out of power." Seeing this, Gujin inwardly marveled at how different the situation was from before. The god of light lunged forward, impaling Gujin through the abdomen with his spear, a blow that sent him reeling in agony. It seems the god of light isn't satisfied. He wanted to pierce your heart. But you're still fortunate. With that, he thrust even harder, the torment causing Gujin to grit his teeth. And in this desperate situation, a familiar system notification rang out. As the system appeared, he forcefully grabbed the light god's spear. "The everlasting weapon has acknowledged you, and has granted you a portion of its power." Gujin effortlessly pulled it out without a scratch. Seeing this, the god of light gritted his teeth and involuntarily rubbed his arm. He roared in disbelief, furious at the insult. Before the god of light could finish, Gujin confidently replied, "Looks like my side's getting bigger." Hearing Gujin's words, he asked in confusion, "Auntie?" The next moment, Gujin seized the light god's spear. With a slight tug, he was lifted high into the air, and with a fierce punch, the god of light was sent flying. Immediately, Gujin sneered, saying he'd really been living it up. Still uncomprehending, the god remained stunned, asking, "Auntie," in the blink of an eye, the system reappears, and the nameless hunter looks down on the pure light guardian with disdain. "The nameless hunter has transferred a portion of their power to you." Gujin's tone dripped with mockery, suggesting that if he hadn't been so careless, he wouldn't have been abandoned by the other halos. The god of light could only glare in bitter silence. Then, Gujin suddenly spun like a whirlwind, and the god warily watched his movements. Then, Gujin descended from above with his blade in hand, cleaving the god of light's spear in two with a single strike. Half of the spear fell to the ground with a golden clang, and as he clutched it, the system notifications continued to appear. The listener sliced past the pure light guardian, granting him a portion of his power. Gujin, pleased, says that if the other halos are on his side, it's good news for him, and without hesitation, he unleashes the power of the listener. From the ground, giant thorny vines erupt, constricting the god of light and causing him to scream in agony. The light god cries out in anguish, "How dare you do this to me?" He still has enough power to break free. Even though the god of light has created a new spear, the system notifications continue. The keeper of knowledge, weary of protecting the pure light, has transferred a portion of their power to you. Despite his struggles, Gujin remains confident, knowing the light god is still far from understanding what's going on. While the light god was still bewildered, a magic circle had surrounded him from beneath. The flames from the circle caused him to scream in agony. The magic grew fiercer under Gujin's impassive gaze, until finally, the flames subsided, leaving only smoke to fill the dungeon. As the smoke clears, the fallen figure of the light god is revealed. Gujin approaches calmly, saying, "Now then." He paused for a moment to assess the situation. Then Gujin gripped the light god's head tightly. He yanked the god's head up, saying, "Wake up." Seeing the light god's dazed expression, Gujin said, "This isn't good." Paying him back for what he did to him and his comrades, he boldly strikes. Gujin's blow causes the god of light to scream wildly. He says softly, "Is that all it takes to make you panic? Absurd. What should I do? Ah. This must be your first time feeling death so close." A far cry from his earlier arrogance. The god of light now stammers, begging for mercy. Wait. Please forgive me. If this continues, it'll truly be over. Can't you show me mercy and spare me?" His pathetic words made Gujin pause and reflect, oblivious to Gujin's annoyance. The light god clasped his hands in pathetic supplication, promising never to set foot here again. But Gujin remained silent. He frowned, losing all interest. The auras. What should I do? Then, a circle of nothingness appeared at Gujin's call. From behind him, the halos appeared all at once, and the immortal warrior immediately spoke up. "Let us deal with him. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Kim Gujin." Hearing this, Gujin realized, could it be the eternal warrior? At that, the halo around him gradually dissipated. The ageless warrior exclaimed with excitement that Gujin recognized him right away, lamenting his past life, but looking forward to a proper fight in this one. "The people I was so happy with," Gujin replied calmly. "All right. You've helped me too." His nonchalant attitude pleases him. He hasn't changed. If he's okay with it, they'll take care of that bastard. It's not just one or two people who are unhappy with him, of course. It's because he's done so many unacceptable things. We will punish him cruelly. As the light god was mentioned, Gujin quietly responded, "Is that so?" After Li Qiu witnessed the sight of him being bound, he continued, "Do as you wish." A moment later, the immortal warrior pointed behind him. "All right. You should probably hear it from him." It was the god of darkness, saying, "Let's end it here." Immediately, she revealed her true form, Kim Gujin. The goddess of darkness spoke slowly. "You must have many questions. Where should I begin?" Hearing this, Gujin fell into thought, and the eternal warrior said, "Well, you two can talk. We'll take our leave." Then, the goddess of darkness slowly said, "Let's start with those who died at the hands of Lee Sejun." As she said this, she summoned a large screen. "Shall we?" The dark god began to explain that, as you probably know, Lee Sejun once held the world in his grasp, monopolizing power, neglecting the dungeons, and of course, hoarding items. Even ordinary people were not spared if they disobeyed him. Through her words, Sejun's past image emerges, like he was the king. No. The god of this world. Of course. We were dissatisfied with his actions. Unlike that so-called protector of light, after much deliberation, we decided on two things: to restart this game once more, and to choose a player to confront Lee Se-jun and end it. Hearing this, Gu-jin wondered why they chose him, a question that brought a mysterious smile to the dark god's face. She then explained that he was the one who most desired revenge against Lee Se-jun, and also the player with the ability to end the game. It must have been difficult, even for the Radiants, to preserve someone's memories, and reversing space-time isn't easy. Gu-jin continues. So how could that halo do it repeatedly? Without hesitation, she snapped her fingers and replied, because his manipulation of space-time is limited to this tomb. It doesn't affect the outside world. Since the scale is different, this incident is also strange to us, Radiants directly attacking a player and manipulating space-time at will. But because he kept reversing time, it created an opening, allowing us to transfer some power to you. And if that doesn't work, we'll have to find a way to stop him ourselves. You seem to have predicted we'd join the game. Gu-jin bowed politely. It's just a hypothesis, and a lucky one at that. After a moment, he asked curiously, what will happen to the Guardian of Light now? About 2 seconds later, the Dark God replied, after he exhausts his power and abandons his light. As she spoke, Gu-jin's eyes widened as he looked down at the ground, realizing that the Dark God had created a bottomless pit beneath this tomb. In the blink of an eye, she continued, we intend to imprison him in this deep pit. What do you think? Hearing this, Gu-jin said with satisfaction, very well. Then the game is over. What do you intend to do with the world? The God of Darkness replied humorously. Deal with it. How? We hadn't considered that. Shouldn't we just let you return to your natural state? Back to the way things were before we interfered. Wouldn't that be best? He immediately scratched his head, complaining that they were being too thorough. Gu-jin's remark didn't anger her. Instead, the Dark God laughed. Hao Guang has always been like that, playing without ever considering the consequences. But don't worry too much. Humanity will find the answer, as they always do. He asked back quietly. Really? Suddenly serious. The Dark God asks Gu-jin if he'll regret losing his powers, a question that silences him, but then, he affirmed with certainty. How could I? I've achieved my goals. And besides, I've gained trustworthy comrades in this life. So what regrets could I possibly have? As the Dark God expected, she readily praised him. That's more like it. I'm off. Anything else you want to say? As she turned to leave, Gu-jin spoke up, thanking them for everything, a sudden expression of gratitude that clearly surprised the Dark God. Not waiting for a response, Gu-jin continued. Even though I was just a pawn in your game, without your goodwill, I wouldn't have been able to get my revenge so easily. Now that I've said my piece, those who are done here can scram. His gratitude mixed with ruthlessness amused the Dark God. Very well. Instead of leaving, she summons her power, telling Gu-jin this is her final gift. The gentle magic of the Dark God filling his eyes and illuminating the dungeon. As she departed, magical particles rained down, entering the bodies of the fallen players, and Gu-jin's comrades were resurrected in moments. Seeing this, he thought in astonishment. Everyone, as he sat up, Yongwan exclaimed in confusion. What exactly is going on? Though unaware of what was happening, Gina's relieved voice echoed. Big brother. He frantically looked around. Kim Gu. Ajak. Are you okay? Where is he? Before Gina could finish, the system announced the game's end, shocking everyone, including Yongwan. Then, the system screen announced that the game was over. He couldn't believe his eyes, it was over. The next second, Yongwan turned to Gu-jin, a chilling thought crossing his mind. Could that monster have been eliminated by Gu-jin? Moments later, the system reappeared. All item effects vanished, and active items were nullified. In the blink of an eye, Gu-jin reverted to his true form. This sight enraged Yongwan. Ajak was Kim Gu-jin. Soon, the dungeon erupted in chaos, all eyes wide with disbelief, as no one could understand what was happening. Lee Jina cried out, her voice cracking with panic. What in the world is going on? But Kim Gu-jin continued walking, ignoring Francois Charot's shouts from behind. Hey, I said. Hey. Francois Charot was beyond frustrated. You. He finally spoke up. I have a favor to ask. His piercing gaze locked onto the person before him, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. Unsure of the best course of action, after a moment of contemplation, Francois Charot finally makes his decision. adjusting his glasses with newfound resolve. He speaks. If that's what you want, then so be it. Outside, as the dimensional gate flared, cheers erupted. They cleared the ninth-floor dungeon and emerged. Reporters snapped photos, eager to capture the moment. One excitedly exclaiming, "It's the Hunter stream," as another wondered, "Where's Ajax?" Meanwhile, on the platform, Francois Charot adjusted the microphone and solemnly announced that it had been a long journey. And thanks to the efforts and sacrifices of many, they were able to defeat the boss of the ninth floor and end the game. With a heavy heart, Francois Charot announced that Ajax and his Pasiva teammates had sacrificed themselves to complete the dungeon. His words stunned the reporters, some swallowing hard, a cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Cut to a bustling diner, where the noise suddenly fades as all eyes fixate on the large screen. Francois Charot continued, saying with his last breath that after this game ends, the world will fall into chaos, so we must prepare. Back in the dungeon, Francois Charot continues his speech, revealing that he already has the right person in mind. Immediately, Se-chan steps onto the podium, introducing himself as Oh Se-chan, the director running Pandora. He continues, stating that this is in preparation for the chaos that will ensue when the game ends. Se-chan's words brought satisfaction to Kim Gugin and Lee Jin, watching from afar, as he declared it all was in accordance with the will of Han Sung Group's director Lee Jin-soo, who had tragically passed away. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Bak Sin-hye was sadly drinking. Hearing her father's name on TV, startled, she stares blankly at the screen, fixating on Han Sung Group's late chairman Baek Jong-ho. "We founded this company," Se-chan solemnly swore. "We pledged to strive to maintain world peace." At that moment, a satisfied smile crept across Kim Gugin's lips. After that, he quietly turned and left. 6 months later, at Pandora's owner's greenhouse, the sky was clear, and warm rays of sunlight poured down, creating a strange sense of peace. Inside the exchange, a man hurried to the counter as soon as number 102 appeared. He wiped away beads of cold sweat, trying to remain calm, but worry was etched on his face. The clerk smiled warmly. "Have you been waiting long? We've finished reviewing your application for player job seeker benefits." She pushed the card towards the man. "The benefits should be deposited into your account today." He clutched the card in his hand, his eyes red with emotion. Is it really true? My abilities vanished with the dungeon, and I've struggled to find work ever since." The man suddenly stood up and bowed deeply, full of gratitude. Thank you so much." The clerk waved her hands frantically. "No, that's not right," she explained, flustered, that Pandora was created to help people like him, and that she hoped he would keep trying to live his precious life. Suddenly, an angry bang on the table echoed nearby, startling them both. "No. Why not?" Jiho angrily questions if they're looking down on the unemployed like him, when he was told he'd receive assistance here. He slams his fist on the table again, adding that he should get compensation for returning the items. The clerk, frightened, tries to reassure him that's not how it works. He explains that the process is a bit more complicated for those with a criminal record. Jiho angrily roars. "Shut up." He coldly commanded them to shut up and hand over the money. At the same time, Legina gently patted Jiho's shoulder, softly saying, "There are many people here. Please don't act like this. Let's talk over here." He spun around, yelling. "What now?" Jiho struggled. "How dare you lay a hand on me?" His attitude seemed to please him, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Then, Legina turned and slammed Jiho to the ground. He fumes, veins popping on his forehead, growling. "Is this how you treat your customers?" The man smiles amiably. "I told you to speak politely, didn't I? Dear customer, soon." His control had spread throughout Pandora's headquarters. Legina knocked on the executive director's door, and a voice called out, "Come in." He quickly enters the room. "Are you eating while working? That's a mountain of paperwork." Legina pales. "Here, take a look at this first, then deal with the rest." Jishu calmly asks if it's time for a shift change, as she continues to review documents, the sound of her pen scratching across the paper. "Is everything all right with the support team back home?" He points to himself, full of pride, saying he took care of a little something, and without him, who would protect the world? Legina gestures wildly. "I'm telling you, the guy was this tall, and I just tugged his hand and he fell right over. He's definitely lost his powers, but the feeling in my body is exactly the same as it used to be, reminding me of when I used to go to dungeons." Jisoo stops writing, puts down her pen, and says with a smile that he was shocked with just that much. Eyes wide. Because Director Lai didn't see it for himself, she boldly suggests that she relay the message that Legina wants to join the mission. But Legina quickly objects, saying that's not what he meant. He asked curiously where that guy was now. And Jisoo clasped her hands together. At least, she added that he was working harder than him, causing Legina to sulk, saying it was difficult for her too. Cut to a desolate junkyard, shrouded in darkness and an eerie silence, where a man is violently thrown to the ground, a cry of pain escaping his throat. Meanwhile, Johann Josh has taken care of the rest. He pulls down his mask, grinning, and says, "Boss, all done here." Soon after, the wooden crates were quickly opened, revealing countless items of all shapes and sizes as Johann Josh turned around. His eyes light up with excitement. This time, there are so many items. He scoffs. Whether they're buying or selling items that have lost their power, they're all fools. Johann Josh scratched his head. Let's wrap up the basics and head back. I'll have someone finish up. Kim Gujin immediately agreed. All right, let's go. The next day, at Pandora headquarters, sunlight streamed through the glass, sparkling like brilliant jewels. Meanwhile, everyone gathered in the meeting room, where Xe Chan spoke warmly. Thank you all for your hard work. He pointed to the report photos. Indeed, these guys have acquired quite a few items lately. Xe Chan wonders where they're getting all these artifacts. Lee Jin Ah lazily replies, popping a snack into her mouth. Probably because of the rumors that some artifacts are still effective. Jisoo explains that some members of the organization are after Pandora's reserve funds, which is why they're searching for artifacts. He sighed, rubbing his temples. These headaches. I already have enough to deal with. Xe Chan lamented. And the company has so many expenses, it's exhausting. Kim Gujin coldly asks how much money he needs, to which the man replies, surprised, that you can never have too much. Kim Gujin's chair slides back as he rises, and he enthusiastically offers, then let me make money for you. In Park Young-won's office, certificates and national emblems are displayed solemnly on the shelf, not a speck of dust on them, as he sits silently at his desk, lost in thought. Suddenly, Secretary Kim's panicked voice cuts through the air, drawing Park Young-won's attention. I told you. You can't just barge in like that. Suddenly, the office door bursts open with a creak, and Kim Gujin strides in, cheerfully greeting, long time no see. Park Young-won. Seeing him, he asked in a panic-stricken voice. Kim Gujin, how did you get here? She stammered. Director, I'm sorry. These people, suddenly, Park Young-won slowly says, all right, you can leave now. Secretary Kim Lee-ni replies, yes, I understand. He stared intently at the group before him, his face dark, jaw clenched as if to grind down the rising anger. Kim Gujin said nonchalantly, it's nothing much. I just need some money. Park Young-won was stunned. GK suddenly brought a crowd and demanded money. He held up a commemorative photo of the charity agreement for his Phoenix Fund. Using his reputation as one of the heroes who cleared the 9th floor to establish it, he continued, saying that with such a heroic title, organizations never hesitated to provide support. But this hero falsified the books and embezzled the funds. Kim Gujin's next words immediately unsettled him. Twisting his already stern face, how would the organizations react when they learned the truth? That he was lining his own pockets. Park Young-won flew into a rage. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any proof? He glanced back confidently. What if I do? At that moment, a flicker of doubt arose within him, his sudden disappearance and reappearance. Park Young-won thought to himself, there's no way he knows my secret. He's just putting on a show. Regaining his courage, he retorts, this bastard really has no limits. I'll give you that. Kim Gujin, you're good at running your mouth. Park Young-won slyly pressed the emergency button under the table, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But once we lose our powers, we're just ordinary people. He roared in annoyance. You think bringing 2 accomplices will scare me? Hearing this, Lee Jin-ah and Johan Chouch were furious, yelling in unison. Accomplices. What? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside the door, as Park Young-won's men rushed to answer the emergency call. Before long, they were surrounded. Kim Gujin sighed. He never changes. He immediately ordered, take them out. But moments later, the scene before Park Young-won left him stunned, his face drained of all color. In a short time, his men had been beaten and lay scattered on the floor. Quickly, his secret ledger was found. And Johann Chouch cheered with delight. Boss, there's a ledger here, Li Jinna muttered, looking at all the money inside. Just how much has this guy been eating? He dusted off the ledger. Hey, Kim Gujin. I found the books. Kim Gujin immediately ordered. Hurry. Take the money and photograph all the documents. Seeing his assets taken right before his eyes, Park Young-won was helpless. His attempts to stop them futile. No. Wait. Those are mine. In the blink of an eye, everything was gone without a trace. In the days that followed, news spread like wildfire. Phoenix Fund director Park Young-won was funneling support to Pandora, hoping to share his philanthropic spirit with the world. Seeing the news on his phone, Kim Gujin smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Johann Jobs stood before him, announcing that their leader had decided on the location for their next mission, scheduled for midnight. But it seems it can be delayed. He drums his fingers on the table. Another busy time ahead. Kim Gujin quickly departs, saying he has things to do and will see him at the rendezvous point later. Cut to evening. The setting sun, painting everything gold, as Legina's voice echoes from a building, welcoming him once again to Pandora. Inside, a press conference unfolds. The relentless clicks of cameras and the bustling chatter of reporters creating an atmosphere of hurried tension. Finally, the press conference ended, and as he stepped off the stage, he spotted a familiar figure, Kim Gujin. Legina asked what he wanted, and he replied, asking if she was ready to go eat. He smoothed his hair, full of doubt. What is it? Are you going to make me pay for everything? Like last time, Kim Gujin's face darkened, and he turned to leave. If you don't trust me, forget I asked. Legina frantically agrees. But just then, Gujin's eyes lock onto something. Misen is laughing with a man in the audience, her eyes sparkling with joy. Kim Gujin's lips curled into a subtle, satisfied smile. Then he turned to leave, prompting Legina to rush after him, asking what he planned to treat him to. Soon, the two were dining at an expensive beef restaurant, and he couldn't help but glance at the other, saying, "Don't you think you're going a bit overboard?" As Kim Gujin grilled the meat, he generously said, "Order whatever you want. Don't worry about the price." Legina asked suspiciously. Really, he nodded. Yes. In an instant, the piles of meat were devoured. Kim Gujin answered his phone and stood up, saying, "I'll be right back." Legina didn't respond, still chewing meat, her chopsticks moving at lightning speed. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Legina realized something was wrong, and a sense of unease made his heart race. Legina angrily stood up, thinking, wait, is he trying to ditch me by taking a call? He quickly approached the cashier, asking, "Excuse me, did you see a menacing guy leave just now?" He stammered. "Ah, yes. I saw someone walk out while talking on the phone." Enraged, he gritted his teeth. Kim Gujin, that guy. But then the cashier reached out. "Oh, but he left a note." Legina sniffed. "Auntie." He quickly unfolded the note, his eyes scanning the words, "I had to leave urgently. I've paid for all the meat in the shop today. Do whatever you want with the rest." Tears of gratitude welled up in Legina's eyes as she muttered. Kim Gujin. Meanwhile, at Pandora HQ, a brilliant golden light erupted from a top-floor room, piercing the surrounding darkness. Lost in her work, Jisoo was unaware of the passing time, until a sudden noise startled her. Jisoo stares ahead, softly asking, "Who is it then?" A figure slowly emerges. Park Shin-hye looked down, and after a long silence, she asked, "Jisoo, how have you been?" Park Shin-hye awkwardly apologizes for showing up unannounced, while Jisoo is so busy, unconsciously fidgeting with her fingers and averting her gaze. She says, "Jisoo, I'm grateful for your offer, but I'm worried about everyone." Park Shin-hye, her face etched with anxiety, asks in a hushed voice if her past actions can ever be forgiven. "Don't get discouraged, Jisoo." Shin-hye, admitting fault, sincerely repenting, and returning to the right path is difficult for anyone, and you've already taken the first step on that difficult road. Jisoo places her hand on her chest, sincerely offering her help, saying that with that heart alone, she's willing to help. As long as Shin-hye shows her that she's helping others and truly repenting, she slowly moves forward, believing that one day, others will understand her heart. Jisoo takes her hand, as if understanding her. Park Shin-hye composes herself, her eyes fixed on their joined hands. In that moment, tears of joy streamed down her face as she whispered, "Thank you, Jisoo." The next morning, warm sunlight streamed across Pandora headquarters. In the CEO's office, Se-chan sat behind his large desk. His eyes scanning through documents, he immediately stopped what he was doing. His gaze fixed on the person who had just opened the door. Director Lai. What is it? Jisoo calmly spoke. I have someone I'd like you to meet. Park Shin-hye hesitantly approached, face downcast and eyes darting away. And Se-chan was stunned by the sight of her. Flustered, she brushed her hair back and greeted him politely. Hello. My name is Park Shin-hye. I look forward to working with you. Still in shock, he could only manage a quiet, okay. She quickly approached, placing the documents on Se-chan's desk. These are the documents for approval this month, he muttered. Looks like you've already taken care of everything. Director Lai. Jisoo immediately turned and left. And Se-chan thought to himself, please review this quickly and approve it for me this afternoon. Seeing Jisoo drag Park Shin-hye away, he hurriedly called out. Wait, Director Lai. Se-chan quickly opened the file, sighing helplessly. Thinking, she's as cold as ever. As the report appeared before his eyes, leaving him at a loss, Se-chan furiously pressed the phone button, his voice full of anger. Legina, get that person up here now. Moments later, Legina arrived at the office, still munching on sausages. What's up? Instantly, a stack of documents smacked him mercilessly in the face, as Se-chan roared. Who was it that said they'd work hard to earn money? What kind of food expenses are these? Are you a food vacuum or something? Se-chan retorts. 20 million won for food a month. Is that okay? He rubs his face, nonchalantly replying. So what it goes into my body? Legina bent down to pick up the paper scraps, saying that hard work naturally leads to hunger, and questioned how he could still have the energy at his age to eat so much. He places the file back on the table and says firmly, I understand. I'll try to cut it in half. Se-chan's words were like knives, twisting in Gina's heart. Not half, but a quarter. He angrily pointed towards the door, ordering her out. But amidst the tension, a phone suddenly began to ring. Se-chan answers, his attitude instantly shifting to one of warmth and familiarity. It's been so long. He must have been busy. Francois Chirot laughed, saying he had it easy compared to Se-chan, and asked how things were on his end. He happily replies that thanks to Pandora's manpower and financial support, things in France are relatively stable, and the information Gujin provided has been very helpful to them. Francois Chirot added that thanks to Gujin, he was able to recover all the smuggled items at the border, which he would send over, and that this time, the information seemed reliable. Se-chan chuckled. Kim Gujin has been a great help to us as well, but sometimes I find it all a bit too miraculous. Francois was surprised. Oh, what's wrong? Se-chan voiced his concerns, saying the information was too accurate, as if he were watching from the scene. Francois Chirot is confused. What? Isn't that a good thing, Mr. Tram 2? At first I didn't think he was a bad person, so I wasn't worried. But I feel like he's hiding something from us, he said mockingly. Old Se-chan worries too much. Gujin can handle it himself. Let's grab a bite next time. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Of course you're paying. Francois Chirot fumed. Fine. I'll pay. You cheapskate. Tell Gujin I said hello. Se-chan hung up, muttering, yes. He'll know how to handle it. Meanwhile, a helicopter sliced through the night sky above the forest, its rotors shattering the silence with a deafening roar. Inside, Johann Jockstar inquired, Boss, what did these guys do that requires our help? Kim Gujin explained that they were dealing with illegal item trafficking, kidnapping, torture, and illegal human experimentation. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. These were truly vile people, and they would be eradicated. Soon, the two arrived at the infected site. From behind a large tree, Kim Gujin quietly gives the order, cover me. Johann, who already has his gun ready. Yes, boss. Immediately, the two sprang into action. Johann Jockstar opening fire. A relentless barrage of bullets. Caught off guard, the men in front had no time to dodge, and were immediately hit, collapsing to the ground in a panic. The remaining men quickly took cover behind wooden crates, returning fire and cursing, creating a chaotic and dangerous atmosphere. Sensing danger from behind, one of them turned around, eyes wide with fear. But before he could react, a sharp sound, like a blade slicing through the air, rang out. In the blink of an eye, they were defeated, lying helplessly on the cold ground. Kim Gujin quickly stepped inside, only to be frozen by the scene before him. Time seemed to stand still before the brutal scene, as the imprisoned huddled in cages, trembling with fear. On the other side, another group was brutally tortured. Corpses piled high, blood flowing like rivers, staining the ground crimson. Kim Gujin's gun clatters to the ground as he draws his sword. Gritting his teeth in frustration, a clean resolution is no longer possible. Kim Gujin moved like lightning, his body a blur as he passed each enemy, leaving behind only shock and helplessness. In an instant, they fell, blood splattering like crimson strokes on a canvas. He approached one of them, a dark shadow enveloping the man's body. Kim Gujin grabs the assassin, his eyes devoid of emotion. Johann Josh surveys the scene, clicking his tongue in admiration. Quite a few aren't there. He pulled out his radio. Johann, I'm done here. Requesting backup. Seeing the hostages gasping in their cages, he changed his request. Scratch that. We need medical assistance. As soon as possible. Unconsciously, his eyes darted backward. And at that moment, Kim Gujin was enveloped in streams of dark energy. A moment later, he tossed the corpse to the ground. Kim Gujin spoke. Johann, looks like we're about to get busy again. We found their base. Are you ready? Johann Josh replies seriously. Yes, sir, always ready, he says with satisfaction. Good. Kim Gujin's eyes flashed, a dark aura rising from within, filled with murderous intent. Then let's go. He paused, stunned by a familiar mark. Johann Josh's face lit up with joy, realizing he'd made the right choice following his boss, and eagerly added, let's hunt down those trashy awakeners.